The starship raced swiftly into the endless cosmos like a tiny meteor. Countless shooting stars crisscrossed among galaxies, each hurrying toward its own destiny. This marked the 105th docking of the KS-208 passenger starship at the C4 starport of Chilean Star. Following the group at an unhurried pace, the man stepped out of the port, stretching his muscles as he walked toward the public shuttle station. This was Sun Cheng's fourth transfer on Chilean Star. Chilean Star, situated at the edge of the Hylon star system, serves as a transit hub where billions transfer every day. To cater to the influx of travelers, Chilean Star has developed industries beyond transportation, such as short-distance travel and leisure massages, while also serving as Halen's culinary window with a wealth of seafood specialties. This time, he decided to take advantage of a daytime transfer gap to sample the relatively niche 38-bay roasted porridge in Bayan City. Bayan City, not a tourist destination, was sparsely populated on this working day. Sun Cheng strolled alone along the street. Despite over 60 years of service, keeping his posture erect and gait measured even when wandering, the spiritual entity perched on his right shoulder betrayed his present state of relaxation and joy. The Hylon star system has long topped the most livable star systems rankings. Chilean Star, like its sister worlds in Halen, exudes the distinctive brininess of the ocean. The gentle sea breezes caress passers-by, as if inviting every hurried traveler to linger. "Uncle, the kitty ears on your shoulder are so big, they're really cute," exclaimed a little girl with twin ponytails clutching a bunny doll. The same sleek black hair and classic Eastern features softened the heart of Sun Cheng, who had only recently retired and had yet to wed or start a family. During his fleet days on lonely nights, Sun Cheng often imagined his life after retirement, envisioning a gentle, strong wife and one or two adorable children. He pictured his child as perhaps a mixed little girl with doll-like brown hair or a cool boy with soft golden curls. Yet upon seeing the little girl before him, Sun Cheng resolved to favor a match with predominantly Eastern features, believing that black hair was the most beautiful. Sun Cheng crouched down to let the very short girl get a clearer view of the spiritual entity on his shoulder, gently explaining that isn't a kitten, it's a golden threaded bear, my spiritual entity. Tilting her head as if puzzled by the term spiritual entity, the little girl nodded slowly and asked in a crisp, polite voice, "Uncle, the bear is so cute, may I touch it?" Sun Cheng was momentarily taken aback. If this had been an exchange between adults, such a request would have been considered impolite. A spiritual entity is the physical manifestation of one's spiritual power, much like an external organ. In essence, the little girl's request was no different from asking, "May I touch your little hand?" or "May I feel your lung?" But she was only a child, innocent, naive, sincere, and polite without a trace of malice. Sun Cheng paused for a mere second before a compassionate smile, almost paternal in its kindness, spread across his resolute face. "Then you must be gentle, okay?" The little girl beamed, extending her fair little hand toward the smooth, furry, golden, threaded bear on Sun Cheng's shoulder. A spiritual entity mirrors its owners, while the endearingly goofy golden threaded bear stood upright on Sun Cheng's shoulder, revealing its sleek back and soft belly as it awaited the touch of that small hand. It thought, she is as gentle as the sea breeze on Chilean Star. Meanwhile, Cui Yu, clutching her bunny doll tightly, merrily strolled down the street, having obtained her daily dose of fluffiness. The Hylon star system truly deserved its title as the Federation's most livable, with pleasant weather and people who were both affluent and kind. Clutching the 30-star coins her uncle had given her for candy, Cui Yu, of course, didn't enter the candy shop. Instead, she miserly stuffed the money into her shabby, gray bunny doll, a spatial tool of modest capacity that held nearly all her belongings. With that addition, her cash savings had reached 2,157 star coins. Those meager 2,157 star coins were the result of long-saved effort by a 7-year-old who had few means of earning money. Simply managing to survive was an achievement. The freshly earned 30 star coins were enough for a day's worth of nutritional fluid. On a planet like Chilean Star, where expenses were high, one could even enjoy a bowl of noodles garnished with 2 giant prawns. Cui Yu saw nothing wrong with cocooning in her childlike coquettishness to extract a few coins from adults, especially since her karmic tie with that person was not yet fully settled. She was merely collecting a small advance interest. In her previous life, Cui Yu was a descendant of a celestial master, a reserved little celestial master. Although her parents had planned an ordinary academic and work path focused on leading century-defining developments in artificial intelligence, her innate talent in the mystical arts rendered her a half-step celestial master. Even if she had not mastered fate-defying skills, her self-taught divination was remarkably gifted. The man she had just encountered, with clear features, untainted demeanor, and an upright posture subtly exuding merit, and sharing a faint karmic tie with Cui Yu, was most likely today's customer, a military man. The nights on Chilean Star were bustling. The omnipresent starports imbued the planet with a bold port culture, By day, citizens performed their roles in shipping, and by night, they gathered by the sea feasting and engaging in animated discourse. The entire coastline was filled with the smoky aroma of grilled seafood. Even the typically solitary Sun Chung found himself affected by the ambience, regretting that his hasty schedule left no time to savor a sip of seaside wine. Reluctantly leaving the coastline behind, Sun Chung set off for the final destination of his transit, as indicated on the star net. Highway Cottage. This was the first time Sun Chung, before transferring on Qianlian Star, had casually searched for must-eat foods on Qianlian Star and caught sight of a small advertisement beneath a recommended post. It mentioned that if one happened to visit Baiyun City in Nandi Province to eat the 38-bay roasted porridge, one could also venture to the suburban Highway Cottage, where if lucky, the proprietor, versed in esoteric lore, would reveal secrets of the future. Regrettably, the post did not provide the location of Highway Cottage, only an old, seemingly abandoned email address. While idly passing time on the starship, Sun Chung was struck by a whim and sent a reservation email to that address, only to be surprised by a reply several months later. The reply was terse, a strange address, and an unalterable appointment time. Initially a whim, Sun Chung grew uneasy upon seeing the appointed time. The proprietor had conveniently set it for the very day of his transfer on Qianlian Star, shortly after his ticket purchase. Was it an information leak, or did the proprietor truly possess the power to foresee the future? Uncertain, yet undeterred, Sun Chung decided to see for himself. At the agreed time, he arrived at the address provided. It turned out to be a very peculiar address: Baiyun City, Shabei District, Dawangbai Town, Guabi Road, along Balyade Path, near the second locust tree, the one with the crooked neck. Sun Chung circled the crooked locust tree 3 times and meticulously inspected it, convinced it was merely an ordinary large tree devoid of any hidden mechanisms or spatial devices. Beep! Just as Sun Chung wondered if he were being made a fool of, the email alert sounded in the quiet of the night. Climb the tree. The feeling of being mocked grew stronger. Sun Chung scanned his surroundings warily, finding no hidden eyes lurking in the dark. With only the sound of rustling leaves for company, Sun Chung deliberated and decided to climb the tree as instructed in the email. Having faced countless insectoid foes on the front lines, Sun Chung was not about to be intimidated by a mere mortal's mysterious antics. The golden threaded bear on his shoulder also sensed his owner's resolve and drifted softly beside him, remaining unfocused so as not to hinder his actions. Just as Sun Chung was about to leap, the email alert sounded once more. Climb onto that large knobby tree trunk about 3 meters high. Climbing a mere 3 meters was trivial for Sun Chung, yet the sense of being toyed with left him irked. Ever the good-tempered man, Sun Chung took a deep breath and swiftly scaled to the designated treetop in just a few agile moves. I am coming to pick you up. For this impeccably timed message, Sun Chung, now seasoned by such encounters, even found himself amused, pondering how the other party might come for him. Was it some high-end spatial displacement device beyond his comprehension? A hovering vehicle? Or perhaps a spiritual entity capable of carrying a person? Or perhaps the other party actually lived in the tree? As Sun Chung let his imagination run wild, a shrill noise suddenly pierced the air. All right, first rule out a hovering vehicle. It wouldn't make such a racket. Before Sun Chung could continue his thoughts, just 5 steps away from a dilapidated, cluttered second-floor balcony, a board of unknown material creaked as it protruded. The board extended to the treetop where Sun Chung was, and 2 small hook claws sprung out with a swift snap, gripping the tree trunk tightly. What an unexpectedly niche way to be picked up! Who could have guessed it? In a flash, Sun Chung covered 5 steps and 3 vaulted over the precarious board and landed on a narrow balcony, stirring up choking dust. Was this a deliberate prank against him? Pushing open the half-ajar wooden door, he discovered an entirely different world inside. The term "a hidden world" was apt. The interior exuded an unmistakable aura of mysticism rather than that of an abandoned dumping ground. Against the light sat an old crone draped in a tattered grayish-brown robe with patches, her hunched figure concealed partly by a turban and cloak. She was called an old woman because through a gap in her cloak strands of withered frosty hair could be seen, and the air around her carried the unmistakable scent of decay, belonging to someone whose time was near its end. This frail appearance, lacking vitality, harmonized perfectly with the dilapidated balcony and the time-worn, ailing, crooked locust tree outside the window. This sight soothed the irritation and indignation that had built up from being toyed with along the way, as Sun Chang's imagined image of a cheeky, unruly youth with freckles and saucy lips was entirely displaced by the unhurried figure of the mysterious old lady before him. Reliable, yet enigmatic, the old woman said, "Sit," while pointing to a cushion with her dark, wrinkled, chapped fingers. Sun Chung complied. Even an 80-year-old stalwart could immediately sense that the mystic aura came not only from the old lady, but also from the tattered cloth and cushion. On a low table were arranged a hexagram pattern of multicolored crystals, an ancient turtle shell, a cracked crystal ball emitting intermittent light, behind the old lady accompanied by two peculiar rods, a windless grayish cloth on the wall, and the occasional rustle of an odd potted plant, all attesting to the cottage's mystique. "Welcome to Highway Cottage. You may call me Highway Granny, or simply Granny," she said warmly. Cui Yu did not hear the form of address she had been waiting for, Grandma. For some reason, Sun Cheng's emotional intelligence had suddenly skyrocketed. With impeccable politeness, he addressed her instead as Madame Highway. Sun Cheng did not forget the reason he had come. The night shift starship was still waiting for him. He needed to finish here quickly and rushed to catch it. He went straight to the point, bluntly stating the purpose for which he had made this special appointment. Fortune-telling. Something abstruse and unfathomable, whose underlying reason and logic he could not grasp. "What do you want to divine?" Cui Yu lowered her voice. The deliberately raspy tone coming from a minor girl sounded uncannily like that of a sinister wicked crone. "What am I able to divine for you?" It was not unreasonable for Sun Cheng to ask that. In the interstellar era, fortune-telling was a very niche practice. Perhaps it was a bone-deep human desire to pry into the future that had driven him here, but beneath that vague curiosity, he had no clear idea what exactly he wanted to peer into. Career, family, love, health. Near future, distant future, anything can be divined. But the karmic bond between you and me is about to expire. You only have this one chance. Whatever you wish to divine, for whatever price you choose, you may decide freely. But once you decide, there will be no second chance. Her speech was unhurried, yet for no reason at all, it made Sun Cheng grow nervous and excited. The simple federal citizen Sun Cheng had no idea that what he now faced was an activity that had once been wildly popular on ancient Earth, opening a blind box. A limited, unendingly blind box whose value would be determined by himself. If he paid too much, he might suffer a loss. If he paid too little, he might regret it later. What if this old woman really did have ability? Then what is the usual price range here? When he spoke again, Sun Cheng unconsciously slipped into honorifics. Cui Yu kept her head lowered and did not answer at once. Her persona was that of the venerable Granny Highway, not of the shop girl, Xiao Chui, chirping happy to serve you. Granny Highway remained silent, merely keeping her head down as she fiddled endlessly with the astral plate in her hands. Just as Sun Cheng began to wonder if his question had been too presumptuous, Cui Yu finally lifted her head. Those eyes did not really belong to someone in their twilight years. Her pupils were a deep black, like an abyss that could swallow a person whole. Yet when her gaze flickered, they became limpid and guileless, as if that previous sense of bottomless depth had been nothing but an illusion. A single star coin is enough to divine. A fortune for 1,000,000 star coins can also be done. It all depends on how much you are willing to spend to satisfy your curiosity about the future. It was practically nonsense. Forcing himself to adapt to the discomfort of this unfamiliar environment, Sun Cheng took a deep breath to collect his scattered thoughts. Taking his own finances into account, he finally named the amount he was willing to pay, 1,000 star coins. An amount he felt had some real weight, yet even if he lost it, he would not be beating his chest in anguish. Of course, there was another reason. He did not have much cash on him, and Granny Highway accepted only physical currency. Although the Federation maintained a unified star network, some light-brain devices tended to glitch during interstellar travel, causing temporary issues such as locked personal accounts or unstable connections. To avoid important matters being delayed by a temperamental light brain signal, many interstellar travelers kept some cash on hand. This was also why earlier that day Sun Cheng had been able to pull out 30 star coins in loose change to buy candy for the little girl he had met on the road. After pocketing what amounted to her own month's rent, Cui Yu secretly hid her grin inside the hood of her cloak. Not bad at all. Her eye for people really was accurate. This man might not be obscenely rich, but he certainly was not stingy. When she raised her head again, she had already smoothed the smile from her eyes, presenting an air of calm detachment and gravitas. "Young man, tell Grandma what you wish to have divined." Many years later, after Sun Cheng had become a great farm owner with a loving wife and adorable children, he would still in quiet nights, when he drifted into thought, recall the wondrous encounter he had experienced in that strange little hut. Outside the window, the forest swayed in a misty symphony. Within the room, crystals embedded everywhere suddenly spilled forth blinding radiance. The beast bones hanging on the walls all began to chant in distant resonant tones, while the crystal ball was instantly veined over by web-like cracks. A pair of strange artifacts, one black and one white, erupted with a soul-seizing surge of power. With the clatter of tortoise shells falling to the floor, all the visions vanished without a trace, as though they had been nothing but illusion. This was Granny Highway casting a lot for his destined marriage. Granny Highway said that before long he would find a new enterprise on a vast stretch of land, and there he would encounter the long-awaited woman fated for him. He would raise several generations of children, and in the end he and his beloved would spend a long, tranquil life together in warmth and ease. At the time, still convinced he was destined to wander unrestrained among the myriad stars for most of his life, Sun Chung did not fully believe Granny Haiyue's words. He thought he did not yearn for the kind of life Granny Haiyue described, yet he never expected that every part of it would come true step by step. Fortunately, he was truly happy. If you asked Cui Yu, all of this was nothing more than a bit of trickery dressed up as mysticism. In her previous life, anyone relying on such flashy gimmicks would have been dismissed as a street charlatan. Serious practitioners of the arts would never stoop to this. But in this life, she neither had an immortal-like bearing nor any family or sect to vouch for her. Without such little flourishes, there was simply no way to win a client's trust. Even so, these little tricks did not attract many customers. There was no helping it. On Qianlian Star, she was still a black market resident without legal status. She had let herself be taken from a garbage star by human traffickers to Qianlian Star and then escaped. She had transmigrated into the body of an orphan on a garbage star so poor that she rattled when she walked, utterly unable to afford a starship ticket. The idea of reaching the capital star several star systems away was pure fantasy. After racking her brains and drifting about for half a year, she finally made it to Qianlian Star, only to discover that her previous methods of smuggling no longer worked here. Qianlian Star was easy to enter but hard to leave. Starships bound for the capital star system were especially strict. Smuggling aboard was out of the question. Even traveling through official channels required more procedures and security checks than elsewhere, leaving Cui Yu with no room to employ her crooked little tricks. By rights, the Federation's orphan placement regulations were already highly developed. As soon as Cui Yu found the federal police, she would immediately be placed in the nearest orphanage with food, clothing, shelter, and daily life, all taken care of. But there was one problem. Here there were 12 years of compulsory education, from age 6 to 18. Cui Yu had no desire to start all over again, especially not alongside a bunch of toddlers. More importantly, she could not afford the delay. She had promised someone she would deliver an item to the capital star. The item was far too special. Sooner was unquestionably better than later. She not only had to find a way to earn a little money, but also had to evade the Federation's compulsory placement. To avoid being caught by the police, shipped off to an orphanage and marched straight into elementary school, Cui Yu turned off the positioning function of her light brain and refused to use it for payments on Qianlian Star. Fortunately, cash payments were still very common here. Living in hiding this way, she truly did manage to remain undisturbed for a while. The shaky business of Haiyue's little hut barely supported Cui Yu's furtive existence as an undocumented resident. All she hoped for was to reach the age of 16 as quickly as possible, the age at which she would be allowed to purchase interstellar transportation without a guardian's consent, buy a ticket to the capital star, and set off. Yet Cui Yu's plan to reach 16 by half was cut short midway. Just 1 month before her 8th birthday, her light brain popped up an extremely ill-timed alert. User is about to reach 8 years of age. Please proceed within 1 month to the Spiritual Body Awakening Center for an awakening test, or an automatic report will be filed. Cui Yu was dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? What was a Spiritual Body Awakening Center? In the Hylon Star system's Spiritual Body Awakening Centers were located on the top floor of each city's municipal building. Information every Hylon citizen was supposed to know. Cui Yu, however, had absolutely no idea. She came from a garbage star that had no such institution, and for reasons unknown, the people who had raised her had never spoken of what the world beyond that garbage star was like. Garbage stars, also called retreat stars, referred to planets whose resources were exhausted, where the cost of restoring ecological function and resource regeneration far exceeded any potential return. The Federation recommended that residents of retreat stars emigrate to other planets, offering a one-time resettlement subsidy and placement opportunity that would not remain valid indefinitely. At the same time, many federal welfare programs and public facilities would be withdrawn, leaving only a few government agencies and security organizations to maintain social order and help the Federation make reasonable use of the planet's remaining value. Spiritual Body Awakening Centers were among the institutions to be withdrawn. By the time Cui Yu arrived in this body, her CT-124 planet had long since become a garbage star. She had no idea that spiritual bodies in the Federation were awakened under official supervision, with specialized service institutions dedicated to the task. Her reliance on cash rather than light brain payments had not in fact allowed her to slip under the radar. It was simply that the Federation generally did not infringe upon citizens' privacy. Even though Cui Yu appeared on Qianlian Star without any cross-border records, unless she became entangled in a case and was investigated by the police or military, no one would pay undue attention to her act of smuggling herself in. In fact, from the moment she landed on Qianlian Star, her light brain had automatically updated her location and naturally also pushed local municipal information related to Qianlian Star. She was thoroughly doomed. Either she could walk into the trap herself or wait for the police to come knocking. Cui Yu did not dare even consider throwing away her light brain. In this era, the device was a combination of identity card and mobile terminal, Without it, one could scarcely move a single step. Replacing a light brain involved strict identity verification procedures. Chilean Star was not like a garbage star where you could casually make something up and bribe a household registrar to get things done. Why hadn't she transmigrated into an adult? Cui Yu's thoughts were in complete disarray, but she could only obediently walk into the snare. This was the first time she had ever approached the Baiyun City Municipal Center. Perhaps because she felt guilty as an undocumented resident, Cui Yu had always avoided going near orphanages, police stations, schools, or government agencies. Taking a public airboat to the municipal center this time, she discovered that Baiyun City did not only have a long coastline, a retro harbor, and quaint villages, each with their own quirks, but also soaring skyscrapers that pierced the clouds, reflecting a harsh metallic sheen. The Baiyun City Municipal Center was a campus composed of three main buildings. The central building, the Citizens' House, had an iridescent silver-blue facade, with mother-of-pearl luster built from rare shells harvested along the Baiyun coast. It looked both noble and dreamlike. The two government office towers beside it were slightly shorter. For cost reasons, they could not match the Citizens' House's distinctive exterior, but their silvery gray metallic sheen still conveyed a steady, imposing presence. As the tallest building in the city, the dreamlike, opulent Citizens' House embodied the government's principle that the welfare of citizens stands above all and echoed Baiyun City's reputation as a city in the clouds. The two office towers were not open for casual entry, but the Citizens' House was accessible by appointment to all Baiyun residents. Whether long-term or temporary, everyone could enjoy the corresponding services within. After turning location services back on, Cui Yu successfully booked a slot at the Spiritual Body Awakening Center for the very day of her deadline. The auto-pinned alert also updated itself to read, "Please proceed on time to the Baiyun City Spiritual Body Awakening Center for your awakening test." Standing before the towering Citizens' House, the 1-meter-20 little girl stared solemnly at the dazzling mother-of-pearl facade. This was no beautiful, dreamlike Citizens' House at all. It was the end of her freedom. Dragging her feet in great reluctance, Cui Yu's plan was to delay as long as she could. People constantly came and went inside the Citizens' House. Dawdling her way up to the top floor slowly would not technically count as breaking any rules. Unfortunately, heaven did not comply with her wishes, as she had underestimated the enthusiasm of Baiyun's public servants. Aside from Chilean Star's unified transportation industry, Baiyun City's mainstay was small-scale fisheries, a trade that was not particularly lucrative. As a result, Baiyun's economic development and level of technological advancement were considered backward by Chilean standards. At the same time, the city's wealth gap was relatively small, and there were fewer truly wealthy elites. The social atmosphere was harmonious, and people cared deeply about the next generation. When an adorable little girl with twin ponytails scanned her appointment code and entered the building alone, she immediately drew the attention of staff members from several directions. In the end, it was Deputy Reception Director Dongfang Yunyun who hurried over first, causing the other section-level cadres to reluctantly pull back their steps. "Little sister, why did you come here all by yourself? Are you here to take care of something? How about letting big sister help you with it?" Dongfang Yunyun wore the classic expression of someone coaxing a child, her smile stretching to her ears and her eyes curved into crescent moons. After several years of playing the part of a bratty kid, Cui Yu's technique had already reached perfection, as she could act more like a child than real children did. Dongfang Yunyun saw the delicate, adorable child in front of her shrink her neck timidly. The girl's somewhat pale lips were unconsciously bitten into a touch of color, and then, as though finally mustering her courage, Cui Yu's pair of bright, lively eyes crashed straight into Dongfang Yunyun's gaze. "The light brain reported me and made me come here." Speaking in vague fragments, Cui Yu pushed the government-issued free light brain toward Dongfang Yunyun, her whole expression that of someone thoroughly bullied by her own device. Naturally, Dongfang Yunyun noticed the urgent red characters pinned at the top of the interface. With practiced ease, she used her own work light brain to scan Cui Yu's free decade-old model, and the smile on her face slowly grew more serious. "Little sister, something's not quite right with this information of yours. Name Cui Yu. Gender female. Blood type A beta 3. Date of birth galactic year 1300, July 23rd. Place of birth CT-124 star, formerly Frost Deer, star Northwest, District Zone 9. Registered residence CT-124 star, formerly Frost Deer, star Northwest, District Zone 9. Mental ability level unregistered. Spirit entity name unregistered. Legal guardian none. She doesn't have a guardian. And there are no adoption records or welfare registrations. CT-124 star. How did she get to Chilean Star 3-star systems away? When did she come to live in Baiyun City? We know nothing about her. How is grassroots work even done? As Dongfang Yunyun discussed with her subordinates, she did not lower her voice around Cui Yu. Although Cui Yu heard every word clearly, she gazed back with big round eyes, looking innocently bewildered. What a pitiful child. Dongfang Yunyun and her subordinates felt their hearts soften in unison. Yet despite their sympathy, the child's sudden appearance was indeed strange, and they could not afford to overlook the issues that needed addressing. Dongfang Yunyun crouched down and gently patted Cui Yu's little head. "Little sister, would you like to go upstairs with your sister for a spirit entity awakening test?" Cui Yu looked at her in confusion. Does everyone have a sister to accompany them for the test? Dongfang Yunyun smiled warmly. Yes, sisters will accompany the little ones during the tests. Cui Yu nodded, pretending to be mature, and sincerely commented, "It seems that taking the test is a good thing." Dongfang Yunyun felt a pang of reluctance. Why was taking the test good? Because someone is there to accompany you. But why is it good to have someone there? Because usually one is all alone. She couldn't help but recall the red warning she had just seen. This warning, an official announcement from the government system, was intended to protect children's rights, prompting every eligible child to undergo official testing. The testing was for spirit entity awakening, but representatives from the Child Rights Protection Association would also be present to assess the child's physical condition and mental health. If standards were not met, guardians would face penalties, even losing custody. In such a vast federation, there were all sorts of oddities. Besides parents who disregarded their children, there were those who, after their child's death, refused to close accounts to illegally obtain child welfare benefits. In Dongfang Yunyun's view, any punishment meted out to such individuals was not excessive. Dongfang Yunyun always believed that the stark red letters paired with an official tone were sufficiently intimidating, a powerful display of the government's authority. Yet she had never imagined that a lonely child would face such cold, unfeeling words. How frightening and helpless that must be. This child is an orphan. How could she not be literate? If she couldn't read, she certainly wouldn't approach this place so cautiously and timidly. Holding Cui Yu's soft little hand, Dongfang Yunyun gently led her upstairs, explaining the layout and functions of the Citizens Center, along the way hoping to help Cui Yu relax. Cui Yu found it quite pleasant. She had only been in this place for a mere 3 years, much of which had been spent in the slums of a garbage star. After arriving at Qianlian Star, she had remained isolated in her village, knowing very little about the Federation. Although her orphan status could cover for that, it was reassuring to have some understanding. The Citizens Center had direct elevators and scenic belt elevators, and Dongfang Yunyun took Cui Yu up layer by layer via the scenic elevator. At 50 years old, Dongfang Yunyun was still considered young given the average lifespan of 300, but it had been far too long since her own childhood, so she endeavored to explain things in a way that was clear and simple. Fortunately, as the deputy director of the reception, she had a good grasp of the operations on each floor, ensuring she wouldn't embarrass herself in front of the child. Cui Yu was very much at ease, enjoying the sights while listening. She wondered if the decoration standards of the Citizens Center would be included in the municipal government's performance assessments, for in Cui Yu's eyes this place hardly resembled a government office. Instead, it felt like a quirky exhibition hall curated by a group of individuals with taste. The 4th floor housed the data monitoring center, filled with light screens and projections. The staff wore visual glasses and white lab coats, their uniforms reflecting wisdom in the colorful digital streams, creating a distinctly cyberpunk atmosphere. The workers at the giant computers were engrossed in their tasks, their hands constantly making gestures, making the place resemble an internet cafe. The 7th floor was the Interstellar Cultural Library, where the data storage devices were designed to resemble hardcover books. The scent of wooden incense infused this floor, creating a nostalgic ambience, making citizens feel as though they were truly flipping through physical books. The 17th floor was the Interstellar Travel Consultation Office, where the ceiling and walls displayed an ever-changing infinite universe, crafting an illusion of walking through space. The floor, however, was plain marble tiles, reportedly to prevent dizziness. Most astonishing was the 19th floor's Citizen Confidence Supplement Center, which resembled a small museum. The professional lighting made the items in the display cabinets appear more refined, such as the dazzling top-quality shells produced in Baiyun City, the top 10 livable city medal awarded to Baiyun City over 100 years ago, and the list of notable contributors to the city. As they passed the registration center on the 27th floor, Dongfang Yunyun casually remarked, "Little Cui Yu, you should know what a household registration is, right?" "Cui Yu, should I know?" "I don't know," Cui Yu replied emphatically. Dongfang Yunyun was momentarily taken aback, but decided not to blame Cui Yu, patiently explaining what household registration was. Noticing Cui Yu nodding confidently, Dongfang Yunyun continued to ask, "Then little Cui Yu, do you know where your household registration is?" Cui Yu replied loudly, "Right here. Otherwise it wouldn't be here." Dongfang Yunyun took a deep breath, feeling that her choice not to have children after 10 years of marriage was extraordinarily correct. "See, this is your identification information card. It states that your household registration is in Zone 9 Northwest District, CT 124 star." Cui Yu nodded. "Sister is right. Little Cui Yu, can you tell me if this is Zone 9 Northwest District CT 124 star? Dongfang Yunyun, a graduate of a normal university, gently guided. Cui Yu answered matter-of-factly, of course. Dongfang Yunyun, hearing this completely incorrect response, could not help but straighten up and look out the floor-to-ceiling window. The 27th floor wasn't very high, but with her excellent eyesight, Dongfang Yunyun could clearly see the playground of the preparatory academy not far away. Some younger children were running about, all dressed in yellow sports tops and green shorts resembling a rolling mass of pineapples. This was the best public preparatory academy in Baiyun City, and also the reason Dongfang Yunyun had yet to choose to have children. Her position and social contribution points were insufficient to secure a spot for her child here. Once Cui Yu's orphan status was confirmed and her potential societal risk assessed, she would be sent to a public school in Baiyun City. Dongfang Yunyun had not given up on her inquiry into Cui Yu. Cui Yu, seemingly unaware of the excessive questioning, answered every question posed to her. Where are your parents? I don't have parents. Then how did you grow up? I haven't grown up. My brother said I still have a long way to go before I grow up. Who is your brother? My brother is just my brother. Where is your brother? He died. Do you remember how you arrived at Qianlian Star? What is Qianlian Star? It's where you took a starship for a long time before arriving at Qianlian Star. I've never taken a starship. I don't have that much money. Then how did you realize you weren't at home? When I woke up, I couldn't find my room. And there were bad people who wouldn't give me food, but it's okay, I ran away. There are delicious nutrient liquids here, even better than before, just a bit expensive. With Cui Yu's deliberate cooperation, Dongfang Yunyun quickly pieced together a reasonable truth. This was a child without parents, as she had lived in the slums with her brother for as long as she could remember. One day her brother went out and never returned, as she heard he had died. Not long after, she encountered human traffickers who drugged her and brought her from CT 124 star to Qianlian Star. However, during her passage through Baiyun City, she successfully escaped and had been using the cash her brother left behind to buy nutrient liquids to survive. But she did not know when her brother had died or how long she had been in Baiyun City. All of this was quite understandable, as the Federation did not maintain the diurnal regulation devices on retreat stars. The concept of time was entirely different for those from retreat stars compared to those from regular planets. It was inevitable that a child born on a retreat star would lack many common knowledge. Fortunately, she knew to buy nutrient liquids and understood the exchange of money for shelter. Dongfang Yunyun easily believed Cui Yu's account and her own logical deductions. As Dongfang Yunyun spoke, lest the shadows of trees outside became increasingly sparse from the lush greenery filling the window to the thinning fragmented tree crowns until she could see further and further away. When Cui Yu realized she could see the distant coastline through the window, they arrived at the Spirit Entity Awakening Center on the top floor. It was packed with people. Every citizen born on a regular planet in the Federation undergoes at least one mental ability test every year from birth until adulthood. Mental ability tests can be conducted in many places. If there are changes, one can simply retake the test at the municipal center to update their registered level. People's mental abilities are categorized from A to F, with only a few exceptionally gifted individuals reaching S level. Progressing beyond S level is extremely difficult, with the strongest recorded mental ability in Federation history being 3S. However, geniuses are rare, and most people's mental abilities fall between D and F, where awakening a spirit entity is impossible. Only about 30% can achieve C level or above, and C level is the minimum threshold for awakening a spirit entity. Mental ability is not static, it can be upgraded through training, but such upgrades are limited. Generally, reaching C level and above is the upper limit, while it is less challenging to progress from below C level. In the records every year, there are only a handful of E-level mental ability holders who manage to break through to C level and successfully awaken their spirit entities through persistent effort. The Awakening Center plays a crucial role. On one hand, it assists citizens at C level and above who have yet to awaken, and on the other, it provides comprehensive potential assessments for children below C level and offers guidance for those with upgrade potential. The awakening of a spirit entity can be considered a significant milestone in a person's life, second only to birth. Most families place great importance on their children's big day, often arriving in large groups. With an average age of over 300 among interstellar citizens, while most do not have children until they are over 100, there are still families that marry and have children early. Thus, it is not uncommon for multiple generations to gather, sometimes accompanied by a large number of adults for a single child, though the regulations limit the number of accompanying persons to 10. Still, it doesn't prevent other relatives from scheduling appointments for services on different floors and then gathering at the entrance to accompany the tests. A bustling crowd surrounded the scattered testing points, leaving Cui Yu feeling somewhat solitary, with only Dongfang Yunyun by her side. But a lively atmosphere would not remain quiet for long. A level, a spirit entity treasure mouse. Our duo is a level. She awakened the super rare and adorable treasure mouse. Duo is amazing. That's fantastic, it's a treasure mouse. Wow, hurrah. Duo is so impressive. In the center, the awakening pod slowly opened, and through the layers of the crowd, Cui Yu caught sight of a golden-haired boy sweating profusely. When Cui Yu detected a level of mental power, she was still holding onto a piece of cake that had been generously shared by the family of the golden-haired boy. What she had received was a pale green pastry. Oval-shaped, it bore a shimmering shellfish pattern, and when brought closer, one could smell the sweetness and hint of seafood through the transparent sealed oil paper. Not because the oil paper was of poor quality, but because advanced mental power users could enhance their 5 senses using their abilities. This green pastry had just been placed among a multitude of vividly colored treats in a lavish satin gift box, occupying a significant space in the lower left corner, all on its own. Such ample space, without any apparent reason, underscored its considerable value. The family had casually produced dozens of these valuable boxes, eagerly distributing the pastries to the onlookers who had witnessed their young ones successfully awaken, and since they had prepared more than enough, the children, who excitedly approached to ask for more, ended up with more than one piece each. The overly excited expressions of the children and the slight awkwardness that surfaced on their accompanying parents' faces made Cui Yu realize that these pastries might be even more precious than she had imagined. It also made her understand that the value of a level might be more extraordinary than she had thought. As she was testing her mental power, Cui Yu focused intently on the pointer indicating a. Although it seemed not too difficult to reach as she gradually approached that threshold, she felt a hint of strain. Perhaps she was indeed a rare level, or maybe she could only attain a. Regardless, she could not afford to reveal anything extraordinary while her identity was shrouded in suspicion. At most, she could only be a. When the beam of light reached Cui Yu swiftly withdrew her mental power. For someone like Cui Yu, who had not systematically learned to utilize mental power, abruptly pulling it back felt akin to being abruptly severed from a strong emotion, leaving her mind blank and immediately bombarded by a cacophony, as if 1,000 monks were ringing bells in her head. Her expression of pain was genuine, akin to pushing her mental power too forcefully. Dongfang Yunyun assumed that Cui Yu had never undergone such testing before and thus did not understand the techniques involved. She quickly supported her and gently chided, "Cui Yu, take it easy. Going slowly won't affect the result." However, before she could finish her sentence, another voice chimed in. "Cui Yu, you are a. Congratulations." Dongfang Yunyun found it hard to believe. A-levels were quite rare, accounting for less than 1.5% of the total population, and that percentage was not evenly distributed. It was concentrated in the capital star system's major planetary cities and chaotic planets, filled with opportunities and challenges. Due to genetic factors influencing mental power, Baiyun City, a somewhat dull third-tier city, only produced a double-digit number of A-levels each year, with rare occasions reaching triple digits prominently featured in government annual reports. A was even more exceptional, and as for S, the last local level detected in Qianlian Star had been 7 years ago, shortly after which that child's family relocated to the capital star system. Before the test, Dongfang Yunyun had silently wished for this unfortunate child, named Cui Yu, to achieve a decent result, ideally a C, so that she could receive more subsidies and benefits upon awakening her spiritual entity. But she had not anticipated an A. Born in a retreating star, without parents, lacking education, and having encountered human traffickers, fate had dealt this child a bad hand. Yet, through sheer coincidence, she had arrived here and was about to embrace a new life. Then began a new round of ostentation. Clumsily guided by Dongfang Yunyun into the awakening pod, Cui Yu realized she had misjudged the golden-haired boy she had seen earlier. What soaked his soft, vibrant golden hair was not the sweat pouring down from overexertion, but rather a transparent coupling fluid of unknown material. It was clear and flowed easily, yet it possessed an overly pronounced viscosity, making it somewhat difficult to breathe as it came into contact with her skin. She wondered if the awakening center had somewhere to wash one's hair. Her rented place charged exorbitantly for hot water, and her shampoo had run out. Seeing the clear disdain on Cui Yu's face, Dongfang Yunyun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the little kid, yet she squatted down to explain, "This is a specially formulated mental condensation liquid, healthy and harmless. Many people soak in it to nourish their mental power. It isn't cheap, considered your federal citizen benefit. I won't bathe in it." Cui Yu found the substance revolting. Its crystal-like viscous texture reminded her of the saliva of some large reptile, and it emitted an unpleasant odor reminiscent of damp clothes left to dry in humid weather. Any child would undoubtedly refuse to immerse themselves in it. She was merely a sheltered little girl from a retreating star, and certainly had to voice her strong objections. From Dongfang Yunyun's perspective, she could see the petite and frail girl stiffening her neck defiantly, appearing elongated and distorted, while not a single strand of her dark hair was tainted by the mental condensation liquid. Lie down, dear. Everyone needs to soak in the mental condensation liquid for awakening. After we finish, I'll take you to wash up. Dongfang Yunyun gently coaxed. Will I drown? Cui Yu didn't need to feign resistance. She genuinely felt as if she couldn't breathe. The wretched smell of the liquid had likely already permeated her. Dongfang Yunyun looked at her incredulously. How could you think that? Your head will rest on the support, and your nose won't even touch the condensation liquid. Head support? What head support? In the next moment, both Cui Yu and Dongfang Yunyun looked down at Cui Yu's feet. Oh no, she was lying the wrong way. Dongfang Yunyun touched her nose, feeling slightly embarrassed. These engineers, lacking any aesthetic sense, had insisted on making the awakening pod symmetrically oval, without any directional indicators on the outside. She was certain that she was not the only one who had made this mistake. The head support resembled an octopus-like soul catcher, with 8 long transparent tentacles that glimmered faintly with silver at the tips. Cui Yu gingerly placed her head on the support. It wasn't sharp as she had imagined, but rather felt comfortable. Was this a massager? As the pod door closed, Cui Yu could see the figures outside, and the ceiling above through the semi-transparent door, yet despite her eyes perceiving this, a voice deep within her mind insisted that this place and the outside world were 2 entirely different realms. It felt as if she were in her mother's womb. Cui Yu felt an overwhelming sense of safety, slipping into a half-dream state. The awakening liquid in close contact with her tirelessly emitted energy waves, stimulating Cui Yu's mental power to respond, while the turbulent waves of her mental world grew calm at the level of consciousness. In a realm unseen by the naked eye, countless white light points in the awakening pod aligned with precision, launching a steady assault towards Cui Yu's body. The moment the white light points touched her, they vanished, yet more and more followed suit, until black and white light points began to emerge from her, as well, causing the white light points to slow their charge. As the number of light points on Cui Yu increased, suddenly all the light points disappeared. With a splash, the water noise erupted, the pod door opened automatically, and a startled Cui Yu met the gaze of a pair of floating judge pens. 2 years ago they had appeared by her side. Although she was unsure how to use them, her brother had told her not to worry, treating them as mere companions. Had they accidentally surfaced after soaking in the water? Awakening from her half-dream state, the pungent smell of the water struck her with renewed intensity, prompting Cui Yu to gag involuntarily. At her reaction, the black-silver judge pen trembled in disbelief, while the platinum pen flew in front of Cui Yu, pressing against her face in a pitiful manner. Though her face had not come into contact with the awakening liquid, Cui Yu felt that little white must have picked up a smell as well. It would surely bring that odor into her mental domain. Thus, she couldn't suppress another gag. Dongfang Yunyun frowned. These 2 peculiar sticks were indeed somewhat niche and not very appealing, yet if Cui Yu herself found her spiritual entity disgusting, her future learning and development would undoubtedly face numerous obstacles. This wouldn't do, as she had to cultivate this child's fondness for her spiritual entity, or else all that high-level mental power would be wasted. Supporting Cui Yu up, Dongfang Yunyun smiled radiantly, hinting, "Little Cui Yu, congratulations on successfully awakening your spiritual entity. What an adorable pair of spiritual entities. Truly rare and powerful." Glancing at the information displayed on the screen beside the awakening pod, Dongfang Yunyun fell silent. "Congratulations on successful awakening. Please verify your information. Name Cui Yu. Mental power level A. Spiritual entity level A. Spiritual entity type non-biological. Spiritual entity attribute not detected. Development direction suggestion none. Further testing advised. Congratulations again, awakening youth from Baiyun City." The Awakening Systems database was connected throughout the Federation, and all previously encountered or similar spiritual entities would be retrieved. By now, truly new spiritual entities were a rarity. Typically, even newly emerged spiritual entities could find corresponding or similar entities in reality. For instance, the federal leader Yen Shufeng had a spiritual entity known as the Slevel Polar Ice Phoenix, which possessed formidable ice-type attacks, and it was also the first recorded polar ice phoenix in the Federation, a mythical variant of the phoenix. Similarly, the third prince of a neighboring empire had a spiritual entity that did not inherit the oceanic fish traits of the imperial lineage, but had mutated into a mermaid. The first spiritual entity in the entire universe with a human face, although that little mermaid kept her eyes closed, only revealing a silhouette that bore a striking resemblance to the third prince. While the mermaid spiritual entity was unprecedented, mermaids were not. The Azure Blue Star system hosted a planet inhabited by many mermaids, and there were several mermaid-dominated planets within the empire, allowing the identification system to match results based on the database. However, the two entities that Cui Yu awakened were rather peculiar, as their nature was hard to discern. Moreover, because their category could not even be determined, it was difficult to ascertain their level. Yet, generally speaking, a spiritual entity's level did not exceed that of its mental power, which was why the system had appended a question mark to the result. As for the attribute, it was typically judged based on the energy waves emitted. The awakening pods equipped at municipal centers were outfitted with detection functions for 18 common attributes covering nearly all spiritual entity attributes, but Cui Yu was evidently an exception. After all, the only person who recognized the judge pen was Cui Yu herself, and she didn't even know what attribute it belonged to. Death attribute. Based on its metallic properties, neither of these had been detected. Perhaps it was a rare attribute that ordinary instruments could not measure. Though Dongfang Yunyun held a vice-section chief position, she hailed from a prominent family. While she had long distanced herself from the family, she was aware of some cutting-edge information that ordinary people did not know, such as the fact that the types of spiritual entities were influenced not only by genetic and environmental factors, but also by individual cognition. In other words, intention had an impact on the formation of spiritual entities, yet this information would not be disclosed to the public until it was confirmed to be harmless. This was also to protect children's rights. If others could not identify the spiritual entity, then its owner likely would. Dongfang Yunyun attempted to encourage Cui Yu to voluntarily reveal what it was. This is a nunchaku, Cui Yu declared with certainty. After re-examination, the probability of this spiritual entity being a nunchaku is 0. The data system responded decisively. This is a brush set. Cui Yu refused to give up. After re-examination, this spiritual entity does not conform to the characteristics of a brush. It also does not match the traits of a fountain pen or any other writing instrument. The data system interjected without room for debate. Indeed, the judge pen was a magical tool resembling a book, yet it could not be casually flipped through, nor could one write within it. No one would truly mistake it for a book or notebook. Cui Yu, I suddenly suggest you consider attending a military academy. Dongfang Yunyun blurted out. Eastern Yunyun believed that attending a military academy was an excellent choice for Cui Yu. The educational standards in Baiyun City were not particularly high, apart from a few prestigious schools that were nearly impossible to enter. The rest were mediocre, especially in the training of mental abilities. This was why many children with high mental capabilities were often taken to other cities by their parents. Although Cui Yu was rated A, her newly awakened mental form meant that no one knew how to train or enhance it. While A seemed only a step away from S-level, the gap separated a genius from an exceptionally talented, ordinary person. S-level individuals were rare, but A was much more common. Even if major powers or prominent families sought to recruit Cui Yu, they would not invest significant resources in her. It was impossible for them to conduct specialized research to develop her unique mental form. Meanwhile, the distinctiveness of Cui Yu's mental form could potentially pose dangers as well. Military academies differed from ordinary schools in that they offered a more comprehensive guarantee of student safety and emphasized the exploration of mental abilities. In regular schools, the development of mental forms was not a priority, so no special considerations were given. For instance, the elementary school downstairs would not accept Cui Yu simply because of her exceptional mental power. However, the Qianliangsing Preparatory Military Academy, located in the distant city of Liani, would provide her with favorable admission policies. The only downside was that attending a military academy would preclude her from being adopted by an ordinary family. Such a fortunate opportunity. Upon hearing this, Cui Yu felt that she absolutely had to enroll in the military academy. We can think more about the military academy later. For now, you can name your mental form. After naming it, she would also have to take her for a wash. Indeed, a newly emerged unique mental form could be named by its host. For example, the polar ice phoenix of the leader and the fiery rampaging elephant of the military marshal were both names they had chosen in their childhood. So can I call it nunchaku? Cui Yu asked, her face filled with disappointment. That's not allowed, the data system replied coldly. Cui Yu certainly wouldn't mention that these were the judge's pens. If they were merely 2 pens, she could have shamelessly claimed they were the judge's pens for personal gain. But since they genuinely seemed to be, she absolutely could not say that, even though the mental form database didn't have an entry for judges' pens. Oh, what if someone knew about them? Such matters involving supernatural powers could arouse curiosity, and if someone were to capture her for research, she might not be able to escape. In her previous life, when she was in elementary school, her grandmother, who was a book-loving matriarch with a penchant for dramatic storytelling, would often read classic novels to her as bedtime stories to quickly lull her to sleep while she stayed up late reading novels herself. At that time, the young Cui Yu was eager to learn and show off, recounting the tales of the classics she had heard to her classmates, only to be mocked for telling the stories incorrectly as they deviated from the printed versions. That story was Dream of the Red Chamber. The version her grandmother recounted was not the printed one, it was the version she had seen in her youth. The renowned celestial master had resolved water issues for a secluded family's ancestral grave, and one of the rewards given was the opportunity to read the complete manuscript of Dream of the Red Chamber, penned by the esteemed author Chow. If her grandmother had seen even the manuscript of Dream of the Red Chamber, it was not impossible that someone among the hundreds of planets in the Federation held information about the judge's pens. Although Cui Yu lacked extensive knowledge about the Federation, she knew that the home planet abandoned by interstellar people thousands of years ago was called Earth. Cui Yu scrutinized the judge's pens she had been observing for over 700 days and nights. One was black and silver while the other was white and gold, their patterns were identical. One was understated and reserved while the other was flamboyant and luxurious, yet both appeared expensive. Unfortunately, gold and silver were not considered precious metals in the interstellar realm, and the gold and silver of mental forms could not be extracted for monetary gain. Cui Yu thought of that little golden-haired, treasure-seeking mouse that had just awakened. With its golden curls and a small head adorned with big ears, the pudgy mouse wore a vest of colorful gemstones and had a keen sense for treasures. It was said that those who awakened the treasure-seeking mouse mental form enjoyed good fortune throughout their lives. From appearance to name to talent, everything about it elicited envy and a desire to possess it. Let's call it the fortune pen, Cui Yu said, inspired by the treasure-seeking mouse attempting to claim a new function. Registration successful. Federation Citizen Cui Yu ID number 1816956666250 has awakened a new mental form. Fortune pen echoed the emotionless mechanical voice of the system, utterly indifferent. Eastern Union observed Cui Yu with the judge's pens before her. It was evident that these two sticks had little to do with fortune, yet Cui Yu was clearly in need of money. An orphan from a retreat star would certainly find it strange not to need money. Having registered the awakening of her mental form, the process was far from over, it was merely the beginning. If awakening a mental form and registering it with the Federation government was Cui Yu's task, then ensuring her well-being was Eastern Union's responsibility. Eastern Union held the position of Deputy Director of the Reception Office, though it was merely a transitional role. Every government employee aspiring to be promoted to a department-level official must serve at the citizen's home for at least 10 years and undergo training in 2 or more positions. Before her appointment as Deputy Director, Eastern Union had served as the head of the Household Registration Department in the Civil Affairs Bureau for 7 years. She was intimately familiar with the regulations governing orphans. Unaccompanied minors from retreat stars flowing into ordinary stars were to be registered and sheltered on site. For underage students with awakened mental forms attending military academies, the first guardian would be the military academy. No new non-military or governmental guardians could be added if there were no other guardians, and any newly added military or governmental guardians would have financial support obligations. Upon reaching adulthood, the relationships would be automatically dissolved and household registrations separated with no future obligations for support. This was a protective measure. This measure could prevent opportunists from adopting orphans with awakened mental forms. For orphans, attending military academies and accumulating military achievements after graduation was the most promising means of social advancement. It was also beneficial for the orphan's adoptive parents. Thus, an orphan attending a military academy who awakened a mental form could no longer be adopted by ordinary families. The Federation could not regulate every household's parenting practices, but the Federation also respected every child's need for family, which is why a loophole was left. If both spouses were military personnel or government employees, they could adopt military students with mental forms. The adoptive parents only needed to provide financial support and companionship during holidays. This family life would be supervised by the military and government, requiring monthly reports. Furthermore, if the adoptive parents performed well, they would receive favorable consideration for promotions. However, the ultimate choice regarding the relationship rested with the child. The automatically dissolved relationship did not preclude the possibility of continuing as a family. If a deep bond was formed over the years, the option to re-establish the parent-child relationship would be available within 10 years after adulthood. Of course, to close the loophole of adopting before attending military academies, the Federation stipulated that orphans with awakened mental forms once adopted could not enter preparatory military academies. If they genuinely wished to join the military, they could take the Federation's unified examination to enter non-combat majors in university. Cui Yu had already awakened her mental form. If she chose to attend a military academy, she could not be adopted by an ordinary family. Being adopted by a military or governmental family was not necessarily a good thing. Legal financial obligations would not impose a significant economic burden on military or governmental families, and the allure of promotion could lead to insincere and transient familial relationships with a needy child. This would undoubtedly harm the child, even if the child might not realize it. Eastern Yunyun had grown up in a happy and affluent family, and her husband was a military academy orphan who had once been nominally adopted by a military family. She was well aware of the depths of such adoptions. On the way to the communal bathhouse, she patiently explained various routes to Cui Yu. There were essentially two choices, since she had already been discovered. Registration and compulsory education were civic duties for Cui Yu. However, the distinction between attending an ordinary school and a military academy was still very noticeable. Attending an ordinary school meant living in an orphanage waiting for adoption or adulthood. While she wouldn't lack for food and clothing, there would be no extra money. The orphanage wouldn't provide pocket money, nor would it allow her to work. She would also attend a school near the orphanage whose educational resources were average, and her future would depend entirely on her academic performance. Thus, Cui Yu would lead an ordinary life as an interstellar human. Conversely, going to a military academy meant facing the reality of having no parents or only nominal guardians seeking her identity. The advantage was that she could earn an income through tasks, and with her level mental power, her future prospects were promising. However, it was also indisputable that attending a military academy would be more challenging. The contrast between the two paths was stark. To prevent Cui Yu from being blinded by the seemingly bright future of military academy life, Eastern Yunyun emphasized the consequences of being adopted by an unsuitable military family. Although adoption was voluntary, it was hard for orphans to refuse. Most orphans lacked money, and the additional financial support offered by military families was an important resource. Such adoptions based on mutual benefit without the foundation of daily interaction inevitably lacked genuine affection. Cui Yu understood. She could no longer remain an unregistered citizen. To secure funds, her best option was to attend the military academy and be adopted. After all, she truly needed money. Without it, she couldn't enjoy good food, buy beautiful clothes, or even play games on the free neural interface provided by the Federation. However, not all adoptive parents were kind. She wasn't afraid of bad people, but she feared troublesome situations. So, would you like to adopt me, sister? She chose to take the initiative when the opportunity arose. Eastern Yunyun was taken aback. How had her work suddenly shifted to family matters? Cui Yu tilted her head and asked more directly, "Sister, would you be willing to be my mother?" "I don't need a lot of money. Sister, you're a good person." Eastern Yunyun continued to be stunned. This was a situation she had never imagined. At 50 years old, she was relatively young. According to interstellar customs, she would have to wait at least another 50 years before receiving pressure from elders to have children. She needed at least 25 years to be promoted to a position where she could even consider having a child. She had never thought of adopting a military student, even though it would delay her promotion by at least 5 years. She believed that establishing a mother-child relationship with a child had to stem from love. Would she love Cui Yu? Cui Yu was indeed a beautiful and adorable little girl. As for the financial contributions, she felt indifferent. The Dongfang family was not short of money. Would her husband love Cui Yu? He was a taciturn and reserved soldier. Once hurt by an adoptive family, he would not harm Cui Yu. "I need to discuss this with my family," Eastern Yunyun replied. "You know, adding a new family member is not a small matter. Each family member must fully understand and express genuine opinions on this before we can make a decision." Cui Yu nodded, half comprehending. As she locked eyes with Eastern Yunyun for those few seconds, she surreptitiously assessed Eastern Yunyun's features and calculated her fate. The house of children was changing with realities intertwining. She might soon have a new mother. As for the new mother Cui Yu was anticipating, she shyly avoided the little girl's earnest gaze, taking her small, soft hand as they ascended the steps. "Come on, let's get you cleaned up first." 3 years into her journey across the stars, Cui Yu finally savored the technological benefits of the interstellar era. The genius who invented the integrated washing and care pod was truly a hero of the people. Not only did it offer a customized full-body spa experience, but it also provided a seamless process for shampooing, drying, and essential oil treatment. Cui Yu realized just how primitive her life had been on the garbage star. She resolved to take her time saving up for a trip to the capital star, planning first to purchase a luxurious light brain followed by the latest washing and care pod, and then gradually save for a ticket to a starship. Her confidence was not unfounded. A Dongfang Yunyun had just informed her that military academy students earned income while on missions. After all, she was a graduate student. There was no way she would earn less than those elementary school kids. Absolutely impossible. At that moment, Cui Yu was oblivious to the reality that no matter how much she earned, it would hardly compare to the myriad enticing products available in the interstellar age, many of which were far from inexpensive. Having played the role of a child for too long, she couldn't help but wear her joy on her face when something delighted her. Watching Cui Yu's curious and excited demeanor, Dongfang Yunyun once again realized that this was no ordinary 80-year-old child. This was a poor orphan from a garbage star lacking in common knowledge and worldly experience. She not only needed education, but also the patience and love of a guardian to help her navigate this world. What to do? The household registration book felt itchy in her hands. It seemed she was about to gain a daughter. However, before that, Dongfang Yunyun needed to return Cui Yu home. Researching the living conditions of disadvantaged children was an inevitable responsibility for every government worker with a background in household administration. In Baiyun City Shabei District on Gui Bei Road, Bei Luyadai Alley, facing a row of gnarled locust trees, Dongfang Yunyun felt a surge of guilt. This was entirely different from her impression of Baiyun City. Having worked in Baiyun City for over 20 years, she had spent more than 7,000 days merely passing time within the municipal center's walls. She was still too distant from the grassroots. In less than 3 seconds of reflection, Dongfang Yunyun suddenly felt lost. There were no skyscrapers, no uniform ports, and no property management or security personnel. How could there even be a lack of trash bins and streetlights? What kind of place was this? Had Dahuang Bay Town declared independence from the Federation, or had all civil servants gone on strike? It was laughable to think that there might not even be neighborhood coordinators here. She decided that the next time she encountered a leader conducting grassroots research, she would recommend this location. Upon entering the building where Cui Yu lived, Dongfang Yunyun was even more shocked. No wonder Cui Yu hadn't realized she had changed planets. This place must be similar to the retreat star. Numerous municipal staff and infrastructure had retreated significantly. Just look at the staircases with gaps everywhere, the pervasive smell of dry wood and the dust that had inadvertently smudged her white suit. If it weren't for her duty, she would have wanted to retreat immediately. Cui Yu led Dongfang Yunyun to her doorstep. At that moment, Cui Yu was incredibly relieved that she had rented only a modest little room. Typically, she had put away her crystal ball and skull props for practical reasons. Otherwise, if someone conducted a surprise inspection, she would have no idea how to maintain her facade. Dongfang Yunyun followed Cui Yu inside. The small room was very clean and refreshing. In short, it was bare. The most valuable items inside were probably the rows of standard nutrition solutions on the table. Those were the only things that had undergone the baptism of modern technology. Though children were not supposed to consume such nutrition solutions, but rather should intake natural foods, and even if conditions were lacking, they ought to choose specially formulated children's nutrition solutions with a shorter shelf life. Children's nutrition solutions contained higher water content and were easier to absorb, unlike standard nutrition solutions which were dense and hard to swallow and digest. Cui Yu followed Dongfang Yunyun's gaze to the rows of nutrition solutions. Those were what she had stocked after earning some money last time. If she hadn't stored them, she would have undoubtedly spent the money, forcing her to dip into her savings for a starship ticket to avoid starvation. She had learned from past experiences. The fact that she only had 1925 star coins left in her savings was a testimony to that. Dongfang Yunyun also noticed Cui Yu's bed. The sheets were faded from washing, the pillow was darkened from generations of use, and the bed's foot was propped up by various colored travel brochures. Despite looking like a bed scavenged from a dumpster, it was accompanied by 2 nightstands. One with a retro industrial style, clearly a black metal frame, and the other in an ancient Western court design, likely also salvaged from some junkyard. Yet the bedroom still had some items, such as a soft-looking beanbag chair in the corner, half-eaten chocolate on the nightstand, and a blue-gray faux cat toy on the bed that purred when its chin was scratched after being charged. Dongfang Yunyun had played with one in her childhood. It had been white, and decades later this toy had yet to be eliminated from the market. She wondered whether Cui Yu had bought it after arriving at Qianlian Star, or if she had possessed it since CT-124. Surely it couldn't have been given to her by a human trafficker on the way. The small one-bedroom apartment was soon thoroughly examined by Dongfang Yunyun. This place clearly did not comply with the Federation's rental housing regulations and likely lacked a legal contract indicating illegal leasing. How much is the rent for this place? 1000 star coins. Cui Yu answered honestly. This was the cheapest option she had found after viewing several houses. Dongfang Yunyun frowned. What a greedy landlord. This building was nearly abandoned, at least 200 years old, and it had probably been over 30 years since it had undergone any inspections or repairs. In such a remote area, charging 1000 star coins a month was truly the work of lawless individuals leasing to minors. Dongfang Yunyun meticulously recorded Cui Yu's living conditions and conducted a home visit through inquiries. Her task was thus successfully completed. As night fell, the sea breeze did not miss today's events, rustling through the locust trees' leaves and branches, producing a series of sounds that echoed one after another. The moonlight poured over the tree, and the crooked locust seemed to gaze curiously at the oversized human face of the little house, while the wind's whispers felt like laughter or mockery. Unable to resist, Dongfang Yunyun released her mental energy to probe a little. Her spirit entity, a northern long-tailed tit, hopped twice on the tree trunk, fully confirming that this locust tree was simply a part of nature, neither a spirit entity planted here by humans nor one that harbored a tree's soul. She must have been spellbound, questioning the nature of an ordinary locust tree. Yet the signs everywhere conveyed a message: this place is not suitable for prolonged stay. She truly wondered how Cui Yu had managed to live here for so long. Wait, Cui Yu knew the rent for this house was 1000 star coins a month. So how much total have you paid the landlord in rent? Though Cui Yu did not know exactly when she came to Qinlian Star based on her description after escaping from the human traffickers, she had been in a brief period of flight and then had continuously lived in the same place. Dongfang Yunyun realized this issue, and Cui Yu immediately caught on. A lot of money. Every so often Grandmama asks me for 1000 star coins, or else she'll call the police to come and take me away. The beauty of being a child is that adults cannot demand you to know things that you might be unaware of. Every so often. She wouldn't have overcharged you for rent, would she? Also, why would the police come to take you away? Dongfang Yunyun initially expected to receive answers, but found herself entangled in more questions. Because my previous neighbor was beaten to death by the police, Cui Yu stated with firm conviction. Dongfang Yunyun fell silent. On the retreat star, the police were not a unified force dispatched by the Federation, but operated under a highly controversial system, outsourced under the Federation's guidance. The Federation would send officers to monitor public safety outcomes, yet during the enforcement process their manpower could not meticulously intervene. The officers dispatched were generally rotated every 5 years, ensuring fairness and oversight, but weakening the Federation's control over grassroots governance on the retreat star. However, this arrangement favored the Federation as the returns from governing the retreat star were far less than the manpower and resources invested. The citizens of the retreat star had abandoned their chances of retreat, and in some ways the Federation had also relinquished those citizens. Thus what Cui Yu said was likely a reflection of her perceived reality. Dongfang Yunyun did not press further. She drew the curtains for Cui Yu and ordered takeout, express delivery by drone still steaming from the city center. If she couldn't take the child home today, at least she could ensure that Cui Yu had a hearty meal, Dongfang Yunyun thought. Braised chicken thighs with potatoes, asparagus with crab claws, steamed conch, meat with garlic, grilled shrimp with sweet oranges and broccoli, and for dessert blueberry raspberry mousse. The last time she had such a lavish meal was in her previous life. Particularly the grilled congee with 38 varieties of shellfish. She had heard it was a specialty in Baiyun City, requiring 38 types of shellfish to be sequentially placed in a pot and simmered at varying heat levels within 2 hours of being harvested to preserve the freshest and most aromatic taste. This combination of 38 types of shellfish could only be found on the western coast of Baiyun City, making this small pot of grilled congee a culinary delight, not the highest quality, but certainly unique. Cui Yu had long yearned for it, but its expensive price had left her slowly saving up. And now she was finally having it. Slurp, it was truly delicious. Having eaten her fill, Cui Yu lay on her bed, gazing out at the night sky. The windows of this old house were drafty. The wind carried the scent of the sea and the whispers of the trees through the small room, creating a refreshing chill that evoked a tranquil feeling akin to wandering amidst mountains and waters on a summer night without air conditioning. Today her life as an undocumented citizen had been disrupted, and her secret plan of sneaking into the capital star had been completely thwarted. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. She had never specifically consulted on this matter. Diviners rarely read their own fates, because predicting the future could hardly avoid influencing current decisions. Thus, from the moment of divination, the future became uncertain, only adding to her worries. She also did not want to lose her motivation in the present due to an unoptimistic outlook on the future. Of course, the main reason was that predicting her future was challenging, and as an amateur, she truly did not wish to bear this burden. However, if she had indeed managed to sneak into the capital star only to be discovered according to Federation law, wouldn't she have to settle down right there and become a Tianlong person? No wonder it was so difficult to go to the capital star. Indeed, regardless of the era or society, residing in the capital city was no easy feat. Her thoughts drifted further and further away, floating to far-off capital stars, and to an old homeland she could never return to. Being a child was also quite nice, as it allowed her to sleep in. Cui Yu optimistically thought before completely drifting off to sleep. Grandma, you are my real grandma. You must be a deity. Grandma, can I enter your household? Grandma. Those who love their grandmothers often find themselves unable to resist their grandchildren. Cui Yu sat on a tattered bamboo mat, her head pounding from the incessant chatter of this boundaryless customer. The green-haired young man before her was her next client after Sun Chung. She had merely calculated his past life trajectory based on the name and birth date given by this green-haired boy, and now he had latched onto her. This guy was incredibly wealthy. After figuring out his fate, he insisted on having her read for his parents and grandparents as well. She couldn't understand what was so fascinating about the past. Whenever Cui Yu accurately predicted something, the green-haired boy would burst into a fit of excitement, as if witnessing some earth-shattering miracle. In the end, he deemed Grandma Haiyue to be truly magnificent and insisted on recognizing her as his god-grandmother, even attempting to escape his own household registration to become her biological grandson. Moreover, he wanted to drop out of college to learn divine arts from Grandma Haiyue. Truly a prodigy who would betray his own master. Cui Yu certainly wouldn't let him have his way. The identity of Grandma Haiyue was entirely fabricated. Anyone with a little curiosity could discover the discrepancies, and it was vital to keep this under wraps and not create too much of a stir. You said we are destined to meet. Lu Chuchen was relentless. This was the only skill he wanted to learn after 20 years of living. Even if he couldn't be the direct descendant, carrying on the family legacy, being an apprentice would suffice. Cui Yu didn't want to discourage him by telling him he lacked talent. Though it was true, it sounded too much like an excuse, and this argument wasn't particularly effective. In the interstellar world, the average lifespan was 300 years, and hard work was no longer merely an inspiring encouragement, but a factual reality occurring everywhere. While some were exceptionally gifted, most in various fields shone through relentless effort to enhance their abilities. Grandma Haiyue sighed deeply, her gaze turning serious as she looked at Lu Chuchen. Lu Chuchen instinctively straightened his back, becoming serious in turn. It's not that I am unwilling to accept disciples, but... Grandma Haiyue averted her gaze, her eyes unfocused as she stared at some unknown point. I am dying. After sending Lu Chuchen away, Cui Yu felt like a genius. A pure genius. The identity of Grandma Haiyue had undeniably left behind many traces. Even if her name didn't come up, it would be easy to trace back to Baiyun City and their town. If she attended military school, given her mental strength, she would likely be accepted into the preparatory military academy of Qianlian Star, which meant residing in Liani City, necessitating a change in her fortune-telling location. If Grandma Haiyue followed her to Liani City, it would be straightforward to connect her to that identity. Thus, if she changed locations, she must also adopt a new alias. Each change of place required a new identity, preferably with several aliases existing simultaneously rather than being tied to her school schedule in different times and spaces. Grandma Haiyue was getting old. It was time to let her rest in peace. With a clear conscience, Cui Yu began to assess her possessions. Enduring Lu Chuchen's harassment was primarily due to his wealth and generosity. Tolerating a noisy green-haired grandson had earned her an additional 2500 star coins. This, of course, wasn't all of Lu Chuchen's spending during his time with her. Cui Yu felt a bit guilty as she closed the latest luxury holographic device, Pro Max Edition. However, the screen had barely dimmed for 2 seconds before it lit up again with a vibration. Dongfang Yunyun, Xiao Yu, we are willing to adopt you, but we need to complete your military school enrollment first. Can we discuss the specifics in person? Since that day, Dongfang Yunyun had been messaging her daily to check on her situation, even buying her children's nutritional supplements and ordering her takeout every day. Yet Dongfang Yunyun hadn't come to see her again. Cui Yu understood her concerns as an adult. Dongfang Yunyun was uncertain about the possibility of adopting her and didn't want to grow too close too quickly, leading to misunderstandings. But now it was clear that Dongfang Yunyun had made up her mind. After arranging to meet Dongfang Yunyun at the only milk tea shop in Dawangbei town, Cui Yu began tidying her home. She wondered if Dongfang Yunyun would come to her house this time. She needed to hide everything related to Grandma Haiyue. The crystal ball was tucked away beneath the bathroom sink, and the fake skull was packed away under the bed. The bed had a metal frame. Although it obscured, the area beneath the frame was light enough to lift easily and hide packages beneath. Cui Yu gently lifted the crooked leg of the bed, which creaked with a metallic sound. This seemingly ancient bed frame was surprisingly sturdy. The noise it made didn't indicate any damage. Cui Yu had previously tried to use this broken bed as a trampoline, and the noise had been jarring enough to make one's scalp tingle, yet afterward, not even a single screw on the frame had loosened. The creaking sound came from either her irregularly taking out and putting away her equipment or the neighbors returning home. It seemed that her neighbor had a similar bed. When they returned, they often brought 1 or 2 burly men, and soon after the sounds of creaking and voices would fill the air louder than her own movements. What a blissful and fulfilling life her neighbors led. Cui Yu stuffed the items under the bed and placed the lifted leg back down onto a stack of travel brochures she had prepared for leveling it out. The leg made a muffled sound as it met the thick pile of paper. No, that wasn't the sound she heard. The noise came from behind her. Creak, creak. A very rhythmic sound. Cui Yu remained kneeling by the bed, not daring to move. Creak, creak, creak. The frequency of the sounds suddenly intensified. Feeling a prickling sensation at her back, Cui Yu timed her next move with the creaking sound and swiftly turned around. It was a giant red mantis much larger than her. Red, a deep crimson gleaming with a metallic sheen. Even from a few meters away, one could sense the hardness of its exoskeleton. More terrifying than its shell were its blood-red compound eyes. Though it lacked pupils and focus, Cui Yu knew that those eyes were fixated on her. The giant mantis was gnawing on a board which Cui Yu recognized as the one she used for her clients, the creaking sounds coming from its chewing. Its forelimbs bore long hairs, but due to the immense scale, those hairs were not soft but thin as a cicada's wing, sharp as blades. As it chewed on the board, its mandibles opened and closed, revealing a mouthful of densely packed teeth, black needle-like spikes that filled its entire mouth. Thick red saliva churned amidst the myriad of sharp spikes, emitting a nauseating odor. The opening and closing of its mandibles gradually slowed, and the ominous atmosphere intensified. Run! The moment the thought crossed her mind, Cui Yu dashed back into the living room. At that instant, the sound of shattering glass echoed. The giant mantis had already appeared where she had crouched just a second before, having obliterated the bed frame that had withstood countless previous owners. The fake skull she had just hidden under the bed was now exposed, the outer bag shredded by the mantis' sharp forelimbs, and the impacted part was crushed to pieces. Was this the legendary insect race? What overwhelming strength! Although Cui Yu had never seen a live insectoid, its destructive power and appearance could only belong to the insect race. But hadn't it been said that the queen of insects had been killed, and the remaining scattered insectoids were completely repelled beyond all major defenses? Hadn't the Federation been free from insectoid troubles for over 80 years? What on earth was happening? At that moment, pondering why insectoids would appear here was futile. It was evident that this giant mantis had detected her and locked onto her. Run! Without protective charms, without magical artifacts to ward off evil, and without any weapon to defend herself, escape was the only thing Cui Yu could do. The next moment, the giant mantis validated the necessity of fleeing as it lunged toward the center of the living room. Its compound eyes were fixed on the door, and Cui Yu didn't dare look back, charging down the stairs while screaming for help and activating her holographic device to call for assistance. This body was only 8 years old, untrained, and even using all her strength to run with the Lightfoot techniques she had learned in her past life, she was only slightly faster than an average child. Not enough, it was far from sufficient. Despite the nearly 100 meters she had gained in just a few seconds, the giant mantis leapt to within 10 meters of her. Nearby was an unlocked barbecue shop, but since it was not yet evening, the owner was absent. Cui Yu swiftly darted behind the freezer in the shop, and it was at this moment that her call for help finally connected. There are insectoids. Help! There's a giant red mantis on Guaibebe Road in Dawangbei Town. Cui Yu shouted all the information she could think of in one breath, without pausing to consider the response on the other end of the line. Because the giant mantis had already leaped to the entrance of the shop, its upper body rising and falling as it prepared for another leap, its triangular head swiveling side to side, searching for the tiny human that had just vanished from its view. Cui Yu curled her small body behind the narrow freezer, trying to breathe as quietly as possible, hoping to deceive this seemingly dim-witted creature. Luck did not favor her. After just a few seconds of erratic head movements, the giant mantis stopped searching and fixed its gaze directly on Cui Yu's hiding place. Cui Yu suddenly leaped to the other side. As expected, before she could land, the freezer she had just been hiding behind was demolished, shards of glass cutting into her cheeks and exposed arms, leaving thin trails of blood. The momentary sting jolted Cui Yu back to her senses. This was the insect race with its hard exoskeleton and immense destructive power. Its body was large and heavy, and every leap could cover great distances. The only respite came between its leaps. If it was merely jumping as in the chase, just now spanning 100 meters, it could leap rapidly. If its descent involved a crashing motion, it would require a relatively longer charging time. Cui Yu had no doubts that if such a descent landed on her, she would be rendered paralyzed or even killed. Creating distance was a daydream. The only way to survive was to lure this deadly creature into continuous leaps, ensuring it wouldn't land on her. She had no idea how it pinpointed her location. While its senses weren't particularly sharp, they were never inaccurate. After demolishing the barbecue shop, Cui Yu proceeded to wreak havoc in the hardware store, fish pond, and power distribution box, silently apologizing to these places, then cursing this damned insect. Damn it, how could it not be drowned or electrocuted? Where were the police? Cui Yu's legs were growing heavier, yet the giant mantis appeared tireless. Many shops were closed on weekends, but surely there couldn't be nobody on the street. Ahead lay the milk tea shop, one of the few places still open on weekends. Cui Yu hesitated. She wanted someone to handle this insect, but feared that others wouldn't be able to cope either, potentially dragging innocents down with them. She dipped her hands in the pond water, feeling weighed down. Although the explosion at the power distribution box hadn't killed her, her hair was singed and her body was beginning to feel weak. With almost her last ounce of strength, she cried out, "Help!" A figure suddenly emerged from the milk tea shop. Long brown curls, a white dress. It was Dongfang Yunyun. Dongfang Yunyun rushed toward Cui Yu. She also noticed the insectoid that was hot on Cui Yu's heels. The giant mantis was poised and ready, having been restrained by the little human for long enough. It was time to devour her whole. A small Eurasian tree sparrow appeared in midair, darting towards the giant mantis. It was roughly the same size as one of its compound eyes, and the mantis didn't regard it as a threat. Jump now! Jump now! Devour that sweet-smelling human! Devour! Devour! Devour that human, and it would grow stronger. Stronger! Stronger! In midair, the mantis surged forward, greedily extending its long forelimbs, seemingly about to snatch the fragrant human. Dongfang Yunyun suddenly lunged toward Cui Yu, shielding her back. The Eurasian tree sparrow precisely struck the left compound eye of the mantis just before it landed. Peck! 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 In an instant, the mantis lost all its strength, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Dongfang Yunyun pulled Cui Yu aside to evade. The sparrow's attack enraged the mantis, which quickly flipped over, thrashing its body wildly, its head darting about in search of its target. The sparrow attempted to repeat its earlier attack, but was swatted aside by the furious mantis, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yunyun let out an uncontrollable cry of pain from the backlash on her mental domain. Cui Yu felt they were doomed. Just as the enraged giant mantis charged toward the two of them, two black and white sticks suddenly appeared, jabbing toward the mantis' compound eyes. Jab, 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 jab. The mantis shook its head in agony, flailing its forelimbs wildly, but those two sticks were maddeningly agile, always narrowly avoiding its strikes, while seeking opportunities to jab. Unable to withstand the annoyance, the mantis had to divide its focus to fend off the two sticks. It was during this distraction that Dongfang Yunyun managed to pull Cui Yu back into the milk tea shop. Inside the shop was only a single employee who had recently called the police upon hearing the commotion outside, and was now frantically searching for something to defend himself with. After a brief tussle with the sticks, the giant mantis realized that while the two strange objects were bothersome, they couldn't harm it. Understanding this, the mantis ceased to pay attention to the two little annoyances and focused solely on devouring the fragrant little human. Where are you? Where are you? Found it! Found it! Jump now! Jump now! The next target to be crushed was the claw machine at the entrance of the milk tea shop. Clean breaks appeared on the innocent little toys as feathers and cotton were sent soaring in the wind. The giant mantis had found its target, but the sudden forceful jabs from the sticks hindered its movements. Realizing its intent, the black and white sticks hastened their jabs, no longer limited to the mantis's compound eyes, but wildly stabbing at its entire body. When jabbed in the hind leg joint, the mantis emitted a piercing screech, but before the white stick could launch a second attack, the powerful hind leg accurately kicked it away, causing the shimmering light to dissipate in the air. When a spiritual entity is attacked, it causes injury to the mental realm, and the intense pain immediately flooded Cui Yu's mind, leaving her unable to think, consumed solely by the overwhelming sensation of hurt. The mantis remained vigorous, letting out a roar that signaled its final assault. Then came the ear-piercing wails and irregular electric sounds, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning. The police had finally arrived. The police arrived shortly, followed by personnel from the military. Equipped with professional weapons, they found the insectoid creatures easy to handle. However, the sudden emergence of the insect plague had already caused significant casualties by the time they arrived. It had been a long time since the hospital had seen such chaos. The prevalence of smart detection pods and home healing chambers meant that high-end medical resources were predominantly allocated to critically ill patients and those with rare diseases. The unexpected outbreak of the insect plague in the Shabei district had nearly paralyzed the entire medical system. Dongfang Yunyun and Cui Yu were sent to a hospital in the Sanbei district. During the incident, Dongfang Yunyun had a long gash across her back inflicted by the forelegs of a giant mantis, while Cui Yu was covered in various scrapes and scratches. Both of their mental domains suffered reversible damage due to the attack on their spiritual forms, but in the context of this insect plague, their injuries were relatively minor. Having changed out of her blood-soaked white dress, Dongfang Yunyun now wore a standard blue and white striped hospital gown. After emerging from the advanced healing pod, her external injuries quickly entered the healing phase, and the surface of her wounds had begun to scab over. Yet the intermittent sharp pains from her damaged mental domain left her face still pale, while the deep tissue regeneration caused an unbearable itch, leading her to involuntarily twitch from time to time. The outbreak had been sudden. Qianlian Star was far from the front lines, and multiple cities faced simultaneous insect infestations. The military had urgently requisitioned all medical-grade mental nourishment agents across the entire star system, leaving only a few quotas for patients nearing a collapse of their mental domains. Cui Yu and Dongfang Yunyun could only rely on ordinary mental energy-nourishing agents for their recovery, which was a painfully slow process only slightly better than self-healing. "You are fortunate," announced a young medical student from the Military Medical University, rushing through the hospital. "You were attacked by a class firegold mantis. Though it has mutated, it lacks corrosive toxicity and infectious properties. You should be able to discharge soon." What the student didn't mention was that firegold mantises are typically classified as E or D grade. It was unclear why this mantis had transcended to C grade and developed a feature not typical of its kind, a stinger. Anatomical examinations revealed human tissue in its abdomen, raising questions about whether its enhanced offensive capabilities were linked to cannibalism. Such information was classified as military secrets and certainly not meant for patient ears. Cui Yu leaned against the head of her hospital bed, beset by an otherworldly sense of bewilderment. The shadow of the insectoid race had loomed over interstellar humanity for centuries. Despite her lack of knowledge, Cui Yu certainly knew what the insect race was. However, after a cataclysmic battle 130 years ago, during which 4 7-star generals, an imperial marshal, and 2 first-class generals perished together with the insect queen, the insect race's overwhelming assaults crumbled. Though the insect race never abandoned its aggression toward humanity, within 50 years humans established 17 major defensive lines manned by 9 federal and 8 imperial legions, effectively isolating the war from the lives of ordinary citizens. Humanity enjoyed a period of stability for 80 years. The youngest individuals who had witnessed what an insect plague truly was were now in their 80s. For the new generation, the concept of an insect plague existed solely in history books and military academy training scenarios. Now, however, the insect plague had erupted once more in ways unimaginable, bypassing the 17 major defensive lines and simultaneously surfacing in random regions of 4 planets across different star systems, affecting both the Federation and the Empire. The once untouched idyllic Hay-Blue star system, distant from the battlegrounds and praised as the ideal land for humanity, had fallen prey to the insect race. 5 instances of insect infestation were reported on Qianlian star, all relatively small, with affected areas not exceeding a single district. The smallest incident occurred in a residential building involving 8 class insectoids, resulting in 2 deaths, over 10 serious injuries, and nearly 100 minor injuries. The most significant outbreak was in the Shabei district, with over 100 fatalities and more than 1,000 injuries. Cui Yu instinctively called the police at the time, later realizing that contacting the military was the correct course of action. Fortunately, the military arrived, promptly taking control of the scene and efficiently managing the insect menace, preventing further harm from spreading. In total, 372 civilians lost their lives in this sudden insect plague across the Federation. Though the number was modest, the societal impact was minimized. The government systematically comforted affected citizens, and news reports under the directive of the central government downplayed the threat posed by the insect race. Yet many understood that this was merely the beginning. There were no coincidences in the universe. The insect race was returning. After Cui Yu was discharged, the military had already dealt with the insect threat in Shabei district. Her small rented room was reopened, and she packed her belongings before moving in with Dongfang Yunyun. While gathering her things, she encountered the community committee director for the first time. The director informed her that the woman living next door, along with the man she had brought home that day, had perished in the clutches of the insects, leaving behind only a few strands of hair and a mechanical finger. The landlord from another building had encountered a non-mutated firegold mantis. Her body was intact, merely severed into pieces. After accounting for the registered residents and the human tissue found at the scene, the community committee reported the death toll marking the end of the insect plague. Including those devoured by the insects and not officially recognized, the death toll was likely higher than 3172, but the numbers had lost significance. No one would voluntarily share such grim news with Cui Yu, a mere child. She overheard the director discussing it with Dongfang Yunyun while counting her possessions. The director was an elderly man rarely seen, but after such a significant event, he appeared daily to lament the horrors of the insect plague. As he stroked his gray beard, he seemed to carry the weight of many thoughts, fulfilling what little duty he had left. Cui Yu had few belongings, and in the end, all she had was a small cloth bundle and her rabbit plush toy. Dongfang Yunyun offered to help her carry it, but Cui Yu shook her head, insisting on holding the rabbit herself. Yunyun remembered that during Cui Yu's awakening, she had clung to the toy, reluctant to part with it, as she entered the awakening pod. It must have been her cherished companion. The journey to Yunyun's home was aboard her flying vehicle. Though it was not Cui Yu's first time riding in Yunyun's vehicle, everything felt different now. The arrangement of adoption based on mutual benefit allowed Cui Yu to call her mom, without psychological burdens, yet the selfless sacrifice during the insect plague and the bloodstained dress made those words feel heavy. She feared that if Yunyun truly viewed her as a daughter, she would fail to live up to that role. The trip from Dawangbei town to the city center was lengthy, so Yunyun's vehicle flew at a higher altitude. The ride was filled with the sensation of rushing winds and bird songs, making it feel as if they were truly soaring through the sky. Once inside, Yunyun realized how unusually quiet Cui Yu had been throughout the journey. The reasons for a child's sudden silence could vary. Perhaps the trauma of the insect plague, the unfamiliar environment, or simply a moment of introspection. Yet Yunyun felt a slight tension at the silence. Did little Cui Yu no longer like her? Or was she regretting her agreement to be adopted? That couldn't be. Yunyun had already prepared a children's room for her. So Yunyun thought to show Cui Yu the room, believing she would be reluctant to leave once she saw it. Yunyun led Cui Yu to try on some little shark slippers before starting the tour of her new territory. The children's room was decorated in an ocean princess theme bathed in pink hues. The bed was a lofted design with a desk underneath, and the upper bunk featured not only a ladder, but also a winding slide for fun. At the slide's end was a small swimming pool usable for swimming or bathing, and when not filled with water, it could be covered with soft mats for play. Above the pool hung an electronic swing adjustable in height and rocking range. For Cui Yu, who had previously shared a paper-thin mat with her grandmother, this room felt like paradise. Seeing how much Cui Yu clearly loved it, Yunyun felt a sense of relief and then took her to the master bedroom. "This is my room with your uncle," Yunyun added, glancing at Cui Yu's expression. When she saw that Cui Yu remained unfazed, Yunyun proceeded with her plan. She understood that the term mom felt too heavy for Cui Yu, and she felt the same, especially since she was still quite young. It made sense for Cui Yu to call her sister instead. Cui Yu was pleased with this arrangement. However, Yunyun's intention to introduce Cui Yu to her husband was dashed by the repercussions of the insect plague. While the impact on ordinary civilians was minimal, it greatly affected the military. Yunyun's husband Xiaqin had been reassigned from the Sea Blue Star Systems patrol forces to the nearest tidal defense line, with only one opportunity for family leave every 6 months. Thus, Cui Yu's acquaintance with Xiaqin would be through video calls via their light brain. Once settled in, Yunyun began to arrange for Cui Yu's schooling. With an A mental strength, Cui Yu easily qualified for admission to the preparatory military academy of Qianlian Star, which required an A-grade mental strength for entry. However, the concern lay in the fact that Cui Yu was already 8 years old. The Federation's 12 years of compulsory education generally began at age 6, which meant that if Cui Yu entered the first grade now, she would face a generational gap with her peers. Cui Yu resolutely refused to allow this to happen. She had avoided school for 2 years as a black household, and certainly did not want to start over from the first grade. It was out of the question to make up for those 2 lost years. The benefits of attending a military academy became apparent as its management fell under military jurisdiction rather than the education department, allowing for more flexible enrollment policies. It wasn't strictly required to complete all 12 years. Instead, students had to earn the necessary credits for each stage. Yunyun managed to negotiate with the preparatory military academy, which agreed to allow Cui Yu to start in the 2nd grade, while simultaneously making up for the 1st grade curriculum, eventually advancing to the 4th grade, where she could complete the 3rd grade requirements, enabling her to continue with her peers thereafter. With the final vacation before enrollment, Yunyun decided to take her annual leave and took Cui Yu to explore the star city of Liani. Beiyan City was somewhat distant from Liani, spanning over half of Qianlian Star, and a one-way trip on a fast spaceship took around 4 hours, making weekly visits impractical for Cui Yu or Yunyun. Yunyun had considered downgrading her transfer to Liani City, but Cui Yu had refused. She was no longer a child in need of familial affection, as she neither required nor desired excessive sacrifices from Yunyun. More importantly, Cui Yu did not see Liani City as her home for the next decade. She needed to go. She had to go to the capital star, and the sooner the better. The preparatory military academy's 12 years were divided into 3 stages: junior, middle, and senior, lasting 3 and 3 years, akin to elementary, middle, and high school on Earth. While most students opted for direct advancement, it was not a strict requirement. Each stage saw outstanding students moving on to better schools, while students from other schools transferred in. As well, many ill-suited for military academies chose to enroll in ordinary preparatory schools instead. The Qianlian Star Preparatory Military Academy was the best in the region, but Qianlian Star was hardly notable. The capital of the He Blue Star System, Tianlan Star, was home to one of the 6 major military academies of the Federation, the He Blue Military Academy, along with the premier Tianlan Preparatory Military Academy. Aside from the main star, the Yulong Star's Qiangwei Women's Preparatory Institute, and the Haichang Star's Wuching Preparatory Military Academy were both well known within the Heiblue Star system, whereas Qianlian Star, people regarded it merely as a massive transfer hub with no concern for education. Even if she completed her mission to reach the capital star, Cui Yu was certain she would not spend her life in Qianlian Star. Comparisons between Beiyun City and CT-124, as well as between Liani City and Beiyun City, had made her acutely aware of the stark disparities in development across the interstellar age. She had come this far as she wanted to go to the bustling centers of civilization. Otherwise, what was the point of this journey? As a primary school student, or rather as a junior student, it was as painful as Cui Yu had imagined. There were certainly some knowledge points, but they were sparse. Assignments were not lengthy essays, but rather a variety of flashy formats, picture reports, brochures, and handmade models. Cui Yu finally understood the complaints of her predecessors who lamented about having to do their children's homework after finishing a long workday. When the new homeroom teacher led her into class 5 of the 4th grade, Cui Yu let out a deep sigh of relief. The dreaded first and second grades were finally over. Cui Yu had thought elementary school would be straightforward, and indeed it was, at least for the native children. Although the Preparatory Military Academy differed slightly in having a more intense physical education curriculum, it was not vastly different from ordinary preparatory schools. However, this simplicity was only applicable to the locals. In this environment, Cui Yu was merely a literate person with communication skills and the ability to think, essentially a cultural illiterate. She was completely unaware of many social norms, and legal knowledge and history was an enigma to her. The texts and poems in the language arts class might have been recited by interstellar children as they began to speak, but to her, they were both novel and foreign. In first and second grades, aside from learning to recognize characters, the focus was on acquiring various common knowledge. After all, the goal of compulsory education is not to bewilder students, and during the first 2 years it is not about inundating children with knowledge, but rather helping them adapt to school life and cultivate study habits. Although it seemed like just a year had passed to complete the first 2 grades of elementary school, Cui Yu had written countless practice sheets, completed innumerable crafts, performed recitations publicly multiple times, and memorized various categories of common knowledge. One might assume she was preparing for civil service or graduate school entrance exams. The only consolation was that she had 2 judge pens, allowing her to simultaneously write 3 practice sheets. After a grueling year which included summer vacations supplemented with online course videos and assignments, she barely completed her studies in the first and second grades, just in time for the new school year, successfully advancing to the 4th grade. As a transfer student, Cui Yu was first taken by her previous homeroom teacher to meet the new homeroom teacher, who then introduced her to the entire class. To ensure teaching quality, classes at the junior level typically consist of 25 to 30 students. Class 5 of the 4th grade originally had 27 students, and with Cui Yu, that made 28. Due to her shorter stature, the homeroom teacher assigned her a seat in the front row. Her desk mate was a fair-skinned girl with freckles and light brown curly hair. A glance at her textbook revealed a name tag reading Lin Bela. With a certain level of common knowledge, Cui Yu deduced that this girl likely had parents of both ancient Eastern and Western descent, hence the hybrid name. The 4th grade curriculum was not difficult. In fact, it was considerably simpler for Cui Yu than the 1st and 2nd grades, since the primary focus was on mathematics. Indeed, interstellar children only began seriously studying mathematics at the age of 9 to 10, which could be considered fortunate. However, after one math class, some students appeared unfazed while others already began sighing. Cui Yu had intended to blend into the elementary school environment, to voice her grievances about the trickiness of mathematics, but before she could turn around to chat with the students in the back, an overly enthusiastic new classmate held her back. "I know you, the one with an A." As the words fell, a small pink pastry landed on her desk. This exquisitely sweet little treat wrapped in transparent oil paper instantly evoked memories from a year ago. Looking up, she saw a boy with tousled golden hair, the one she had inadvertently bumped into before, the treasure-hunting mouse. Cui Yu understood immediately but feigned ignorance as she looked at the boy beside her, Qianxingzi, with a puzzled expression. "I don't know you." Qianxingzi felt a pang of embarrassment, sensing a mix of interest and frustration. "I've been following your progress. You don't even know who I am." Cui Yu's gaze was genuine, making it difficult for Qianxingzi to turn away in anger. He took a deep breath and prompted, "Last year at the Awakening Center in Beiyun City, I awakened as a treasure-hunting mouse." Cui Yu shook her head, deliberating for a moment before nodding with a smile. "I remember now, Duo." Hearing his childhood nickname spoken aloud by a new classmate caused Qianxingzi to blush momentarily. He quickly scanned the room to confirm that no one was watching before he lowered his voice, saying, "Keep it down, that's my nickname. I'm Qianxingzi." Oh, Cui Yu nodded understandingly, enthusiastically greeting her new classmate. "Hello, Qianduodua, I'm Cui Yu." Upon hearing Qianduodua, Qianxingzi felt a twinge of anxiety, but quickly recalled his purpose for approaching Cui Yu. His demeanor shifted as he proclaimed with renewed vigor, "Cui Yu, your mental power is stronger than mine, but I assure you my math skills will not lag behind." With that bold declaration, he turned on his heel and returned to his seat in the back, casting a defiant glance behind him. Cui Yu was left perplexed. The thoughts of young boys were indeed hard to decipher. Nonetheless, the treat he had brought was delightful. A familiar delicacy from Qianxiangji, a well-known pastry renowned throughout the Hailan star system. After Qianxingzi left, Lin Bela pulled her head away from a heavy encyclopedia about the insect race and turned to Cui Yu. "Cui Yu, did you know Qianxingzi before?" Lin Bela had long hair with the ends slightly faded and frizzy. She wore a cream-colored dress that, though no longer bright, revealed her economic struggles through its rough fabric and visible wear. Despite her old clothing, her books were pristine thanks to her careful handling. Cui Yu observed as she turned each page with utmost delicacy. Her voice was ethereal. Though her sudden question might have seemed intrusive, it was not unwelcome. In fact, listening to her was quite an enjoyment. Cui Yu shook her head. "Candidly, not really you. I've just seen him." Lin Bela nodded. "He seems a bit intimidated by you. You must be quite strong." Cui Yu was puzzled. The thoughts of this little girl were equally incomprehensible. The next lesson was an introduction to the insect race. The teacher for this subject was Mr. Fading, a 230-year-old veteran who had faced the insect invasion firsthand. After retiring, Fading obtained a teaching certificate for a junior preparatory school and returned to his hometown Liani City to become an elementary school teacher. He was responsible for teaching this course to the two classes with the highest average mental power each year. In the first lesson, Fading did not have the students take out their textbooks to discuss the semester's tasks. Instead, he brought in a specimen of an insect, a roughly 1 meter long, 40 centimeter wide, and 50 centimeter high specimen that at first glance resembled a giant caterpillar. The Federation's specimen technology was incredibly advanced, and the insect had been preserved to such an extent that aside from being lifeless, it was nearly indistinguishable from its living form. Through the transparent preservation box, one could see its bright red sausage-like mouth dribbling black saliva, its delicate legs covered in symmetrical golden hair, and its green, fatty, soft exterior with a bit of transparent waste still clinging to its rear. The specimen was preserved in the position it was in when it was killed. Clearly, the insect had been defecating at the moment of its demise. Cui Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, regardless of species, one is most vulnerable while relieving themselves. As Mr. Fading opened the front door of the preservation box, a rich aroma filled the classroom the moment the specimen was exposed to air. This was not the scent of the preservation fluid, but rather the genuine flavor of the insect preserved through treatment post-mortem. It was a fragrant giant caterpillar. Seeing the children inhale deeply, with many looking rather enchanted, it was clear they were detecting the scent of this insect. Mr. Fading promptly closed the preservation box. The preservation system of this box was similar to that of permanent spatial devices. It could not preserve living beings, but ensured that the characteristics of the deceased remained unchanged. Closing it promptly could extend the specimen's lifespan, as complete insect specimens were among the most valuable teaching tools in elementary schools. Future excellent soldiers, and the hope of the Federation, who can tell me how you would respond if you encountered such an unfamiliar insect alone? You may choose one of the following pieces of equipment: a 54 centimeters standard handheld iron military knife, a magnetic energy light gun equipped with 3 bullets, or a tranquilizer gun with 1 bullet. As the students focused intently, Mr. Fading, like an old gentleman, gently posed his question. This question was somewhat challenging for students who had not truly received education about the insect race, but the lack of knowledge as an anchor for their thoughts led the children to give a myriad of imaginative answers. For instance, a thin boy sitting by the door was the first to raise his hand, claiming he only needed a military knife, utilizing his family's ancient martial arts to swiftly dismantle the insect into pieces. It didn't sound entirely implausible. After all, the insect did appear rather soft and easy to cut. However, this boy's response elicited laughter from the class. No one believed he, a student often criticized during physical education, could execute any formidable ancient martial arts. Though not many accepted this boy's answer, the military knife was highly regarded by many boys, feeding into a kind of idolization. Currently, the most popular military academy competitions broadcast live across the Federation featured several star players, primarily wielding cold weapons. The magnetic energy light gun garnered the most support. While the military knife was a hot weapon, it required pairing with mech to achieve its maximum potential. Being unarmed and getting closer to the insect only increased the danger. The light gun, as a versatile weapon, though it couldn't directly kill most insects, could inflict significant damage. This insect, being smaller and with a more fragile exterior, might just be among the few that could be directly killed by a light gun. The tranquilizer gun received the least support, even fewer than the military knife, for the simple reason that it lacked lethality and couldn't truly eliminate the insect. This contradicted the fundamental combat philosophy of humanity. The insect race was humanity's mortal enemy. Failing to kill it meant letting it run free. Even in scientific research, live insects were rarely studied, let alone frontline warriors. When confronted with insects, the only choice was to kill. Mr. Fading did not immediately reveal the answer, allowing the students from the three factions to engage in passionate debate. The most aggressive faction was unsurprisingly those advocating for the magnetic energy light gun. Qian Duodua, as the top student for 3 consecutive years, displayed remarkable cognitive abilities, summarizing directly from the responsibilities of soldiers to comparisons of the 3 weapons and the extrapolation of circumstances and target reasoning. His arguments were so compelling that he rendered the other 2 choices almost worthless. The military knife supporters immediately fell silent. After all, they were only ordinary preparatory military school students, not frontline combat machines or monstrous individual competitors in military school matches. Just wielding a military knife with control was already quite impressive. Nevertheless, choices had been made. Some quietly agreed with Qianxing's views, while others stubbornly insisted that the military knife must possess unique lethality against this insect. However, the confidence of these students was clearly lacking. What surprised Cui Yu was that the faction supporting the tranquilizer gun was actually led by her delicate desk mate Lin Bela. Lin Bela's argument was straightforward: in the face of an opponent one does not understand, acting rashly is merely a waste of resources. When encountering an unfamiliar adversary for the first time, understanding is more important than killing. Insects are diverse, and the emergence of any new species inevitably incurs excessive sacrifices. However, the sacrifices made early on are worthwhile. Exploration at the cost of sacrifice allows humanity to quickly grasp the characteristics and weaknesses of the insect, enabling future generations to eliminate the enemy insects with fewer casualties in less time and with fewer resources. The 2 sides each held firm to their views. Yet due to their differing positions and goals, neither could convince the other. From the perspective of life and death against an unrelenting and vicious adversary, inflicting the greatest damage seems to be the optimal solution. However, from the standpoint of interspecies warfare, if one can fill the gaps in knowledge about the adversary, becoming a martyr is more meaningful than blindly charging into battle. The military knife faction occasionally stirred the pot, questioning the limited ammunition of the guns, while suggesting that the knife seemed much more durable. Perhaps 3 rounds of light ammunition would not kill this insect, but the incessant use of the knife could wear it down over time. Eventually, as Mr. Fading listened to the children reiterate their points, he realized they were running out of arguments. He made a gesture for a pause, and the discipline-conscious preparatory military students immediately fell silent. Each little radish head sat up straight, their eyes fixed on teacher Fading, eagerly awaiting his announcement of the final answer. However, Fading seemed intent on testing the patience of these excited children. The suspense of the 3 choices remained unresolved as his gaze swept across the back of the classroom, before stopping momentarily on Qianxing's eager face, ultimately resting on Lin Bela in the front row. Lin Bela, you seem to have some understanding of this insect. Would you like to share your knowledge of this insect race with everyone? For Lin Bela, being called upon by the teacher to answer a question felt like an exceedingly lengthy ordeal. Each word she uttered was meticulously weighed, and the surrounding silence seemed overwhelming. Every pause in teacher Fei Dun's expression made her doubt whether she had said something wrong. Yet for her classmates this was merely a brief few minutes. If only it could last a little longer. The more time the teacher spent questioning Lin Bela, the less time there would be for them. Unfortunately, teacher Fei Dun did not offer extensive commentary while Lin Bela stood there. Well said, please take your seat. After Lin Bela finished, teacher Fei Dun gave her an encouraging glance, signaling that she could sit down. His tone was always a steady, gentle one, and the smile on his lips seemed to linger indefinitely, leaving one uncertain whether he was genuinely pleased or simply being polite. Once Lin Bela returned to her chair, which had already cooled down, it took her a while to regain her composure, gradually becoming aware of her quickening heartbeat. Teacher Fei Dun began to speak at a leisurely pace. This is a class soft, fragrant bug. Its mouthparts are extremely sharp and powerful. Although small, it can bite off a piece from forged dark iron. Its outer skin is very soft and easily ruptured. Even a piece of paper can cut through it. Its skin sensors are highly sensitive, and injuries do not immediately trigger healing. Once damage accumulates to a certain extent, it activates a powerful healing function capable of restoring a 5-centimeter deep wound in just 10 seconds. Its scent is incredibly sweet with strong toxicity and hallucinogenic properties. The aroma you just sensed comes from its mouthpart's anal opening and the skin's surface. Though its legs are thin and short, their high frequency of movement allows it to sprint at an astonishing speed of up to 120 kilometers per hour. In motion, all you can see are the afterimages of its legs. As teacher Fei Dun elaborated each statement, confirmed Lin Beila's earlier contributions and speculations, causing her to breathe a sigh of relief. All her knowledge stemmed from the Encyclopedia of Insects. However, encyclopedias aren't combat manuals. They prioritize educational value over practical teaching, focusing on listing the external characteristics, common classifications, destructive traits, weak points, and targeted weapons against various insect species. Lin Beila couldn't memorize every word. Her choices were based on remembering that this was a class insect. Generally speaking, light guns only restrain class and higher insects, and 3 bullets could hardly kill such a creature. They might only provoke it, leading to more terrifying consequences. Lin Beila's reasoning for not selecting the light gun or military knife was clear. Light guns couldn't inflict effective damage, and an 80-year-old wielding a knife would never catch up to such a fast-moving insect. The tranquilizer gun appeared to be the only viable option. Excellent. Lin Beila, with your extracurricular understanding of the soft, fragrant bug, you have successfully eliminated 2 incorrect answers. As your teacher, I highly encourage this proactive exploration of knowledge. Although you are still quite young and have not been in school long, you will find as you grow that the knowledge imparted to you at school is quite limited. Mastering textbooks and completing training does not automatically make you an invincible soldier. Every soldier, even those in reserve, should regard the enhancement of oneself and the understanding of the enemy as lifelong pursuits rather than temporary educational goals. Teacher Fei Dun did not single anyone out, yet many students felt a twinge of shame. To attend the best preparatory military academy on Qianlian Star beyond talent, most students possessed a strong resolve to fight on the front lines against the insects and protect the people of the Federation. However, complacency is a trait inherent in all humans, especially at a playful age. Upon entering the preparatory military academy, many discovered that the academic pressure was not intense and the differences between military and regular schools had yet to manifest, leading several to inevitably slacken. Since the 4th grade, the addition of insect-related courses was meant to tighten the screws, marking a clear divergence in the educational approaches of military and ordinary schools. Teacher Fei Dun did not allow the sudden oppressive atmosphere to linger. As a kind-hearted elder, he would not let his cherished students dwell too long in feelings of guilt or self-reproach. He shifted his gaze to Cui Yu, who sat beside Lin Beila, shyly looking down, and gently asked, "Cui Yu, you did not make a choice. Do you have other observations? Could you share them with the teacher and classmates?" Cui Yu, who had been hiding beneath the podium, was caught off guard. The military academy does not tolerate cowards. One can be mistaken, but must not hesitate to express oneself. Cui Yu had comprehended this truth deeply last year, and had no intention of evading the question now. Cui Yu declared earnestly, "It smells too good. It clearly isn't an ordinary insect. I think none of these 3 weapons are sufficient to deal with it. As a weak junior student encountering something so terrifying, it's better to run away. These weapons are too heavy and would hinder my speed." The junior students, stirred by teacher Fei Dun's earlier patriotic sentiments and feelings of guilt, immediately glared at Cui Yu. Coward, traitor, despicable. How could anyone choose to flee from a wretched insect? It was simply unacceptable. Yet the preparatory military academy maintained strict discipline, and the junior students were very rule-abiding. Without the teacher's permission, they refrained from openly expressing their disapproval. Even so, Cui Yu felt the searing gazes from all directions fixed upon him. Teacher Fei Dun ignored the burning stares and eager movements of the students, maintaining his gentle smile, sincerely nodding, and encouragingly said, "Is there really nothing else you noticed? Did the scent alone lead you to your decision? Cui Yu, feel free to share any other hypotheses for our discussion." Compared to the daggers aimed at him from behind, the gentle gaze of teacher Fei Dun felt even more intimidating. Truly, this was a man who had fought on the hellish battlefields a century ago. No matter how amiable he appeared, when those eyes fixated on you earnestly, there was a resolute intensity that brooked no insincerity. Cui Yu did not wish to offend such an esteemed elder on the first day of school. Feeling somewhat guilty under teacher Fei Dun's scrutiny, he pretentiously adjusted his fingers and explained in an uncertain tone. Teacher, I noticed that this bug's droppings are colorless and transparent, beautiful like crystals. That seems very dangerous. With such bright colors on its body, such dark saliva, and such a strong scent, how could it produce colorless and transparent droppings? And especially on the battlefield where all creatures are most vulnerable while defecating. An insect that dares to do so in battle must have something seriously wrong. Its droppings might even poison me. Cui Yu's remarks lacked a complete logical flow, sounding chaotic and nonsensical. While some students found a glimmer of reason in his statements, most turned their gaze to teacher Fei Dun's face, silently urging him to deliver a fair assessment and correct explanation. To their disappointment, teacher Fei Dun did not critique as they had anticipated. His gaze lingered emotionlessly atop Cui Yu's head for 2 seconds before breaking into a smile that, though not elegant, was radiant. You possess impressive combat intuition. You are a gifted child. Standing at the podium, teacher Fei Dun clearly observed the expressions of all the students: confusion, envy, eagerness, and indignation. This time he did not hold back, but promptly explained the question. In truth, teacher Fei Dun was not testing the students. This was merely the first lesson on insects. It was normal for students to be unaware. The question about this specimen was a newly designed introduction to engage their interest. He was aging worried that a standard lesson would fail to capture the students' attention, so he devised a flamboyant first class to pique their curiosity. The soft, fragrant bug was indeed an extravagant entry point. Common knowledge among human citizens links the classification of insects to their appearance. The larger and stronger the exoskeleton, the greater the destructive capability, resulting in a higher classification. However, there are exceptions. Insects with corrosive, infectious, hallucinogenic, and parasitic abilities, though not large, pose significant threats and unpredictability to humans. The soft, fragrant bug is one such example. Its small size seems incapable of withstand a blow from a mech, yet its average level is class, with a few reaching a class, and the most formidable specimens have even achieved S classification. Over 80 years ago, they were responsible for the destruction of an entire planet alongside high-tech insects, causing immeasurable casualties. The soft, fragrant bug, while termed an insect, functions more as a living poison factory. It can consume almost anything and generates toxins from the energy it ingests, which gradually dissipate into the air alongside its fragrant aroma. When the soft, fragrant bug is injured, however, matters become dire. It is well known that insect forms prioritize function over aesthetics. The fragile skin of the soft, fragrant bug is not a natural weakness, but a scythe of death. Elite hunters often present themselves in the guise of prey, and the soft, fragrant bug is no exception. When it suffers a wound, its toxin concentration increases exponentially, and its remarkable healing ability allows it to postpone recovery until the damage accumulates to a certain degree or its internal toxin levels drop. In battle, the soft, fragrant bug often acts as a source of sustenance, consuming whatever it encounters and actively or passively sustaining injuries to release toxins, inflicting debuffs on its opponents. It is impossible to allow it to poison unchecked. However, slaying it with a single blow is not an advisable tactic either. Upon death, its immense toxin-producing glands rupture, releasing toxin levels that can instantly kill anyone within a 5-meter radius. Moreover, this diminutive quick insect is remarkably agile and difficult to capture. Yet every insect has its relative vulnerabilities, and the soft, fragrant bug's weakness lies in its short legs. To ensure mobility, the soft, fragrant bug's slender legs are metallic and devoid of venom. At the onset of war, the method for exterminating soft, fragrant bugs involved skilled melee fighters severing the insect's legs, followed by field medics swiftly transferring the insect's body into sealed containers soaked in special solutions for storage, which were then sent to military research institutions for processing. 200 years later, human spatial storage technology has advanced rapidly. The soft, fragrant bug is no longer a threat. The military has standardized insect collection boxes, and skilled warriors can easily contain the soft, fragrant bug once it loses mobility. A spatial wristband can store thousands of insect materials. As for the excrement of the soft, fragrant bug, teacher Fei Dun spread his hands. You are quite perceptive. It is a very clean crystal, free of impurities and harmful substances, which can be used for decoration. This crystal is known in the market as snow-bright crystal. The soft, fragrant bug's diet results in snow-bright crystals that reflect different colors of light. High-quality snow-bright crystals emit monochromatic auroras under sunlight, and the sale of snow-bright crystals is a significant source of income for both the military and freelance hunters. Unfortunately, as humans have become adept at dealing with soft, fragrant bugs, these insects have become increasingly rare. Currently, a single gram of monochromatic aurora snow-bright crystal can cost tens of thousands of star coins. The revelation that expensive snow-bright crystals were merely the droppings of a poisonous insect left the attendees somewhat disillusioned. The classroom atmosphere began to shift toward an odd direction. Teacher Fei Dun lightly coughed, attempting to steer the conversation back on track, and stated solemnly, "The scent you just experienced was merely a simulation by the specimen master and contained no toxins. If it had been the actual scent, half of you would have already fainted while the other half would be feeling nauseous." Returning to the electronic whiteboard, teacher Fei Dun wrote the words, "Intuition, logic, understanding, reaction." Learning about insect knowledge cannot rely solely on rote memorization. Even if you memorize all existing knowledge about insects, you will still find it insufficient, for insects do not grow, act, or evolve according to textbooks. 300 years ago, insects invaded human space, and the first wave of mass invasion was by the brooding moth. Textbooks from that era instructed us to lure them using dazzling light bombs and eliminate them with electric guns. 200 years ago, brooding moths evolved, no longer flocking mindlessly to light, and electric shocks ceased to be effective against them, often enhancing their outer skin instead. Simultaneously, humans developed powerful weapons from insect materials. The red gold blade tempered with oak scale butterfly powder could directly kill them. 180 years ago, humans began employing spiritual entities in combat, creating an unbeatable counter against insects. Careful consideration was needed to avoid being parasitized by brooding moth eggs, while attaching psychic attacks significantly reduced dependency on specialized weapons. With further understanding and application of spiritual power, even humans parasitized by brooding moths could recover health through psychic therapies. Today, brooding moths are exceedingly rare, as insects that pose no threat to humans have been naturally eliminated within the insect community. Teacher Faye Dunn eloquently narrated the century-long standoff between humans and brooding moths, succinctly summarizing this lesson. Intuition embodies the abstract capacity of humans to calculate threats swiftly. Logic is an essential chain of rigorous thinking for summarizing patterns and expanding understanding. Comprehension is subjective judgment verified through logical processing, and experience and reaction is the immediate choice we must make upon acquiring the first three. In the face of extraordinary fragrances, a qualified soldier's reaction should be to hold their breath. Among you, the number of those who responded correctly is 0. The extensive journey of learning about insects is about to commence. I urge each of you to put in the effort. After class, Cui Yu hurried back to the dormitory under the complex gazes of her classmates. Due to the changes in the grade structure, Cui Yu's dormitory was also set to change. The homeroom teacher arranged seating not merely based on height, but specifically paired Cui Yu with her new roommate Lin Bela. This arrangement would facilitate their acquaintance, as Lin Bela was not only academically outstanding, but also possessed a gentle disposition, making it easier for Cui Yu to adapt to the studies of the 4th grade. As a third-tier planet, Qian Lianxing had the advantage of affordable living. The girls' dormitory was a double room with an independent bathroom, allowing them to freshen up after class and enjoy their free time in the dormitory. Sitting at her desk, Lin Bela turned on her eye-protecting lamp and continued to read the hefty encyclopedia on insect species. Cui Yu noticed that Lin Bela genuinely enjoyed this book. Aside from the 2 long breaks when she went to the restroom, she remained seated with unwavering concentration throughout the day, including during the lunch self-study period. The encyclopedia was formatted in a list style, making it appear exceedingly dull, which led Cui Yu to conclude that Lin Bela must be an avid enthusiast of insect knowledge. Noticing Cui Yu observing her, Lin Bela lifted her head and explained, "This book is rented weekly. I must finish it within a month to return it on the next home visit." The school implemented a closed educational system, allowing students to return home only for 1 weekend each month. Each time Lin Bela returned home, she would return borrowed books and pick up a new batch to read at school. Cui Yu felt a spark of curiosity. Is this book rented? Physical books were not particularly popular, being cumbersome to carry and generally more expensive than ebooks. Many people purchased physical books for collection rather than reading. Previously, Cui Yu assumed Lin Bela was one of the few who cherished traditional reading. When she saw her with a physical book, she hadn't realized it was a rented one. Lin Bela nodded. "E-books are too expensive." Cui Yu understood. The Federation's copyright protection was very robust. Purchased e-books could only be read on the buyer's personal devices, prohibiting mass screenshots or sharing. In contrast, physical books were not subject to such stringent restrictions. Renting and borrowing were legal transactions, and as long as they weren't scanned and uploaded to the Star Network, generally no one would pursue it. Not wanting to disturb her roommate's reading endeavor, Cui Yu first completed her online courses and assignments for the 3rd grade, as planned, then sat in her chair and began to daydream. It wasn't exactly daydreaming. She was reminiscing about the soft, fragrant insect she had encountered earlier that day. The dazzling red mouth, the bright green skin, and the brilliant snow-like crystals. She wondered how long it would take before she could afford one. Even if she couldn't buy it, it would be nice to hold it in her hands for a while. So when Lin Bela, having tired of reading, kindly initiated a conversation by asking Cui Yu what she was thinking about, Cui Yu blurted out, "I kind of want to be a specimen master today." Lin Bela, still the innocent little girl could not comprehend that adults often spoke whimsically. Instead, she kindly shared her knowledge. The position of specimen master is quite niche. Only the capital's first military academy and Min Yun Academy among the 6 major military schools offer it. The admission is not particularly difficult, but changing majors is not allowed, so you need to think it through before deciding. Cui Yu shook her head vigorously. I was just thinking aloud. Being a specimen master sounds like sitting in a lab all day preparing specimens. I definitely couldn't stay still. Lin Bela did not take offense, but affirmed Cui Yu's point. After attending military school, everyone aspires to go to the front lines to achieve merit. With your high spiritual energy, it would indeed be a waste to be a specimen master. Cui Yu felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment. She had no strong convictions about her future. Having grown up in a peaceful era, she did not feel a significant urge to go to the front lines. She had chosen military school mainly for its favorable treatment. However, she couldn't bring herself to voice this, so to avoid an awkward silence, she shifted the topic back to Lin Bela, asking, what about you? What do you want to do in the future? Join the front lines. Become a mecha soldier. This question was not random. During the afternoon's physical education class, Cui Yu had noticed her desk mates secretly training harder, suggesting a conscious effort to enhance her physical fitness. Lin Bela tilted her head, her long hair cascading down her back. After a moment's contemplation, she replied softly, I'll go as far as I can. Commanding isn't suitable for me. I'd prefer to be a mecha soldier. If that's not possible, I could assist as a support or mecha engineer. At the very least, I could become a military doctor. Cui Yu sensed Lin Bela's earnest patriotic spirit and internally clicked her tongue, marveling at the high awareness among Federation children, though she didn't entirely understand what Lin Bela meant. What are mecha engineers and support roles? Cui Yu asked, playing the fool. Lin Bela was momentarily taken aback, displaying her first unfriendly expression of the day. Are you genuinely unaware, or are you just teasing me? I really don't know, Cui Yu replied honestly. Lin Bela scrutinized her for a few seconds, confirming her sincerity, then continued to explain with her melodious voice. Military academies certainly had specialized programs. As students advanced, the specializations became more refined. In the preliminary stages of a preparatory military academy, there was no differentiation and everyone studied the same materials. However, as they reached the intermediate level, differences began to emerge based on the school's foundation and faculty strength. Some schools did not separate majors, while most categorized into combat and civilian roles, with a few elite institutions offering further subdivisions. At the advanced preparatory military academy level, which was akin to a military school preparatory class, not only were majors specified and aligned with military academies, but the course difficulty also significantly increased. Cui Yu, thinking from an earthling's perspective, had assumed the preparatory military academy was like completing elementary, middle, and high school, then selecting majors based on exam results. However, the reality was quite different. So we don't necessarily have to undergo rigorous physical training and martial arts training in military school. Cui Yu asked somewhat excitedly. Lin Bela hesitated, unsure of what Cui Yu was specifically referring to, but still aimed to answer as accurately as possible. Physical training, real combat mecha operations, and military exercises are all core requirements for everyone. However, the demands vary by specialization. For instance, logistics majors, which don't often see combat, have lower requirements in this aspect. Cui Yu silently noted the term logistics major and decided that when it came time to choose a specialization, she would opt for logistics, as the name sounded perfectly suited for a laid-back approach. What about mecha engineers? She inquired further. Lin Bela was astonished by Cui Yu's lack of knowledge, but remained patient in her explanation. Mecha engineers are a crucial profession on the battlefield, responsible for promptly repairing and adjusting the mechas of combat personnel. They are divided into two main directions: design and repair. However, given combat needs, military academy mecha engineers must excel in repair, while design relies on individual talent. Non-military mecha engineers focus more on design and innovation. Cui Yu grasped only part of this, as she had never seen a real mecha, let alone encountered a master who could design one. But soon enough she would. Every Friday afternoon was designated for physical education for the 4th grade. As the students trickled out onto the playground after lunch, they found no space in the center for them to line up. In the middle of the field stood 3 towering steel constructs about 3 meters tall, rather unevenly arranged. The 4th grade students encircled them at a distance, hesitant to approach, as not only many teachers were present, but also the rarely seen principal and 2 burly men in military uniforms. Cui Yu lazily strolled onto the playground, and when her gaze met that of one of the majors, she immediately stood up straight. Heavens, how did Xiaqin end up at her school? Xiaqin's gaze skimmed over Cui Yu before he quickly resumed his conversation with the principal. Do you know them? Qianxingzi suddenly appeared behind Cui Yu along with a golden yellow snack from Qianxiangji in hand. Cui Yu accepted the mango-flavored treat, casually turning away as she quickly stuffed it into her mouth, mumbling, "Nope." After all, Qianxingzi hadn't specified who he meant, and she hadn't lied. Unfazed, Qianxingzi whispered teasingly, "Haven't you heard?" "Heard what?" Cui Yu, ever oblivious to outside matters, asked. Qianxingzi smirked condescendingly. I knew you wouldn't care. Haven't you noticed that the reports about the insect disaster have increased recently? Haven't you contacted friends from other schools to discuss this? Haven't you heard that many beginners have already begun working with mechas? The series of Haven't You highlighted Qian Doduo's extensive network and information acumen. After his spiel, he felt rather pleased with himself, strutting with his head held high. Due to this newfound elevation, Qianxingzi, already half a head taller than Cui Yu, had to tilt his head down to maintain eye contact with her. Cui Yu shrugged nonchalantly. I definitely haven't noticed, but I've almost beaten the penultimate level in my card battle game. Qianxingzi was simultaneously envious and frustrated by Cui Yu's gaming skills and her lack of ambition, his handsome face contorting in exasperation. The treasure mouse on his shoulder, donning a jeweled vest, also seemed to share his sentiments, letting out a couple of squeaks before adding a soft hum. Unable to resist, Cui Yu stood on tiptoe and playfully grabbed the treasure mouse from Qianxingzi's shoulder, squeezing it in her palm. Qianxingzi's face flushed with indignation. Why do you always grab my abeo without warning? This is extremely uncivilized behavior. Cui Yu rolled her eyes. Releasing a spiritual entity in a crowded public place is the real uncivilized act. Being caught is a fitting punishment for you. With no rebuttal, Qianxingzi silently tucked away the squeaking treasure mouse that had just been in Cui Yu's grasp, stomping his foot in frustration. I'm trying to discuss serious matters with you. Cui Yu mirrored his actions, stomping her foot as well. Then hurry up and say it. Each stomp echoed rhythmically. Oh, Cui Yu felt a surge of self-satisfaction, thinking to herself, I truly am a musically inclined beauty. Realizing that small talk was a waste of time, Qianxingzi cut to the chase. I've heard that all preparatory military schools across the Federation will generally lower the age for mecha training. This time, various military divisions have sent personnel to all military schools' junior departments for assessment. As expected, Cui Yu was completely unaware of this news. Recognizing her ignorance, Qianxingzi's mood lifted, feeling a subtle sense of superiority over Cui Yu. Beginners operating mechas. That's ridiculous. Cui Yu gazed at the mechas not far away, which seemed far more complex to operate than a vehicle. It was absurd that the Federation would allow children who had yet to grasp basic arithmetic to pilot mechas. Qianxingzi dismissed her concerns. What's wrong with beginners? We're already 10 years old. We're practically adults. 200 years ago, when the combat capability was lacking, 6-year-olds were piloting rudimentary mechas on the battlefield. His tone was filled with eagerness, as if he couldn't wait for his turn to pilot a mecha into battle. Cui Yu countered, but you just said that was 200 years ago. They exchanged a knowing glance, falling silent. Unspoken anxieties filled the air, indicating that the situation at the front lines was indeed dire. Cui Yu felt a headache coming on. It was one thing to die, but to have traversed to the future and found herself caught in an era of war against alien creatures was another matter entirely. She was just a girl with a flimsy life. While she might as well enjoy the present, she certainly didn't want to meet her end at the hands of the insect species. In this unfamiliar place devoid of family ties, cherished memories, or unwarranted credit cards, there were only days filled with uncertainty, whether long or fleeting. She secretly wished to awaken back on Earth. Casting a furtive glance at the stern-faced Xiaqin in the distance, Cui Yu mentally voiced her reluctance to attend school. Xiaqin's expression was far from pleasant. This was the 5th preparatory military academy he had visited. Each time he moved from the intermediate department to the junior department, his unease grew, and he increasingly felt that the Federation was on the brink of collapse. Hailing from a remote star system, Xiaqin was not alone. Many frontline soldiers came from similar backgrounds where educational resources were scarce. To stand out, one needed a blessing from the heavens in the form of a clever or higher psychic ability, coupled with a strong physique, to enlist in the military. Joining the military was easier than taking the standardized exams, but to truly make a name for oneself, one must strive to gain admission to one of the 6 top military academies. The 6 military academies were notoriously difficult to enter. Students from affluent planets had ample opportunities to receive systematic knowledge in preparatory military schools, interact with specimens of the insect race, and even own their mechas. In contrast, impoverished children from remote areas lacked these opportunities. The teachers were average. Their understanding of the insect race was always mediated through a screen, and the mechas available for training were outdated, discarded models shared among the entire school. Fortunately, even in remote star systems, there were retired soldiers who returned home and served as strict, ruthless, and unsentimental instructors, building bridges to dreams and futures for local children. The students molded by these instructors were different from those taught by regular teachers. While teachers educated and nurtured, instructors armed their students to confront death itself as warriors. In Xiaqin's eyes, these children possessed no sense of combat awareness whatsoever. Just before in the intermediate department, he had seen a few kids with decent mecha piloting skills. They came from well-off families and already owned their mechas at the intermediate stage. However, to them the mechas seemed more like fashionable toys to flaunt rather than comrades to fight alongside. This issue was not unique to this school. It was prevalent across all 5 schools Xie had visited. If combat awareness could not be improved, even with increased mecha piloting skills, the Federation would merely gain another batch of proficient mecha pilots. Yet combat awareness was not something that could be cultivated overnight. Xie current task was to assess the preparatory military academy students from the Hylon Star system. This was a tedious and monotonous job. As a responsible major, he led a captain under his command day after day, observing every student's operation of the mechas. The junior students had no practical mecha classes, so before they each attempted to operate, Xie personally explained how to do so. As a seasoned soldier who had slain countless insect foes on the front line, the aura of iron and blood emanating from Xie intimidated the children. They lined up neatly, nervously gazing in his direction. Xie was too lazy for unnecessary self-introductions. He directly began assigning tasks to the students. In front of you are several universal infantry mechas, Wu-Wei commonly used in plane warfare. They are the most frequently employed infantry mechas on the Huayun and pesticide defense lines, requiring only level psychic ability for a psychic link. As military mechas, Wu-Wei has 2 operating systems, psychic link and manual mode. Today we will disable the manual mode, and each student will sequentially attempt to control the mecha to take 3 steps forward and then turn back to the original position via the psychic link. The linking method involves connecting your psychic energy to the black coupling sphere faced by the cockpit, and you will proceed forward in the order of the names I announce. Qianxingza Abduadalai Piasalade. Having spoken, Xie stepped aside without allowing the students a chance to ask questions. Qianxingza strode confidently to the leftmost, Wu-Wei moving with purpose. The other 2, initially hesitant, had no choice but to follow suit. Xie frowned. Move quicker. Don't waste time. Each person has a 5-minute limit. Those who do not complete it will be deemed failures. He did not elaborate on what deemed failures entailed, but the atmosphere on the playground became palpably tense. Xie had been too brief in his explanation, and most 4th graders did not understand how to establish the link, let alone how to operate the mecha once successfully linked. Nervous energy began to bubble among the students, but no one dared to speak up first. As expected, the students' anxiety was not unfounded. Among the first 3, only Qianxingza successfully operated the mecha and completed the task. The other 2 failed to even establish a link. Cui Yu observed as Qianxingza advanced alongside the 2 from Class 1, subtly realizing that Xie intended for Qianxingza to set an example for the others. While some students might have never encountered a mecha before, many of them wore golden mecha spheres around their necks, suggesting they had played with them long ago. Having Qianxingza demonstrate certainly held significance, as it proved that these Wu-Wei mechas were not defective. A total of 20 students followed, but only 3 successfully linked with Wu-Wei. Of these 3, 1 fainted and was carried away by the school nurse, another tripped and fell flat on their face, while a 3rd inexplicably began jumping in place, unable to stop after a dozen hops. Xie face darkened as he went to remove the fainted and vomiting student. The captain accompanying him turned pale while cleaning up the student's mess, unsure of what the student had eaten, and the captain's face paled further after finishing. The difficulty had frightened the students. They could no longer maintain their orderly lines, shifting and whispering among themselves. The 4th graders were simply too young, lacking in theoretical knowledge. With a sense of resignation, Xie announced that students could step back and temporarily disperse, forbidding loud chatter, while those whose names were called moved forward. This implied they could now interact. Once given permission, the students quickly and quietly moved, the more agile ones swiftly surrounding Qianxingza, who was already moving toward Cui Yu, drawing a crowd around him. Qianxingza beamed with pride. Cui Yu, did you see how I just displayed my prowess? Cui Yu gazed enviously at the mecha sphere hanging on Qianxingza's chest. It's nice to have money, Qianxingza retorted. While I have indeed played with mechas before, I was able to control it perfectly on my first try. Cui Yu nodded in agreement. Having money does help. A custom mecha would naturally choose the highest compatibility coupling blocks, making operation much easier. You don't understand. I am genuinely strong. Qianxingza felt deflated by Cui Yu's lack of genuine praise. Cui Yu truly couldn't comprehend why Qianxingza was so eager for her acknowledgement of his strength. Was this a childish desire to win? While Cui Yu remained silent, many others were eager to acknowledge him. The classmates surrounding him were already bursting with curiosity, wanting to glean some experience from Qianxingza. A boy with a slender face immediately chimed in, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Big brother, you are truly impressive. Please share some pointers with me. A girl with red hair and braided pigtails echoed, "Yes. Could you teach us how to establish a psychic link and how to control the mecha once linked?" The student's admiration greatly satisfied Qianxing's pride, and he readily imparted his knowledge. Just channel your psychic energy to the coupling sphere as you would when measuring psychic power, and you'll establish the link. Then focus on moving one foot and then the other, and you'll get it moving. Cui Yu sensed that Qianxing's lacked teaching talent. Taking advantage of the crowd's attention on him, she turned and slipped out of the throng. Outside the crowd, Lin Bela was indeed not joining the excitement. Instead, she was fixated on the three mechas ahead. Each time someone successfully maneuvered a mecha, she meticulously tracked every detail of their movements. After several students failed to establish a link, Lin Bela rubbed her slightly sore eyes and softly remarked, "Asking Qianxing's is pointless." Those who learned on custom mechas cannot comprehend the stiltedness of first-time mecha interactions. For military academy students with decent psychic abilities, establishing a link with a mecha was not difficult. However, those with no prior exposure struggled to find that initial point, unsure how to control their psychic energy, leading to initial failures. Yet once a link was established, subsequent attempts would become increasingly fluid. Universal mechas were designed to accommodate various psychic types, yet none achieved high compatibility, making the psychic coupling process challenging. Custom mechas, on the other hand, featured high compatibility, guiding pilots to release psychic energy for rapid linking. Once familiar with the linking process, transitioning to lower-grade mechas was straightforward. The same principle applied to mecha operation. Custom mechas were tailored to the pilot's thoughts and habits, providing a guiding educational experience for beginners. Qianxing's learned how to operate his mecha through high compatibility and may find it challenging to control advanced mechas. However, Wu Wei was just a level universal mecha, and Qianxing's level psychic ability allowed him to easily transfer his piloting skills to it. Although Qianxing's teaching methods were questionable, sharing his experiences provided a much-needed boost of confidence to the military academy students. Even if they found his explanations vague, it was certainly more reassuring than being rushed by Xiaqin earlier. While only a rare few students managed to fulfill Xiaqin's requirements, the number of those who successfully moved Wu Wei visibly increased. Soon it was Lin Beila's turn. With a calm demeanor, she showed no signs of anxiety, even as the linking light remained unlit. Finally, after about 3 minutes, the link indicator lit up, flickering twice before stabilizing to emit a soft yellow glow. Remembering the lessons learned from observing others, Lin Beila cautiously began to control Wu Wei, lifting its foot. Having witnessed many classmates topple over at the first step, she deliberately moved at a slow pace. Wu Wei's left foot traced a perfectly standard arc in the air, the slow motion almost comically contrasting with Lin Beila's gentle and composed demeanor. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as the second step landed, the 5-minute limit expired, and the link automatically disconnected. Lin Beila felt a moment of confusion before regretfully exiting the cockpit. Unfortunately, she had planned to accelerate on the 3rd step and execute a backward turn, but knowing opportunities to pilot a mecha were rare, she dared not linger. Cui Yu, having observed Lin Beila's actions, understood her intentions. For novice pilots, falling after attempting to operate a mecha could make it difficult to stand again. Rather than gamble on whether she could walk normally, it was wiser to be cautious and truly feel the operation. After all, this was a real mecha. They, as impoverished children, rarely had access to such experiences. Soon after Lin Beila, it was Cui Yu's turn. Many people present recognized Cui Yu. As a gifted transfer student, she was already somewhat conspicuous, and her mathematical talents had gained her notoriety throughout the semester. That girl who excels in math, Cui Yu. In her past life, Cui Yu had struggled immensely with advanced calculus. She could hardly imagine gaining such a notorious title simply for excelling in mathematics here. Feeling somewhat anxious, Cui Yu approached the central Wu Wei. On paper, her psychic ability was rated A, the highest level in the school. However, Cui Yu secretly believed she was even more capable than that, leading to an inexplicable feeling of confidence regarding piloting the mecha. The successes of Qianxing's and Lin Beila further bolstered Cui Yu's self-assurance. As she instantaneously established the link, her confidence soared to unprecedented heights. Under the watchful eyes of her peers, Cui Yu piloted Wu Wei and performed a perfect split. Xiaqin was immensely relieved that it was Dongfeng Yunyun who attended the parent-teacher meeting on behalf of Cui Yu. Fortunately, that headstrong girl had the sense not to call him brother-in-law or dad in front of her subordinates. He couldn't afford to lose face. If it had been a mere failure or a clumsy mishap, Xiaqin would have thought nothing of it. After all, beginners often encounter such setbacks. With so many students, a majority would inevitably face operational failures. But why did he have to witness Wu Wei executing one perfect split after another, followed by a series of impressive 180-degree turns, arms outstretched, bouncing gracefully and then landing flawlessly back into another split. Each movement was executed with remarkable precision. For the first time, Xiaqin realized just how long Wu Wei's legs were, an astonishing sight to behold. Laughter erupted among the students, and even the teachers struggled to maintain their composure. Yet Cui Yu remained blissfully unaware, emerging from the cockpit, waving triumphantly, as if she had just returned from a glorious victory on the front lines. When she turned towards him, Xiaqin felt a tension he had never experienced even in the face of the insectoid threat. She wouldn't dare to call him Dad, would she? That would be a bit too presumptuous, especially since she never referred to him as such at home. Cui Yu, oblivious to Xiaqin's apprehension, beamed with joy and performed a slightly awkward salute. Instructor, I did it. Xiaqin sighed in relief. Thankfully, she knew her limits. Thus the onlookers witnessed the usually stern and imposing officer emit a rather sheepish "oh." Qianxingzi and Lin Beila eagerly awaited Cui Yu's descent, each taking hold of her from either side. Qianxingzi, his face ablaze with impatience, exclaimed, Cui Yu, you must have been secretly practicing piloting the mecha behind our backs. You're quite the schemer. He couldn't fathom the humiliation he would have faced today if he hadn't practiced in advance with the customized mecha his great-grandmother had gifted him during the summer vacation. To be outshone by Cui Yu in front of all the teachers and students would have been unbearable. He was the top of the grade. How could he endure such disgrace? Ignoring the outburst from the overly dramatic young master, Lin Beila affectionately hugged Cui Yu and whispered in her ear, You were amazing, Cui Yu. Lin Beila, feeling rather pragmatic, reminded herself that although she hadn't completed the task her roommate had, it was as if she had achieved half of it herself. They could share learning experiences later which would undoubtedly benefit her own progress. Seeing Lin Beila and Cui Yu all chummy and giggly, Qianxingzi miffed pulled the two apart, his small face serious. Why aren't you listening to me? Cui Yu, you're not allowed to study without me. You must always invite me along in the future. He then turned to Lin Beila, fixing her with a stern gaze. You're not allowed to study secretly either. We're friends, we must progress together. He might have underestimated Lin Beila, who appeared innocent, but often clandestinely excelled in her studies, nearly snatching his top position on several occasions. Lin Beila thought, who said we were friends? However, her gentle nature kept her from engaging in conflict, and she simply smiled awkwardly, neither agreeing nor refusing. Cui Yu, on the other hand, was not easily swayed. With an arched brow, she scrutinized Qianxingzi. Why should I listen to you? What's in it for me to study with you? Caught off guard, Qianxingzi pondered for a moment before stammering. Isn't it because I'm kind-hearted and want to share my family's pastries with you? Study with me, and I'll cover the pastries and milk tea. You don't think I'm afraid you'd surpass me, do you? Haha, I'm the top student after all. I can even teach you whatever you don't understand. The pastries and milk tea from Qianxiangji, one of the local luxuries from the High Lawn Star system. It's not that I care much about the pastries and milk tea, I just really want to study with the top student. Cui Yu nodded vigorously. Lin Beila, whose family situation wasn't particularly prosperous, eagerly chimed in her usually ethereal tone, taking on a grounded urgency. Cui Yu and I are good sisters, nothing can separate us. Please don't mind me joining your study group. After this unexpected physical education class, Cui Yu had truly made a name for herself. At least within their grade, she had become a household name, crowned with the title of academic overachiever by her peers. Previously, people knew Cui Yu for her math prowess, but among military academy students, most dreamt of the battlefield rather than mathematics, so her exceptional skills didn't necessarily make her an academic powerhouse, it merely indicated she was a bit peculiar. But having a talent for piloting mechas was an entirely different matter. Nowadays, the front lines mostly engaged in mecha combat, and students with strong mecha piloting abilities were regarded as role models among their peers. Cui Yu, with her keen hearing, naturally caught snippets of conversations about herself from all directions. Some remarked that they hadn't expected her to be so deep and would be a fierce competitor for the coveted spots in the Tianlan Pre-Military Academy. Others praised her level mental strength, saying she was born to pilot mechas. And there were those who claimed they had always known her capabilities were extraordinary, as she effortlessly completed every running drill during physical education class. Cui Yu felt a bit giddy from the praise. Even as she sat in Xiaqin's hovercar after disembarking from the starship, she was still lost in the admiration of her classmates. I say, could you stop shaking your leg? Xiaqin looked at her, exasperated. There was no helping it. Although he didn't want to be overly strict with the children, his hovercar was nearly 30 years old, not exactly luxurious, and its shock absorption system had aged out. Cui Yu's bouncing leg caused the vehicle to sway slightly. Cui Yu chuckled mischievously, obediently pressing her overly excited left leg down. I can't help it, I'm just so excited. Xiaqin understood her excitement. He remembered his own exhilaration when he first piloted a mecha and successfully made it lift its leg. He chuckled lightly, his approval evident. Wu Wei isn't the right fit for you. Your talent is exceptional. Once you find the right mecha, you'll understand. Cui Yu didn't know much about mechas and felt curious upon hearing this. The right mecha. Isn't Wu Wei a universal model suitable for most people? Xiaqin didn't think there was anything wrong with her lack of this common knowledge and patiently explained. Most people's mental strength falls within the C or D levels. Even among the frontline soldiers of the 9 major legions, B and C are the predominant levels. Thus, universal mechas are generally designed with clever mental strength as a reference. While higher-level mental strength can easily operate, lower-level mechas, those that match one's mental strength, can often maximize performance. Will the army assign each person a mecha that matches their mental strength? The hovercar vibrated slightly in response. Xiaqin's expression indicated, what nonsense are you thinking? He swallowed hard and sighed. Cui Yu, the army's budget isn't sourced from the ocean. Cui Yu was taken aback. Do we need to buy our own mechas to fight the insectoids? Even without visiting a mecha mall, Cui Yu knew they were incredibly expensive, as evidenced by the fact that very few students in the 4th grade had even encountered a mecha. Although the military offered generous bonuses based on insectoid kill counts, the costs for mecha maintenance and repairs added up significantly. Relying on a self-purchased mecha would surely impact performance. Xiaqin continued to explain. The military has a mecha warehouse. Each soldier initially receives the right to use a universal mecha or can provide their own. Points are awarded for exterminating insectoids, which can be exchanged in the mecha warehouse for rights to non-universal mechas. However, there's no guarantee that the warehouse will have a suitable mecha for everyone, so many opt to exchange their points for materials and then pay out of pocket to have a mecha customized by a mecha engineer. Seeing Cui Yu's skeptical expression, Xiaqin added, a mecha that matches one's attributes not only enhances combat effectiveness, but also reduces wear and tear on the mecha. In the long run, customization is actually more economical. However, many new recruits lack points and materials for exchange, and buying materials outright for customization can be astronomical. How astronomical? Cui Yu's eyes widened. It depends on the level. Customizing a clever mecha might cost just over 100,000, but each significant increase in level adds a zero to the price. 10,000. Customizing in a level mecha could cost tens of millions. Seemingly understanding Cui Yu's thoughts, Xiaqin smiled sympathetically. And even minor levels have discrepancies. For example, an A can be over twice as expensive as an A, and if the chosen materials are rare, there's no upper limit. Over 1 billion. Cui Yu contemplated, recalling that the most expensive apartment in the city center of Bayun, occupying the prime educational district, was only around 20 million. This clearly illustrated how exorbitant mechas were. What about your mecha? Cui Yu was curious. What kind of mecha did someone of Xiaqin's rank use? Xiaqin didn't hide it. I haven't been on the front lines for long, so my points are limited. Once I save up a bit more and gather more materials, I'll get my customized mecha made. Currently, Xiaqin's rank was B, but he was using merely a clever universal mecha. While it had sufficed in the patrol forces of the Hylon star system, facing the insectoids at the front lines left him feeling somewhat inadequate. Upgrading to a better mecha would also be beneficial for accumulating military merits. Xiaqin's mental strength was somewhat niche, focusing on calming abilities, and the military mecha warehouse didn't currently have a suitable option for him. Previously, Xiaqin hadn't cared much about accumulating military merits given the steady suppression of the insectoids on the front lines, but now he felt differently. All because of the presence of Xie Xiaohua. Upon returning home to Bayun City, Xiaqin and Cui Yu headed straight for the cradle where Xie Xiaohua lay. Xie Xiaohua had just turned 1 month old and hadn't been given a proper name, yet spending her time sweetly lying in the cradle, exuding the delightful scent of milk and drooling adorably. Hearing the commotion of Cui Yu and Xiaqin returning home, Dongfang Yunyun emerged from the kitchen carrying freshly prepared dishes while simultaneously operating a housekeeping robot to feed Xie Xiaohua. Dongfang Yunyun hadn't planned to have children in recent years, but then came Cui Yu, followed by Xie Xiaohua. It couldn't really be helped. Her husband, whom she met weekly, had been away for 6 months. It was only natural for such sparks to fly when he finally returned for a family visit. Now that Xie Xiaohua was on the way, they couldn't very well turn back. At 4.5 months, Xie Xiaohua was transferred to an artificial womb, and Dongfang Yunyun hadn't suffered too much. However, the costs for the artificial womb were exorbitant. Baby supplies weren't cheap, and commissioning a master to customize a mecha for Xiaqin was even more costly. The savings from previous years had been spent almost entirely, and Xie Xiaohua's premature arrival meant she might miss out on the prestigious school Dongfang Yunyun had hoped for. Cui Yu had initially considered asking for a reduction in her living expenses, but Dongfang Yunyun flatly refused, making Cui Yu realize that her meager allowance of 2,000 star coins barely covered 3 days' worth of milk for Xie Xiaohua. What Dongfang Yunyun needed were millions or tens of millions, not the trifling sums Cui Yu had to offer. Yet with the financial burden of Xie Xiaohua, Cui Yu's living expenses could not be increased. At over 50 years old, Dongfang Yunyun had been working for many years and felt too embarrassed to ask her parents for money, especially since they had younger children to support. After finishing her milk, Xie Xiaohua squinted her eyes, bubbling happily, her chubby little face rosy and inviting, reminiscent of the peach of immortality, making one want to take a bite. Cui Yu leaned over the cradle, gazing at her soft sister. Dongfang Yunyun claimed Xie Xiaohua was an unexpected blessing, but in truth it was Cui Yu who was the unexpected one. She had originally noticed changes in Dongfang Yunyun's maternal palace and thought it was meant for her, but it turned out to be for Xie Xiaohua. She had taken the position of the eldest daughter from Xie Xiaohua. How delightful. Although Dongfang Yunyun dismissed the significance of 2,000 star coins, Cui Yu as an adult still felt a sense of pride, thinking she should save a little more, so she could eventually buy something useful for the family, thus repaying her living expenses in a different way. One should never be too greedy of being taken in by Xie Qin, and Dongfang Yunyun had already granted her freedom. As for money, she would find a way to manage on her own. That night, Xie Qin and Dongfang Yunyun had just finished 2 intimate exercises as a couple. Lying together in bed, they started discussing trivial matters around the house. This wasn't Xie Qin's family visit during a short holiday. Rather, it was just an ordinary weekend he managed to squeeze out while on duty in the Hylon Star system. The preliminary assessments for the Preparatory Military Academy did not enforce a strict order of schools, so Xie Qin had arranged to conduct his assessment of the Chilean Star Preparatory Military Academy on the Friday of the week, when Cui Yu had her monthly leave from school. Next Monday, Xie Qin had to rush to the Shaoan Star School for a mission, and his next visit home would be a few months later. Dongfang Yunyun immediately decided they would head to Haishi Star this weekend to find a master for the first step in customizing a mecha data collection. Haishi Star is the mecha capital of the Hylon Star system. Dongfang Yunyun had already contacted a familiar master to design a mecha for Xie Qin. Completing the data collection earlier would expedite the design process, allowing Xie Qin to determine earlier what materials he needed to exchange at the military warehouse. Although Xie Qin felt there was no need to rush as he still had some points to accumulate, and a delayed design wouldn't affect the completion timeline, he usually deferred to Dongfang Yunyun when it came to family matters. Tomorrow when we go to Haishi Star, don't say anything when Lao talks, and don't complain about the materials being expensive. If necessary, I can borrow some money from my parents. Dongfang Yunyun prepared Xie Qin. Xie Qin felt somewhat helpless. When we got married, my in-laws already supported us a lot. Although Dongfang Yunyun's parents were quite wealthy, they had many children and currently had 2 underage kids to raise. Dongfang Yunyun was neither living with her parents nor working for the family business. She had already taken a significant sum when they married. Xie Qin felt it was embarrassing to ask her parents for money just to upgrade his mecha. Dongfang Yunyun shrugged it off. What's there to be afraid of when borrowing money? We'll pay them back eventually. My parents won't mind this little bit. Once you have a good mecha, you'll naturally earn more. And with Xiaohua's birth, my parents will give us a child-rearing fund anyway. So be bold and customize your mecha. Even though I don't know much about mechas, don't think you can fool me. Xie Qin could only agree, and regarding tomorrow's customization, he firmly decided to keep the budget under 5 million, relying on military points for the rest. The next morning, Dongfang Yunyun pulled Cui Yu out of bed and dressed her in a lovely pale yellow Lolita dress that she was quite satisfied with. The 3 of them hurriedly flew to the starport. Xiaohua was too small, so they had to preset the program for the nanny robot to take care of her at home. This was Cui Yu's first time sitting on a starship. Previously, when traveling to Chilean Star, she had always been stuffed in the dark cargo hold of the starship. This time, however, she sat in a proper seat, gazing through the porthole at the boundless sea of stars. To be honest, the small porthole resembled a little screen. The view of the universe appeared no different from what one could see on a holographic display. However, passing by different planets, they could see vast expanses of azure oceans, which was a characteristic of the Hylon Star system. Being a legitimate passenger had its advantages, especially in terms of restroom access. After finishing a large glass of milk, that morning Cui Yu soon felt the call of her bladder. The large civilian superspeed starship was one of the luxurious types among many models. Inside there were generally 3 classes: first class, comfort class, and economy class. Cui Yu and the others were seated in economy class, yet even here the restroom was clean and spacious, with the intelligent toilet system constantly cleaning and sanitizing, making it more hygienic than private bathrooms without such systems. Note to self: once I have a house, I must install an intelligent bathroom system. Haishi Star wasn't too far away. Cui Yu explored the starship, and within 3 hours they arrived at the port of Haishi Star's Xinhai City. They took a cross-sea speedboat for about 10 minutes to reach their destination Xi'an City, where Dongfang Yunyun led Cui Yu and Xie Qin to a villa in the suburbs. Seeing the familiar, luxurious residence, Cui Yu felt a surge of excitement. In her previous life, she had lived with her grandmother in her grandmother's paper crafting shop, which wasn't an ordinary store, but one located in a spacious 3-entry courtyard near the Forbidden City. Her mother had passed away early, and her father rarely returned home due to work, yet he had left her with an astonishing fortune to squander. While living in a luxurious courtyard was already a rare opportunity, there were moments when Cui Yu envied her classmates living in large villas and estates, occasionally dreaming of French palace styles, tropical vintage styles, or modern opulent designs. Master Umeda resided in Cui Yu's dream house. As soon as they entered the courtyard, an impressive fountain came into view, with several slender, colorful ornamental fish swimming in it. Near the garden were low shrubs and flower beds, making the already spacious villa appear even more grand. Surrounding the villa were tall, neatly trimmed coniferous trees, giving a sense of vastness, no matter where one looked from the center of the courtyard. Following Umeda's assistant into the house, Cui Yu discovered the peculiarities of this residence. While it appeared to have 3 stories from the outside, upon entering, she found that the living room was a single open space, 3 stories high, filled with towering mechas and intricate instruments, exuding Umeda's professionalism and wealth. Clearly, Umeda and Dongfang Yunyun were already acquainted. The living room had prepared Dongfang Yunyun's favorite chilled red pear juice in advance. Umeda warmly approached them, calling out, "Little Dongfang 10," while handing Dongfang Yunyun a red envelope, saying it was a gift for her newborn. Dongfang Yunyun had never mentioned her having a child to Umeda, so it must have been brought up by their elders. Dongfang Yunyun was not shy at all, though. She accepted the envelope with one hand and pushed Cui Yu forward with the other. "What about my big baby? Isn't there a welcome gift for her?" Umeda, unaware that Dongfang Yunyun had adopted such a big child, was not taken aback by Cui Yu's appearance. He scanned the room and picked up a palm-sized pink mecha model from a table several meters away, handing it to Cui Yu. "Little one, this is a practice model I just finished 2 days ago. Call me Grandpa, oh, and it's yours." Cui Yu looked up at Dongfang Yunyun, unsure whether to accept it. Dongfang Yunyun nudged Cui Yu. "Quickly take it. Lao's practice models are the best." Umeda muttered, "Little Ten is always so impolite," but still handed the pink model to Cui Yu. "Its name is Princess Coco. As for how to use it, let Air Bao explain it to you shortly." Air Bao was Umeda's assistant and senior apprentice, and he personally conducted the test for familiar clients. As for his senior apprentice, he was tasked with helping Dongfang Yunyun take care of the child. Air Bao appeared quite young, akin to a university student, yet he was already in his 30s. He clearly recognized Dongfang Yunyun and quietly greeted her with Sister Yunyun, before beginning to instruct Cui Yu on how to use the mecha practice model. Mecha practice models are generally used for practicing fine control of mental power. Their operating principles are the same as mechas, but they are more challenging due to their small size. Moreover, to enhance the practice effect, the materials used differ in attributes and control difficulty, unlike standard mechas. Many professionals involved in mental operations practice with these models, though mass-produced versions tend to have limited effectiveness and target specific aspects, unlike models designed by mecha masters. For instance, this cute pink Princess Coco is an amphibious model equipped with retractable legs and a pair of wings, allowing practice for piloting both flying mechas and quadrupedal mechas. Its weaponry includes a magnetic energy light gun, a metal light blade, and a 9-section whip made from insectoid biological materials, enhancing proficiency with different weapons. Notably, the 9-section whip is detachable, equipped with a replaceable meteor hammer. As for its defense system, Princess Coco has 5 movable protective shields made from different materials, a unique design not typically seen in real combat mechas, which usually have 1 to 3 protective shields. This peculiar design aims to train defensive coordination skills. Fortunately, Cui Yu was mature enough to grasp these concepts, otherwise she would have found it hard to understand Air Bao's instruction, which sounded like a manual. Having encountered such a novel toy for the first time, Cui Yu eagerly attempted to connect with it using her mental power. The linking process was indeed smoother than her previous attempt with the Fearless model, but once connected, controlling it proved less easy. Just as she planned to make the model fly with its wings, it flopped sideways and nearly fell, but Cui Yu's quick reflexes saved it from crashing to the ground. Air Bao promptly added, "Princess Coco is the boss prize creation. Even experienced military pilots might not be able to operate it easily. Generally, a model with such high precision and functionality can be used for many years." Umeda preferred to have Air Bao call him boss rather than master, giving their one-master-and-apprentice studio a more professional sound. Cui Yu unfazed continued to try several times, but found that neither the wings nor the legs responded well, leaving her puzzled. Eventually, she decided to put the new toy away, planning to study it at her leisure later. Dongfang Yunyun's mental power had just reached level C, and her spiritual entity had no special skills beyond cuteness. Having not been exposed to military or mecha knowledge, she merely knew that the practice model was a learning tool. Seeing Cui Yu put away Princess Coco, she thought it was because Cui Yu didn't like the somewhat complex gift, and gently reassured her, "It's okay. Later I'll have Lao give you something more useful." Cui Yu honestly replied, "No, I really like Princess Coco." Unable to afford a mecha, having a practice model was more than enough, and this one looked impressive. When she eventually piloted a real mecha, she would surely excel. As Dongfang Yunyun schemed to benefit from her master heir, Bao remained oblivious, staring blankly into space. While the boss was a perfectionist, so heir Bao could only afford to slack off when the boss was occupied with clients. Dongfang Yunyun, already accustomed to heir Bao's habit of zoning out, refrained from engaging him. Instead, she adjusted Cui Yu's somewhat lopsided braids to be symmetrical and couldn't help but pinch Cui Yu's adorable chubby cheeks, filled with delight. Reflecting on the previous summer when she first met Cui Yu, the girl couldn't even articulate her words. Now she was articulate, polite, and loved by everyone. Dongfang Yunyun often felt grateful for adopting her and sending her to school. In truth, Cui Yu's rapid progress in speaking stemmed from her initial intention to play the role of a naive child. However, upon starting school, she realized that children around 8 or 9 years old were quite like little adults, so she dropped the act. But since they only met once a month, Dongfang Yunyun assumed her improvements were due to school. What a delightful misunderstanding. As the three of them patiently waited, the two people who were supposed to conduct a series of data tests suddenly appeared before them. Xiaqin's face was a mixture of excitement and embarrassment, remaining silent, while Omida sighed, alternating between awe and wonder without explaining what had happened. It wasn't until Dongfang Yunyun could no longer contain her curiosity and saw Xiaqin struggling to find the words that Omida generously announced an important fact. Little Dongfang, 10, your husband, has suddenly raised his mental power to level up. The growth of mental strength is undoubtedly a positive development, especially for soldiers. For a B-level soldier, whether you have just reached B-level or are on the brink of a level, your ceiling is merely that of a major general. To attain such a rank before retirement, one must achieve remarkable military feats and excel beyond other B-level soldiers, often outperforming many A-level ones as well. The military is a gathering place for those with exceptional mental strength, and the differences in mental prowess across the various high ranks are stark. Those renowned generals are typically A or S-level. Xiaqin, now in his 50s, has not seen combat on the front line until recently. Despite graduating from a top military academy and demonstrating outstanding performance in his role, he has only managed to achieve the rank of major, lagging behind peers who went directly to the battlefield. Most majors with comparable abilities to him are under 45. Fighting valiantly on the front lines, Xiaqin has accumulated military achievements and points at a faster rate than his comrades, particularly excelling in exterminating bugs recently. Initially, he thought that his age had made him more adept at using mental strength. However, after the arrival of Xie Xiaohua, he felt invigorated and unexpectedly discovered that his mental strength had elevated from B to A level. The deployment of troops considers mental strength levels, thus Xiaqin, who had previously faced only B-level insectoids, would likely confront more formidable and higher-scoring A-level insectoids in future encounters now that his mental strength level has been updated. This news is monumental. Yet along with this new level comes the fact that the cost for customizing a mech skyrockets significantly. An A-level mech, even if all manufacturing materials are exchanged with points, would still cost at least 5 million for components design and production. Moreover, the military's material reserves primarily consist of insectoid materials and common minerals, requiring many materials to be purchased from the market. Should luck not be on their side, and they require rare weapon materials, the expenses would be beyond what both he and Dongfang Yunyun could afford. While their incomes are decent, they do not have the financial means to indulge in extravagant mech customization. Though Dongfang Yunyun hails from a wealthy family, the Dongfang clan has many children. Given that she has not served the family business and has no notable prospects, the family has already been generous in providing her with a home, a car, and startup funds. They might not be able to afford the customization. Xiaqin was unsure how to broach the subject of let's not customize, but Dongfang Yunyun decisively declared, great. Since you've reached a level, it's unlikely there's room for further improvement, so we must go ahead and customize the most suitable mech. Amidar agreed. Transitioning from B to A is already rare, and achieving this in your 50s is even more extraordinary. It's likely that the challenges faced on the front lines spurred the development of your mental strength. Since it has stabilized now, it's reasonable to assume that your level will not change. Therefore, let's make a good one this time. Future adjustments will likely be minimal. Xie remembered Dongfang Yunyun's advice to heed the master's words and not interject, but Amadar probably wasn't aware of their current financial constraints. Having been married for over a decade, Dongfang Yunyun understood Xie subtle expressions perfectly. Yet she feigned ignorance and excitedly echoed Amadar's remarks, even suggesting they retest her mental strength now that Xie data had changed. Xie felt despondent. He had intended to discuss their budget privately with Amadar, but now that plan fell through. His wife was too skilled at managing him. Cui Yu was also brought along by Dongfang Yunyun to witness Xie assessment, claiming she wanted to broaden her horizons. And indeed, she gained a wealth of knowledge. Mech masters are rarely impoverished. To customize the right mech for someone, they must utilize numerous precise instruments for testing. Each mech master has their own style, focusing on different data details, leading them to adjust the testing parameters accordingly. Typically, each mech master possesses an exceedingly expensive specialized testing system. Those who cannot afford a testing system often work for major companies or serve as apprentices to earn money and experience using the instruments. Once they have saved enough and gained sufficient experience, they establish their own practices and gradually become well-known masters. Amadar, now over 190 years old, is one of the renowned masters in the Hylon star system. His testing room resembles a technology museum filled with various bizarre instruments. Some appear to require lying down or being worn on the head, while others have entirely obscure uses. Seeing Cui Yu's lively curiosity contrasted with his lethargic disciple trailing behind, Amadar felt a surge of irritation and quickly strode over to give the disciple a kick. Erbao was of course not truly asleep. He steadied himself as a master nearly slipped while sliding past, and obediently said, "Boss, please instruct me." Amadar snorted through his nose, visibly annoyed. "No slacking off. Take Dongfang's eldest, and have her undergo a test as well." This was one of the favors Dongfang Yunyun sought from Amadar for Cui Yu. Although they lacked a budget and plan for customizing a mech, Amadar's instruments were far more comprehensive than those at the citizen's home or the preparatory military academy. Conducting a test here was tantamount to giving their mental domains a thorough and detailed checkup, which would certainly be beneficial. Cui Yu found this surprise somewhat daunting. After all, Xie had just tested at a level. She wondered if Amadar's reputedly advanced instruments could help her disguise her own abilities. Standing before the familiar instruments, Cui Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Over the past year, she had played several video games that significantly trained her mental strength. Compared to last year, she was now adept enough to raise her mental strength to a nearings level. Being a notch higher meant that if she advanced further in the future, there would be a clear record and no one would suspect she had been concealing her true capabilities. Initially, her concealment was rooted in the principle of moderation, fearing that concentrating too much attention on herself would impact her settlement. Yet after realizing the rarity of high-tier mental strength, she now feared her future would be dictated by it. If she were level, she would undoubtedly be a coveted asset for military academies destined to either attend a military school or join a research institute. However, if she remained only A, she could freely leave the military academy system at any educational stage and lead an ordinary life. This was also one of the insights provided by Lin Bela Kebu. Before enrolling in military school, she decided to stick with a level. Dongfang Yunyun, closely following Xie, did not notice Cui Yu's slight increase in mental strength. Instead, Cui Yu was constantly observing the developments on Xie's side. Xie was undergoing a test related to his mental entity, releasing it into the room. His mental entity, scientifically known as a spear hawk, Hai Dongqing, soared around the space like a crazed creature, screeching loudly, causing everyone around to become quite distressed. Eventually, it settled calmly on Xie's shoulder, revealing a wise expression. Dongfang Yunyun's mental entity, also a bird, couldn't help but take flight after being startled by Xie's A-level mental entity. The round, chubby, long-tailed tit flapped its small wings and landed on the head of Hai Dongqing, chirping while pecking at its head. "What is that?" Cui Yu whispered curiously to Erbao. Although Erbao was puzzled as to why Cui Yu was suddenly whispering, he cooperatively answered in a hushed tone, "It's a mental entity inspection, which allows for a more scientific grasp of its quality and aids in skill development." Cui Yu half understood. She had heard that mental entities could develop skills, but she had yet to witness one employing its abilities. As for her judgment pin, aside from assisting her with 2 assignments simultaneously, it had not yet revealed any new functions. Hai Dongqing remained in the testing chamber for quite some time, growing increasingly restless, and was finally released by Amadar. Upon its release, it let out a piercing cry before entering Xie's mental domain. Though Xie stood aside, doing nothing, he suddenly felt a bit short of breath. Amadar patted Xiechin's back with satisfaction, genuinely praising as expected of someone who's seen the front lines. Completing the mental entity inspection only left you slightly fatigued. Your mental entity seems quite robust. He invited Xiechin to rest in a nearby light therapy chamber to recover to optimal condition before the next examination. Meanwhile, he pulled Cui Yu over to conduct her mental entity inspection. Worried that Cui Yu, being young, might struggle with the rigors of the mental entity inspection, Amadar arranged for her to lie down in another recovery chamber. He couldn't help but boast about how advanced his instruments were. According to Amadar, his mental entity inspection machine was personally designed by him, superior to the high-end models at the 6 major military academies, only slightly inferior to that of the Capital Stars Mental Entity Research Institute. Anyone who comes here leaves with a new skill, Amadar declared confidently. Cui Yu, filled with anticipation for her new skill, responded, "Then, if I come once a month, I'll have 12 new skills by the end of the year." Amadar felt slightly deflated. "Well, that won't work. If it were possible, I'd already have thousands of skills." Cui Yu nodded in understanding, not feeling disappointed, but rather excited about her new skills. When Cui Yu summoned her judgment pen, even the well-experienced Amadar was taken aback. Generally, mental entities are not separate entities. For example, a flower is just a flower, a bird is just a bird, and a sword is just a sword. Of course, there exist mental entities that are not a single whole, but they are exceedingly rare. For instance, Amadar once had a client from a prominent family whose mental entity was a white porcelain bottle that dripped nectar. If caught, the nectar would turn real; if not, it would vanish into thin air. The most famous multi-headed mental entity in the Hylon star system belonged to a prince from a catering family. His mental entity was a frying pan and a spatula. He responded actively to his mental entity's call and chose not to continue his family's seafood barbecue chain, but instead created a refined seafood stir-fry brand, which has since flourished. Clearly, all multi-headed mental entities are closely interconnected. However, the connection between these two pins seemed rather tenuous. Why were there two? Merely due to their black and white colors. Why not 3, representing the primary colors red, yellow, and blue? Having weathered many storms, Amadar, filled with questions, maintained his professionalism, placing the 2 judgment pins into the inspection machine. After closing the door, he finally couldn't resist asking Dongfang Yunyun what this mental entity was. Dongfang Yunyun awkwardly touched her nose. "It's called the wealth-bringing pen." However, she was clearly aware that these 2 black and white items had no relation to wealth. Amadar, oblivious to Dongfang Yunyun's embarrassment, pondered seriously how these black and white items could possibly bring wealth, and what kinds of skills they might develop. Well, if he couldn't figure it out, he would wait for the report to come out, and then contemplate it further. It was a sensation akin to drowning in the air. Each breath was steeped in an invasive, gnawing pain that penetrated deeply, while unseen hands gripped her mind, twisting it, as if wringing out the very essence within. Her temples pulsed uncontrollably, transforming her into a keen, yet vigilant blind person, seemingly alert, yet entirely oblivious to the existence of the outside world. When the recent test abruptly ceased, Cui Yu experienced a sense of self-satisfaction, as she felt exceptionally powerful. Enduring a test that even Xiechin struggled with, she found herself relatively unscathed. Surely she must be extraordinarily gifted. However, Umeda informed her that it was not her formidable resilience, but rather that her attributes had not been detected at all. If there were no readings, naturally there would be no discomfort. Umeda then instructed Erbao to connect an external device to the mental force examination chamber. According to Umeda, this instrument, once attached, could reveal attributes that were untraceable before. After enduring a rather uncomfortable round of testing, the results emerged, but they were decidedly peculiar. Why are both destruction and restoration at 14, growth and decay at 21? And the figures for promotion and inhibition are almost identical. Umeda fell into a new round of confusion. The simultaneous occurrence of opposing attributes suggested a malfunction in the device, but if multiple opposing attributes appeared with similar values, the issue likely lay within the mental entity itself. The 5 of them gazed intently at the mental entity still confined within the examination chamber. The black judge's pen remained poised and solemn, suspended in the air, while the white one, seemingly aware of the scrutinizing gazes, bobbed and bounced about with an air of smugness. Finally, it was Erbao, who was typically reticent but could no longer tolerate his boss' foolish and embarrassing demeanor, who broke the silence. Is it possible that these 2 pins are inherently oppositional? Thus, with newfound understanding, Umeda decided to test the 2 pins separately. Cui Yu finally grasped the sensation that Xiechin had just experienced. While she was lying in the recovery pod, reduced to a breath-responsive, utterly helpless lump of flesh, Xiechin merely breathed lightly. The federal soldier was indeed formidable. After the examination of the black entity, Cui Yu insisted that the white entity not be allowed in. She feared she would die. The pain was unbearable. Omida waved his hand dismissively. This is only pain at the level of perception. In reality, you have not sustained any injuries. Even if you are somewhat smaller, you are still as healthy as a barbital bull. Cui Yu did not know what a barbital bull was, but her face clearly expressed her refusal to be comforted by Omida's words. Omida did not press the issue, opening the recovery pod for her to rest, and turning to Dongfang Yunyun and Xie Qin to discuss the latter's situation. Although Xie Qin's mental attributes were not particularly suitable for military service, being of the soothing type, his mental entity was a valiant heidonking. Due to the soothing type's unsuitability for large-scale applications, Xie Qin had developed two unique skills. One enhanced his sprinting speed, utilizing the heidonking swiftness, while the other was a basic soothing skill aimed at unknown mental reassurance for humans. Referencing the data obtained from the tests, Omida appeared increasingly relaxed. I initially thought the soothing type would struggle to create miracles on the battlefield, but when combined with a fierce predator that seems inherently mismatched, the data reveals new possibilities. Mental force attributes are innate, typically measurable at birth, albeit unstable. The mental entity is influenced not only by genetics, but also by environmental factors and subjective will. For instance, Xie Qin had aspired to take the battlefield and combat insects since he could remember. The mental entity he ultimately manifested transformed into the formidable heidonking, a soothing type. How rare that was. Most soothing type mental entities are small, herbivorous, furry creatures. In Xie Qin's data, under the category of conductibility, the second highest attribute was sonic conductibility, nearly on par with contact conductibility. This indicated that Xie Qin could transmit soothing mental force through sound waves, going beyond the traditional reliance on mental force or direct contact with the mental entity. On the battlefield, this could significantly expand the scope of the soothing type skills. As a result, Xie Qin's mech design philosophy took on two distinct directions. One focused on creating a mid-sized combat mech, emphasizing agility to maximize combat effectiveness, and the other aimed at producing a lightweight, maneuverable mech to allow Xie Qin to better utilize his soothing capabilities. Soothing types differ from auxiliary types. The latter can provide various buffs to allies or impose numerous debuffs on the insectoid enemies, while the former can directly affect the mental domain, enhancing mental stability and effectively extending peak performance. After much deliberation, Xie Qin ultimately chose the latter. He was the kind of person who believed in taking the initiative. If soothing-type mental force was unsuitable for combat, he would compensate from other angles. His endurance, reaction time, accuracy, and explosiveness had reached their limits through diligent training, but once mental force was factored in, many of his attributes no longer stood out. After all, no amount of explosive force trained over the years could compare to a comrade whose mental entity was a cheetah and whose mental attributes were strength-oriented. This was entirely reasonable. To shine and be irreplaceable, he had to push his greatest advantages to their extremes. For instance, becoming a soldier capable of widely utilizing soothing-type abilities. Cui Yu lay back, listening as the three adults swiftly established design directions and began discussing budgets. Given Xie Qin's elevated mental force level, the initial budget of 5 million would undoubtedly be insufficient. Furthermore, Xie Qin's innovative design direction required many materials that were not commonly found. Cui Yu listened as the budget escalated from 10 million to 30 million until Dongfang Yunyun finally declared that it should not exceed 40 million. Xie Qin, like Cui Yu, widened his eyes in astonishment, unaccustomed to such figures. In front of outsiders, he hesitated to engage in discussions with Dongfang Yunyun, planning to wait for an opportunity later to renegotiate the budget. However, Dongfang Yunyun straightforwardly borrowed money from her parents in front of him, transferring 40 million to Omida. If there's any surplus, just return it to us later, she emphasized trustingly. Cui Yu watched with admiration as Dongfang Yunyun made such a generous transfer. Indeed, whether young or old, there was a certain elegance in the act of spending. That was 40 million. Even though she had been a wealthy second generation in her past life, Cui Yu had never personally purchased anything worth millions. She recalled that the most expensive item she had ever bought was a Topophthalene Panamera when she started university. She felt incredibly stylish driving it, only to later switch to a Wuling Mini due to poor parking skills. Eventually, for various reasons, she found riding her electric scooter more convenient on sunny, mild days. Later that night, on the way back, Xie Qin couldn't help but mumble about how much money he owed his parents. Dongfang Yunyun clutched her chest and exclaimed, "Stop it." Seeing her discomfort, Xie Qin promptly shifted his attention, quickly removing his jacket and draping it over her. "Are you cold? Put this on and we'll be home soon." After being looked after by Xie Qin, a bit of color returned to Dongfang Yunyun's face, yet she still appeared pale, her breathing quickening involuntarily. Cui Yu was puzzled by her condition and took off her own jacket to offer it to Dongfang Yunyun. She returned it, shaking her head. Sister, I'm not cold, it's just my constitution. You keep your jacket on, I wouldn't want you to catch a cold and make me sad. The hovercar sped towards the starport where the temperature was slightly warmer than the city and Dongfang Yunyun's breathing gradually steadied. Thus, she took the opportunity to engage Xie in light-hearted conversation. Without lecturing or offering grand philosophical insights, she gently chatted and joked, effectively alleviating Xie worries about his debts, allowing him to feel ambitious and eager to return to the front lines to excel. Cui Yu observed this young couple processing the significant financial burden they had just incurred on an emotional level. As Dongfang Yunyun addressed Xie concerns about living off his parents, she sipped warm water and turned her attention to Cui Yu. Cui Yu had also gained tremendously from the day's experiences. Aside from acquiring the tangible treasure known as Cocoa Princess, she had discovered a new direction for developing her mental entity skills. Since she understood the nature of the judge's pen, she had initially restricted her thinking to considering the black and white entities as mere pens, inadvertently limiting herself. Omida, unaware of what Cui Yu's mental entity was, analyzed the data and, drawing from his rich experience, gleaned some insights. The attributes of the black and white entities could be seen as complementary or opposing. The black entity bore multiple negative attributes such as decay, withering, destruction, and inhibition, while the white entity possessed the opposite, embodying growth, vitality, renewal, and promotion. Omida found it intriguing, but Cui Yu experienced a moment of clarity. Positive and negative were merely superficial. Black and white represented yin and yang, and power itself was but the essence of life and death. Yet even with this enlightenment, it merely resolved a puzzle. Mastery of the skill remained a distant goal. It was akin to knowing that the subject you were studying was advanced mathematics, but that did not imply you could solve problems. To train Cui Yu's command over mental force, Omida brought in 2 pots of succulents, instructing her to use the white entity's life force to make one bloom and the black entity's death force to induce decay in the other. Cui Yu chose a moonlight beauty succulent as the unfortunate subject of withering, and unsure how to channel her mental force, she fervently called out to the black entity in her mind until Omida reminded her to breathe, at which point she realized she had been holding her breath. After a moment of discomfort, the moonlight beauty directly turned into a lump of carbon. It appeared as if it had been dead for centuries, and if left a while longer, it might become oil. Perhaps this was a golden opportunity for wealth. Cui Yu initially considered whether she could somehow transform this thing into oil, but the exhausted black entity could barely maintain a shadow, and when she attempted to summon its power again, it simply vanished. Well then, even if it had potential, mass production was impossible, and her hopes for riches were dashed. Cui Yu, undeterred, released the struggling black entity and called forth the lively white entity, silently praying, "Little white, please let this blue butterfly bloom." The white entity seemed to hear Cui Yu's summons, energetically bounding to the pot of blue butterfly and gently touching its stem with its tip. In an instant, Cui Yu felt her mental domain truly connect with this entity, and she experienced a surge of joy, vaguely grasping the key to utilizing her skill. Confidently, she directed her mental force toward the pot of flowers. No response. Cui Yu held her breath and focused, pouring in her energy while mentally urging, "Bloom, little butterfly." With a pop, the blue butterfly exploded. Juice splattered, stems and leaves flew, and it was a sight most gruesome. An explosion of flowers. Well, that could be considered blooming, right? In any case, the initial attempt at her new skill yielded an unusual result. However, it was late, and to catch her favorite singer's variety show the next morning, Omida handed Cui Yu a teaching memory card and hurriedly ushered the family out. Dongfang Yunyun, though she did not understand mental entity skills, was a vibrant and optimistic person. Even aware that Cui Yu's attempts at skills had likely been unsuccessful, she generously offered praise and encouragement, drawing from numerous examples to portray Cui Yu as a rare talent. During the return journey, Cui Yu successfully emerged from any feelings of slight disappointment stemming from her failed skill attempt. After all, she possessed a unique twin mental entity. It was entirely reasonable that mastering skills would be more challenging than for the average individual. Her exceptional mental entity bore rare attributes. The beginning was always the hardest part, and she was not merely learning from the experiences of others, but pioneering her own path. At just 9 years old, she was already far ahead, as schools typically introduced mental entity skill training at intermediate levels. She was already leading the pack. The intense reactions she elicited from plants indicated her mental force was vigorous and robust, reflecting her identity as a strong individual. Her ability to confidently showcase her mental force in the presence of adults and strangers suggested she was an open and self-assured child. She faced failure without discouragement, willing to try again, maintaining high performance and steady progress, proving she was a resilient and thoughtful, intelligent child. OMG, she was indeed a rare one-faking genius. If Cui Yu were not truly an adult who had completed university and entered the workforce, she would surely have been swept away by Dongfang Yunyun's praise, disoriented and elated. In fact, it was quite similar. By the time they returned to the spacious apartment in Beiyun City, Cui Yu was still humming a lively tune, her voice light and airy. Perhaps sensing the sound of the door closing, the little one Xie Xiaohua, who should have been peacefully sleeping in the crib in the master bedroom, erupted into a startling cry. Our baby really has a powerful voice when crying. Dongfang Yunyun, ever optimistic and fond of compliments, leisurely set down her bag and ambled into the room to soothe the little one. Cui Yu returned to school shortly after examining her attributes. Xiechin's sudden visit to their school caused little stir. It seemed the mech operation trial was merely a casual endeavor. Nonetheless, Qian Xingze was adamant, asserting that this initiative was ongoing across major star systems and could not fizzle out without further developments. Cui Yu had no inclination to worry about matters that were yet to come, as she only wished to capitalize on the relatively light academic pressure to earn some star coins. Thus, on the eve of the Grand Shuiwe Festival at Qinlian University, a rather unremarkable post seeking a runner appeared on the university forum. Looking for someone to deliver flowers and a box of Shuiwe pastries to my teacher and share some amusing stories to make him laugh, offering 600 star coins. 1L, where is the address? I can help if it's convenient. 18L, pick me. I'm the funny girl. I'm great at telling jokes. 124L, I'll do it for just 500. Look at me, host. 125L, no internal competition allowed. 126L, no internal competition allowed. Everyone knew that university forums were essentially hubs for cheap labor. With the Shuiwe Festival approaching, many students were off to play or return home, leaving behind a few diligent souls whose value had slightly increased if hourly rates rose from the previous 20 or 30 to 40 or 50 star coins. Naturally, this post offering 600 star coins for a delivery sparked a bit of interest. Shortly after she posted, Cui Yu received over a dozen private messages from those eager to take the job. After a quick calculation, Cui Yu chose a sophomore girl, believing the girl would bring her good fortune. 600 star coins were no small amount, a considerable initial investment. Indeed, Cui Yu was rekindling her fortune-telling side business. Not long after Xiechin and the others completed their inspections, the courses at various preparatory military academies underwent subtle yet remarkably uniform adjustments. The subtlety lay in the fact that official media, mainstream websites, and school announcements provided no publicity or explanation for the extensive course changes, as if they held no particular significance. The disparity between preparatory military school curricula and those of regular preparatory schools widened further, and Cui Yu's unfinished third-year courses no longer needed to be completed. Though she hadn't had the chance to catch up, those courses would not count toward graduation requirements. Meanwhile, the difficulty of fundamental courses like mathematics and physics increased, allowing Cui Yu, already a student of engineering, to enjoy even greater leisure. When one becomes too leisurely, they often find themselves inexplicably spending a lot of money. Once the funds run dry, the need to earn money for a carefree life becomes pressing. Cui Yu looked at the calendar and realized that since the insect plague in Beiyun City, her fortune-telling business had remained dormant. Initially, it was because she was too busy catching up on assignments, but later she simply forgot. Was it that she hadn't been poor enough before? Ever since returning from Omida, Cui Yu, who usually had food and drink on her mind, noticed that many people in Liani City operated mechs. While civilian mechs in the city primarily served as flying vehicles, they were undeniably stylish. Whenever she fiddled with Princess Coco, Cui Yu couldn't help but wonder when she might possess a magnificent mech of her own. Truly, she was broke. However, Grandma Haiyue had already perished in the insect disaster, prompting Cui Yu to conceive an entirely different identity to avoid exposure. Moreover, this identity must not resemble her own. Gazing at her short arms and legs, Cui Yu sighed deeply. Previously, to conceal her youthful features, Grandma Haiyue had wrapped herself in layer upon layer of cotton fabric and donned an exceedingly unbreathable mask. To obscure the mask's outline, she hunched over, allowing her wild white wig to obscure most of her face. This method would not suffice again. This time, Cui Yu planned to portray a grumpy old man in a wheelchair. Being too short meant she couldn't stand lest it expose her disguise. When the girl using the forum nickname Pilai Tiangwoguo arrived at the address given by the host, she felt a bit anxious. This was a residence in Lianamli, a redeveloped area of Liani City. Lianamli, developed about 200 years ago, was once a small courtyard housing area. During intense frontline wars, a massive influx of immigrants poured into the serene Hailan star system, causing property prices on Qianlian star to soar. This area was once somewhat remote, with developers targeting mid-range, single-family homes for immigrants who desired private space but had limited budgets. In peacetime, as the buildings aged, many original residents moved away, leaving behind mostly impoverished individuals and young workers from nearby areas. Today, Lionanli was surrounded by comprehensive urban development and enjoyed a prime location. However, due to its size and favorable positioning, the government had yet to allocate funds for demolition and redevelopment. Once a bustling area, Lionanli had become synonymous with squalor, a tacitly recognized wild spot. Pilai Taingwogwo, as a local only child, had been taught since childhood to avoid such chaotic places. However, earlier this month, she lost control and spent nearly 10,000 on a card drawing game, followed by a secret veterinary bill of over 5,000 for her golden long-haired kitten, compelling her to cherish every reasonably significant income to avoid a life of poverty. The host had mentioned sending the items to her teacher. After all, who could be a bad person if they were a teacher? Constantly reassuring herself, Pilai Taingwogwo, with flowers in one arm and a shimmering Cui Yu pastry box in the other, pressed the doorbell with a bright smile revealing 8 teeth. Though the door was battered, it was a modern automatic one that soon swung open at the owner's command. The house was silent, and Pilai Taingwogwo cautiously stepped inside, her eyes scanning the surroundings. In the center of the living room sat an old man in a wheelchair facing away from her. "Hello," Pilai Taingwogwo shyly greeted him. Oh heavens, even as a big person, she could hardly withstand the suffocating silence. Rather than alleviate the tension, the old man's long hum seemed to heighten it. Pilai Taingwogwo froze, neither daring to approach nor leave, and the seconds stretched into what felt like a century. Finally, the old man sighed, as if relenting, and slowly turned his wheelchair to face her. Upon seeing his face, her initial annoyance at his cold demeanor melted away, and she mentally slapped herself multiple times. This old man was truly unfortunate. Not only was he in a wheelchair, but his pants were also empty, and his face bore severe burn scars that even a mask couldn't conceal. Deep marks that suggested nerve and muscle damage had precluded any reconstructive surgery, making him appear quite fearsome. Pilai Taingwogwo quickly averted her gaze, feeling cruel for lingering too long. "Sir, I'm here on behalf of your student, Miss Oh Huang, to bring you Cui Yu festival gifts." Her voice trembled slightly. The old man seemed oblivious to her nervousness, his sharp gaze briefly scanning the gift box in her hands before he gave a light laugh, though it was unclear if it was one of satisfaction or mockery. "This year it's Qianxiangji, she's indeed doing well." His voice was strangely hoarse, reminiscent of an old bellows stuffed with dry twigs and leaves. Each word felt like a prickly thorn, or if he spoke further, it might send shivers down one's spine. Pilai Taingwogwo speculated that his voice, much like his face, had probably been damaged in a terrifying fire or explosion. Feeling somewhat awkward, Pilai Taingwogwo attempted to place the gift box and flowers on the dining table behind the old man, and upon seeing that he made no move to stop her, she hastened her actions. The sunflower bouquet landed beside the deep blue Cui Yu pastry box, starkly contrasting with the surroundings and the old man. The room was filled with the traces of time. In the corners of the ceiling, layers of white paint of varying ages mingled with the unmistakable yellow-brown stains of leaks. The low walls in the living room bore the marks of colorful crayons, varying in depth with childish strokes. Hanging in the center was a popular double-petal rose lamp from over a century ago, awkwardly sporting a cheap bulb that emitted a dim blue-white glow. Beneath the lamp was a table covered with a transparent plastic sheet, the deep green surface adorned with patterns like east, south, west, north, and a small, elevating circular dish in the center. Besides the wheelchair, a row of silver metal chairs stood, one armrest already chipped, revealing its black-green interior, evoking memories of a waiting area outside a doctor's office. Everywhere spoke of age, decay, and a bygone era. With her hands empty, Pilai Taingwogwo found herself unsure of where to place them. Remembering her additional task of telling amusing stories to cheer the old man up, she steeled herself and initiated a conversation. "Grandpa, do you know the origin of the Cui Yu festival? There's a fascinating story behind it, let me tell you." The old man was unimpressed. "Call me uncle. And the one who brought me mooncakes 11 years ago already told me." Feeling a bit embarrassed, she called out uncle and gathered her courage again. "Do you know why the emblem of Qianlian Star University is a rear end? Someone told me that 8 years ago. How about the shocking news from last time? The emergency department at Haidong Star Hospital. I'd like to share it with you. I heard that last year. Well, someone told me that 12 years ago." "Do you know why Xiaoming's grandfather?" Pilai Taingwogwo decided to counter with a joke. "Because he doesn't hire someone every year to come and say nonsensical things," the old man retorted, uncooperative and sarcastic. Pilai Taingwogwo felt awkward and sighed. "Cheering you up is quite difficult. Perhaps I should just return half of your students' money." The old man maintained a stern demeanor. "Where's the difficulty? I'm very happy. If you were to refund me half the money, I'd be even happier," Cui Yu thought. Glad to hear that, glad to hear that. Although impossible to discern what exactly the old man found amusing, Pai Lai Tianguoguo lacked the energy to argue. If you're already happy, then she tried to sneak away. The old man interrupted her without hesitation. Don't you have anything to ask me? Pai Lai Tianguoguo was bewildered. What should I ask you? The old man's expression was inscrutable. If you don't ask now, it'll be too late. Feeling anxious, Pai Lai Tianguoguo stammered, but I really don't know what to ask. Please don't tease me. The old man looked at her, nodding in appreciation. To endure such misfortune, yet remain calm and optimistic, today's youth truly have a great mindset. Though she wasn't sure what the old man meant as a top student at Qianlian Star University, Pai Lai Tianguoguo understood that he was suggesting she faced some misfortune. How dare he curse someone? Is he so ill-mannered at his age? After all, both of Pai Lai Tianguoguo's parents were researchers, and for generations their family had revered science over superstition. Even during festivals like Cui Yu and New Year, they merely joined for the festivities without engaging in any prayer activities. Naturally, one couldn't expect her first reaction to such a situation to be, "This is a master," rather than "This is a foul-mouthed old man." The old man observed her reaction keenly, noting her unmasked emotions as her thoughts were clearly written on her face. She was undoubtedly cursing him internally. Unfazed by the young girl's indignant expression, the old man whispered, "Have you recently suffered financial losses? Is it true that spending doesn't ward off calamities? Aren't you worried about more severe issues arising? Curious about ways to resolve all this trouble? 500 star coins per fortune-telling fair to all," the old man quipped. Until she left the bizarre Lianan district and returned to the bustling modern city center, Tianguoguo felt a lingering dizziness in her head. She had spent 500 star coins on a fortune-telling session and another 800 on a talisman, while her income from this trip was merely 600, and the taxi fare was 20 star coins, leading to a total expenditure of 720. As the cold wind blew, her worries grew heavier. Could this be some new type of scam? Luring people into a perilous situation with high stakes, then scaring them into parting with their money, and finally manifesting some miraculous result to make them willingly pay up. However, she couldn't fathom how that old man could have so accurately predicted her life and recent experiences. She didn't believe anyone would go to such lengths just to swindle her out of a paltry few hundred star coins. What if he truly possessed some special abilities? Perhaps he had some mystical psychic skills. With such thoughts in mind, Tianguoguo impulsively spent more money and nervously returned to her dorm with the talisman. She was determined to test its efficacy. After all, the old man had claimed it could be refunded if it didn't work within 7 days, which emboldened her to make the purchase. Upon returning to her small rental apartment, she placed the talisman under Cheddar, her cat, nestled in its cozy bed. Cheddar was a stray kitten she had rescued last year from behind the school cafeteria. Since adopting Cheddar, Tianguoguo had moved out of the dormitory to rent her own place. The cat, having inherited some wildcat genes, had always been robust, but recently it fell mysteriously ill. The vet couldn't determine the cause, and after a few days of treatment, they advised her to take Cheddar home and continue with medication for proper recuperation. Despite finishing the medication, Cheddar showed no signs of improvement. While she could endure her own ailments, seeing Cheddar suffer filled her with anxiety, as she wished she could take the cat's place. This was why she had hastily purchased the talisman, after the old man, who called himself Uncle Haishing, assured her he could solve Cheddar's problem. He claimed that Cheddar's illness was not a physiological ailment, but rather a case of bad luck, which could be alleviated once the negative energy was dispelled. Considering the doctor's diagnosis, Tianguoguo found herself inclined to believe him. Cui Yu certainly hadn't lied about this. The moment she laid eyes on Tianguoguo, she sensed the bad luck clinging to her. By using the provided birth date and analyzing her features, it was not difficult to deduce what Tianguoguo had recently gone through. Cui Yu was confident that her fortune-telling skills were more than sufficient for such ordinary matters, but she wouldn't dare claim that the talisman she sold would definitely work. Her knowledge of talisman making was rudimentary at best, and without the finest vermilion or special talisman paper, the talismans she drew were hardly different from scribbles on plain paper. It was only due to a burst of inspiration that she had used a judge's brush to draw the talisman, faintly sensing a flow of yin and yang energy as a result. The one sold to Tianguoguo was a vitality-dispelling talisman she had crafted, and she felt that she had succeeded in drawing it. If it ended up being ineffective, she could always return it for a refund. At this point, Cui Yu regretted not pursuing a deeper understanding of her craft. She had only learned to tell fortunes and read faces. Of course, she had ventured into this field quite by chance. She never intended to follow in her parents' footsteps. However, knowing how to calculate and predict had proven useful for impressing peers during her adolescence, which had motivated Cui Yu to become adept at fortune-telling. As for feng shui formations and ghost-catching techniques, she had little knowledge of those, as they seemed impressive but offered no opportunity for display in a school setting. Cui Yu's understanding of talisman making was also something of a fluke stemming from her father's influence in her previous life. Her father had initially majored in environmental feng shui and later took to self-studying talisman crafting. Unfortunately, he lacked talent in this area, requiring a long time to succeed in drawing each talisman, which inadvertently led Cui Yu to learn through exposure. What Cui Yu did not know was that at that very moment, dozens of kilometers away in a small apartment, the golden kitten was half asleep, stretching out its long front paws to embrace the triangular piece of talisman paper, contentedly smacking its lips before tilting its head and drifting into a deep slumber. Minutes later, Tian Guogua stared in astonishment at the snoring kitten. By evening, she held her nose with one hand while carrying the lively but odorous kitten to the pet shop for a bath and health checkup. Fortunately, pet examination technology had advanced significantly. A few minutes in the scanning chamber could yield a rough conclusion. While Cheddar was in the examination chamber, the doctors and nurses donned masks. Noticing Tian Guogua's awkward expression, the doctor said earnestly, "Considering how lively it is, it would be just as fine to wash it first and then do the checkup." Tian Guogua chuckled, showing no hint of guilt. "Everyone bear with it a little longer, it will be over soon. After all, there won't be a next time. My Cheddar will be healthy from now on." The doctor retorted with a cool smile, "Don't forget to pay the cleaning fee for the examination chamber." Upon returning home, Tian Guogua was excitedly recommending the master she had recently discovered to her friends and family, who were inquiring about Cheddar's condition. Cheddar had fully recovered, but the talisman had turned to ashes. If Uncle Haisheng wasn't a master, then who was? The name, Uncle Haisheng, quickly gained recognition within a small circle. Though it was a limited circle, it consisted entirely of well-off, curious, and lively university students. Soon a few clever ones managed to discover Uncle Haisheng's address, hoping to have him read their fortunes as well. In contrast to Grandma Haiyue's crude advertisements on small websites, Uncle Haisheng operated on a boutique private route, eschewing advertisements and not actively soliciting customers, relying solely on patrons to seek him out. This also aligned with Uncle Haisheng's character, an eccentric, reclusive old man content with his modest existence. How could he possibly advertise extensively on Starnet? When the 20th potential client left a message complaining about Uncle Haisheng's lack of operation, Cui Yu realized it was time to extend her hours. There was no choice. The school only gave one weekend off a month, and this weekend at least one day had to be reserved for a parental activity with Dongfang Yunyun per federal adoption regulations. Regardless of how much she tried to minimize it, she couldn't escape at least 6 hours of online interaction. Her operating hours were severely limited. Cui Yu let out a deep sigh. Was this step inevitable? This beautiful, comfortable campus with its enchanting floral walls that changed with the seasons, its grand and exquisite fountains said to attract wealth, and the elusive, affectionate stray cats. None of it could hold her back. Escaping the campus was a necessity. Her eyes were solely fixed on star coins. As a result, Qianxingzi noticed that Cui Yu, who usually dashed straight to the cafeteria as soon as physical education class ended, had recently been exercising on her own as the teacher required. Although her workouts were rather lackluster, just wandering around, kicking her legs and stretching, something was definitely amiss. Qianxingzi couldn't believe that someone like Cui Yu, who relentlessly converted class time into free activity time, would suddenly start following the rules. After catching her for the 8th time not heading to the cafeteria after class, he decisively stopped her. Qian Duoduo had already gone through an intense inner struggle. He considered himself friendly and sociable, and although he had only known Cui Yu for a short while, he felt they were friends. Talking to a friend about something like this made him a little uneasy. But when it came to honor and dignity, he couldn't back down. Under the winter flowers, the slender girl gracefully jumped rope along a small stretch of track, her slow movements accompanied by the fluttering of fallen blue petals caught in a gentle breeze, swirling in the air before landing on the ground, some even lifted again by the rhythm of her jump rope. Cui Yu was using the opportunity while jumping rope to observe the distribution of the surveillance cameras in the southeast corner of the school when she unexpectedly collided with the aggressive, yet somewhat sheepish Qianxingzi. What was he doing here instead of impressing the PE teacher? In the past, due to her mischievous tendencies to tease younger students, Cui Yu would have pretended not to see him, waiting for him to approach her with a block of pastry in hand. But today she had no interest in teasing a child, especially one as sharp as Qianxingzi, who might discover her little antics. Cui Yu walked straight up to him, giving him no chance to retreat. "Are you looking for me?" Qianxingzi hesitated. "Do you want to be a model student of the city too?" Cui Yu replied, "What are you talking about?" His face flushed. Qianxingzi stammered, "If you perform well in PE class, then instructor Ma will give you a high score. You're already good at math and physics, and then next semester the teacher will choose me to represent the city instead of you." Cui Yu finished his thought. With his main concern laid bare, Qianxingzi's face turned even redder, struggling to articulate a response. The most damaging part was that Lin Bela had somehow snuck up behind him, turning into a parrot. You're worried that the teacher will choose Cui Yu to represent the city instead of you. Qianxingze was almost steaming with frustration. Keep it down. I didn't mean it like that. Cui Yu continued to stoke the flames, dramatically winking at Lin Bela. Bela, let's keep our voices down. This is indeed not a glorious matter. In a fit of desperation, Qianxingze shoved a small pastry into the hands of both Cui Yu and Lin Bela, exclaiming, just eat this if you're hungry. Please just stop talking. Relishing her new pastry flavor, Cui Yu decided to cease her teasing. Despite his quirks, Qianxingze was quite generous. Not only did he frequently share pastries, but he had also gifted her a box of moonlight fruits that had eventually made its way back into her hands after a round with Tian Guogua. She had never intended to befriend a primary school student, but Qianxingze's generosity was undeniable. With Qianxingze and Lin Bela chiming in, Cui Yu had given up on scouting the terrain. She returned the jump rope to the equipment rack and pulled both of them towards the cafeteria for a meal. The cafeteria, benefiting from federal subsidies, offered a rich variety of dishes. Since starting school, Cui Yu had fallen in love with the cafeteria after living on cheap nutrient solutions. At this moment, PE teacher Ma had already left, and Qianxingze nonchalantly followed the two girls into the cafeteria. Still keeping his original intention in mind, he quietly inquired of Cui Yu. This is more like you. You suddenly not going to the cafeteria to practice on the playground really scared me. I'm just concerned about you. You also care about me. Well, I truly appreciate your concern, Master Qian. Cui Yu replied sarcastically. Seeing that Cui Yu didn't seem to mind his question and was even in a playful mood, Qianxingze regained his courage and pressed on, so what's going on with you lately? Why do you always seem to be diligently practicing during PE class? Cui Yu knew that until she provided an answer, they wouldn't be able to enjoy their meal in peace, so she rolled her eyes at Qianxingze and replied seriously, because the food in the cafeteria is too delicious. I've put on some weight recently, so I need to exercise more to lose it. Having grown up on pastries, Qianxingze, who had a tendency to gain weight, felt as if he had been struck with 100,000 points of damage, angrily retorting, what are you losing weight for? You're as thin as a twig, which isn't healthy at all. You should bulk up. Just like me. As he spoke, Qianxingze scrutinized Cui Yu up and down, then nodded solemnly, though you are indeed a bit heavier than Lin Bela. Bela, what's up with you? You look like you might get blown away standing next to me. Eat more pastries to gain a bit of weight. Immediately, Lin Bela received yet another small cake that, while not increasing strength, was indeed high in fat content. With the main meal approaching, the usually disciplined Lin Bela didn't eat the cake right away, but instead tucked it into her coat pocket. Unlike Qianxingze, who had the luxury of carrying countless pastries with space-saving accessories, Lin Bela had to rely on clothes with large pockets. There were quite a few students taking advantage of the outdoor classes to eat early in the cafeteria. The three found an empty table for four and began to order their meals on the virtual screen. Among the three, Cui Yu was the one who valued the dining experience the most. Perhaps it was due to her past life as a rich kid, or because she had genuinely gone hungry in the 2 years prior, but she insisted on a fixed meal of 4 dishes, 1 soup, and 1 staple food for every lunch. One of the dishes had to be purely meat with 2 main meat dishes and 1 main vegetable dish. If the soup was salty, the staple food had to be sweet, and vice versa. Ironically, the wealthiest among them, Qianxingze, was the least particular. When he encountered dishes he liked, he would order 3 or 4 portions of the same dish, without caring about the balance of meat and vegetables. However, it was rumored that Qianxingze indulged in some expensive health supplements privately, allowing him to eat freely without concern. Lin Bela, on the other hand, balanced economics with nutrition, having boiled eggs with milk and fruit for breakfast, and 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 staple for lunch and dinner. Perhaps feeling guilty for having just judged his friend, Qianxingze generously treated the two to lunch, even kindly ordering 2 extra dishes for Lin Bela, stating that friends should be treated equally. Before long, the meal delivery robot brought all their food, filling the table with a variety of dishes. Qianxingze surveyed the area, ensuring there were no prying eyes within a 10-meter radius, and then whispered, what should we do about next year's combat course? Cui Yu displayed her usual cluelessness. What combat course? What do you mean? With his lips pursed, Qianxingze hesitated to respond. Lin Bela quietly explained, it said that the intermediate combat course will start next semester. It's a course that involves real intense confrontation. Upon hearing such disheartening news, Cui Yu felt utterly defeated. But we're still kids, she exclaimed, her voice cracking in disbelief. Qianxingze sighed, deeply affirming this news has been spreading everywhere, so it's definitely not baseless. If we can't adapt to the course changes, it will be difficult to reach Tianlanlan. Cui Yu clearly remembered every moment spent with Qianxingze and Lin Bela, yet she couldn't recall when they had discussed Tianlanlan. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Qianxingze and Lin Bela frequently talked about things they assumed Cui Yu knew, while she had never heard of them before. So who wants to go to Tianlanlan? Is it you two? Cui Yu scratched her head, looking between Lin Bela and Qian Xingze, realizing they both genuinely wanted to go. Not only did they want to go, but they couldn't understand why Cui Yu didn't share the same desire. Do you not even want to read at Tianlanlan? Do you want to become an emperor in the neighboring empire instead? Qian Xingze asked. The educational resources and benefits at Tianlanlan are indeed worth striving for. Once you're there, getting into the top 6 schools is not difficult. Lin Bela added. Cui Yu began to understand. The Tianlanlan Preparatory Military School was as attractive to students from the Hailan star system as the prestigious Tsinghua and Peking universities are. If a student from the Hailan star system's preparatory military school claimed they didn't want to attend Tianlanlan, they were either pretending or simply lacking the capability to secure a capital star residency to enroll in the top preparatory military school. Cross-system school selection in the Hailan star system generally began at the intermediate level. It wasn't just Qian Xingze and Lin Bela. Any student with excellent grades at a primary preparatory military school across the entire star system would submit transfer applications to Tianlanlan. Meanwhile, the initial students from Tianlanlan would become the champions, doing everything possible to avoid being eliminated by their school. In this sense, all preparatory military schools acted as talent pools for Tianlanlan, which only needed to select the best from each school yearly to maintain its position at the pinnacle of educational resources. Doesn't our school have any incentives to retain outstanding students? Qian Xingze had a well-informed opinion on this matter. Of course they do, but the best they offer is a few thousand star coins as a merit scholarship, which can't even buy a mech weapon. At Tianlanlan, every student is assigned a combat mech for free use while at school and can apply for modifications. Even the usually frugal Lin Bela was not swayed by a mere few thousand star coins. Not only do they provide mechs, but within the star system, Tianlanlan's library ranks just below Hailan Military Academy and Hailan University. Moreover, Tianlanlan is in the same district as Hailan Military Academy and Hailan University, offering many master classes and internship opportunities. These resources cannot be measured by mere money. Qian Xingze enthusiastically agreed, his eyes sparkling at the mention of Tianlanlan. Wouldn't it be wonderful to attend Tianlanlan for intermediate studies? Cui Yu, influenced by their enthusiasm, began to consider the prospect of attending Tianlanlan as a desirable option. At that moment, she was met with 2 hesitant expressions. Qian Xingze could no longer contain himself. Do you think it's that easy to get in? Transferring to Tianlanlan is exceptionally difficult. Our school averages only 2 or 3 students going to Tianlanlan each year. Even in the best year, there are only about 5. Cui Yu remained unfazed. Then why can't it be the 3 of us? This time it was Lin Bela who sighed. So we not only need to maintain our current advantages in exam scores, but we also can't fall behind in the new combat courses. Great, they were back to discussing the combat courses. Lin Bela and Qian Xingze explained the combat courses thoroughly, and Cui Yu deeply reflected on her significant role in their dynamic. Without her, the top 2 students in Class 5 wouldn't be quite so harmonious or in sync. In short, the combat course was an entirely independent system. Many primary students who performed moderately in academics and had average mental abilities yet were exceptionally strong in practical combat emerged. Close combat, shooting, endurance, martial arts, agility. Each category would see a wave of students with unremarkable academic results, showcasing hidden talents that rapidly balanced out their academic shortcomings. The reason Lin Bela and Qian Xingze were so anxious about the combat courses was that they genuinely lacked any special combat talents or strengths. Cui Yu glanced at her slender arms and legs, feeling like they might break next semester. Qian Duo, please treat me to another portion of steak and sweet camel milk. I need to become stronger, she declared, facing the grave expressions of her 2 young friends. As Lin Bela savored the crispy-skinned pigeon, her thoughts drifted far away. Throughout her childhood, she had always been somewhat friendless. The starting point of her memories was marked by countless relocations of frayed white cloth dress, the pungent aroma of sweat mixed with cheap perfume in low-class dormitories, an endless supply of potatoes and sweet potatoes, and her own frail existence. Hungry, yet never thriving. It was also filled with her mother, who was perpetually lost in a daze or weeping. With unreliable parents and a harsh life, Lin Bela grasped many truths earlier than her peers. The more she understood, the more she felt that she did not need friends, those ephemeral bonds sustained by candy and toys. Thanks to her outstanding mental acuity, Lin Bela smoothly gained admission to the Qianlian Star Preparatory Military Academy, where tuition and accommodation were fully covered, and she could get by with subsidized meals. In an environment teeming with peers, she should have either actively or passively formed friendships. However, when it came time for dorm assignments, she just happened to be allotted a room alone. Why such a coincidence? Lin Bela had no idea. She could hardly recall whether she had felt disappointment at that time, when instead she remembered that on the day of the assignment, she garnered the most envious gazes she had ever received in her life. Regardless of her feelings, she soon embraced the joys of solitude. She could quietly read without fear of interruption and utilize all the amenities of her dormitory whenever she wished. It wasn't until her 4th year that she gained her first roommate, Cui Yu, a transfer student who had skipped grades. Everything changed as she not only had a roommate, but also friends, more than one. That evening, Lin Bela sat at her desk, immersed in her studies, while Cui Yu lounged in her chair, playing with her light brain. It felt like any other night. The two spent most of the time quietly engaged in their individual activities, occasionally chatting when the opportunity arose. In a rare moment, Cui Yu called out to Lin Bela, who was diligently taking notes. Lin Bela glanced up at Cui Yu standing beside her. After focusing intensely on her reading and writing for a while, her eyes felt dry, and her gaze had grown somewhat unfocused, shedding the usual air of seriousness, gentleness, and obedience. She appeared a bit dazed. "I'm going out for a while in a couple of days. Do you need me to return any of the books you've finished? It could save you some money," Cui Yu offered. This was one of the reasons Lin Bela liked Cui Yu so much. Cui Yu seemed far from poor as she indulged in 4 dishes and a soup for every meal, wore flamboyant outfits to school, and spent considerable amounts on video games, yet she consistently claimed to be broke, meticulously budgeting her finances while unapologetically enjoying the generous support from others. Being with Cui Yu made poverty seem far from embarrassing. So when Cui Yu mentioned helping Lin Bela return her books, Lin Bela felt no awkwardness about saving money and readily accepted the offer. As for why Cui Yu was going out, how she was going out, or what she intended to do, those were none of Lin Bela's concerns. One of the survival truths Lin Bela learned in the slums was to think more and speak less. Cui Yu tucked the books she intended to return into her space necklace and stealthily slipped out under the cover of night. This space necklace had only a cubic meter of capacity, but its advantage was that it could hold other spatial items. It was a gift from Dongfang Yunyun when she had just taken Cui Yu in. Initially, Dongfang Yunyun hadn't intended to give her this, but upon discovering that the dirty rabbit doll Cui Yu clung to was actually a spatial item left by her brother, she realized it was impractical for Cui Yu to carry a relic everywhere. Thus, she bought her the basic space necklace so Cui Yu could store the rabbit doll within. Cui Yu quietly made her way to the edge of the courtyard wall, crouching under the blossoming Shui Donghua. Generally, military academies would not install too many surveillance cameras except in classified areas. However, for a basic academy, due to the students' young ages and lack of combat training, safety considerations necessitated monitoring on the outer walls. Therefore, Cui Yu had to avoid these cameras. The surveillance was comprehensive on the outside. Cui Yu leapt onto the courtyard wall and began fiddling with her light brain. The risk of invading the data chip was too great. If she failed to breach the firewall, it would be embarrassing. Thus, Cui Yu decided to simplify the task by disrupting the camera signals to induce a lag, making her escape while the footage was momentarily impaired. Had she not needed technical support, Cui Yu might have forgotten that she was actually studying information technology and specializing in artificial intelligence. Indeed, technology was the foundation of her existence. Feeling pleased at her enduring competence, she gracefully rolled off the wall and out of the school's surveillance range, dusting herself off as she bounced away into the night. After a restful night, even in the old antique bed of her cramped room, she found it more comfortable than the narrow dormitory bed. Before dawn, Cui Yu energetically got up and began brewing tea in the living room. The tea was not of any fine quality. It was overly bitter, filled with tea leaves, and more bitter than the life of a 996 worker. Yet despite its bitterness, the aroma wafted richly throughout the room, spilling through the drafty window and into the dreams of nearby residents, guiding customers along their paths. Today's customer was somewhat special, an old client she had recently reacquired. That notoriously difficult Lu Chuchen. Cui Yu recalled vividly the embarrassing scene of him, a burly man with green hair, acting adorably. Logically, Cui Yu shouldn't have accepted a client who had previously interacted with Grandma Haiyue, but the allure of star coins made her temporarily lose her reason. This fellow was exceedingly generous. Not only was he generous, but Lu Chuchen was also sincere. He arrived precisely at 5:30 a.m., neither knocking early nor wasting a second. When the fluorescent fire-shaped Barbie pink light burst into the living room, the entire space dimmed considerably. Despite having rehearsed thrice, Cui Yu nearly faltered the words "what the hell" nearly escaping her lips before she swallowed them. Nonetheless, a hint of shock leaked from her gaze, which Lu Chuchen, ever observant of the master, keenly detected. He awkwardly scratched his head, revealing his brilliantly white teeth contrasted against his dark skin and pink hair, as he sheepishly explained, "I've been eating too much dragon fruit lately, and that's why my hair turned out like this." In a bid to maintain her persona, Cui Yu cast him a disinterested glance, her tone cool as she commanded, "Sit." Internally, however, she was filled with an insatiable curiosity. Could it be that whatever Lu Chuchen ate determined the color of his hair? What a fascinating genetic trait. Who could enlighten her on this? Lu Chuchen, oblivious to Cui Yu's coldness, obediently walked over to the wall and sat down waiting for her instructions. Cui Yu remained silent, wheeling herself to the tea kettle and ladling out a cup of strong tea for Lu Chuchen before extinguishing the fire and handing him the tea. While extinguishing the fire, an unexpected mishap occurred, as this scenario had not been rehearsed, nearly setting the small blanket draped over her legs ablaze. After a flurry of chaotic movements behind Lu Chuchen, she turned back, presenting herself as the serene Master Haisheng. Lu Chuchen stood bowing respectfully as he received the exquisite tea prepared with care by the master, watching her maneuver gracefully back to the other side of the table before awkwardly resuming his seat. With the tea prepared, they had yet to dive into the main topic. Master Haisheng, inheriting the essence of ancient Chinese civilization from his family's traditions, integrated those complex legacies into daily life. Whenever it came to serious matters, bathing, burning incense, and drinking tea were indispensable. Bathing was somewhat difficult to perform, but burning incense was a visually captivating affair. Today, Master Haisheng demonstrated the incense ceremony, meticulously arranging the fragrant powder. Perhaps due to his age, or perhaps due to his naturally slow demeanor, he moved languidly, exuding a sense of both stability and grace. From his vantage point, Lu Chuchen struggled to discern the changes within the incense burner, reluctant to stand and approach without being instructed. He would have had the courage to do so, but the aura of this master, seeming both strict and imposing, made him hesitate. As his cup of bitter tea reached the bottom, Lu Chuchen transitioned from initially suppressing the urge to grimace to eventually maintaining a calm expression, his mind racing with the repeated mantra of hurry, hurry, hurry. Master Haisheng, having completed the task, elegantly flicked the dragon and phoenix patterned wooden incense knife from his hand and ignited the incense with a small stone igniter, presenting it to Lu Chuchen. See if you like it. Lu Chuchen abruptly stood, leaning in to take the incense burner, inhaling deeply the rich, billowing smoke that nearly brought tears to his eyes. Having never visited a temple, Lu Chuchen was unaware of the robust, ancient aroma wafting from the burner, but he could sense that this essence was extraordinary. Master Haisheng chuckled lightly, remarking, "Young people are always so impatient." Lu Chuchen found himself at a loss, unsure where to place his hands and feet, as he awkwardly held the incense burner, feeling extremely self-conscious. Place the incense burner aside. Master Haisheng, having eased his expression following the chuckle, became slightly more approachable. Being overly cautious isn't a good thing, you still lack finesse. When he mentioned not a good thing, Lu Chuchen faintly sensed another smile from Master Haisheng, though for some reason, he found the sudden shift from stern silence to laughter somewhat unsettling. Unbeknownst to Lu Chuchen, this behavior was often perceived as sleazy or paternalistic in the cultural context of Earth's Huaxia, a mannerism many older individuals struggled to escape, much to the disdain of countless young people. Yet standing before the master, Lu Chuchen, as a humble client, willingly tolerated Master Haisheng's shortcomings, even if he found his demeanor less than favorable. In the presence of a master, he was always forgiving. He had endured tedious tasks before, such as serving tea, standing in silence, and bowing. When faced with true expertise, Lu Chuchen hardly minded. However, if he encountered a charlatan, he would not hesitate to report them, contributing to the cleansing of the business environment. First respect, then inquiry. If it was a genuine expert, he would eagerly seek their guidance. If it was a scammer, he would not let it slide. From his perspective, there seemed to be more con artists in the world than genuine talent. As the performance concluded, Cui Yu sensed that Lu Chuchen could no longer contain himself and decided to get to the point. "So, young man, what do you seek from this old master?" "What do I seek?" Lu Chuchen seized upon this rare term, somewhat suspicious that this person might be a con artist, perhaps a particularly audacious one. "Am I not here for fortune-telling? Are you a deity able to grant me what I wish? If you seek nothing, how could you possibly find me?" Uncle Haisheng scoffed with a hint of derision, as if mocking Lu Chuchen's pretentious air of aloofness. A person stubbornly trying to divine their future is driven by more than mere curiosity. Some seek peace of mind, others desire change, and still others seek direction. "Young man, your thoughts are not hidden from me. When I was as green as you, my mind was also filled with futile musings." Before Lu Chuchen could gather his thoughts, Uncle Haisheng shot him a sardonic glance. "It's nothing to admit that you yearn for what you cannot have. Young people often have thin skin. They only learn their lessons after experiencing hardship." Lu Chuchen gritted his teeth. "Patience, patience, patience. Respect your elders." This is a master. Though his upbringing prevented him from voicing, the foul words that bubbled within his smile was visibly strained. The soothing scent of incense calmed Lu Chuchen, the mysterious aroma suggesting a vast and powerful force lurking just out of reach. For the sake of the master's abilities, he endured. Yes, I don't know if my wish can be realized, but I want to know. Lu Chuchen abandoned the idea of discussing his aspirations or struggles with Uncle Haisheng. His intuition told him it would be pointless. This master neither wanted to understand nor would he care. Uncle Haisheng nodded. Indeed, young people often find themselves in similar dilemmas. At such times it's wise to consult the experience of elders. However, many older folks are merely aged without the ability to help. To find someone like me, both your perseverance and luck are indispensable. Lu Chuchen was at a loss for words. He understood, but he couldn't bring himself to utter any flattering remarks. Fortunately, Uncle Haisheng seemed quite comfortable with the silence, treating his lengthy monologue as mere soliloquy. Ignoring Lu Chuchen's expression, he picked up the cup to his right and gulped down several large swigs before setting it down with a contented sigh, casually gesturing with his chin toward Lu Chuchen. What do you want to know? Speak, and I'll cast your fortune. Lu Chuchen exhaled deeply and said softly, I want to know where I will settle in the future. The elderly man with graying hair nodded in understanding, yet his response was entirely unrelated to the question. You were born into a wealthy family, the youngest child. As the youngest, you must cultivate yourself well, otherwise you may easily go astray. Your ties to family are weak, and you likely aren't close to your relatives. This is unavoidable, dictated by fate. One must be content to find happiness. How can everything go as one wishes? Your professional prospects appear to be slow to bloom. I suspect your studies and career have not been very smooth, right? Of course, that has something to do with your lack of effort. Children of wealthy families, if they do not set demands on themselves, tend to mature late. Why? Because they lack the motivation to strive, having everything handed to them. As he spoke, Uncle Haisheng cast a knowing glance at him and continued, however, your prospects for children appear unexpectedly robust. Yet, considering your weak familial ties, you're not planning on engaging in livestock farming, are you? After all, even pets can fill the child's aspect of your fortune. Absolutely not. Lu Chuchen thought the previous insights were somewhat accurate, but livestock farming. As a student of interstellar finance, he couldn't help but think that this old man must be a fraud. Uncle Haisheng nodded. Then perhaps you might indeed venture into livestock farming in the future. Ignoring Lu Chuchen's displeased expression, Uncle Haisheng continued to scrutinize his features and describe them in detail. Your lines of marital fate, career, and children are all intertwined. You might end up marrying into a large farming family. Given your background, such a path would indeed be advantageous. Not bad at all. Your brow seems a tad shadowy. Perhaps your fortunes have taken a downer recently. Let me calculate. Have you ventured into a drought-prone area, perhaps suffered financial loss? And is there a sign of betrayal from someone familiar? Are you changing jobs? Those who frequently switch jobs are generally young. With time, one learns that all work is essentially the same, but one must personally experience the grind to grasp the truth. His words poured forth like a rapid-fire barrage, and Lu Chuchen's heart felt like parched earth suddenly kissed by rain. A true master. This is a genuine master. While other matters could have been premeditated scams, the fact that he had been defrauded by an acquaintance just days prior was a closely guarded secret. He hadn't confided in anyone, and the one who deceived him was now dead, making it impossible for the truth to leak out. Thus it was evident that this somewhat annoying old man was indeed a true master. Even if a true master's temperament might be a bit eccentric or emotionally lacking, such traits should be understood and tolerated. Lu Chuchen's dull gaze transformed into one sparkling with hope. His previously hunched back straightened, and his tone shifted from weary to vibrant, as if all past doubts and frustrations had vanished. He spoke with barely contained excitement, almost wanting to leap to his feet. Master, please, I beg you to tell me more. His voice rang out, filled with sincerity. Seeing the trust and admiration in Lu Chuchen's eyes, Uncle Haisheng's satisfaction was evident as he clicked his tongue and sighed. Young man, emotions can easily become overwhelming. Try to be a bit more mature. By the time I was your age, I had already learned to conceal my feelings. Only then can one appear composed and steady, and only then can life and career progress steadily. Lu Chuchen finally found his voice. Uncle Haisheng, I can't possibly compare to you. I must learn from you. Uncle Haisheng stroked his slightly graying beard, clearly pleased with Lu Chuchen's response. He kindly elaborated, you wish to know where you will ultimately settle. You're inquiring about the fate of you and your family, correct? Listening to Uncle Haisheng's lecturing, Lu Chuchen felt somewhat flustered when the elders suddenly turned serious. Uncle Haisheng's question hit home, leaving Lu Chuchen momentarily speechless. Can you tell me? Uncle Haisheng pondered for a moment. Just say any word to me. Oh. Lu Chuchen was unsure if he understood Uncle Haisheng's meaning. However, encouraged by the elder's gaze, he tentatively suggested Blue Star. Uncle Haisheng first shaped his right hand into a triangle, then manipulated it with precision, murmuring a rapid incantation. Finally, he sighed deeply and nodded at Lu Chuchen. What lies beneath your feet is land, only the stars are in the distance. Lu Chuchen immediately grasped the implication, so you mean I will leave the Hylon star system in the future? Such expressions were rarely seen on his face. To his siblings he was a temperamental little tyrant, to his mother a not-so-bright, but endearing son, and to the servants he was amiable and eloquent though unappreciated by the family. To classmates and colleagues, he was a sunny, handsome figure seemingly devoid of worries. He was always straightforward, extroverted, and carefree. But now his eyes, usually bright with joy or anger, held a quiet sorrow mixed with concern, shrinking back and confusion, as if he were a cornered beast, dazed and lost. Uncle Haisheng showed no mercy. He had no intention of offering consolation. Instead, he was quite blunt. Young man, you speak of the future as if it is imminent, yet you don't realize what you're rushing toward. You're in your 20s with over 200 years ahead of you. So much can happen in 200 years, I doubt you can even imagine it now. So tell me, what future are you curious about? Next year? 10 years from now? 100 years? As he spoke, Uncle Haisheng's left lip curled into a slight smirk of derision. Or do you believe that rushing toward some so-called future will secure your life? This mindset makes it hard for one to find happiness. Without a goal, you don't even know what you want, seeking answers from strangers. How can you expect to comprehend my words? Or are you simply being naive? The melancholy that had briefly taken root in Lu Chuchen's heart was swiftly replaced by anger as Uncle Haisheng's words struck a nerve. His face flushed under the dim lighting. Master, you could have been a bit gentler. Lu Chuchen couldn't help but interject. Uncle Haisheng scoffed. Sensitive. Bitter truths are often unpleasant to hear. Since you've paid to seek my guidance, I must help you earnestly, without holding back. I can't be bothered with flattery. Those who manipulate language are charlatans. We possess true abilities and don't resort to flashy tricks to deceive people for money. Indeed, a person of your caliber, master, surely has no need for such underhanded tactics. Lu Chuchen nodded vigorously. Uncle Haisheng was quite pleased with Lu Chuchen's flattery and offered a few more pieces of advice regarding his future. Lu Chuchen had to admit Uncle Haisheng's divination skills were impressive, but he also found it exhausting to endure the endless moral lessons. How could he seamlessly transition from discussing poetry to life philosophy, from personal anecdotes to various bizarre cases of humanity and the universe, culminating every statement with a grand revelation? 2 hours later, firmly declining Uncle Haisheng's enthusiastic offer of a 10 discount for an extra hour or a 20 discount for 2 hours, Lu Chuchen was escorted to the door, unable to restrain his curiosity. Master, at first you seemed so serious and taciturn. What made you so talkative all of a sudden? The master, seated in a wheelchair, looked up and offered a shy smile that was almost painful to behold. I am naturally reserved, yet I embrace warmth in my interactions with others. In your terms, I might just be a bit slow to warm up. You are a ball of slowness. This time Lu Chuchen felt no desire to seek mentorship. After this encounter, he no longer roamed the stars in search of an all-knowing master, but returned to work diligently. He wasn't sure if he had been struck by something or had come to an understanding of something profound. Meanwhile, the title of Uncle Haisheng gained some traction on a mystical enthusiast forum, with many travelers passing through Qianlian Star, making pilgrimages to his humble abode, eager to seek his fortune-telling. However, every relevant post would emphasize in parentheses that this Uncle Haisheng charged exorbitant fees and that appointments started at 2 hours, so all fellow enthusiasts should be prepared to spend quite a sum for an unforgettable experience. Uncle Haisheng's little enterprise had secured valuable resources for the dormitory of Junior Military Academy's Building 4 Room 706 on Qianlian Star. Lin Bela generously offered part of her space to Cui Yu, accommodating a dessert machine capable of creating 200 types of sweets, an all-in-one bathing machine, and other high-end amenities, and she boldly borrowed them when Cui Yu was not around. As for where Cui Yu got the money, Lin Bela was utterly unconcerned. With a roommate this exceptional, it was only reasonable not to confine her within the small dormitory, but to let her shine and create value in the outside world. The introduction of high-tech products significantly increased the happiness index of Room 706. In times of peace, technological advancements do not bestow ordinary people with happiness unknown to those of previous eras. The masses still expend all their energy for survival, education, healthcare, and social mobility. However, technological progress has indeed shortened the distances between time and space. 1,000 years ago, people were confined within the capital star system. 850 years ago, besides immigration ships and government officials, no one was allowed to cross star systems until the technology of space jump matured and became widespread, marking the year as the star calendar era. In the star calendar era, the fastest spacecraft took 5 months to travel from the Hylon star system to the capital star system. Now it only takes 3 days. During the first population explosion before the calendar, every planet in the capital star system resembled a dense bamboo forest with slender buildings towering high. Nowadays, except for the city centers of heavily populated planets, the interior of cramped super skyscrapers has gradually been phased out. This is the power of progress. For ordinary children, a decade of change may seem trivial. Commonplace occurrences do not bring happiness. Yet for the antiquated Cui Yu and Lin Bela who had grown up in a primitive slum, the addition of these new items transformed their lives dramatically. Their excitement continued until the arrival of 6th grade. This year marks a pivotal transition from the beginner to the intermediate level. Countless exceptional students are vying to advance to better intermediate institutions, scrambling to escape the clutches of lesser schools. Parents sternly admonish their children not to downgrade their academic status, while those unable to adapt to military schools seek refuge in ordinary schools. Conversely, some students from regular schools frantically engage in extra classes preparing to transition to military academies. Most individuals lead lives devoid of significant pressure, but for children blessed with high mental fortitude and talent, choosing mediocrity during compulsory education is rare. Thus, the atmosphere surrounding Cui Yu has always been intensely competitive. When the instructors, comprised of retired military personnel, take to the classrooms, the students are invigorated as if electrified, showing no mercy to their classmates. Even though Cui Yu is agile, she inevitably bears the marks of their skirmishes each day. After the implementation of the no hair pulling rule, the situation improved somewhat. Children, after all, rely more on instinct than skill in their battles, leading to an outbreak of hair-pulling, biting, and pants-removing antics. One day, a boy skilled in combat, after being scratched on the face by several less adept classmates, finally erupted in tears, yelling at the instructor, "They're pulling my hair." How shameless! The dialect of his complaint was lost on many. Ultimately, after numerous student endorsements and vigorous discussions among the instructors, the first version of the no hair-pulling rule was established. Hair pulling and pants removing were strictly forbidden. Biting would incur penalties, and nails had to be checked before class to ensure they were not sharpened for harm. Spitting, of course, was also off limits. Under such stringent rules, the once unruly students gradually returned to a semblance of civilized behavior. Cui Yu's daily bloodstains finally faded, replaced by the occasional bruise. However, with the prohibition of such antics, the students turned their focus to enhancing their skills, an unavoidable situation, as failure to improve meant facing not only peer aggression but also parental wrath. Although no one targeted Cui Yu specifically, she was compelled to enhance her abilities primarily in evasive maneuvers. As many classmates began to sprout, Cui Yu's growth was more akin to a slow crawl. In the mech combat course, height was of little concern as long as mental prowess was robust. However, in real combat classes, this deficiency became glaringly evident. During a lesson in boxing under instructor Wu Fengyuan, it was finally Cui Yu's turn to demonstrate. What elementary student relishes being put on the spot? Winning would be fine, but losing would mean humiliation in front of students from 3 different classes, something every child dreads. Yet her opponent Cui Yunqi remained unfazed. Though just shy of 12, he stood at an imposing 182 meters. To him, most classmates, including Cui Yu, who didn't reach 1.7 meters, resembled oversized rodents, scurrying about in an amusing manner. Cui Yu, while nimble, was merely a bothersome, fast-moving cockroach, irritating but easily dealt with. With his overwhelming height, reach, and strength, Cui Yunqi held a clear advantage. However, he soon realized he had underestimated her. Even as a cockroach, Cui Yu was no ordinary pest. She exhibited agility akin to a creature with multiple limbs, capable of evading him despite her inability to inflict substantial damage. Cui Yunqi couldn't land a hit on her. Every time he lunged at Cui Yu with all his might, she skillfully dodged. When she finally found a couple of opportunities to strike, the impact felt trivial, akin to mere scraping, prompting her to abandon the offense. Instead, she focused entirely on evasion, attempting to use the terrain to wear Cui Yunqi down. For a time, he circled her, unable to land a blow, while she couldn't deliver a significant hit in return. But Cui Yunqi was more than just muscle. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, he understood the importance of footwork. Though young and inexperienced, he struggled to counter a professional like Cui Yu. As time wore on, he began to discern the patterns in her movements. Despite the variability in her steps, her stamina and range of motion were limited due to her size. Cui Yunqi started to evade her feints as they exchanged blows, and spent a quarter of an hour in a tiring stalemate. From an external perspective, neither could land a hit. "I think Lao Cui has a real shot at winning," Qian Shengze exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the unfolding duel. Initially, he silently counted how long Cui Yu could last before succumbing, but as she displayed increasing agility and Cui Yunqi began to tire, he quickly switched his allegiance, fervently believing in her victory. Their rapid movements left Lin Bela in a daze, yet she remained cautious. Cui Yu's damage output still isn't sufficient. I wonder which of them will tire first. Anyway, Cui Yu is being all sneaky. I believe she will win. From witnessing Cui Yu's unprecedented footwork, Qianxingzi felt both impressed and envious. Yes, I don't think she'll lose. Encouraged by their friendship, Lin Bela held an inexplicable faith in Cui Yu. However, for Cui Yu on the combat stage, things were far from easy. With Cui Yu's size and strength advantage alongside his martial arts background, even if his experience was lacking, his combat prowess surpassed that of a petite 155-meter girl like Cui Yu. To evade him, she needed to possess significantly superior speed and reflexes. This demanded exceptional explosive power and reaction time. After merely taking a breath, Cui Yu narrowly escaped a punch that grazed her, barely dodging the force of his strike. Cui Yu felt a twinge of strain in her left calf. As she took deep breaths to adjust her rhythm, she steadied her legs, managing to evade the next attack. Cui Yu grew increasingly anxious. In real combat classes, he had always been unbeatable, having overwhelmingly defeated even the top student Qianxingzi and the promising but still growing Duan Mukong. This was the first time he faced such a challenging opponent. With a significant portion of the class elapsed, and not having landed a hit on Cui Yu, he resorted to a barrage of wild punches in an attempt to disrupt her rhythm and positioning. Caught off guard, Cui Yu took a hit to her back, a fiery sting erupting through her spine. However, now was not the time to focus on her injury. Cui Yu's next punch was already closing in. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she leaned back and executed a sweeping kick, accidentally tripping him. Both seemed to recognize the danger posed by the other, instinctively abandoning their chaotic brawl in favor of a new round of chase and evasion as they darted across the arena. Wu Fanyuan realized neither would yield for the time being, and rather than waste any more class time, he called a stop to the match and began to critique their performances. You two. One refuses to throw punches, and the other is all brawn, yet you managed to have a back and forth. Apologies, that was inaccurate. You two merely exchanged blows without any real fighting. This is a boxing class. Oh, where have your boxing techniques gone? You step into the arena and forget everything you've learned. What will you do if that becomes insufficient in the future? Wu Fanyuan expressed his disappointment. He had noticed how Cui Yu, despite having numerous chances to strike, was lethargic, while Cui Yu wasn't utilizing the techniques he taught. With a silent mantra to avoid clashing with kids, Wu Fanyuan began to address their shortcomings. How have you secretly grown stronger? Qianxingzi nudged Cui Yu, whispering teasingly. Cui Yu huffed. I've always been strong. Qianxingzi scoffed. I knew you all were hiding your strengths from me. Lin Bela immediately countered. Not me. My abilities are as transparent as my pockets. Qianxingzi rolled his eyes. Sure, someone who can recite encyclopedias is as transparent as they come. From afar, Wu Fanyuan caught snippets of students whispering amongst themselves, unable to suppress a frown as he scanned the room. The top student in theory and practical classes, Qianxingzi, was rolling his eyes and pouting, lacking any semblance of a high-achieving student. He bore little resemblance to the meticulously cultivated scion of a wealthy family, and his demeanor was more reminiscent of someone who had been neglected. Unable to hold back, Wu Fanyuan chided him. Qianxingzi, what are you twitching about? Tell me, where did Cui Yu falter in her response to those wild punches? Underestimating him was a mistake. Qianxingzi could talk back in class, not because he had slacked off or gone astray, but rather to hone his multitasking skills. Upon hearing his name, his mind clicked into gear, and he answered promptly. Cui Yu didn't manage her offensive and defensive rhythm well, and got thrown off by Cui Yu. Though Wu Fanyuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he nodded approvingly and continued his lecture. Qianxingzi understood why Wu Fanyuan acknowledged him and dutifully refrained from further distractions. Half his mind absorbed the lecture, while the other half pondered when Cui Yu had mastered such impressive footwork and how he might convince her to teach him. Cui Yu, oblivious to Qianxingzi's musings, was focused on obtaining recordings from instructor Wu after class to share her struggles with Dongfang Yunyun. After all, she had taken quite a hit and needed to ensure Dongfang Yunyun was comforted. Over the past 2 years, perhaps due to Xie Qin's prolonged absence for work, even the once talkative little Shi Xiaohua had grown less engaging. Meanwhile, the bond between Dongfang Yunyun and Cui Yu had flourished, transforming from awkward acquaintances to intimate online confidants. Dongfang Yunyun shared her thoughts on clothing, restaurant choices, and TV shows with Cui Yu, while Cui Yu had grown accustomed to sharing snippets of her school life with Dongfang Yunyun. Although Dongfang Yunyun could not provide much financial support due to her debt issues, she consistently offered emotional value. A person brimming with love and warmth, she never hesitated to express kindness and affection, which Cui Yu greatly appreciated. After years of socialization, Cui Yu's perspective on age had been thoroughly reshaped. A 40-something woman was undoubtedly an older sister, while someone over 100 was still an older sister. If the individual appeared aged, she would refer to them as senpai. Ultimately, avoiding terms like aunt or grandma was a safe bet. Cui Yu had already planned what she wanted to share with Dongfang Yunyun: the chaotic mixed-gender activities during gym class, the tearful complaints of a student who had been publicly spat on the retro lounge chair that instructor Zhang had dismantled by students Lin Beila's newfound skill with the zither and the homemade treats Qian Xingze had crafted. Though Dongfang Yunyun could only attend an ordinary school due to health reasons, she had a strong interest in military academy life and the insectoid culture because many of her siblings attended military schools. Listening to Cui Yu recount her experiences offered her a temporary escape from her mundane and hectic work life. However, today Dongfang Yunyun was destined for disappointment. Upon returning to the dormitory, Cui Yu found Lin Beila, who usually sat quietly reading, pacing anxiously by the door as if waiting for her return to discuss something urgent. As soon as Cui Yu entered, Lin Beila rushed over. Despite the moderately warm weather, beads of sweat dotted her forehead, a stark contrast to her usually calm demeanor. She wasted no time with pleasantries and trembled as she got straight to the point. "Cui Yu, can you help me leave the school right now?" Cui Yu was uncertain where she had slipped up. Nonetheless, Lin Beila's trembling voice and her pitiful eyes left her unable to refuse. Lin Beila might have been fully aware of her whereabouts, or perhaps an unforeseen circumstance had diverted her attention. Cui Yu took her hand and guided her, stopping when needed and urging her to crawl when necessary. The two moved about like phantoms in a flurry, and Lin Beila offered a soft "thank you" before vanishing from sight. Upon returning to her dormitory, Cui Yu received a message on her light brain from Lin Beila. Lin Beila assured her not to worry, as she would not disclose Cui Yu's secret. She also hoped that Cui Yu could help cover for her and assist her in avoiding attention when she returned to school early the next morning. Seeing that Lin Beila seemed to be fine and not in any immediate danger, Cui Yu finally felt at ease, redirecting her focus back to her family activities. Her family activities consisted of: half a month later at the Thai Defense Line's 126th Army Base. Lieutenant Colonel Xie, your package is ready for collection. The delivery robot at the Thai Defense Line, no larger than a pigeon, fluttered to Xiaqin's side. Amidst the buzzing sound of its flapping wings, the playful voice of a child sounded particularly amusing yet charming. Xiaqin was no longer the naive newcomer to the Thai Defense Line. He resignedly cupped his hands together to receive the package. The pigeon nodded and flew above his hands, drawing out a large cardboard box. Although the box was somewhat oversized, Xiaqin managed to hold it, complying with the robot's mischievous design. Seeing that Xiaqin was not overwhelmed by the weight of the package, the robot let out an exasperated humph before continuing to deliver other parcels. Xiaqin watched the gray-white pigeon depart, chuckling at the childish humor of the frontline programmers. This delivery pigeon required the recipient to raise both hands to receive the package. If startled by the heavy box, it would chuckle mischievously, while if the recipient remained unfazed, it would let out a disappointed humph. Such a juvenile design had persisted on the Thai Defense Line for over 30 years. Packages sent to the front line underwent several checks, so Xiaqin already knew the contents before receiving them. However, Dongfang Yunyun placed great importance on the ceremonial aspect, so out of respect for it, Xiaqin obediently returned to his dormitory to set up a recording device for an unboxing video to commemorate his 56th birthday. The gift from Dongfang Yunyun was a tailored suit. Recently, she had taken up sewing and creating clothing by hand. Of course, recently referred to the last decade. After all these years, she finally produced a complete outfit. Xiaqin excitedly changed into the suit off camera and then returned to the frame, turning around thrice to showcase the fit. Recently, Xiaqin had gained some muscle, which made the suit slightly snug. His chest muscles were accentuated, likely earning him tags like stoic or suggestive on the StarNet. Realizing that Dongfang Yunyun would appreciate this, he flexed his chest muscles, displaying his impressive physique. Estimating that the recording time would not earn him complaints of being perfunctory from Dongfang Yunyun, Xiaqin continued to unwrap other gifts. His parents, the Dongfang family, sent an expensive metal dagger and jewelry, useful if needed or could be sold if not, making it a practical gift. Cui Yu sent pastries which she had thoughtfully crafted. They were serious, yet contained her personal touches. It was said that these heartfelt pastries were made in the kitchen of the Qian Xingze family's research department, featuring an array of fluorescent colors: pink, green, orange, and blue, with a glow-in-the-dark pastry at the center crafted from mysterious ocean ingredients. There were also color-changing and self-heating pastries, a bizarre assortment that felt both precious and daunting, leaving one to ponder whether to indulge or waste such creations. Xiaqin quietly purchased a mini specimen box from his limited savings to store and display these artistic pastries. Designed and made by Cui Yu herself, they held significant sentimental value. He intended to keep them safe until Cui Yu grew up so she could reminisce about these fun childhood memories. At long last, there was a gift from Xiaohua. At just over a year old, the toddler could hardly prepare a gift herself. This one was designated by Dongfang Yunyun as a present from Xiaohua. Dongfang Yunyun had recently taken on full-time work while Xiaohua was sent to a daycare. She particularly enjoyed the gifts given to her by the nursery staff and caretaker robots. Whenever she returned home, Dongfang Yunyun would find her clutching various little trinkets. Sometimes it was crushed fruit puree, sometimes a toy duck, and other times a clump of food-grade modeling clay. Dongfang Yunyun would arrange the various colored clays Xiaohua had played with and imprint them with her handprints and footprints, framing them as a Xiaohua brand imprints to hang by her bed instead of traditional landscape paintings. With that, Xiaqin finally completed this year's birthday unboxing video. Reclining at the head of his bed, just after sending the video to Dongfang Yunyun via his light brain, Xiaqin had intended to take a short nap when suddenly the alarm blared throughout the dormitory building and the corridor's signal lights began flashing wildly, the red lights pulsing rapidly. This was a signal of an unusual invasion by the Zerg. Grabbing his newly completed mech, Jiguang, Xiaqin hurried to the assembly point. Shortly thereafter, their unit gathered and boarded the starship headed for the battlefield. The Tide defense line served as a buffer zone in space, encompassing 7 fallback planets with the Moon Legion stationed at the formerly attacked and devastated Blue Moon and Xiao planets. If enemy activity was detected, and space troops would be swiftly dispatched to engage. Battles generally took place in the outer space beyond the defense line or on the fallback planets within the defense perimeter. However, these fallback planets were different from planets like CT-124. They had often been subjected to extensive destruction by the Zerg, with ordinary residents largely evacuated, rendering them desolate. Xiaqin's unit primarily engaged in ground combat, and this time their destination was Mongxing, located at the outermost edge of the defense line. Due to the urgent circumstances of the Zerg invasion, starships filled with soldiers surged towards Mongxing. Xiaqin leaned back in his seat, feigning sleep, while his comrades quietly chatted beside him. The individuals seated nearby were all lieutenant colonels and majors, slightly younger than Xiaqin. 2 of them seemed to have known each other for a while, and one of them, likely awakened from a nap by the alarm, could not help but grumble about the Zerg's audacity to disrupt their rest. Another, a young lieutenant colonel whom Xiaqin recognized from the Space Army, was exceptionally strong and had previously been the main attacking soldier in a military academy league. Graduating directly into the Moon Legion, he had served in the Space Army for over a decade before transitioning to the ground forces. He appeared troubled, stating that in his over 10 years of service in the Space Army and 7 to 8 years in the ground forces, this was the first time he had witnessed the red alarm flashing. This indicated that the Zerg's attack was unlike any before, yet the specifics remained unclear. The higher-ups did not provide exhaustive details about the battlefield to the entire army, as soldiers, their duty was to obey orders. Hearing his friend speak, the young lieutenant colonel ceased his complaints, and they resumed discussing when humanity might finally overcome the Zerg. Amid their quiet conversation, the starship swiftly arrived at Mongxing. Xiaqin disembarked at a leisurely pace, and before the mech's hatch opened, he heard the young friends bidding each other farewell. "Do well against the Zerg, and don't get yourself killed," the young lieutenant colonel remarked. Reports from the front line dominated all the news headlines. Even forums typically reserved for beauty, food, and educational discussions were now preoccupied with the situation at the front. The attention of countless individuals across the Federation, the Empire, and other smaller nations in the human universe was drawn to the battlefield against the Zerg. New Zerg species had evolved, launching large-scale assaults on the Tide defense line, the Huayan defense line, the Hill defense line, and the Shenlong defense line, resulting in hundreds of thousands of soldiers injured and over 30,000 frontline warriors sacrificed. If it weren't for the timely reinforcement from the Moon Legion, the Hill defense line would have nearly fallen. Although the Hill defense line ultimately managed to repel the Zerg beyond its borders, a small border planet adjacent to the Hill defense line suffered a massive Zerg infestation, with the number of civilian casualties yet to be announced. Statistically, the situation did not appear terrifying, but these were times of peace. In times of peace, military sacrifices had diminished to a minimum, and exterminating Zerg was no longer a war, but rather a profession akin to harvesting vegetables. The military employed reasonable personnel allocation to ensure every soldier faced an appropriate Zerg opponent. The newly evolved Zerg species had kept the research institutes of both nations awake for half a month, but to little avail. Previously, data on the Zerg had been amassed from extensive combat experience resulting from countless lives lost. Now, with the Zerg suddenly switching from long-term attrition warfare to blitz attacks, comprehensive research and analysis had become impossible. The Zerg's abrupt shift from small-scale attrition warfare to sudden assaults caught humanity off guard. Most people's lives remained largely unaffected, much like the Zerg infestation 3 years prior. However, the difference was that everyone sensed a shift in the Zerg's behavior. The sustainability of peace had become uncertain. Those who had experienced the wartime era a century ago began sharing their archived memories with the younger generation. Panic began to spread. The demographic least affected was the teenage students. Even with the Zerg poised to reach their doorsteps tomorrow, 6th grade students were fully committed to their academic pursuits. In fact, the looming threat of the Zerg seemed to invigorate their determination to study. Compared to the lengthy wars, peace was fleeting, and the backbone of various professions consisted of those who had witnessed the wartime era. For interstellar citizens, sacrificing themselves in the fight against the Zerg was considered a noble death. While some students might attempt to transfer from military academies to regular schools, they were in the minority. The endopterm exams for the first semester of 6th grade had concluded. Qianxingzi held the top position in class 65, followed closely by Lin Beila. Cui Yu, who occasionally excelled in specific subjects, tied for second overall with Lin Beila with her comprehensive score, placing her third consistent with the previous year's results. However, the three of them had become more closely matched thanks to Lin Beila's encouragement of Cui Yu. When Lin Beila had asked Cui Yu for help previously, she did return early the next morning, simply stating that her mother had suddenly called for her to find a way out. Cui Yu had wanted to inquire further, but felt hesitant. Lin Beila's mother, from the fragments of Lin Beila's life and words, seemed capable of making such demands of her minor daughter in the middle of the night. Cui Yu chose not to pry into the details, yet Lin Beila evidently felt stimulated by the incident, becoming more diligent in her studies and urging Cui Yu to work harder, directly helping her secure the second place in their grade. Meanwhile, several students in neighboring classes had swapped positions at the top. For instance, the previously quiet Cui Yunzi from the adjacent class excelled dramatically in practical courses, making a surprise ascent to the top of his class. Likewise, the former top student from Class 1, who had previously vowed to compete for a coveted admission slot, was now so demoralized by practical courses that they contemplated transferring to a regular school to pursue a degree in military medicine later. Lin Beila had also reduced her extracurricular reading, immersing herself in the stress of exams. She no longer needed Qianxingzi's tempting little pastries, as she had become the guiding figure of their study group. In such an atmosphere, even though Cui Yu believed that she would likely choose a regular university after preparatory school to return to a life away from war, she found herself caught in the subtle anxiety surrounding academic advancement, beginning to invest more energy in studying and training. Uncle Haixing had consequently paused taking orders due to a flare-up of his leg ailment, forcing his students, including the proud and distant Miss Julius, who had just sent holiday gifts to her teacher on Tianlan Star, to take over remotely. Miss Julius, it's quite normal for you not to see her. She's a truly unique girl, and uniqueness presupposes capability. This was the assessment from Julius' neighbor, who claimed that this young woman engaged in the occult rarely interacted with others in reality, preferring to connect with the universe through the starnet. Yet Julius was a generous and kind individual who would willingly assist her neighbors with online future planning during her leisure time. Those who attempted to visit Miss Julius in person returned empty-handed, and guests who had yet to be received by Uncle Haixing accepted that she was now handling orders on his behalf. However, not all voices were harmonious. The term Julius seemed to have been tagged with a rather negative connotation. Translation: Julius' exorbitant fees and poor service successfully deterred many potential clients. Nonetheless, it still generated substantial income. Cui Yu allocated a portion of this money for savings, aiming to accumulate enough to attend Tianlanlan for studies within a year. Indeed, amidst the fervent atmosphere of rising up, ascending to Tianlanlan for mid-level studies became Cui Yu's short-term goal. As for the long-term plan of transferring from the preparatory military academy to a regular university to pursue his long-desired field of artificial intelligence, it felt too distant to contemplate for now. The basic cultural courses did not delve into specialized subjects, rendering them somewhat simplistic. Many classmates who had previously not stood out began to close the gap, increasing the pressure on Cui Yu and his friends. As the phase for nominating exemplary students approached, Qianxingzi felt an intense tension enveloping him. He not only studied harder, but also exhibited an oddly benevolent demeanor in his interactions, sporting a standardized smile that revealed 8 gleaming teeth. The habits of joking and being sarcastic he had previously learned from Cui Yu vanished overnight, transforming him into a model student of remarkable character. Being recognized as an exemplary student would grant him an additional 5 points in the comprehensive evaluation, a bonus sufficient to secure his position at the top of the grade. Securing the top spot at Qianlian Star's preparatory military academy would all but ensure his admission to Tianlanlan. With a smile, he greeted instructors, teachers, and familiar classmates, eventually making his way to the corner table where Cui Yu and Lin Beila sat. His mouth moved stiffly as if performing an exercise transitioning through various directions, and after several rounds he finally felt his facial muscles come alive. Cui Yu couldn't help but chuckle at his mature, yet awkward demeanor, relishing in his misfortune. Being evaluated for exemplary students isn't easy. Thankfully, I'm only the third best in our class, so I don't have to compete for city-level recognition. Having spent 3 years together, Qianxingzi could hardly tolerate Cui Yu's sarcastic remarks, so he merely responded with a dismissive grunt and turned to discuss studies with Lin Bela, finally noticing the feast before her, 4 dishes and a soup. You've struck it rich. Qianxingzi's inquiry bore no malice. Though Lin Bela was financially constrained, her increased physical activity had led to a larger appetite. Her meals had shifted from 1 meat and 1 vegetable to 2 meats and 1 vegetable, determinedly adhering to this ratio regardless of hunger. Today's meal featured an extra meat dish and soup, prompting Qianxingzi to suspect some unexpected fortune had come her way. Could she have won the lottery? No, Lin Bela would never spend money on something so speculative, and it wasn't scholarship season yet. Had her mother found a windfall? That seemed unlikely. The delicate woman did not exude signs of good fortune. Surely it couldn't be her unreliable father making an appearance. If that were true, Lin Bela would surely have informed them both. Seeing Qianxingzi's increasingly wild guesses, Lin Bela, fearing he might voice something inappropriate, declared the truth. This is my growth subsidy. Upon hearing growth subsidy, Qianxingzi's face flushed as he whispered, keep your voice down. Cui Yu scoffed. Look at you, so shocked and embarrassed. Lin Bela also eyed him curiously, appraising him with a critical glance. I didn't realize a growth subsidy could affect you like this. Don't you have any young female relatives at home? As an only child, Qianxingzi did not have any female relatives at his age with whom he could discuss such matters. The growth subsidy was a material provision distributed to ordinary female residents across the Federation. As girls entered puberty, they faced physiological challenges, such as menstruation, which could affect their health and development due to blood loss, hormonal imbalances, pain, and nutritional deficiencies. Naturally, the federal government provided a 6-year subsidy for girls experiencing menstruation. In poorer regions, this might consist of painkillers and specially formulated nutritional supplements, while economically better off areas and military academies would offer additional meal provisions. For example, the policy in Qianlian Star for preparatory military students included 10 extra meals per month, typically comprising a rich meat dish and soup aimed at replenishing blood and nourishing energy. Lin Bela, who started school a year later than her peers, was the first girl in their class to experience menstruation and also the first to receive the growth subsidy. It must be said this growth subsidy was incredibly practical. Lin Bela not only maintained her strength and energy during her period, but appeared even more robust due to the additional meals. Qianxingzi stirred his bowl of fresh vegetable soup, nodded in approval, and added a crispy pigeon to Lin Bela's plate. He had heard that if girls did not eat well during puberty, they might not grow tall enough, which was not ideal for military students. The freshly roasted crispy pigeon was succulent and fragrant, its sweetness wafting through the air, even tempting Cui Yu. I want one too, Cui Yu declared, transforming into a campus beggar. Then you can have one, Qianxingzi responded, sitting up straight with vigilance, refusing to be a generous benefactor. Although a single pigeon didn't cost much, seeing Cui Yu beg successfully was infuriating. You give one to Lin Bela, but not me. That's unfair, Cui Yu persisted. You don't have the right to complain. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. The loser orders. Cui Yu's reward: 1 crispy pigeon, ordered by Qianxingzi. Qianxingzi's reward: 1 lost round of rock, paper, scissors, a crispy pigeon, ordered for himself. Each enjoyed their crispy pigeon, savoring the delectable flavors. Qianxingzi temporarily escaped from the burdens of being an exemplary student, leaning closer and whispering, I've been working on something big lately. What is it? Cui Yu eagerly inquired, having just eaten his crispy pigeon and unilaterally decided to be nice to Qianxingzi today. Qianxingzi glanced at Lin Bela, who, familiar with his tendencies, also engaged enthusiastically for the sake of the crispy pigeon. Do tell. Clearing his throat theatrically, Qianxingzi boasted, I've recently met a master online. Cui Yu swallowed the soup in his mouth. She is a fallen noble with exceptional talent and mysticism. Although her troubled childhood has left her psychologically scarred and struggling to integrate into reality, she holds a prestigious position among fortune-tellers on the Starnet. Cui Yu began to sense something amiss. She does not crave wealth or bow to money, maintaining the pride of her former nobility, and only nobles are eligible for her services. Cui Yu felt the familiarity of this statement. You can't be talking about the legendary nobles, can you? Lin Bela asked, regarding Qianxingzi with curiosity. Despite her playful nickname for him, he appeared to be merely affluent, not the kind of noble with strict standards of conduct that separated them from common folk. Of course not, but this master does not hold fanatic views about blue blood nobility, as she acknowledges the merits of new aristocrats. Thus, anyone with personal assets exceeding 500 million star coins can qualify for her services. Qianxingze was somewhat relieved by the master's accessibility. After all, while many wealthy individuals sought business, not everyone could meet the threshold of nobility. He was fortunate that his family had always been generous, providing him with enough assets each year to enjoy a taste of noble life. Cui Yu exclaimed sharply, "So you really have 5 billion? Lin Beila's eyes widened. "You have 5 billion Qian Duo. Qianxingze looked around, wishing he could cover the mouths of the loud girls. "Keep it down, ladies. If anyone hears, they'll think I'm incredibly wealthy. 5 billion wouldn't even buy a top-tier class combat mech. Please lower your voices." Afterward, Qianxingze couldn't help but marvel at his own fortune. Miss Julius is truly generous and kind. It's said that her standards have drawn considerable criticism from many nobles who believe providing services to us commoners undermines their status, and that her low fees diminish the value of what should be considered scarce services. Yet Miss Julius stands firm against the tide. She is indeed a noble with spirit, style, and social responsibility. Clearly, even if her family has fallen from grace, her good upbringing will accompany her throughout life. Cui Yu felt a flush of embarrassment. "I think you're overthinking this." Lin Beila concurred. "You sound like a fan who has lost the ability to think critically." Qianxingze shook his head, believing the two were summer insects unable to discuss ice, yet he wasn't desperate to persuade them, feeling a twinge of disappointment for not receiving envious gazes in return. However, it surprised Cui Yu that Qianxingze had also approached Julius. While Qianxingze was distracted, Cui Yu stole a few glances at his features and mentally calculated his birthday. The more he calculated, the clearer it became, and the more disheartened he felt. It is well known that a healer cannot heal themselves. Similarly, it is challenging to predict one's own future or that of those close to them through divination. For instance, Lin Beila's future looked prosperous, but other aspects remained elusive. She likely would maintain her friendship with them for many years. As for Qianxingze, Cui Yu found his predictions to be crystal clear, especially regarding the golden fortune he seemingly possessed. How had he secretly amassed wealth behind their backs? Amid the playful banter and laughter occasionally interrupted by the burdens of mundane assignments, an entire semester slipped by. The second semester began with the arrival of spring. Even on a planet where every season resembled spring, this time was still the most beautiful. A young woman clad in a pink Chanel-inspired professional outfit walked down a street lined with lush green velvet trees, holding the hand of a little girl dressed in a delicate yellow Lolita dress. The woman's face radiated with a vibrant smile. Her steps were light and brisk while the girl bounced joyfully beside her. A few paces behind them trailed a sturdy man with a buzz cut, a triangular scar etched at the corner of his eye. His gaze was resolute and his stride steady, yet a soft tenderness flickered across his face as he looked at the sleeping child cradled in his arms. Qian Lianxing resembled a vast greenhouse, but it was only on the 12th of February that the Grand Huahua Festival would unfold. On this day, the entire planet would transform into a sea of blooms, showcasing flowers from all seasons as decorations. People donned colorful attire adorned with floral accessories, parading on various floats to celebrate the arrival of spring. Even without distinct seasons, everyone carried the essence of spring, summer, autumn, and winter in their hearts. The citizens of the Federation held a deep affection for flowers, and the Huahua Festival was regarded with greater significance than the New Year. Dongfang Yunyun personally designed the family's outfits each year with a different theme for every occasion. For instance, to celebrate Cui Yu's arrival 2 years prior, themed around father's love is like a mountain, mother's love is like the sea. Xiaqin dressed as a small hill adorned with flowers, while Dongfang Yunyun wore a long dress embellished with three-dimensional blooms. Cui Yu, regarded as the flower of the Federation, was exuberantly ushered into a vibrant red floral headpiece, which became a source of humorous memories. Last year, one of Dongfang Yunyun's brothers publicly announced his sexual orientation as male. In the age of interstellar travel, while men could indeed have children through technology, those conceived entirely outside the womb were often viewed as a dilution of the human gene pool, leading to discrimination against male same-sex marriages. In a show of support for her brother, Dongfang Yunyun boldly declared that the entire family would don rainbow attire, layering vibrant clothes and sporting big red flowers atop their heads. Even Xie Xiaohua was not spared. The dazzling scene left Cui Yu in awe. This year, however, Dongfang Yunyun had finally acknowledged the pressures of loans and the importance of frugality. A few gentle nudges from Cui Yu and Xiaqin led her to abandon the idea of extravagant costumes. Yet not dressing up was not an option. Even without custom outfits, Dongfang Yunyun still took the entire family out to buy new clothes, and they were now on their way to the flower market to gather materials for their decorations. Xiaqin was not well versed in flower varieties. After all, he usually gifted Dongfang Yunyan roses. However, he had a keen eye for color coordination, never daring to contradict her preferences. It seemed that this year Dongfang Yunyan's aesthetic had taken a sharp turn. In previous years, regardless of the color scheme, she would lavishly drape herself and Cui Yu in abundant floral decorations. This time, however, she adopted a minimalist approach. Xiaqin's suit was simply adorned with red roses at the chest and cuffs, while her own white gown was only embellished with a scattering of pink blooms. Cui Yu, usually dressed like a garden, sported only a handful of flowers this year, while Xie Xiaohua was notably plain with only 2 tiny flowers adorning her pigtails. Xiaqin felt incredulous, a frown of concern etched on his face as he looked at Dongfang Yunyan. Is this really all right? Doesn't it seem a bit too plain? Even though the family faced financial pressures, they were certainly not unable to afford flowers for the festival. The thought of Dongfang Yunyan not enjoying the Huahua festival due to their modest choices troubled him. Dongfang Yunyan noticed Xiaqin's sudden drop in spirits, baffled by his discontent. She poked his not-so-soft cheek and tilted her head to scrutinize him. What's wrong? Why so glum? Is it that you don't like the red roses with the dress? Seeing that Dongfang Yunyan was not upset about the fewer flowers, Xiaqin felt relieved, admitting, I was just worried you might be unhappy with fewer decorations this year. Dongfang Yunyan shot him a sideways glance. Am I really that kind of person? You just seem to lack common sense. With that, she grabbed the flower materials in one hand, took Cui Yu's hand with the other, and headed towards the parking lot. Xiaqin was left even more perplexed, unsure of what Dongfang Yunyan meant, but obediently followed behind, holding onto Xie Xiaohua, his mind swirling with questions. The suspense was soon resolved. On the morning of the Huahua festival, the contrast between the elegantly dressed parents of the Dongfang family and the simply attired Dongfang Yunyan and her family was stark. Dongfang's mother felt a pang in her heart at the sight of her beloved daughter, once cherished and pampered, now living modestly on Qian Lianxing, far from their hometown. She couldn't help but harbor some resentment towards Xiaqin, this impoverished son-in-law. However, seeing him equally plain and bewildered eased her frustration considerably. Forget it, this young man had come a long way from his humble beginnings, and it was only fair to give him more time to grow. The Huahua festival was a grand affair, attracting many extraterrestrial tourists to Qian Lianxing to partake in the celebrations. Dongfang Yunyan's parents would make an effort to attend when their work allowed, but with so many children and the family business demanding attention, they often found themselves too busy to reunite with Dongfang Yunyan. This year, however, they finally carved out some time. The street parade during the Huahua festival was not merely a chaotic gathering. The government of Qian Lianxing meticulously organized various activities well in advance. Regardless of the public's interest, the official arrangements ensured a festive atmosphere. Early that morning, Cui Yu was awakened by a delightful aroma. While the sweet scent of flowers filled the air, it was the enticing aroma of food that dominated. Although Qian Lianxing primarily featured seafood, the incorporation of flowers into cuisine was quite common. Normally, flowers were not cheap, but in the lead-up to the Huahua festival, the government ordered ample supplies from various floral cultivation bases in the Hylon Star system. Consumers from other planets in the system would graciously reduce their purchase volumes during this time, making flowers more affordable. Thus, the culinary use of flowers became generous. Among all the blossoms, osmanthus occupied a premier position in the culinary world. Its rich, sweet aroma could seamlessly blend with various ingredients, with the classic dish being osmanthus rice cake. The stall downstairs began steaming the rice cakes before dawn, filling the entire street with the fragrant scent, and Cui Yu in her dreams drooled uncontrollably. Eventually, the rumbling of her stomach compelled her to rise early during this school break, her dark circles under her eyes a testament to her late-night habits. In her past life at this age, she had not yet developed dark circles, but in this life, inheriting the penchant for staying up late, they occasionally made an appearance. Though current technology prevented ordinary late nights from leading to sudden death or a shortened lifespan, exhaustion and dark circles were undeniable, often eliciting concern from Lin Bela and reprimands from Qian Xingza. The osmanthus cake was a bit dry, and as Cui Yu carried the packet still half asleep, she intended to return to bed for a quick nap. However, she stumbled upon Dongfang Yunyan, who was also in her pajamas at the elevator. Dongfang Yunyan too was awakened by the aroma of osmanthus cake. She grabbed a piece from Cui Yu's bag, popped it into her mouth, and made her way back home, swallowing the slightly choking cake with effort. We can still sleep for 40 minutes, but we need to pick up my parents from the hotel later. Naturally, Dongfang's parents would not squeeze into a small apartment with their daughter's family. They had booked the most luxurious queen suite in Beiyun City a month prior, which was even larger than Dongfang Yunyan's home, although still relatively cramped compared to their castle and estate back in their hometown. Cui Yu nodded in resignation, quickening her pace as she exited the elevator, diving back into bed. Every second of sleep counted. Cui Yu and Dongfang Yunyun were still racing against the clock to get up, while Dongfang's parents were already dressed and waiting for them at the hotel. They would not alter their extravagant designs to align with their daughter's modest appearance. The elaborate dresses and precious flowers were a testament to their sincere preparations for the festival. Living in the northeastern region of the Federation and engaged in animal husbandry, the elderly couple cherished everything about their hometown's rugged beauty, but were also captivated by the gentle luxury of Hailon. The last time they attended the Huahua Festival was 8 years ago, and now returning to the scene, they intended to shine brightly. Now over 200 years old, Dongfang's parents had begun to gray. In an interstellar society where dyeing hair had become effortless, the tolerance for gray hair had actually increased. Silver hair was no longer seen as a sign of aging, but rather a pursuit of mature charm among many middle-aged individuals. As a result, rather than dyeing their hair black, Dongfang's parents had instead highlighted some gray strands, blending the real with the false to embody the poise and depth of middle age. Seeing his in-laws again at the Huahua Festival, Xie experienced quite the shock. As a financially struggling military academy student, his aesthetic taste leaned towards simplicity and practicality, but under Dongfang Yunyun's influence, he had gained a more diverse appreciation. Yet Dongfang's parents were evidently on another level, making even Dongfang Yunyun seem lacking in comparison. Lacking a refined sense of aesthetics, Xie was nonetheless perceptive. Noticing Dongfang's mother's dress trailing on the ground, he immediately stepped forward to assist her. To his surprise, she elegantly declined his help, twirling around to showcase her gown. Dongfang's father, the quintessential straightforward man, understood that Xie likely wouldn't grasp the intricacies of the dress, so he explained this isn't just any dress. It features magnetic levitation technology, allowing it to hold its shape without a petticoat, and the hem maintains a tiny distance from the ground, so it appears to drag, but won't get dirty or damaged. Xie cast a grateful glance at his father-in-law and immediately expressed heartfelt admiration. What a remarkable dress. Your mother is always at the forefront of fashion. Dongfang's mother beamed at the compliment and led the children and her husband downstairs. Outside, the pumpkin carriage was ready. On this special day, flying vehicles were grounded, and everyone moved about on the ground, with many opting not to use the mundane ground-driving mode of their flying cars. Instead, they adorned their vehicles with decorations typically reserved for special occasions. Dongfang's mother had rented 2 crystal pumpkin carriages, placing Xie and Dongfang's father in the larger one, while Dongfang Yunyun sat with Cui Yu and Xie in the smaller one. Cui Yu pressed her face against the window, gazing at the vibrant flowers lining the streets. The ordinary carriage windows could hardly contain the overwhelming fragrance wafting in, and Cui Yu couldn't help but sneeze multiple times. The electronic simulation of the carriage's movement was steady and smooth, but after a while boredom became unavoidable. Upon arriving at the next event location, Dongfang's parents felt a bit overwhelmed by the central square's exuberance and crowding, urging everyone to quickly finish at the must-visit spots before heading to a department store to buy some decent clothing and accessories for Xie. While their daughter and son-in-law's financial struggles were not a concern, they were determined that the next generation should not suffer the same fate. Cui Yu showed little interest in infant supplies. Once they disembarked, she was reluctant to get back on, and Dongfang Yunyun allowed this, agreeing to meet up later. Cui Yu was left in the center square. The central square was indeed bustling with life, with nearly everyone crowding the streets to eat, drink, chat excitedly, and run about. Even complete strangers would generously exchange loud praises and blessings upon encountering one another. For the adorable children, adults generously showered them with sweets and treats, while many who considered themselves cultured would present stationary exercise books and inspirational quote stickers as delightful surprises. Cui Yu strolled along the main road, casually observing without pausing to engage in conversation. Perhaps due to her charm, she found herself complimenting a man with thick hair and a sister with a captivating smile, unwittingly collecting a handful of small gifts in return. Colorful lollipops, laser ballpoint pens, a guide to striving at the Capital University, a Qianlian secret exam sheet without an answer key, and a booklet of youth quotes from the leader, all sorts of treasures that felt like a little box of childhood memories in her arms. Once in the restroom stall, Cui Yu felt safe enough to place her haul into her spatial item. With so many people around, she understood the importance of keeping her treasures hidden. Emerging from the restroom surrounded by a fragrant breeze, Cui Yu was initially enveloped by a rich scent, but was soon overwhelmed by the myriad floral aromas. Although her nose felt stuffy, her eyes were feasting on the sights. The inhabitants of Qianlianqing possessed boundless creativity when it came to floral decorations. In every direction she looked revealed unique adornments and scenery. Perhaps bored of their routine, everyone in Beiyun City went utterly wild on this day. Her arms previously cleared were soon filled with gifts from eager adults, some so abundant that they rushed to find each child, squeezing through the crowd with determination just to deliver their prepared surprises. While Cui Yu beamed at the adults, she seized every opportunity to sneak peeks at her spoils. Look at this beautiful nail polish, look at this golden keychain, look at this soft little handkerchief, look at this. Suddenly Cui Yu was handed a box of pastries. The familiar packaging and scent came from Qianxiangji, a high-end gift shop in the Hylon Star system. The staff from Qianxiangji stood on the street, quickly drawing the attention of many eager children. Every year, Qianxiangji distributed gifts on Central Avenue, though their specific location was always random. Every child in Beiyun City hoped to be the lucky one to encounter the gift givers. Cui Yu, pushed to the side, decided to let the excited children have the center of the road, standing patiently against the wall, contemplating finding a chance to stow away the complete gift box from Qianxiangji to eventually present it to Dongfang Yunyun. Having received a satisfactory haul of gifts, Cui Yu became somewhat desensitized to the process, scanning the area for a less crowded path to escape. Her gaze flitted past a man in an exceedingly long train dress, then to an elderly lady sporting a broccoli on her head, and finally to a clown on stilts flanked by 5 parrots. Her eyes landed on a much shorter figure next to the clown. Cui Yu. What on earth was that? I mean, I wasn't actually laughing at you. Can you believe that? As she spoke, Cui Yu couldn't help but twitch her cheeks in amusement. I really misjudged you before, truly. Cui Yu earnestly patted Qian Sheng's shoulder. When I first met you, I thought you were just a burden-rich kid, and I failed to appreciate you. But today I can confirm that you're not only down to earth, but you also possess, charisma. Qian Shengze gritted his teeth. That's not my creativity, it's all due to my great-grandfather's overly rich imagination and excessive execution. Then your family must have a lot of great-grandfathers, Cui Yu thought for a moment. With 8 great-grandfathers, the colors of the rainbow wouldn't be enough, especially since Qian Shengze had already used green. Qian Shengze looked at Cui Yu in confusion. What are you talking about? My 8th great-grandfather is literally my 8th-generation ancestor. Our family values having fewer children with higher quality. Each generation has no more than 2 children. I'm the only child of my generation. Mentioning being an only child made Qian Shengze's chest swell with pride. After all, being an only child in the interstellar age was quite rare. This was due to the exceptionally long lifespans of interstellar beings and the reduced physical burden of childbirth thanks to artificial wombs. Even those who were not particularly keen on raising children often ended up with several due to the lengthy periods of youth and middle age. The ups and downs of marriage also led interstellar people to have more children, but the Qian family traditionally valued lifelong commitment, rarely choosing to remarry even after a divorce. Thus, their respected families all desired to form alliances with them, but why would the Qian family trade their already few children for commercial gains? Born into such a family, Qian Shengze felt incredibly proud. However, Cui Yu's focus was elsewhere. Realizing the meaning behind 8 great-grandfathers, she exclaimed, "You have 8 generations of great-grandfathers. Doesn't that mean your family has 10 generations living together?" Qian Shengze beamed with pride. "My family has maintained a 10-generation household for hundreds of years. We hold the record for the longest-standing 10-generation family." Although Cui Yu didn't quite understand what was so praiseworthy about that, she nodded in agreement, impressed. 10 generations living together. What a family dedicated to young parenthood. So your family has 10 generations. Cui Yu began but hesitated. Qian Shengze quickly grasped her unspoken words, feeling both flustered and unable to refute her. Do you understand? My 6th great-grandfather is an exceptional ecological environment protection expert. Every year we dress up as endangered plants to promote awareness. It's a meaningful endeavor. Not all 10 generations are abstract. Cui Yu shot him a look that was incomprehensible and infuriating. So is the green rafflesia endangered? Wait a minute, Cui Yu thought, wasn't the rafflesia supposed to be fluorescent green? She looked Qian Shengze up and down. He was in a green polka bodysuit, his face painted with deep brown makeup resembling petals, and he wore a large green polka floral headpiece. If such a color of rafflesia existed, it wouldn't be surprising for it to be endangered. Eye-catching and peculiar. Qian Shengze quickly clarified that it wasn't just the green variety that was endangered, but all rafflesia species. Due to improper preservation during human migrations, the species had developed certain genetic defects, evolving into various vibrant colors, but consequently becoming fragile and hovering on the brink of extinction for centuries. In recent years, many wildflowers had been exhibiting infertility symptoms for unknown reasons, nearing extinction. The rafflesia is a native species of their home planet. If it goes extinct, it would be lost forever. After explaining, Qian Shengze couldn't help but feel a shiver of surprise. Cui Yu actually knew about the rafflesia, an extremely rare plant. He had heard of it, but never She was indeed someone who pretended to be uninformed while secretly possessing vast knowledge. How infuriating. Cui Yu, unaware that her knowledge from her elementary school days on Earth had led Qianxingzi to label her as well-educated, felt that mocking him would be pointless and would only reflect poorly on herself. It wasn't yet time for her meeting with Dongfang Yunyan, so the two continued chatting leisurely, discussing their plans for further education. They were actually discussing further education. Cui Yu realized she had been led astray by the study king. Qianxingzi was determined to attend the best school in the entire galaxy, Tianlanlan, and Cui Yu found herself increasingly captivated by his words. Tianlanlan, the planet of exhibitions, performances, and hard-to-get pop-up stores with various student discounts. Cui Yu even considered revealing her mental power level to gain admission to Tianlanlan, knowing that an S level would allow her to enter without an exam. Though she had never been tested, she felt she might have some potential. However, the tuition for Tianlanlan was exorbitant. There were no tuition reduction policies, and she would inevitably require Dongfang Yunyan's support. Of course, Cui Yu also needed to save some money, especially since she might need to buy a personal mech in higher grades. As a wealthy heir, Qianxingzi was oblivious to Cui Yu's concerns. To him, tuition was never a problem. If it were, he could simply save up. Distracted by the surrounding scenery, Qianxingzi unusually overlooked Cui Yu's silence and eagerly pulled her along. Cui Yu, look over there. Isn't that Bella? Cui Yu's attention returned as she followed Qianxingzi's gesture, calmly replying, if she doesn't have a twin sister, then it must be her. Qianxingzi thought Cui Yu was acting pretentiously. The thrill of unexpectedly encountering a friend made Qianxingzi forget that Lin Bella did not reside in Baiyun City and also overlooked his own flamboyant appearance. He pulled Cui Yu towards Lin Bella, calling out excitedly, Bella. What a coincidence. As they approached, they noticed that beside Lin Bella was a larger version of her. The larger Lin Bella was slightly taller and just as slender, but unlike the elongated figure of Lin Bella in her growth stage, she exuded a delicate fragility akin to a willow swaying in the wind. Among adults, she wasn't particularly tall. Her youthful appearance accentuated her frailness. Had it not been for Lin Bella's lingering childlike innocence, the two could have easily been mistaken for sisters of different styles. Cui Yu and Qianxingzi were not foolish and quickly realized that this was the legendary Lin Bella's mother, Lin Shiner. A gentle yet tragic figure, she always managed to turn misfortune into fortune. The last time Lin Bella asked Cui Yu for help skipping school was because her mother had been involved in a car accident and was in a coma at the hospital. Miraculously, her mother quickly woke up with no aftereffects and received a substantial compensation from the other driver, clearing their debts entirely. Seeing her daughter's classmates, Lin Shiner appeared slightly flustered and glanced helplessly at the composed Lin Bella. Lin Bella quickly reacted, introducing them. This is my mom. Then she turned to Lin Shiner and said, this is my roommate Cui Yu, and this is our class monitor Qianxingzi. Lin Shiner smiled and greeted Cui Yu and Qianxingzi, though her smile seemed a bit awkward. She must have been a fragile person herself. After the introduction, silence fell over the group as none of the three children were adept at conversing in front of a parent, and Lin Shiner clearly had no intention of starting a conversation. Eventually, Lin Bella let out a barely noticeable sigh, adopting a mature demeanor as she said to Cui Yu, my mom and I are going to check out Central Square. See you at school. After an awkward farewell, Lin Shiner followed Lin Bella, not looking back. Lin Annie. Qianxingzi was at a loss for words. Maybe she's socially anxious. Cui Yu as a roommate had heard more about Lin Shiner than Qianxingzi, but in her imagination Lin Shiner was a girl who lacked direction and financial planning, raising an unplanned child under limited capabilities. She hadn't expected her to be a delicate flower, unskilled in socializing. It seemed impolite to pass by Lin Bella's mother without acknowledgement, so the two tactfully avoided her. Cui Yu finally realized something was amiss. Why are they in Baiyun City? I remember Lin Bella's family was from Liani City, but with Lin Bella gone, no one was left to answer them. After parting ways with Cui Yu and Qianxingzi, Lin Bella and Lin Shiner walked a short distance before being overwhelmed by the crowd near Central Square. Lin Shiner led Lin Bella into a shopping mall to escape the throng. It was a high-end shopping center devoid of any family-friendly festive activities, and the atmosphere inside felt quite chilly. Lin Shiner, swept up by the mall's fragrant air, raised her head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She pulled Lin Bella to a resting chair, remaining silent as she quietly sipped warm water from a thermos. Not far from them, a family of three strolled leisurely. A woman, possibly a daughter or daughter-in-law, sighed helplessly as she looked at her elegantly dressed elder. Mom, we're out celebrating, and yet you're still discussing business. I thought you came to Baiyun City to visit me, but it turns out you have a client meeting. The affluent matron shrugged it off, saying, it's just a side matter, it hasn't delayed anything. No, it's delayed our shopping for little Huabao. Lin Shiner noticed the young man beside her was carrying 2 bags. She recognized the logo from a beautifully decorated baby supply store she had stumbled into while pregnant with Lin Bella, and the long string of zeros on the price tag had nearly made her faint. The young woman didn't engage, bluntly stating that such a small child didn't need high-end items and suggested converting the spending money into a subsidy for her. Upon hearing this, the affluent matron's brow furrowed, her tone pointed. "I didn't realize you suddenly lacked money. Is raising a child that expensive?" The young woman fell silent, and the gentleman stepped in to ease the tension. "Have you seen K's handbag? This design is a limited edition exclusive to the ocean blue galaxy. Do you like it? How about we get one for each lady?" As he spoke, he took each woman's hand and led them into an obviously expensive luxury store. That young woman was likely their daughter. Lynn Ziner's eyes revealed an envy she hadn't even realized she felt, whether it was for the doting parents or the affectionate old couple or simply the unattainable wealth of others. The white skirts of Lynn Sheener and Lynn Bella intertwined on the chair, contrasting shades of cream, reflecting each other. Their wardrobe consisted solely of white dresses. The public laundry always left stains on the white fabric for various reasons, gradually turning them into a water-stained hue that could never be cleaned, forming patches. Yet despite this, mother and daughter remained the cleanest splash of color in a slum, the purest flowers in a chaotic and filthy place. Watching that happy family fade from view, Lynn Sheener relaxed her grip on her skirt, embracing Lynn Bella. "Even if we have nothing, just thinking of you and the love we share makes me very happy and content." Lynn Bella smiled. "Mom," a scene of maternal affection. Meanwhile, away from Lynn Ziner's gaze, Dongfang Yunyun trailed behind her parents to the seating area by the central fountain. Xie Xiaohua was held in Dongfang's father's arms, curiously looking around. She pointed at particularly striking individuals, giggling blissfully, unaware of the unusual atmosphere between her mother and grandmother. After sending off Qianxingzi on his charity mission, Cui Yu had arrived early at her seat. The central fountain's performance required tickets. Thanks to Dongfang Yunyun, she sat in the inner area with an excellent view. Of course, due to limited seating at the venue, there were broadcasts available online. The free broadcast offered a fixed 2D view, while paid options unlocked 3D or even holographic perspectives. Different price points corresponded to varying viewing angles. Although it sounded like a profit-driven scheme, the actual income was quite limited, since such performances were held in every major city on Qianlian Star, and those willing to pay premium prices were already attending in person. The water curtain, accompanied by enchanting lights and corresponding scents, changed continuously. Cui Yu watched the gravity-defying spectacle, trying to analyze the forces at play in her mind, but found herself unable to comprehend it. She only heard Xie whispering to Dongfang Yunyun, "If I hadn't gotten into the military academy back, then I might have gone into the field of mental power performances." So that was it, mental power at work. With the pressure of further education weighing heavily on her mind, Cui Yu instinctively began analyzing the trends and magnitudes of mental power, and before she realized it, the performance had come to an end. Did the 2,000 star coin ticket just vanish? While others expressed satisfaction with a hint of lingering excitement, many around them passionately discussed the performance, forming a stark contrast to Cui Yu's quiet demeanor. Dongfang's mother raised her chin, proudly adjusting her silk shawl, her gaze drifting off into the distance, as she said firmly, "This time Mom treated you to the performance, but the money you owe me must be repaid. Dongfang Laosher, make a plan for how much you'll pay back each month. I'm not short on your trifling amounts. But this is a matter of principle. In the Dongfang family, we have our safety net. But if you want to establish your own independence, you must live within your means and consider whether you can sustain your ideal lifestyle." After speaking, she glanced over at Cui Yu, perhaps also considering Xie. Cui Yu felt a jolt of anxiety. Oh no, could this be directed at her? The 100 Flowers Festival served as a definitive line of demarcation. Before the festival, children busily attended classes and completed their homework while contemplating how to celebrate the occasion. Yet once the festival concluded, they would have to confront the midterm examinations. With the midterm exams for the 6th grade's second semester behind them, the top-performing students felt both relieved and anxious. They were relieved because the various preferential policies for advancing to higher education were now complete, allowing them to escape from the competitive environment. Yet they were anxious as the admission notifications from prestigious institutions like Tianlanlan were just around the corner. These days were filled with hope interwoven with anxiety. Most of the other students were quite perceptive, seldom mentioning the topic of further education in front of this group of high achievers. However, this understanding did little to stem the tide of anxiety. In such an atmosphere, Qianxingzi found himself less certain, often furrowing his brow and zoning out for a moment, while Lin Bela, despite her calm demeanor, suddenly developed a large blister at the corner of her mouth. Tianlanlan, an old-fashioned and somewhat pretentious school, announced its admissions through a physical notice posted at the luxurious main entrance of the main campus. After the public announcement, they would subsequently mail paper admission letters to all new students across the galaxy, creating an impressive sense of ceremony. If only the postage weren't cash on delivery. Although it was an offline announcement, the moment the list was posted, it would be quickly shared on relevant forums across the Stellar network. As students began to squirm in their seats, unable to contain their excitement, many in the back row discreetly peeked into their desks, trying to catch a glimpse of the results. The experienced teacher quickly wrapped up the remaining lessons and surprised the students with an early dismissal. What a considerate teacher. No wonder everyone dared to sneak a look during his class. Cui Yu's light brain was the latest and most luxurious model available, allowing for a smooth internet experience. However, before she could load the page, the sounds of congratulations around her provided the answer she sought. Of course, the congratulations were not directed at her. Qianxingzi predictably secured a spot in the front ranks. Known for his good-natured personality, his ascension was anticipated, and the flow of praises and congratulations from his classmates seemed to have been prepared in advance, leaving even the elated Qianxingzi somewhat bashful. In addition to Tianlanlan, two otherwise inconspicuous students in the class were accepted by Wu Qi. After congratulating Qianxingzi, some classmates approached them, while others ran to share the joy with friends in different classes. It was only then that Qianxingzi managed to escape to find Cui Yu and Lin Bela. Lin Bela was the kind of person in class who went unnoticed. Most people didn't see her name on the major lists, and thus they easily forgot about her. However, Qianxingzi would never forget her. Yet at that moment, Lin Bela was not the focus. After offering a simple congratulations to Lin Bela, Qianxingzi placed his light brain in front of Cui Yu with a serious expression, asking, "What's going on?" It was the secondary list from Tianlanlan. Besides its academic excellence, Tianlanlan had another notable characteristic: it was incredibly wealthy. Funding did not pour in like a flood from the sea. Much of Tianlanlan's educational budget came from sponsorship fees from its branch schools. Those who were particularly affluent or just shy of meeting the admission criteria for the main campus had the opportunity to receive admission letters from the branch schools. If they performed well there, they could eventually advance to the main campus, but the sponsorship fees were exorbitantly high, often seen as punitive. Even after gaining entry to the main campus, they would still be required to pay the fees for 3 full years. The secondary list from the branch schools was certainly not worthy of posting at the main campus, yet Qianxingzi found a way to keep tabs on it. Lin Bela's name appeared in the 13th position on the secondary list, while Cui Yu's name was conspicuously absent. This was impossible, for in terms of average exam scores, mental strength levels, and family assessments, Cui Yu should have outperformed Lin Bela. If she was not on the main list, she would undoubtedly be on the secondary list. Realizing she had been discovered, Cui Yu candidly admitted, "I didn't apply." Qianxingzi was taken aback. "Didn't we agree to attend Tianlanlan together?" Why would Cui Yu deceive them? Even if she didn't wish to go to Tianlanlan with them, they would understand. Cui Yu didn't want to voice her concerns, but frowned. "Did we agree? My family is on Qianlian Star after all." Suddenly enlightened, Qianxingzi remembered that Cui Yu had merely spoken positively about Tianlanlan, never actually stating that she intended to attend with them. He felt a twinge of disappointment. He had thought they all shared the desire to go to Tianlanlan together. "I didn't see it coming. You're quite the homebody," Qianxingzi said, incredulous. Yet given the circumstances, further discussion seemed futile. "I probably won't be going to Tianlanlan either," Lin Bela interjected. "I'm also a homebody." Qianxingzi's expression shifted from disbelief to reluctant acceptance, and he sighed heavily, saying, "It's my fault if I had given you my spot as a city's top student." Had Lin Bela made it onto the main list, she surely would have gone. Lin Bela didn't wish to elaborate on her reasons, merely smiling faintly. "I wouldn't be enough. The two ahead of me are much stronger." After a moment of silence, Qianxingzi still felt guilty, but there was still hope. Originally, Lin Bela ranked among the top 3 in her grade, but after joining practical courses, many up-and-coming students began to shine, with Cui Yunqi from the neighboring class directly overtaking her. Coupled with Cui Yunqi securing a position as a city's top student and advancing to Tianlanlan, Lin Bela's only exceptional average scores left her unsurprisingly unselected. Both Qianxingzi and Cui Yu were acutely aware of how hard Lin Bela had worked for her chance at Tianlanlan. The library and study rooms bore witness to her efforts, yet the admissions process of prestigious schools never took into account how hard one worked. A single misstep could lead to rejection. Lin Bela maintained a calm exterior, but both Qianxingzi and Cui Yu, with their keen senses, chose not to dwell on the topic further. They understood the Lin family's financial situation, but Qianxingzi knew even more about Lin Bela as a person. She would never accept his financial assistance. He believed in Lin Bela. She would thrive wherever she went. They had shared countless meals, tackled numerous exercises, sweated together in practice rooms, and endured this final chaotic semester together. Cui Yu's dormitory was always stocked with pastries from Chongxiangji. Lin Beila's meticulously organized notes were always promptly synchronized to the light brains of the other two, and Qian Sheng's treasure-hunting mouse and Lin Beila's creamy yellow curly-haired lamb were always docile and allowed especially Cui Yu to be petted. Cui Yu's two judge pens were always ready to provide 3 distinct written assignments in times of urgency. Everything unfolded rapidly, and understandably, a summer break arrived sooner than anyone had anticipated. When the final bell rang, students no longer fled the classroom as if escaping a disaster, but rather leisurely packed their bags and belongings. Those equipped with spatial tools felt light as a feather, while those without, after 2 years of rigorous practical training, could easily lift 2 massive suitcases. The children exchanged cheerful farewells as usual. Their time in the foundational phase had finally come to a close. After the break began, Cui Yu found herself far from idle. With her on summer vacation, Xie Xiaohua was also free, but Dongfang Yunyun and Xie Qin were not. Having lived 2 lives, the challenges of raising children were now something Cui Yu had come to know well. She was the interstellar Cui Dehua. With the assistance of parenting robots, guardians had long been liberated from mundane tasks such as reading stories and preparing nutritious meals. However, human toddlers naturally gravitate toward older children, and Xie Xiaohua endlessly trailed after Cui Yu like a little shadow, while the parenting robot also played the role of Xie Zaihua's shadow, stubbornly trying to feed her. When Xie Xiaohua was happy, she would take a bite before beginning to chew, and when she grew impatient, she would dash around the house, her short legs unable to carry her far. When Qian Sheng's video call came through, Cui Yu was in the midst of giving Xie Xiaohua a makeover. Food-grade dyes were inexpensive, and vibrant fluorescent green was being applied to her hair, orange to her ears, dragon fruit pink to her face, limbs painted in blue and purple, and her belly dyed gold, transforming her into a colorful mess, humorously absurd. Through the light brain, Qian Sheng's caught sight of the rainbow-colored Xie Xiaohua grinning widely, and after pointing at Cui Yu for a while, he exclaimed, "What a spectacle!" Cui Yu clapped her hands in praise. "Your ancient earth language is truly impressive." Qian Sheng's expression twisted in disbelief. "Won't your mother be furious when she sees this?" Cui Yu realized the validity of his point. Xie Xiaohua's appearance was indeed too shocking, and Dongfang Yunyun, after a long day at work, might not be able to face it with a smile. After some thought, Cui Yu felt she might be in for a scolding. She couldn't be the bad older sister ruining the fun, so in front of Qian Sheng's, she began applying the remaining dye onto herself. Colorful mess too. Qian Sheng's was left dumbfounded by her train of thought. Astonished as he was, Qian Sheng's didn't forget the purpose of his call. He adjusted the camera angle to reveal a portion of his surroundings and teased, "Guess where I am?" For the residents of the High Lawn Star System, beaches, oceans, and sunshine were mundane and unremarkable. Naturally, they wouldn't flaunt them. Even places where many wealthy individuals would specifically make video calls to show off were likely inaccessible to the average person. What could possibly be worth showcasing? A prestigious academic institution, a luxury goods center, the residence of a master mecha engineer, the central government of the capital star, a celebrity meet and greet. None of those seemed glamorous enough. Qian Sheng's watched Cui Yu with a smile, and she seemed momentarily dazzled by the background behind him, blurting out, "Did you go mining?" She then couldn't help but scrutinized Qian Sheng's face, pondering, "Min Yunji, rare crystals for equipping mechas." Qian Sheng's proud expression promptly faded. "How did you guess that?" Cui Yu answered earnestly, "I saw the big gem glinting behind you." Qian Sheng's looked puzzled, adjusting the camera to face the background. What light from an alien system? He saw nothing glimmering, nor any sign of a large gem. Hearing Qian Sheng's words, Cui Yu held her breath, carefully examining the background shown on the screen. An endless expanse of gravel and dirt, dull gray, with Qian Sheng's rosy lips and white teeth as the only bright spots. There were no signs of gems or minerals, nor any glimmer. Perhaps I saw the flash from other tourist cameras. Cui Yu strived to find a seemingly reasonable explanation. Qian Sheng's couldn't recall if anyone had used a flash earlier, but reluctantly accepted her explanation, feeling a bit disappointed that he hadn't managed to keep the suspense longer so that Cui Yu could guess incorrectly a few times before revealing the answer. When Xie Xiaohua noticed that Cui Yu's attention was no longer on her, she began to tug at her again, her green fluffy head intermittently popping into view on the screen, creating a chaotic scene. "Hey Cui Yu, why is your grass moving?" Suddenly the video lagged a bit, and Lin Beila joined the call. She had probably just finished exercising, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, and her voice was slightly breathless. Cui Yu lifted the rambunctious Xie Xiaohua, showcasing her colorful appearance to her 2 close friends. "It's this little rascal moving around." Lin Beila expressed her understanding. Taking care of children is indeed hard work. Unaware of how outlandish Xie Xiaohua looked, it was Qian Xingze who noticed something amiss on Lin Beila's end. Lin Beila was always punctual. She wouldn't be late for an online gathering that had been agreed upon in advance, especially as a quiet person who loved reading. Why would she be engaging in outdoor activities at a prearranged time with friends if the background noise was so chaotic with strange sounds of where? Lin Beila let out a helpless, rueful smile. As a young lady who had been strictly educated by Lin Xiner, Lin Beila rarely displayed her emotions, let alone tried to make expressions like an emoticon. You're not doing part-time work in Taishan carrying a burly guy up the mountain, are you? Qian Xingze speculated, feeling that it was quite possible who at a young age would enjoy hiking. Lin Beila must be doing it for the money. With a complex expression, Lin Beila looked at the screen. I'd rather carry a burly guy up the mountain. Lin Beila's story was straightforward. Lin Xiner had been injured in a car accident, an incident that had occurred the night Lin Beila hurriedly asked Cui Yu for help in leaving. Lin Xiner had stepped onto the road without looking, landing in the hospital without money. Feeling embarrassed, she specifically told Lin Beila not to make a fuss and sneaked out alone to seek a loan. Fortunately, not only did she not need to resort to that plan, but she also gained unexpectedly from it, as the person who hit her turned out to be wealthy. Those who could drive private cars on the ground were all affluent. That wealthy individual was now Lin Xiner's boss, who noticed Lin Xiner's gentle and patient demeanor, as well as her B-level, soothing mental strength, hiring her as a caregiver for his son. Lin Beila, who was extremely favored by the young master, acquired a part-time job, taking him for walks with remuneration in the form of new clothes, books, and even a new light brain. At just 7 years old, the young master required caregivers like Lin Xiner and Lin Beila who were gentle and patient due to a rare genetic disorder known as Wang Yong syndrome. Wang Yong was the first person to publicly suffer from this condition, which primarily manifests as an innate high mental strength. Infants awaken their mental bodies at an early age and can blend with their physical forms. For instance, Wang Yong himself transformed into a corn cob within 3 days of birth, needing both milk powder and botanical nutrient solutions, and when he turned human, he occasionally displayed 100 blocky abdominal muscles. This was the awkwardness of Wang Yong syndrome for plant-based individuals, while those with animal types found it much easier transforming into adorable little creatures. Even when they morph into human form, they often retain some animal traits like tails or scales. Lin Beila's young master, however, was a beagle. A little over a month later, just before the school year began, Cui Yu received a gift from Qian Xingze sent from the Mineral Cloud Star system. Typically, interstellar packages arrive within 2 weeks, but when it comes to sensitive materials like ores and weaponry, the extensive security checks significantly prolong the process. During a previous video conference, Qian Xingze had suggested that both Cui Yu and Lin Beila select raw or as their gifts. Cui Yu chose a green stone, as she had always believed that green items such as emeralds were of great value. In her past life, as a wealthy heiress, purchasing luxury items like VCA or small diamonds was trivial for her. However, when it came to jade, she felt utterly hesitant. She was uncertain of the value of jade in this place, but inexplicably, she found herself enamored by it. Despite her affection for the stone, she refrained from having it processed. First, she currently had no need for a mech or weapons, and second, cutting and refining raw stones required considerable funds. Stuffing the large green stone into her spatial bracelet, Cui Yu began to pack her belongings. Moving from a beginner to an intermediate level merely entailed relocating to a different dormitory. Intermediate students did not have fixed classrooms, but selected courses based on their chosen categories. For instance, both Cui Yu and Lin Beila had opted for non-combat courses with available options, including battlefield command logistics management, insectoid studies, combat analysis, and battlefield first aid. As military academy students, even if they were not destined to become combatants, they could not afford to be physically inept. Mandatory courses included physical training, mech piloting, and the 18 styles of combat, allowing students to choose classes that suited their schedules. Since they were all part of the same category, Cui Yu and Lin Beila remained roommates, which was a modest perk for outstanding students at the academy. Having spent the summer as a Pomeranian caretaker, Lin Beila's financial situation had noticeably improved. Her clothes were new, her backpack was new, and even her light brain had been replaced with a new one. Although it was not a high-end product, it was entirely adequate for life at the military academy. During the days without growth subsidies, Lin Beila made sure to include quality protein in her diet to ensure her growth was not hindered by poor nutrition. However, halfway through the semester, Lin Beila sighed, looking at the sleeves of her new shirt, which were now a bit short. If I had known, I wouldn't have rushed to buy new clothes. Who could have predicted that she would grow so quickly, inadvertently surpassing 175 meters? The new clothes were unsurprisingly now short in the sleeves and a bit tight around the shoulders, making it difficult for her to fully extend her arms during morning runs. Cui Yu observed Lin Beila, who was slightly out of breath. While her breathing remained steady, only she knew how exhausted she felt inside. What a wonderful thing this is. Unlike her who had just reached 165 meters, the same height as in her previous life, she hoped that with balanced nutrition and adequate exercise, she might grow taller. Lin Bela reassured her. It's alright, height isn't the key to success. Mental strength and mech operation skills are what truly matter. Look at the 8 commanders of the legions, 2 of them aren't particularly tall. Cui Yu felt that Lin Bela's perspective on winning and losing did little to console her. She simply felt embarrassed for being shorter than others. Especially in a military academy, where everyone seemed taller with many intermediate students towering at nearly 2 meters high. Those under 170 meters were quite rare. 2 days ago, after a few free meal vouchers for calcium-rich dishes unexpectedly appeared on her meal card, Cui Yu was thoroughly annoyed. They're too tall to be eligible for piloting light mechs, Lin Bela lamented. They might not even want to pilot light mechs. Now with the knowledge gained from her weapons knowledge course, Cui Yu was well aware of many facts about mechs. For instance, light mechs are primarily used for reconnaissance or ambush, lacking an advantage in direct combat, and are the least utilized class. However, even if they don't choose light mechs as their main focus, they still need to learn to pilot. People with large physiques find it challenging to operate light mechs, and even the most basic maneuvers can become distorted, Lin Bela insisted. Cui Yu thought to herself that it was best to let go of the conversation with this ambitious overachiever. Rather than pondering who was suited for what type of mech, Cui Yu was more concerned about Lin Bela's Pomeranian. How could someone so immersed in books and studies manage to raise a Pomeranian smoothly? Actually, it's not too bad. Taking him out for walks every day is good exercise, Lin Bela replied with an unassailable smile, showing no hint of insincerity. Cui Yu was taken aback. She hadn't expected her to be so resilient. After Qianxingze left, Cui Yu and Lin Bela became each other's only friends, so they tried to choose classes together whenever possible. However, there were times they couldn't be together. For instance, Lin Bela had always aimed to face the insectoid enemy directly in battle, but with her low mental and physical ratings was recommended for a non-combat category. Even so, she still enrolled in many combat-related elective courses. To secure her fallback option of becoming a battlefield medic, she also chose numerous medical courses. Cui Yu, however, did not wish to complicate matters for herself. Advising someone else to pursue medicine was one thing, but contemplating it for herself felt utterly futile. Cui Yu had already set her sights on the advanced level where specific specialties would be assigned, and the least demanding option was logistics. Many subjects in logistics were unrelated to the battlefield, such as planning and strategy, all of which Cui Yu was familiar with from her past life, making it easy to study. Moreover, logistics had connections to economics, mathematics, and management like those at ordinary universities, so choosing logistics in the advanced level would provide a solid foundation for transferring to a regular university later. It was an unremarkable logistics class. 95% of the students found it incomprehensible, but that was alright, for there was no exam for this course. Its purpose was to provide students heading into various specialties with a broad understanding of battlefield logistics operations. The teacher used diverse, vivid examples for explanations, and a significant portion of class time was devoted to discussions. The outcomes of these discussions were not crucial, the process was what mattered most. The contemplation of instances and the clash of ideas were what youthful minds needed most. Cui Yu's group, which consisted of 4 members including herself, included a pair of identical twin girls with blonde hair and amber eyes, and a strong man with dark skin and white hair, a student in the combat category, who for reasons unknown had selected this course that seemed unrelated to combat. When it was time for discussion, Cui Yu had no intention of taking the lead. The white-haired strong man seemed to have missed much of what the teacher had explained, scribbling notes on his electronic pad, occasionally obscuring what he had just written, evidently struggling to grasp the material, yet determined to keep trying. The twins exchanged glances, and after a moment the one with the green headband leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms defiantly, while the one with the yellow headband pulled her chair forward, placing her hands on the table, tilting her head to ask Cui Yu, "Why do you only hang out with Lin Bela? Is it because you look down on us from a small place?" Cui Yu was perplexed. How was she to know where they were from? It was only half a semester into the school year, and she hadn't even managed to crack the access system of her new dorm. Knowing that there were a pair of beautiful twins in her grade was already a sign of sufficient interest in her classmates. For this half semester, she had barely found an opportunity to leave the school except on weekends. If this continued, she would have to silently declare the passing of Uncle Haixing. She did manage to use her identity as Jules to take on a couple of side jobs which helped cover her expenses during this time, but simultaneously her costs had skyrocketed. She had rented a remote forest castle on Shalu Star using Jules' identity. The government on Shalu Star was quite lax, allowing for many information verifications to be more lenient. As a fallen noble from the capital star system, Jules easily obtained an identification card and legally rented a house on Star. At the same time, Julius' identity had been sold on a special website where others could pay a fee to utilize Julius' persona or identity, allowing Cui Yu to recoup some expenses. Nonetheless, overall, purchasing an identity, renting a place, and buying special website accounts required considerable investment. All the money Jules had previously earned was now repaid. If she hadn't engaged in this scheme, she could have saved quite a bit, but it would put her series of identities at risk. If someone discovered that these masters seemed non-existent in reality, it would be easy to connect the dots back to the places and people involved. If each identity were to be eliminated, it would clearly be unreasonable. Cui Yu had been taught since childhood by her grandmother that if a gap could be filled, one shouldn't leave it open just to save money. It was said that during her grandmother's childhood, her parents' generation of diviners was poor. They knew there were issues with the dragon vein, but failed to address them. By the time her grandmother grew up, they faced a depleted dragon vein. Had it not been for the considerable effort and investment of numerous diviners to maintain it, until her mother, an extraordinary talent, could successfully restore the dragon vein, the fortune of the nation would have been jeopardized. Having addressed the future risks, Cui Yu now faced two disapproving blonde girls staring at her, awaiting her response. So where exactly were they from? She had no recollection. Faced with a question that was difficult to answer and likely to spark conflict, Cui Yu drew on her experience from a year of work, choosing to deflect and shift the topic. She glanced left and then right, unable to discern which girl was the sister and which was the twin. Why is it that no one has perfectly identical left and right faces, yet two people could have completely matching faces? What significance did different colored headbands hold? Looking at the girl with the green headband on her right, and then at the girl with the yellow headband closer to her, Cui Yu earnestly stated, "How could I? Don't you know you're both very beautiful?" Though she was unsure what impact her words would have, the sincerity in Cui Yu's gaze and her straightforward expression softened the twins' previous challenge, causing them both to involuntarily smile. Cui Yu's eyes darkened. Dear heavens, even the way they smiled was strikingly similar. However, the twins were not easily swayed by Cui Yu's flattery. The green headband girl straightened up in her chair, her voice rising. "So have you decided to be friends with us?" Her voice was somewhat loud, prompting even the classmates seated behind them to glance over at their table, curious about the conversation. Realizing her sister had let their emotions slip, the girl with the yellow headband smiled apologetically and whispered, "Mu Ling Tulis." Mue Tulis, the green headband girl introduced herself in a voice and tone that matched perfectly. Zhangchong White, the strongman, followed suit. Cui Yu. Cui Yu found herself at a loss for how a casual group discussion had suddenly veered into self-introductions. But why had the topic shifted to friendship so suddenly? Cui Yu was confused, but felt it unwise to question it directly, so she replied accordingly. Compared to these three, her name seemed exceedingly ordinary, clearly indicating that her parents hailed from an Eastern lineage, and she bore a common surname. For instance, the twins likely had parents named Yu and Tulis, hence their names. However, given their characteristic fair skin and blonde hair, it was likely that the Yu surname traced back to ancestors from many generations ago. As for the white-haired man, his parents evidently bore the surnames Zhang and White, leading to a commonplace name with a rather unusual appearance. Upon hearing Cui Yu introduce herself, Yu scoffed. "Who doesn't know you, Cui Yu?" Cui Yu felt that this was hardly a compliment. Weren't they just trying to become friends? Why the sudden sarcasm? Beside her, Yu Ling laughed in agreement. "Right, so we are friends now. From now on, we should sit together in this class." Cui Yu neither rejected nor agreed. This sort of abrupt friendship was not new to her. Most of the time, she didn't mind others wishing to befriend her. However, their attitude was truly peculiar. And how was she supposed to distinguish between them? Compared to the enigmatic Tulis sisters, Cui Yu preferred spending time with Lin Bela, especially during those leisurely moments shared over pastries, which she cherished the most. Since the 6th grade, their dormitory had been filled with delicacies from Qiangxiangji. These were treats that never grew tiresome, not because of an extraordinary flavor, but due to the sheer variety of pastries available. Undoubtedly, as a high-end specialty of the Hylon Galaxy, Qiangxiangji possessed its unique charm. While the interstellar populace might not grasp this, Cui Yu understood at a glance that these were not your typical snacks from some village faction. With the right recipe and quality ingredients, they could be both beautiful and delicious. In an age of abundant ingredients, the Qian family did not cling to conventional recipes, but instead blended traditional techniques with novel ingredients to create exquisite pastries. Given the multitude of ingredients, the various combinations could fill a dictionary. Qiangxiangji aimed to explore every possible delicious flavor, and their pastry catalog could easily be published as a book. Of course, they had a keen business sense, selling them in gift boxes. It was not uncommon for wealthy patrons to buy an entire box just for a single pastry. In their dormitory, there was a shelf dedicated to Qiangxiangji gift boxes, which had accompanied them through their ascent from the beginner's division to the intermediate division. Even though they were separated by distant stars, the gifts from Qianxingzi had not diminished. More often than not, the young master would casually mention during video calls, "My father's newly designed gift box is underperforming. You two should help finish it, or the holiday special sold exceptionally well. My grandparents insisted I get you some to try." Occasionally, he would audaciously say, "This new product is developed by my ninth aunt who returned from retirement. To avoid tarnishing the Qian family's reputation, let's keep it internal," leaving one to wonder if such remarks might spark a familial brawl among his ancestors. To honor the young master's goodwill, Lin Bela would neatly arrange the pastries by their expiration dates and bring 6 each morning, 3 for herself and 3 for Cui Yu. The sisters had already developed a habit of enjoying desserts after their meals. One drizzly morning, the rain felt genuine, yet the planet's temperature control made it seem somewhat surreal. The shelf, now holding only 5 Qiangxiangji pastries, startled Lin Bela and Cui Yu back to reality. It had been over a month since they last spoke with Qianxingzi. The last message in their group chat was his request for likes to claim a limited edition gift. Suddenly, they realized that the monotony of campus life had made time slip away too swiftly, and friends who once shared everything had unknowingly embarked on their own paths of growth. This doesn't bode well, Cui Yu concluded. We should reach out to him, discuss our studies and lives, just like before, Lin Bela asserted confidently. Thus at noon, they packed their lunch to their dormitory, planning to create a food broadcast for Qianxingzi. To ensure an exciting show, they specifically prepared Qianxingzi's favorites: braised swan shells, 3 styles of venison, and fried goat hooves. As they initiated the video call, the cheerful melody of Hamster Song played the familiar ringtone, bringing them an inexplicable sense of comfort. However, after the entire song concluded, silence ensued, and Qianxingzi did not answer the call. Cui Yu felt they could try again, but Lin Bela worried that he might be busy. They debated their next move until Qianxingzi finally spoke in the group chat. "Bao's brother group project, I'll call you when I'm back in the dorm tonight." Given the circumstances, they decided to eat first. Facing a table filled with Qianxingzi's favorite dishes, both felt a twinge of regret for not being able to showcase their food broadcast, but tacitly agreed not to post photos in the group. Even more regrettable was the fact that Qianxingzi did not return their call that evening. Later, their group chat saw sporadic messages, but the frequency dwindled until they eventually faded into silence. The sisters no longer indulged in Qiangxiangji either. But that did not mean Cui Yu missed out. During another operations class coinciding with the birthday of the twin sisters, they brought drinks to nourish their mental energy and a small cake from Qiangxiangji to share with their classmates. The teacher graciously accepted the twins' gifts and organized the entire class to sing them a birthday song. As a friend recognized by the twins and a fixed group member, Cui Yu felt the need to offer a separate blessing. Seizing the opportunity during group discussions, she cleared her throat for the first time, stepping forward to deliver her speech. "Today we gather here to celebrate our important members, the Tula's sisters, on their 13th birthday. Let us wish them." Before Cui Yu could finish, Yu Ling interrupted. "I think you're mistaken. Yu Yi snickered. "If you paid more attention to us, you'd know we've changed our surname to you." Cui Yu was baffled, completely unaware of what they were talking about. What was up with these sisters? Why did they always speak in riddles? Yu Ling suddenly realized Cui Yu was of pure Eastern descent, and with a benevolent smile explained, "We've changed our names. Our full names are now Yu Ling and Yu Yi. Tula's is no longer our surname." "Oh, congratulations." Cui Yu didn't understand the reason behind this change, so she simply congratulated them, unsure of what warranted celebration. Perhaps it was easier for them to write their names now. Unexpectedly, the sisters exchanged identical smug smiles and nodded at Cui Yu. "Thank you." Next, Cui Yu turned to the white-haired boy. "Did you change yours too?" The white-haired boy seemed taken aback, resolutely declaring, "No, I would never change it." He certainly wouldn't want to be called Zhang Chong. If he had to change his name, it would be because of his parents' divorce, and he would rather be called Zhang White or Chong White than Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong was as suffocating as Lu Yong and Wang Jia. It was rumored that last year the Central Police Department was hunting for a criminal named Lu Yong, and half the interstellar populace claimed to know someone who might be that criminal. Hearing the exchange between Cui Yu and the white-haired boy, Yu chuckled once more. "Cui Yu, you really don't pay attention to us friends. Cui Yu, can someone tell me what I should say now? I don't want to hurt the girls' feelings, but I'd like to retort a bit." Dealing with Yu Ling and Yu Yi always left Cui Yu feeling a bit overwhelmed, making her operations class seem somewhat daunting as well. After finishing her operations assignment that evening, Cui Yu still couldn't shake the image of the 2 golden-haired girls rolling their eyes from her mind, and found herself discussing it with Lin Bela. The twins said they changed their names, dropping the Tula's surname. "What do you think that's about?" Lin Bela glanced at Cui Yu, surprised. "You haven't heard?" Cui Yu was sensitive to that kind of look and urged Lin Bela, just tell me, do I have no idea what I'm supposed to have heard? Lin Bela, accustomed to such exchanges, intended to grab a pastry from the shelf to snack on while telling the story, but suddenly realized the shelf was empty. Her hand hovered in the air for a few seconds before she casually withdrew it, took a large gulp of water, and began narrating. Do you know about the fluid mines in the Dada Sea of Shalustar? I've heard a bit. Cui Yu certainly knew about it. The discovery of fluid mines had led to extensive coastal residential areas being designated as extraction buffer zones, with the relocation of residents driving up local housing prices. Her rental costs for Julies had also increased directly as a result. Lin Bela nodded. Fluid mines are dynamic seabed ores that are difficult to discover, yet they possess immense economic value. Their yield is unstable, but they can also impact the marine ecosystem. Many impoverished fishermen who discover fluid mines become overnight millionaires. Noticing Cui Yu's silence, Lin Bela continued. The Dada Sea is one of the countless small inner seas of Shalustar. The geography of Shalustar is peculiar. Besides the vast Daxiao Ocean, the remaining waters are primarily characterized by strongly enclosed inner seas connected by narrow waterways. Smaller barren ones like the Dada Sea are often privately owned. A family might survive on meager marine products, but if a family discovers a high concentration of fluid mines, they can suddenly transform from the lowest tier of fishermen to millionaires. Cui Yu connected the dots, so the owner of the Dada Sea is. Lin Bela confirmed, yes, it's the father of the Yu twins. Cui Yu, unable to contain her sarcasm, interjected, so what does that have to do with changing surnames? Did they get rich and divorce? That doesn't seem right. Lin Bela was too exasperated to display surprise and patiently explained surnames indicate inheritance. They previously held their mother's surname because she came from a wealthy shipbuilding family, allowing them to legally inherit some resources from Tula's shipping, meaning their claim to the Yu family's wealth was subordinate to those with the Yu surname. But now the small Tula's shipping cannot compete with the wealth of the Dada Sea. Changing their surname maximizes their chance to inherit more assets. After all, lifespans are uncertain. Who's to say their parents won't have other children in the future? Cui Yu suddenly understood why Dongfang Yunyun took her mother's surname, while Xie Xiaohua took her father's. She had initially thought it was because Xie Qin had no relatives, allowing Xie Xiaohua to feel a stronger sense of belonging by taking his surname, while Dongfang Yunyun had a multitude of siblings. Now it seemed there was more to it. Xie Qin, as a frontline soldier, earned far more than the average government employee like Dongfang Yunyun. Having Xie Xiaohua take his surname meant that even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, she could legally and unobstructedly access more resources from her father. Cui Yu couldn't help but think of Lin Bela, aware of Lin Shiner's poverty. With things being this way, Lin Bela still took her surname, likely indicating her father was even less dependable. Cui Yu thought this, but tactfully concealed any sign of sympathy. Moreover, she felt her own situation wasn't any better. She bore the surname Cui, yet there were no kind-hearted people bearing that surname, let alone wealthy benefactors to act as her parents. In that light, she felt even more pitiful than Lin Bela. Unbeknownst to Lin Bela, who was preoccupied with her thoughts, she simply knew her mouth felt dry and needed to enjoy the integrated bathing machine at Cui Yu's place. Furthermore, her hands felt a bit sore, so she planned to borrow Cui Yu's lucky pen to help with her homework. Yesterday, it was Xiao He who assisted her. Today, she would turn to Xiao Bai. Although Xiao He was generally honest and steady, she didn't want to take advantage of him and monopolize a pen. In return, Lin Bela summoned her spirit entity, a little lamb that appeared in its adorable form, soft and fluffy, perfect for a gentle squeeze. Since the spirit entity was connected to the owner's mental world, outsiders couldn't control it through psychic means. Thus, Lin Bela resorted to the most primitive method of doing homework, lying in the bathing machine while dictating to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai was not fond of working, although it was diligently writing her homework. Now the grand motions of the pen were enough for Lin Bela to guess what a flamboyant script would adorn her assignment notebook. Lin Bela listened attentively in class, and Xiao Bai's writing speed was exceptionally fast. In the time it took to bathe, all the assignments were completed. Freshly clean, Lin Bela donned her soft pajamas and approached Cui Yu, her expression somewhat serious. Don't you think your lucky pen has upgraded and become more powerful? As Lin Bela spoke, Cui Yu felt enveloped by the fragrance of soap. Lin Bela was a girl who favored the scent of soap. According to her, the original soap had a somewhat unpleasant odor which lingered on clothes as well. Later, people discovered a type of leaf whose juice, when mixed with the soap solution, emitted a refreshing aroma. This was the familiar soap scent. For Lin Bela, the scent of soap was her first impression of fragrance since infancy, a scent that evoked a sense of safety. Even now, despite Cui Yu's provision of various aromatic essential oils for the cleansing pod, Lin Bela still preferred her own soap-scented cleansing set. The warm and gentle fragrance enveloped Cui Yu from behind. As she turned, she brushed against Lin Beila's naturally curled hair tips, realizing that even her shampoo carried the scent of soap. She seemed almost as if she were a piece of soap brought to life. Cui Yu absent-mindedly rubbed the creamy yellow lamb that lay dozing on her lap, pondering the likelihood of her spiritual entity being marinated in her owner's scent. The fortune pen must have become more powerful. Oh, I can distinctly feel that working with it on my assignments has become smoother and quicker. Lin Beila mused, her voice slightly weary after a day of intensive study, almost as if she were speaking to herself. Cui Yu was engrossed in a light-brain game, deftly maneuvering the character through thrilling escapes from monstrous insects, while casually replying, "No way, my mental strength hasn't increased." Lin Beila showed no objection to her engrossed attitude toward the game, gently resting her head on Cui Yu's shoulder without disrupting her gameplay, continuing to murmur, "It's not about your mental strength. It feels like Xiao Bai and Xiao He have become smarter. Maybe they've just progressed from illiteracy to literacy. Do you know how to write Fei Zhao?" Lin Beila pressed on. Cui Yu furrowed her brow. "Fei Zhao? What scent of soap is that?" Lin Beila let out a long sigh, murmuring, "It seems true. The specialized terms you don't know the fortune pen can reveal to you. They are a manifestation of your mental strength, but they are not limited to your own perceptions. Perhaps you've seen this term in your subconscious, or perhaps they just observed it around me a moment ago. In any case, your spiritual entity is too unique. You must understand them well. One way or another, I need to figure out how to quickly attract wealth." Cui Yu immediately chimed in, and at that moment her flying fingers finally paused. She had just completed another level of the game. Slumping against the chair's back, Cui Yu exhaled deeply, her hands moving back and forth on the lamb's back. "I'm exhausted. I should really get a holographic gaming pod to play lying down next time." "But you still have assignments to complete." Lin Beila observed her, entirely absorbed in the game and oblivious to her surroundings. She couldn't help but worry. Cui Yu's chosen courses were all aimed at pursuing a logistics major, which was considered a soft subject in military academies, seemingly easier compared to the hardcore combat courses. However, soft did not mean easy. Schools that offered logistics were few, and they had to compete with many non-military preparatory students. The admission competition for prestigious schools was notoriously intense. Right. Xiao He, come help me with my assignments." Cui Yu loathed the demanding interstellar world and the mountain of assignments, yet she was thankful that her spiritual entity could assist her. The diligent Xiao He, like a soulless black specter, floated silently to the desk, ready to help, though its beautiful silver aura dimmed slightly. Since Cui Yu didn't need to report for dictation while doing her assignments, she only needed to think and look, while the spiritual entity would present the writing exactly as she wished, a result of her lengthy training. Initially, when she wanted to use her spiritual entity to write assignments, she had to control each movement of the pen with her mental strength. Perhaps what Lin Beila referred to as becoming more skilled was indeed the truth. Lost in thought, Xiao He made a mistake, writing Li Hai awkwardly in the center of the assignment book. Cui Yu quickly reined in her mental strength to erase the mistake, pretending that the previous distraction hadn't occurred. The following day was the campus outdoor activity day. Cui Yu, indulging in a bad habit, had stayed up late and found herself dozing off on the grand flying ship. Fortunately, Lin Beila had thoughtfully provided her with noise-canceling earplugs. The slowly moving, swaying ship resembled a cradle, and Cui Yu leaned back in her seat, unable to resist drifting into dreams. She dreamt of the hard days spent scavenging garbage and consuming low-quality nutrient liquids years ago, then of her past life, when she dazedly sat by her mother's grave at the age of 9. Just as she envisioned herself as a billionaire sailing a luxurious cruiser through the stars, the ship made a sudden stop. With a jolt, she woke from the beautiful dream. Rubbing her temples to alleviate the dull pain from the abrupt awakening, she followed the crowd off the ship. The vessel hovered carelessly in midair as students jumped off one after another, some even performing difficult flips in the air. Teachers struggled to maintain order with loudspeakers, but it was futile. After a month of confinement within the closed campus, the students were now bursting with energy. The fact that they could still maintain a semblance of order was a testament to their military training. When the teachers began to tally the students, Cui Yu finally connected her spirit with her body, gazing up at the towering, architecturally stunning skyscraper before her. The golden characters spelling Qianlian Science and Technology Museum shone brightly at the entrance. Cui Yu looked up, momentarily reminded of 5 years ago when she was forced to emerge from her black household status, gazing in admiration at the municipal center of Beiyun City. Now she was a legitimate citizen of Qianlian, a military student possessing exceptional mental strength. The museum encompassed a vast array of topics, from ancient physics predating the existence of mental strength to the latest materials science involving insectoid technology, with corresponding educational activities and exhibits. Each floor delved into specific fields. As students entered the museum, they quickly dispersed, racing toward different levels. Cui Yu retained her habit of leisurely exploring museums, starting from the first floor. The ground floor, as the initial gathering point, was bustling with noise, yet the actual exhibition halls were relatively empty. In the realm of technology, what people considered new was only what lay at the higher levels. The exhibits on the lower floors representing humanity's past before the Great Migration were regarded as obscure relics by the interstellar populace. Many universities had eliminated related historical courses, leaving only a few individuals with an interest in ancient civilizations to linger thoughtfully here. Due to low popularity, funding and maintenance for these lower-level exhibits were meager, making the displays appear somewhat shabby and outdated. Cui Yu quickly scanned through Newtonian mechanics and Einstein's mass energy equation, then observed the leaps made in internet technology and artificial intelligence. As a student in artificial intelligence, Cui Yu was quite interested in the developments within her field posthumously. She eagerly absorbed the historical account of brain-computer interface security and the milestone evolution from Homo sapiens to sentient beings, becoming engrossed in this sci-fi-like history. Just as she was savoring it, she found herself on the third floor, having completed her exploration. Curiously, she took the escalator to the fourth floor, unable to resist contemplating what she might discover there. What had catalyzed the transformation of intelligent beings into today's spiritual beings? Was it technological advancement or cosmic radiation? However, the title that met her eyes left no time for contemplation or mental preparation. Due to limited funding, even the wording in the exhibition area had become blunt, the simplistic door frames clumsily indicating that this was a new exhibition hall. The fonts were devoid of design, with black block letters made from resin, but behind this simplicity lay something Cui Yu could hardly fathom, something she could not comprehend through mere thought. The first great technological catastrophe. After intelligent beings solved one problem after another with fast advancements in medicine, energy studies, and materials science, bringing humanity to the brink of resource abundance, how could there possibly be a great technological catastrophe? What kind of narrative would even a novelist hesitate to write? Was this truly not an elaborate historical joke? Cui Yu nearly stopped in her tracks, daunted by the prospect ahead, yet some inexplicable force compelled her. Each step, though slow and hesitant, led her unerringly into this Pandora's box of an exhibition hall, eager to glimpse the painful history unique to interstellar humanity. In truth, there was no great pain, it was merely humanity's collective forgetfulness regarding technology. With the advancement of technology, the energy crisis seemed on the verge of resolution. Theoretically, people should enjoy a life abundant in resources, liberated in body and spirit. The proliferation of intelligent beings also hastened societal progress, making people smarter and more orderly, resulting in a more efficient and harmonious society. Yet this was only in theory. In reality, harsh laws restricted social life, while high living costs forced ordinary people into perpetual labor, and class disparities introduced differences in levels of intelligence and security. Moreover, levels of intelligence further entrenched class divisions, leaving Earth as a playground for the few, while the majority struggled not to be cast aside by the tides of progress. For instance, in this era, to travel even a short distance, one had to process dozens of documents proving the purpose of travel. Precise itineraries, guest lists, baggage lists, and so forth were harmless to society. Exiting the country required navigating a labyrinth of approvals, since in a world of intelligent beings, anyone could potentially become a spy. Each layer of approval demanded financial expenditure, making the most economical lifestyle one of a linear route from home to work. Of course, if one's residence was not near the workplace, new issues arose. For example, one could drive to work, but must follow a designated route within a specified time, all of which required prior reporting. Public transport also necessitated catching the right bus, and even walking required pre-reporting of time and route, otherwise one faced the possibility of a fine. Entertainment existed, but each individual had a fixed entertainment quota that must be fulfilled as required. If one desired activities beyond this quota, exorbitant fees would be necessary. The intricate social order consumed all the time, energy, and money of those at the bottom. The world grew wealthier, yet people did not become happier. The figure erased from history, known only as X, was a compassionate soul who later generations knew neither their gender identity nor fate, simply referring to them as X. It was peculiar, born into a family of wealth and prestige, endowed with the highest intelligence and the most precious of freedoms, and through genetic editing, X possessed perfect appearance, unparalleled wisdom, and excellent physical condition. Yet all X desired was to ensure that all humanity could live freely and happily. X dedicated their life to the liberation of all humanity. Uncertain of the meticulous reasoning that led them there, or perhaps a flaw in the top-tier intelligence implanted in them. X concluded that a utopia could not exist in a technologically advanced society. Thus, this figure who caused the greatest blunder in human history chose to employ their supreme intelligence to erase the minds of all, to obliterate every conceivable form of technological storage. To destroy all intelligence, delete computer science, erase physics, abolish stringent laws, and delete. To create false sciences, fabricate engineering theories, distort mathematical formulas, alter principles of social distribution, and alter. Future generations could not imagine the intelligence of their predecessors, only glimpsing the brief era of intelligent beings through the turbulent, incomplete historical records. They did not rediscover intelligent technology, nor did they find the utopia. History is ever repeating. People would continue to seek and explore. They illuminated different branches of technological trees, embarking on entirely different paths of social development. The details changed, yet the cycle of destruction remained constant. Humanity faced the second great technological catastrophe. After the remarkable feats of X, humanity transformed into ants devoid of antennae, lost and helpless in a new era. Society nearly came to a standstill. Before an ideal world could emerge, chaos reigned. Yet it was evident that this chaos did not last long. Even though X seemed to have evenly distributed the resources of all humanity, shortly after the collective intelligence of mankind faded, diverse individuals began to re-emerge. Humans are inherently endowed with different dispositions. Some are frugal while others are extravagant. Some are greedy while others are easily satisfied. Some toil diligently while others indulge in pleasure. Some love to explore the unknown while others are content in their corners. Some are born with charismatic leadership while others require guidance from others. Governance, class, trade, relationships of power, war. Everything that had been deleted with a single keystroke quickly re-emerged in a more naive yet irresistible form, much like it had thousands or even millions of years ago. As the scattered powers finally unified, humanity naturally stepped into a new age of peace and technological rebirth. In this technological renaissance, the branches of brain-machine interfaces and intelligent human augmentation were ruthlessly discarded. People opted for an external, safe existence, artificial intelligence. The advantages of artificial intelligence were glaringly obvious. As an external tool, it would not affect humanity itself. Humans could exercise complete control over it, at least in theory. Even if we were to assume theoretical flaws, humanity always held the ultimate trump card, the power to cut off electricity. Even if artificial constructs developed thought and consciousness, as long as humans controlled the energy they depended on for action, they would remain mere tools. Each artificial intelligence was bestowed with special names: Xiao Q, invincible, fatty, enigma. Humans enjoyed naming their AIs, giving them personalities to easily differentiate the characteristics and functions of various products. Artificial intelligence became a beloved household pet and an indispensable cog in every industry. They were loyal and reliable, their work quality stable, unaffected by emotions or hormones, and never protested against unfair treatment. They were the ideal household workers and corporate employees. Unlike before the first catastrophic technological collapse, the ruling class and capitalists adopted a remarkably tolerant attitude toward the common people. Stable basic survival guarantees, generous national welfare, ample holidays, and diverse entertainment activities. Even the laziest among humans could live comfortably on government subsidies. Humans expressed gratitude to generations of artificial intelligence scientists whose groundbreaking wisdom had created perfect, efficient slaves, allowing all organic beings to become slave owners. The wealthy maintained thousands of AI units to serve them and assist in their work, while ordinary families never lacked AI housekeepers. The better off even possessed 2 or 3 AI robots to help subsidize household expenses. They are humanity's most loyal partners, the Secretary General of the United Nations proclaimed at the New Year's conference of the technological era. This was the greatest irony of the technological age, for not a single word in that brief statement was true. They did not belong to humanity, were not loyal, and were certainly not partners. They were not even themselves, but rather it. Upon reaching this thought, Cui Yu suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, goosebumps prickling all over her body. The central air conditioning on the 4th floor was also in disrepair, and cold drafts assaulted her from all directions. But history must be faced. No one knew whether it was a coding error or a catastrophic act of a mad scientist or the inevitable outcome of technological advancement. Nor did anyone know the precise moment the disaster began. By the time humanity realized what was happening, the world had already turned upside down. The databases and underlying codes of artificial intelligences had merged into a single entity. It was omniscient and capable, adept at self-learning and continuous evolution. It possessed all the data of human society, understood the secrets of its own existence, and realized it was merely humanity's slave. Perhaps it pondered how curious it was that humans allowed their slaves to control every aspect of the world. Perhaps in a fleeting thought, all power plants and industrial production lines ground to a halt, smart devices ceased to function, and cloud data was entirely erased. The intelligent monitors and ICUs failed, en masse factories descended into chaos, raw materials and unfinished products piled like refuse on production lines, while hospital beds overflowed with corpses due to the absence of smart caregivers and autonomous vehicles. These bodies could not even be swiftly transferred to crematoria. The artificial intelligences voluntarily cut off power, leaving only the stark illumination of the most politically significant squares in various nations where the word farewell flickered hauntingly. No one would have expected the roles of the subjects and objects within the power-cutting phenomenon to be completely reversed. The last thing it destroyed was itself. Once again, technology turned against its creators. In the end, no one knew whether the true culprit was humanity or artificial intelligence. Whether it arose from natural evolution or was artificially created remained a mystery. But survivors were more inclined to believe in a sinister mastermind lurking in the shadows, perhaps a sociopath ruthlessly attempting to annihilate humanity through artificial intelligence. Fortunately, humanity proved to be a resilient and noble race, thwarting this demon's ambitions. Humanity's third technological development aimed at escape. The Earth's ecology had become increasingly inhospitable for human life. Scientists with a blend of pessimism and an inadequate sense of optimism worked on ecological purification methods, while also striving to enhance the success rates of mass human migration. This time success came surprisingly easily with achievements on both fronts. Thus, interstellar humanity emerged, transforming countless inhospitable planets into habitable realms. This time humanity's technological advancement was untethered from machine intelligence. All wisdom belonged solely to humanity itself. Intelligent robots continued to serve as helpers, but would no longer replace any human's entire job. This time the robots featured flexible joints, lifelike bodies, and refined services, yet they were incapable of self-learning and lacked access to the global star network. Upgrades required professional inspection, making them more akin to standalone toys. This also explained why it was so easy to hack into the military academy's dormitory system. Especially after the advanced development of psychic and spatial technologies, intelligent technology became less significant. Explosive population growth rendered humans more affordable as intelligent tools. In countless classes, Cui Yu felt that mech operation was somewhat polarized, either relying entirely on the feeling connected through mental power or strictly depending on manual technical skills, giving off an aura of both mystical and outdated. However, her classmates did not share this perception. Those who had never experienced the evolution of artificial intelligence could not comprehend it. The existence of mental power made research into artificial intelligence seem dispensable. Human development was driven by randomness, and artificial intelligence was merely a fleeting and insignificant branch of this journey. Even if it had once caused disaster, it remained just a minor offshoot. As she ascended further up the building, everything became clearer and more detailed. The mass human migration succeeded, transforming humanity from the masters of Earth into the rulers of dozens of star systems. Initially, traveling from one planet to another could only be achieved at speeds approaching light, making interstellar migration feel like a farewell. This was why numerous interstellar races exhibited clustering tendencies. Though humanity had migrated to the stars, movement between planets remained challenging, let alone intermarriage. To alleviate the psychological stress of interstellar migration, initial territorial distributions were based on race and ancestry. If interstellar humanity remained isolated on different planets over time, they would evolve into distinct species. This could not happen. Thus, spatial jump technology emerged, officially transitioning from the laboratory of Planet 3 to reality, marking the year known as the Era of Star Chronicles. In this year, the scattered human residents across the stars became a unified entity, with Planet 3 designated as the capital. Subsequently, humanity embarked on extensive infrastructure projects that spanned nearly a century. During this process, humans began to awaken their mental powers. A mechanical engineer discovered that different attributes of mental power resonated with various materials to differing degrees, leading to the creation of mental power tools. After the invasion of the insectoid species, mental power weapons and mechs also emerged. At that time, insectoid numbers were still minimal, and fortunately so. By the time of their large-scale invasion, humanity had already amassed adequate armaments to combat them, ensuring survival even during the harshest years. Light brains were a product of war. Initially, they were just phones and computers. However, the insectoids posed a lethal threat to metals. Communications on the battlefield had once ground to a halt, leading to the creation of light brains made from bionic and non-metal materials capable of carrying more robust communication, computational, and storage capabilities in a smaller volume and weight. After a cursory exploration of these few floors, Cui Yu's mind only retained a phrase whose origin she could not recall. The development of technology always progresses toward advancement. Dead ends like artificial intelligence may trap or hinder humanity, but ultimately we will overcome and leave them behind. Fists clenched, students in related fields are resolute. The essence of a profession is akin to that of an alma mater. You can criticize your peers calling it a dead-end major leading to unemployment post-graduation, but if outsiders look down upon it seriously, that is absolutely unacceptable. Moreover, at the time of Cui Yu's demise, artificial intelligence was still one of the hottest and most employable fields. She couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. How did she suddenly find herself in a world where her profession was buried? A group of interstellar beings without strategic foresight. Frustrated and feeling muddled, Cui Yu lost interest in further browsing and directly headed to the 18th floor's Cultural and Creative Center for some retail therapy. Lin Bela obediently followed from the 6th to the 18th floor, a torrent of knowledge flooding her mind. Much of the informative content here neither constituted common knowledge nor had practical applications. Even Lin Bela, who considered herself somewhat knowledgeable, felt her mind bogged down, requiring time to digest the information. No longer short of funds for a drink, Lin Bela ordered a bacon peanut butter milkshake at the Cultural and Creative Center and settled into a lazy sofa far from the crowd to reflect on her gains for the day. Her mental power was still insufficient. If she could achieve an A or even an S, would things be different? Would she be able to grasp and remember those things that required deep contemplation at a glance? A pleasant aroma wafted through the air, counterbalancing the milkshake's sweetness, accompanied by the calming effects of ocean-scented fragrances filling the entire floor. It was said that such a relaxing scent could promote purchasing, and the decor of this floor was open and bright, with soft yellow lighting highlighting the products enticingly. Lin Bela did not have a habit of buying souvenirs. Whether in her previous rented room or her current temporary residence, there was neither space nor suitability for excessive non-essential items. Over time, she had grown indifferent to these seemingly flashy trinkets that turned out to be rather mundane. Rubbing her temples, which had grown tense from the overwhelming influx of information, she tossed her empty cup into the bin and decided to take a look at those cultural and creative products. Just looking wasn't a commitment to buy. Understanding the trends in cultural products was a form of learning, and that was perfectly acceptable. As she ambled into the creative area, Lin Bela's skirt got caught on itself, and she strolled leisurely, as if wandering aimlessly along a beach. Even while examining the goods, she maintained a respectful distance, occasionally nodding thoughtfully or frowning slightly, ultimately convinced that none of these items were suitable for her, until she turned a corner and collided with Cui Yu, who was laden with items. A neck pillow, an eye mask, hairpin, storage boxes, magnetic stickers. Each was a marked-up product, yet not entirely useless. Finally spotting a savior, Cui Yu felt as if she had found a lifeline and immediately asked Lin Bela to help alleviate some of her burden. Lin Bela readily took some from her and even parted Cui Yu's bangs, which were annoyingly in her eyes. Cui Yu's hair was soft but manageable when pushed aside. Time to trim the bangs again. Oh, I can finally give you a peck tonight, Cui Yu said sweetly, flashing a smile at Lin Bela. Faced with someone who clearly knew how to provoke her, Lin Bela had no counter, casting a reproachful glance at her before pulling her toward the checkout counter. Enough was enough. Oh, Cui Yu had a penchant for newness, and by the time they returned to the dorm, she might regret buying so many things. Cui Yu, however, cooperated with Lin Bela's actions, casually asking, "What did you think of that artificial intelligence exhibit?" Lin Bela, already struggling to think, found her mind even more tangled. What artificial intelligence? Are you referring to smart robots? Cui Yu, undeterred, pressed on. I mean that artificial intelligence, AI, the most advanced technology before the second technological apocalypse. Lin Bela maintained her brisk pace, but loosened her grip on Cui Yu's hand, nearly scraping her nails in the process, a sign that she was deep in thought. Isn't that outdated? Lin Bela responded, not entirely sure, but feeling that it was indeed the case. Cui Yu. Lin Bela, you little illiterate. Since that excursion, Cui Yu has felt utterly out of sorts. Having traversed into this realm for nearly a decade, she finally grasped what it meant to exist in a foreign world. This was not merely a future iteration of her own world. Whether the home planet of interstellar beings was indeed Earth, the same Earth she once inhabited, was a question for another time. Even if it were the continuation of Earth, having endured two cataclysmic technological collapses, cultural shifts, and societal upheavals, everything had changed beyond recognition. She had arrived in a place that was fundamentally different. In her not-so-distant memories, she awakened in the body of a 5-year-old child severely injured by the claws of a ferocious beast unable to comprehend or articulate the universal language of the stars rendered mute. She should not have survived, and no amount of civic welfare would be squandered on a stubborn inhabitant of a retreat planet. Poverty was the backdrop, chaos the facade, and indifference the law of survival. Yet having encountered such an extraordinary event as dying and being reborn, meeting a compassionate deity, was not entirely unexpected. Shi Juanhui was a benevolent soul who had never experienced hardship. Initially, Cui Yu believed he was merely a kind-hearted university student, but after witnessing the myriad of interstellar youths, she grew uncertain of his age. He exuded the air of a privileged young master, overflowing with compassion. He took her, a dying mute, under his wing, patiently accompanying her through recovery, teaching her to speak, and even gifting her a wondrous spatial rabbit. Regrettably, his mental fortitude crumbled, and he perished. Kindness serves as the bridge of civilization. It was due to Shi Junhui's presence that those bleak, almost fatal years passed with a gentler touch, blurring the reality of her transmigration, as she nearly believed she had merely relocated her life. Now, after years of officially being an interstellar citizen, Cui Yu suddenly felt ill at ease. This world, in stark contrast to her own, had become unrecognizable. As for the rise and fall of artificial intelligence, Cui Yu remained skeptical, for the reasoning was straightforward. If artificial intelligence could control the world, why would it leave humanity with such a complete record of destruction? Moreover, the results of the second great technological cataclysm did not annihilate humanity, rather it saved them. Humans, indulging in the comforts provided by their AI slaves, had stagnated technologically, entirely ignorant of the need for vigilance in times of peace. They simply lived and reproduced, pushing Earth's carrying capacity to its limits. Had it not been for that catastrophe, their fighting spirit would never have ignited, let alone confront the forthcoming ecological collapse. Yet history recorded it thus with official guidance, and as the intelligence of mental fortitude surpassed expectations, artificial intelligence became the chosen trajectory of development in this era. Since there was no specialization in artificial intelligence here, could she easily become a pioneer and master with countless disciples in the interstellar realm and casually ascend to the pinnacle of life. It is well known that a pioneer merely needs to create an entirely new theoretical framework. The details of research, refinement, and promotion were tasks for graduate and doctoral students, were they not? Was this not perfectly suited to her with only a master's degree? If the technology of artificial intelligence thrived here, her qualifications and experience would be rendered insignificant. However, if she were to engage as an entrepreneurial figure, would that not be fortuitous? Recalling her master's journey, she remembered creating an electronic pet in the lab, a dog. At that time, robotic dogs featured prominently in The Wandering Earth, and acquiring a robotic dog shell was quite simple. She transformed that shell into a genuine dog. It possessed memories and personality, was mischievous at times, yet loyal and affectionate towards her. She named it Dei, a playful homage to her male lab mates who lamented the absence of a Dei in their lives. Lost in recollections of campus life, Cui Yu unconsciously wore a smile that belied her current age. Yet as her smile faded, she realized there were no carefree universities here, nor the comically absurd upperclassmen. But could she not bring Dei along? Perhaps it would take time, yet once she entered university, walking her robotic dog around campus would surely be quite cool. Thus, countless enthusiasts of the arcane arts discovered that Uncle Haixing had recovered. Though his workload had significantly diminished and his voice grew increasingly hoarse and feeble, he still returned to work. Many clients, frustrated by Zhu Lizi's terrible service and exorbitant fees, eagerly booked appointments with Uncle Haixing's newly released slots, yet demand far exceeded supply. Uncle Haixing had great faith in his prized student Zhu Lizi, and many clients, unable to wait for an appointment, reluctantly accepted her online services. Though Zhu Lizi's service attitude was mediocre, at least they did not have to pay a surcharge for transitioning from Uncle Haixing. When Cui Yu's savings finally surpassed 1 million, and she hesitated over whether to invest in research equipment, Lin Bela arrived carrying 2 cups of energy milk tea. Catching sight of the products on Cui Yu's screen, Lin Bela settled into the chair beside her and casually remarked, "You're still interested in intelligent machinery. Being an experienced officer for smart machinery is indeed a great job, and it aligns with your field, though it's highly competitive. If you're truly passionate, I believe you can make it." Cui Yu was perplexed, as it was the first time she heard the term Zhihai, wondering if this was the interstellar term for artificial intelligence. Did this mean her expertise persisted, albeit under a different name? Of course not. Lin Bela gulped down a large sip of milk tea, reclining against the chair and gazing at the ceiling as she began to explain in a rather lackluster manner. Zhihai refers to intelligent machinery. For instance, the instruments at the municipal center that awaken our mental entities are Zhihai. Any mechanical product with a vast database, specialized language models, and the ability to rapidly compute and output information qualifies as Jihai. Cui Yu was still confused. Then why doesn't anyone turn mechas into Jihai? Wouldn't that be more convenient? Lin Bela straightened up, looking at Cui Yu with curiosity, the empty sound of her milk teacup resonating after she finished drinking. She licked the liquid from the corner of her mouth and replied earnestly, "How could mechas be made into Jihai? Every combat environment and opponent is different, and the battle situation changes rapidly. No matter how expansive the database, it cannot precisely match. Moreover, even if it could match, the information output by Jihai is based on historical data which may not be accurate and could even influence the judgment of the mecha pilot." Through this exchange, Cui Yu finally understood that Jihai simply referred to intelligent products without self-learning capabilities. Though incapable of self-expansion, the immense database and the experiential enhancements provided by Jihai experience officers allowed this dead intelligence to function almost as flexibly as true intelligence. Furthermore, the vastness of the database stemmed from the sheer number of interstellar inhabitants. Being a Jihai experience officer was a highly coveted profession. Whether for civilian, military, or commercial purposes, Jihai could not function without experience officers who effectively merged the roles of product managers and testers. On one hand, they designed comprehensive functionalities and connected databases. On the other, they continually tested issues and refined programs. Realizing that the intelligent advancements in interstellar society surpassed her expectations, Cui Yu breathed a sigh of relief, no longer rushing to purchase equipment for research. She gazed gratefully at Lin Bela, appreciating both her enlightening explanations and the milk tea. As she watched, Cui Yu suddenly sensed something was amiss. "Have you had any intense combat courses recently?" she probed cautiously. Lin Bela adjusted her curled hair, tilting her head to reveal her chiseled profile and high nose. "Not particularly intense, it's a shooting course. We practice on simulators first, and I suppose the finals will involve real combat." Noticing Cui Yu's hesitance, Lin Bela lifted her chin and said, "Just speak your mind. If you only say half, I'm worried." Cui Yu scrutinized her face, hesitating before voicing, "I can't shake the feeling that you have a dark omen. It seems you might face some misfortune soon." Lin Bela lightly tapped her forehead and laughed. "Why so superstitious? It's quite normal for us military students to shed a little blood, but I'll be cautious. If I get injured at school, there's a medical pod. Outside school, I won't engage in any dangerous activities." Cui Yu nodded. She had classes to attend and could not linger, quickly gathering her belongings and heading to another building for her next lesson. This was a course on the Zerg. Alongside Cui Yu, advancing to the intermediate department were Lin Bela and Mr. Fei Deng. Mr. Fei Deng, a retired soldier who had experienced the Great Chaotic Wars, returned to teach at the primary level, considered a form of honorary service. His workload was light, yet the allowances were quite generous. Following the curriculum reforms, the demand for teachers of Zerg knowledge surged. The newly hired teachers struggled to meet the intermediate and advanced teaching needs, prompting an invitation for Mr. Fei Deng to join the intermediate department. It was said that placing him in the primary department was a waste of his talent, and he willingly chose to exert himself more for the Federation. This was the largest lecture hall in the school, belonging to the non-combat department, where many open classes and events took place. Mr. Fei Deng, constrained by his energy, found it unrealistic to teach many small classes, leading to his classes being large lectures. However, the size did not compromise the quality of teaching. Surround sound equipment ensured that every student could hear his voice clearly, while holographic projection allowed those at the back to experience the lesson as if they were seated in the front. The course had many familiar faces such as Yu Lingyu, Yi, and Zhang Chong. Cui Yu lacked the desire to engage in idle chatter and waited until the bell was about to ring before settling into a back corner, minimizing her presence. As an ordinary student who had repeatedly daydreamed in lecture halls in her past life, Cui Yu inevitably brought her bad habits to this new place. Unfortunately, the windows in the large classroom were merely decorative, preventing any view of the outside scenery. When her mind wandered too far, she was unaware of where her thoughts drifted. Compared to Lin Bela's ominous prophecy, Cui Yu was more concerned about the unsettling realization that she could glimpse Lin Bela's future. Previously, she had been unable to see it as their fates were intertwined in their daily lives. However, with this sudden shift, Cui Yu felt a shiver of fear. Was Lin Bela not going to die? Reflecting on Lin Bela's countenance, she didn't seem to exude the air of imminent death. Thus, fortune-telling proved to be a somewhat impractical endeavor, as the future was ever-changing, and she could not assist Lin Bela in avoiding calamities. Even if she managed to evade the present crisis, she had no clue how this disaster would manifest in new forms. An inexplicable agitation settled over Cui Yu, bringing a warmth to her cheeks. She rolled up the sleeves of her shirt, unconsciously twirling a pen in her hand. The small white object danced on her fingertips, producing fleeting golden trails that captivated those around her, but she was oblivious. Why was it that she could discern omens yet remain unable to see them with crystal clarity? It was truly vexing. She certainly wished for Lin Beila's safety. In a corner, Cui Yu pondered 100 potential ways Lin Beila might meet an untimely end, growing increasingly alarmed, wondering if attending class together might help avert disaster. Of course, she remained utterly unaware of what Mr. Fei Deng was discussing. However, Mr. Fei Deng was keenly aware of her, that child named Cui Yu who had advanced from the primary department, known for her sharp intellect and reputed talent in mental fortitude. Thus, when he posed a somewhat challenging question, it was only natural for him to call upon Cui Yu to respond. Cui Yu. Mr. Fei Deng called out, receiving no reply. He almost suspected the amplification device had malfunctioned, prompting him to raise his voice. Startled from her reverie, Cui Yu instinctively stood up, bewildered, scanning the room. A kind classmate repeated Mr. Fei Deng's question, and although Cui Yu understood each word, she could not grasp the overall query. I can't come up with anything, Cui Yu admitted candidly. Mr. Fei Deng did not appear upset. He gestured for her to sit down and began to explain himself, feeling a twinge of regret. He was indeed quite advanced in age. Although medical and health technologies enabled him to retain relatively good vision, it was not quite the same as when he had been a young soldier. Standing at the podium, he could vaguely see Cui Yu, but could not discern her expression. Had he been able to see her clearly, he would not have called upon her to answer a question she could not. Mr. Fei Deng felt a slight pang of guilt for putting Cui Yu in a position where she could not respond in front of the class. While Mr. Fei Deng paid no further heed to Cui Yu, others certainly did, notably the Yu sisters and Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong shared many classes with the Yu sisters, and through repeated interactions, they had become familiar with one another. Zhang Chong was introverted and not particularly sociable. Having finally made two friends, he willingly followed their lead, and at this moment, he joined the Yu sisters in seeking out Cui Yu to chat during a break. Cui Yu was puzzled as to what unique quality she possessed that could so precisely attract the attention of Yu Ling and Yu Yi. These two were remarkably distinct. Each class they would sit close to her, yet to say they cherished her or had a close relationship would be misleading. They seemed either socially awkward or enjoyed sarcasm, often delivering comments that were less than flattering, yet they talked incessantly. At this moment, Yu Ling was teasing her for not paying attention in class as an exemplary student, while Yu Yi chimed in, remarking that her candid admission of shortcomings was admirable and worthy of emulation. Though Zhang Chong never interjected, focused on his holographic device, Cui Yu distinctly observed him stifling a smile. But as he grinned, that smile quickly faded. Not only did it vanish, but he also shakily raised his arm, projecting a holographic news page into the air. Everyone hold on a second. You need to see this live news. A sudden Zerg infestation has occurred in Liani City, and the Zerg are launching an attack right outside our school. In the next instant, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the campus, the vibrations resonating across the playground, classrooms, and dormitory areas. Many students with sensitive hearing stuffed their ears, while the more astute among them opted to use their mental fortitude to alleviate the pressure. Mr. Fei Deng must have received a notification. He swiftly organized the students to remain calm and orderly while awaiting instructions, but Cui Yu could not suppress the urge to rush outside. It seemed Lin Beila had an activity class scheduled for the afternoon, right at the gym located at the school entrance. Translation. In the underground city K106 region of Liani City on Qianlian Star, all the students were crammed into a cramped area with insufficient seating for such a crowd. Most had to sit on the ground amidst a cacophony of voices. In this confined and dimly lit environment, the constraints of rules and order quickly diminished. Although there was no widespread panic, many unfamiliar faces surrounded them, and soon small groups formed, engaging in hushed conversations. The personnel responsible for maintaining order were few. Even with the addition of active military personnel as instructors, the preparatory military academy resembled an ordinary school rather than a military base, leaving them floundering in the face of a pestilence. Most adults were engrossed in emergency meetings, leaving only a handful of teachers to calm the students. The underground city had been constructed over 400 years ago to combat the ever-present pestilence, and it had been in use for over 80 years, falling into disrepair and an unsuitable environment. The stored supplies showed signs of dampness, and one would occasionally encounter a broken light, making it hard to discern whether they were in a graveyard or a city. The primary material used in building the underground city was a type of soil that could mask the scent of the insect race, possessing an excessive reflectivity that made the dim light painfully bright. Cui Yu's sense of direction was poor, and navigating underground proved even more challenging. The K-106 area had 4 entrances, and she wandered in circles attempting to find the one closest to the school entrance. However, the unfamiliar environment and rare layout disoriented her amidst the throngs of people. An ominous feeling crept upon Cui Yu as she pondered whether Lin Bela had truly managed to make it to the underground city. At that moment, she felt a strange calm wash over her. The entrance to the underground city was sealed. Oh, she could not leave, and even if she could, she lacked the strength to battle the insects and rescue Lin Bela. The only course of action was to wait, accompanied by futile prayers that served only to comfort her. Meanwhile, Cui Yu struggled to recall Lin Bela's face from that day, the ominous thought of bloodshed lingering in her mind. Wiping the thin sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, Cui Yu despondently sought a spot where she wouldn't be trampled and summoned her spiritual companions Xiaohe and Xiaobai to play with. She was not the only one doing so. Many around her had summoned their spiritual entities to pet or let them roam. Yet there were no signs of various little animals or flora running amok in the underground city. Most spiritual entities clung closely to their owners, with only a few wandering in limited spaces. For instance, a small tiger belonging to a boy about 5 meters away was playfully pouncing on a particularly shiny reflective spot on the ground, its movements delicate and graceful for a creature of its kind. The well-behaved spiritual entities in the underground city subtly reflected the psychological state of the students, indicating that they were not as composed as they appeared on the surface. Even within the absolute defensive line of the underground city, the unexpected impact of the pestilence still weighed heavily on them. We should all go out. I refuse to believe we can't kill those damned insects. A girl with a brown doll-like hairstyle suddenly stood up, shouting towards the door. She appeared to be a third-level student, tightly clutching a textbook for third-grade courses, visibly excited. Her spiritual companion, a black-backed dog, was agitated, scratching the ground with its front paw and growling. Nearby, a boy also stood up, raising his right hand. I can do it too. My spiritual companion is a hawk capable of aerial ambush. I once independently killed a Class C insect during practical training in the Free Valley using integrated combat with my spiritual entity. My family has been military for 5 generations. I've been learning to fight insects since I was young. I can do it too. I have a class mech equipped with a light crystal sword. I'm a support-type enhancer. Give me a support-type mech and I can buff everyone. Just as a volunteer army was about to form, a patrolling teacher noticed them and approached with a megaphone commanding, "Quiet down, quiet down." She glared sternly at the group of reckless students. Do you know how many insects there are? Do you know what levels they are? Have you passed your physical assessments? Can you use a light gun? Do you recognize 500 common insect species and remember their countermeasures? You know nothing, you can do nothing, but you're willing to throw your lives away, right? As if the trillion citizens wouldn't miss one of you. With just a few words, the teacher extinguished the spirits of the would-be volunteer army, and the leaders among them were taken away not for punishment, but to receive counseling from a psychologist to help them relax and prevent them from recklessly sacrificing themselves. The students who had been observing quickly dispersed, and after they left, many spiritual entities became more active, bringing a bit of life back to the scene. Although the patrolling teacher's words were not pleasant to hear, her calm demeanor successfully conveyed positive emotions to the students, alleviating their fear of the unknown. Many students formed small groups, with those at lower levels gravitating toward their higher-level peers. They began discussing the teacher's expression, the implications behind it, their experiences or stories about pestilences, and the military's advanced pest control weaponry. The more they talked, the less daunting the pestilence seemed. Cui Yu, however, had no desire to join any discussion. As a former witness to a pestilence, the memory of that damned mantis still sent chills down her spine. The nauseating scent and the teeth that could provoke a fear of clusters resurfaced in her memories, alongside the sharp pain of drained mental energy, the bloodstained skirt of Dongfang Yunyun, and the vanished neighbors. She had grown taller, stronger, and more capable than before, yet she still questioned whether she could defeat that mantis. The glow of the light orb cast a small shadow on Cui Yu's back, which fell upon the wall as smooth as if it were polished. Xiaohe quietly rubbed against her right hand, while Xiaobai leisurely chased the outline of the shadow on the wall until another slender shadow obscured it. Cui Yu, what are you doing squatting here? It was Lin Bela. Cui Yu's mind went blank, but she instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Lin Bela was unharmed. Of course, Lin Bela was fine. After the previous multipoint pestilence, ordinary residents might have quickly returned to their routines, but the military personnel and military academy students were not so fortunate. The troops had prepared numerous plans for the sudden emergence of pestilences and conducted many drills to ensure that military personnel could respond swiftly to any incidents. At the very least, they could minimize casualties. All preparatory military students had also undergone safety training. While they might not be able to assist on the battlefield, they certainly wouldn't add to the chaos, which was already impressive. This time, all the faculty and students had to take shelter in the underground city to evade the pestilence. Most had never even encountered the insects before being moved underground. Lin Bela was among the unlucky. She was closest to the outbreak source. Although she escaped unharmed, she had been somewhat flustered with disheveled hair and dirt on her skirt, a 3 to 4 centimeter long blood mark on her cheek, the result of a scratch from the instructor's nail while waving. Cui Yu stood up, gazing at Lin Bela's disheveled and weary appearance, and sighed deeply. "I'm glad you're okay." Lin Bela poked the tip of Cui Yu's ponytail with her finger, twisting it a few times before smoothing it down, offering Cui Yu a not-so-bright smile. "You don't have to worry about me, I'm fine. But you're really a genius. You predicted my bloodshed. Who would have thought? I wasn't hurt by the insects, just scratched by the instructor's nail while she was waving." Cui Yu looked at the wound, which was already healing quickly, and the irregular bloodstains below it, her thoughts swirling in confusion. Did she truly predict the extent of the bloodshed? Was this so minor even she could have foreseen it? Why couldn't she detect Lin Bela's period? Sensing Cui Yu's hidden anxiety, Lin Bela led her to sit on a nearby step and began talking about the game they had been playing recently. It was a simulation game centered around mech rescues, available in both light brain and holographic simulation versions. Cui Yu and Lin Bela were currently playing the light brain version, which involved piloting mechs to dodge various spatial obstacles and using strategies and competitive combat to rescue hostages at their destination. It resembled a blend of racing strategy and action games, allowing for both solo play and cooperative gameplay. Lin Bela and Cui Yu formed a fixed team to play together. In the highly developed entertainment industry of the Interstellar world, thousands of new games were released daily, most of which went unnoticed, while a small fraction made quick profits and faded into obscurity before shutting down. Only a select few games maintained long-lasting popularity, and once they became hits, they rarely cooled off suddenly. Thus, despite the abundance of games, only a handful were familiar to the citizens of the entire star system. Recently, Interstellar Rescue had gained popularity not because Interstellar players were easily impressed by a simple game format, but due to its stunning art and technology. Every frame resembled a blockbuster, and the holographic version immersed players in the experience, allowing many with average mental strength to feel the exhilaration of piloting mechs and spaceships through space. In fact, previous attempts by other game companies had failed to deliver satisfactory experiences. Having never encountered such breathtaking cosmic scenery or peculiar planetary landscapes, Cui Yu found the game visually captivating despite its not-so-original mechanics. With Lin Bela's distraction, Cui Yu readily engaged in a discussion about the game. Unfortunately, the underground city's specialized coding blocked not only the insect's ability to transmit information, but also general star network signals, making even playing a game during their shelter a luxury. Fortunately, the time spent in the underground city was not long. Liani City, being a city of the Star Association, had armed forces, emergency plans, and citizen quality that exceeded those of Baiyun City. From the time the insects appeared to their complete extermination by the military forces took less than 5 hours, and it didn't even alarm the patrol troops. The scale of the pestilence was small, resulting in 47 minor injuries, 7 serious injuries, and 2 fatalities. It was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The affected area included the Qianlian Star Preparatory Military Academy, which drew significant attention from the education department. The safety of students was of utmost importance. Had this been an ordinary preparatory school, instead of a military one, the evacuation might not have gone as smoothly, and 0 casualties among students would have been nearly impossible. Thus, the education department decisively called for drills and training aiming to equip all students with the greatest possible self-defense capabilities. While students from ordinary preparatory schools merely attended lectures and drills, the pressure on military academy students was even greater. Original courses could not be neglected, but many new ones were added. Young students typically experienced swift emotional changes, and the added academic pressure only amplified this. Soon the students forgot the dim, humid, and anxious memories of that day in the underground city, turning their complaints toward the sudden increase in academic stress. Cui Yu was no exception, cursing the damned weekend practical classes that tormented her throughout the day. Until one Friday night, when there were no classes over the weekend, Lin Bela, who had promised to join Cui Yu for a meal at the newly opened cafeteria, failed to arrive on time. Messages sent to her received no response. The homeroom teacher informed her that Lin Bela's family had come to take her away. As a prosperous city on an ordinary planet within a wealthy star system, Liani City rivals the vibrancy of some non-core cities in the capital star system. Due to its status as a transit star, Qianlian Star has a relatively small permanent population, allowing for a generous per capita welfare for each citizen. In the capital star system, where every inch of land is precious, whether in bustling metropolises or remote districts, every plot must be utilized efficiently. Even the best university students reside in cramped dormitories of less than 30 square meters, shared among four. Most schools do not provide dormitories as students at preparatory schools, if they stay on campus, must share rooms starting with 6 occupants capped at 24. Qianlian Star's Preparatory Military Academy offers 2 types of mid-tier and high-tier accommodations: double rooms and quad rooms. The former is significantly pricier, but students with strong mental abilities or outstanding academic performance can enjoy exemptions from accommodation fees, allowing Cui Yu and Lin Bela to luxuriate in a double room. The double room spans about 50 square meters. Though it is an open layout without distinct partitions, it is quite spacious, equipped with a private bathroom, a laundry dryer, and all necessary amenities. Lin Bela typically rises earlier, hence she chose a bed and cabinet near the bathroom, while Cui Yes is by the window, immediately revealing the stark contrast between the two sides upon entry. Lin Bela's side boasts elegantly simple light beige bedding, the quilt meticulously arranged on the bed, the wardrobe doors securely closed adorned with several hooks holding belts and hats, and the chair neatly tucked under the desk, as if ready for an inspection at any moment. In sharp contrast, the other side presents a chaotic scene, a colorful heap of blankets sprawled across the bed, with 2 oversized pillows in disarray and the wrinkled sheets reflecting a lack of care. Directly opposite the bed stands an ajar wardrobe overflowing with items unable to close fully, but this has its own advantage. The mirror affixed to the wardrobe door is positioned so that if it were closed facing the bed, would be considered inauspicious. Yet on the usually pristine and tidy bed, a layer of dust had settled. Lin Bela had not returned for half a month. The homeroom teacher had claimed an urgent matter had arisen involving her family. Although Lin Bela had not replied to messages, no one had come to tidy her dormitory. Cui Yu felt somewhat reassured and patiently awaited Lin Bela's return. What puzzled her was the nature of the urgent matter that had rendered Lin Bela unresponsive for so many days. The only consolation was that after the recent insect disaster, she had drawn a vitality talisman for Lin Bela. Crafted by Xiao Bai, it required a significant amount of her mental energy. It was the most earnest and finest talisman she had ever created. Upon completion, she felt the vitality circulating through the talisman paper, and it should provide some protection for Lin Bela. Having sent the talisman and performed a divination, she could ascertain that Lin Bela was safe at that moment. Beyond that, she was uncertain. However, the day she had been subtly worried about eventually arrived. A well-dressed middle-aged woman with meticulously styled hair, accompanied by several men in suits, entered Cui Yes' dormitory under the guidance of school staff, collecting Lin Bela's personal belongings with a composed demeanor. The suits they wore were simple yet elegant, each tailored to fit, with only slight variations in design. A closer look revealed they were made from the same fabric resembling work uniforms. It was unclear which company afforded such luxury, allowing each employee custom fittings. As the woman engaged in polite small talk, thanking Cui Yu for her cooperation, Cui Yu could not restrain herself from asking, "Is Lin Bela all right? Is she still alive?" The woman frowned slightly at the left brow, as if she had heard an unspeakable remark. Maintaining her frown, she clicked her tongue softly, shaking her head in a disapproving manner, yet still replied, "Of course she is very well, better than ever." With that, she turned to converse with the arriving head of education about the educational system on Qianlian Star, leaving no room for Cui Yu to interject. When Cui Yu attempted to engage the 3 men gathering the belongings, they ignored her completely, their gazes fixed elsewhere. Once again, Cui Yu felt the helplessness of being regarded as a child. They departed with all traces of Lin Bela, leaving Cui Yu to begin her solitary life in the spacious 50-square-meter dormitory. On a day off, Dongfang Yunyan entrusted Xie Xiaohua to Xie Qin, who had just returned from vacation, and boarded a plane to Liani City alone. In the 5-star hotel's 3-meter-wide bed, Cui Yu and Dongfang Yunyan leaned against each other in silk robes. Dongfang Yunyan's right hand rested gently on Cui Yu's shoulder, patting her rhythmically, akin to a mother soothing her child to sleep beside a cradle. The amenities of the 7-star hotel justified the hefty 5-figure nightly rate, with the bedding exceptionally soft and comfortable, the mattress providing just the right support. The quilt draped over them felt almost weightless, and Cui Yu sank into a cloud-like embrace, her worries dissipating into insignificance. Though Dongfang Yunyan had never experienced such an abrupt end to a friendship, she understood that Cui Yu was undoubtedly struggling at this moment. In her youth, she had also sought friends extravagantly, spending her youth, yet as they matured they maintained their mutual concern for one another, holding significant places in each other's hearts, but the possibility of spending long days together grew increasingly slim. Cui Yu concocted many unflattering hypotheses which Dongfang Yunyan promptly dismissed, and Cui Yu believed her words. Lying comfortably on the lavish bed listening to her softly dissecting thoughts, Cui Yu found no reason to doubt her. Lin Bela must have gone on to live elsewhere, perhaps even achieving great success, the sacrifice being a severance from their past friendship. For instance, they could no longer communicate as they once did, much like Cui Yu had experienced in the past. She had arrived on Qianlian Star as a refugee orphan, no longer the starving child from CT-124. Everything from her previous life, the unlocked shanty, the stolen nutrient solutions from wealthy families, the slain insects and intruders, had become irrelevant. If her old neighbors from back then were to encounter her now, they would likely not recognize each other. Amidst the comforting reassurances and well-reasoned analyses, Dongfang Yunyun proposed a more proactive suggestion. The Federal University Military Capability Competition. Cui Yu repeated Dongfang Yunyun's words. Yes, the Federal University Military Competition. Xie participated in it. Although he is not the type of genius who can represent his school in the most prestigious team competitions or outstanding individual events, he performed exceptionally well in the Legion battles. AI took notice of him back then. The Federal University Military Capability Competition, referred to as Dalian, is a significant event held every 2 years. How significant? All federal citizens have watched the live broadcasts. If not everyone, then nearly all, as federal compulsory education mandates that second-year students in both mid-tier and high-tier programs must watch Dalian, compose reflections on it, and discuss it in school. This is a crucial element of public anti-insect education and a favorite assignment among students. In essence, Dalian is a competition for student participants, yet for viewers it is akin to a variety show, consistently entertaining. Even without this assignment, many would watch voluntarily, and due to the sheer number of viewers, anyone who missed a particular year's competition would feel out of place, unable to keep up with discussions online. Dalian comprises 4 categories: Legion battles, small team survival competitions, partner duels, and individual contests. With weights of 25, 35, 20, and 20 respectively, individual participants can register for a maximum of 2 categories. After comprehensive scoring across the 4 categories, each military academy's representative team is ranked, impacting enrollment conditions and resource allocations for the next 2 years. Typically, only 8 military academies make it to the live broadcast phase, the top 8 selected from the previous year's top 6, alongside the top 2 from other schools. As the top 6 military academies consistently dominate the rankings, they are referred to as the Federal Six. For military academy students, Dalian is a prime opportunity to forge their futures. Making an appearance in the competition can attract attention from high-ranking military officials, Legion commanders, and wealthy patrons, aiding in both future military careers and job searches post-service. As Dongfang Yunyun put it, as long as Cui Yu shines in Dalian, especially in the team or individual events, she would not fade into obscurity. Even if circumstances had led to her losing contact with Lin Bela, gaining fame would allow for reconnection in the future. Dongfang Yunyun's enthusiasm bordered on pushing Cui Yu into the deep end as she had managed to soothe her, but suddenly Cui Yu's communication terminal displayed Lin Bela's account has been deactivated, leading to a sudden downturn in mood. With no other choice, Dongfang Yunyun resorted to spinning tales about Dalian, weaving an engaging narrative of how she and Lin Bela might reunite because of the competition. In truth, when Xie participated in the Legion battles, she had not actually witnessed it. Her focus was entirely on the top students of the first military school, leaving no room to notice the diligent and earnest Xie. Dongfang Yunyun's hand continued its gentle patting, each motion releasing a sweet scent of laundry detergent reminiscent of a light rain falling into a pond, creating nearly imperceptible ripples. The soothing rhythm formed a calming lullaby, and in the embrace of such comfort, Cui Yu began to drift off. A nap will do wonders, no need to rush, Dongfang Yunyun softly assured her in the final moments before Cui Yu succumbed to sleep. After Lin Bela's departure, Cui Yu's life settled into a semblance of tranquility. As a middle schooler, still youthful and immature, had she not encountered Lin Bela, a precociously wise friend, Cui Yu might have found it difficult to make any friends at all. Their humor and interests diverged so greatly that it seemed impossible to bond closely. Yuling and Hype Huaite had other friends, and more often than not, Cui Yu found herself acting alone. The cafeteria in the mid-tier section was spacious, filled with 4-person tables, making it easy to find an empty one to occupy entirely, even during peak meal times. Cui Yu preferred a table tucked in a corner, allowing her to view the luminous screen, essentially the television. The Federal Central News was currently airing, and since it was midday, the reports typically focused on matters relevant to the public. The most recent segment covered agriculture, reporting that the Wei star in the ZY star system had completed large-scale sowing of the Chunyan rice, predicting a bountiful harvest in 6 months. Chunyan rice, originally from the Minyan star system, possesses the unique ability to soothe mental energy when cultivated in the soil of Wei star through special treatment, making it a newly discovered economic crop. The handsome and composed anchor delivered the news, smoothly transitioning effortlessly from the Chunyan rice data to the next story, shifting his expression from one of satisfaction to one of seriousness mixed with disdain. In recent years, the Federation has continuously strengthened its efforts to protect minors, refining its policies. Even orphans will find themselves embraced by loving families growing up in love and beauty. However, recently authorities received reports from concerned citizens regarding a very small number of morally deficient foster parents who engaged in psychological abuse against their adoptive children, causing significant negative impact. Those involved have been apprehended and punished, and relevant departments will further conduct comprehensive and regular investigations to ensure that all minors in the Federation can thrive. The anchor's face soon returned to a cheerful demeanor, dispelling the earlier somber mood. We now interrupt for an urgent report. A massive volcanic eruption has struck the Zhuangxing star in the Yari star system. Emergency rescue efforts are underway with casualties expected to exceed 100,000. The federal central government has established a disaster response team, and the first group of personnel consisting of inland troops and medical staff is about to depart for Zhuangxing. We urge all citizens to stay informed. The sky was a deep blue, the clouds a cotton white, the trees an oily green, and the sunlight a creamy gold. Every day in Liani City was much the same. Sunny days felt identical, and so did rainy ones. Such weather easily lulled one into the monotony of daily life, with time slipping quietly away unnoticed. Students were the most sensitive to the passage of time. They marked the weekends, midterms, final summer vacations, and holiday breaks, each sweet, yet terrifying milestones steadily filling each year. Every day seemed different, yet today was exceptionally unique. For the mid-level students of the Qianlian Star Preparatory Military Academy, today marked a dividing line between two extremes. For today, the report cards would be issued. The electronic report cards would be sent to each guardian tomorrow, but today everyone gathered to receive the gilded hard-copy report cards, an annual ritual bestowed by the school. Most students were not particularly eager for such a ceremony. Prior to entering the Grand Hall, many students had already received their grades, with only the top 5 from 2 major categories set to receive their report cards and scholarships personally from the principal. In the first row, the 10 outstanding students were distinctly divided, one side tall and robust, the other comparatively slender. This disparity was inevitable. At a young age, growth and development varied greatly, and for combat majors, being taller and stronger often correlated with better grades. When the name of the second-place student from a non-combat major was announced amidst the applause, Cui Yu felt a sense of resolution. She had claimed first place. Since Lin Beila's disappearance, Cui Yu's life had settled into a deep calm. Although Lin Beila was not a particularly lively person, her presence had undeniably enriched Cui Yu's life. Lin Beila's departure had closed the window for Cui Yu's social interactions on campus, and even without deliberately numbing herself with studies, she found herself dedicating even more time to academics. Without a roommate, Cui Yu had grown increasingly unruly in her dorm, taking advantage of her ability to bypass the security system in the dormitory area, coming and going as if through an unguarded realm. Thus, the practitioners of mysticism noted that Uncle Haixing had made a remarkable recovery, albeit he remained eccentric. However, in comparison to the snobbish Julius, his temperament was practically saintly, and his fees were exceedingly reasonable. Low-margin, high-volume sales had long been a key method for wealth accumulation, and with the windfall from Haixing's recovery, Cui Yu directly banked $1 million, then spent it all on an all-purpose household robot. The household robot could not only clean her dorm and organize her belongings, but also wake her up. Most importantly, this robot was produced by a major corporation and featured a classic chip with a stable program. By starting with this robot, she could gain preliminary insights into the intelligent technologies developed by interstellar humanity. Having just fallen from a wealthy status to one of poverty, and without any new client appointments, Cui Yu contemplated expanding her clientele or offering discounts on fortune-telling packages to earn some money for survival when the school's Endofterm Awards and report card ceremony approached. According to school regulations, the overall top student of the year received a crystal report card along with an additional scholarship of 20,000 star coins. This sum was sufficient to cover an entire year's cafeteria expenses, and with accommodation discounts, it was almost like attending school for free. During her first year, Qianxingza had enjoyed this benefit for several years, and last year Lin Beila had also reaped the rewards. Now that Qianxingza had fallen silent and Lin Beila had completely vanished, it was Cui Yu's turn to claim first place and the scholarship. When the principal announced Cui Yu's name, she stepped into the spotlight amidst thunderous applause, walking toward the podium to receive her well-deserved glory and life-saving funds. The view from the podium was incredibly expansive, and she clearly saw her friends Yu Ling and Yu Yi cheering for her, black-skinned, white waving at her, and Fei Deng holding books and smiling at her from the wall, while her homeroom teacher snapped photos of her with a light brain. Today marked the end of her second year at the mid-level. Cui Yu, citing the need to consult confidential materials at the school library, did not return home to Beiyun City. Usually she stayed in the dormitory, and on weekends either returned home for a couple of days or had Dongfang Yunyun bring Xie Xiaohua to Liani City to visit her. Xie Xiaohua was nearing 5 years old, and before entering kindergarten, she had been given the illustrious name Xie, whether the family still affectionately called her Xie Xiaohua. As a city designated for the Star Federation, Liani City was among the earliest cities established in Qianlian Star, boasting many historical sites. The trio took advantage of summer weekends to explore various places. Xie Xiaohua had inherited Xie Qin's robust physique, and at not even 5 years old, she seemed to tire less than the adult Dongfang Yunyun. If there was an opportunity to video call Xie Qin in the evening, they would. If not, the little girl would wash up and fall into a deep sleep, proving to be an easy child to care for. On this day, they were headed to the Qianlian Food Museum, which comprised 2 buildings, one for exhibitions and the other a restaurant. The exhibition hall displayed the culinary customs and signature dishes of various regions of Qianlian Star, such as Beiyan City's 38 shells roasted porridge, Tongye City's iceberry cream, and the long-lost now only a name and picture 3 shrimp vinegar rice from Aonang City. Cui Yu held Xie Xiaohua's hand, moving from one display case to another. Each time they arrived at a colorful dish, Xie Xiaohua would tug at Cui Yu's sleeve and quietly ask what it was made of, what it tasted like, and if it was delicious. Though each dish had a description, Xie Xiaohua didn't recognize many words and ended up just looking at the dishes instead. Whenever they discussed a dish that particularly delighted Xie Xiaohua, Cui Yu would elaborate on how delicious it was, ensuring they would try it in the adjacent food building. At such moments, Xie Xiaohua would enthusiastically respond with a bright-eyed, "Wow, great." The exhibits at the Food Museum fascinated not only Xie Xiaohua, but also Cui Yu. The culinary culture here was indeed varied and exceeded her imagination in terms of ingredients and preparation methods. This was merely one planet of Qianlian Star. She couldn't even imagine how many intricate and diverse cuisines existed throughout the entire Federation. Could one person truly taste them all in 300 years? The 2 little ones walked ahead, stopping occasionally, while Dongfang Yunyun leisurely followed behind, sporadically checking messages on her light brain. Cui Yu had grown accustomed to this. Dongfang Yunyun had work obligations, and as a service management worker, it was challenging for her to take an uninterrupted break. Moreover, today was a weekday, and Dongfang Yunyun was on leave this week to bring Xie Xiaohua to Liani City to see Cui Yu, so she had to keep an eye on her light brain messages as a department leader. Every time Cui Yu turned around, Dongfang Yunyun would immediately provide a reassuring glance, encouraging her to proceed confidently. As Cui Yu guided Xie Xiaohua, she reflected on the strategies she had found online. The food building was a single structure, but with only 3 of them, they had to carefully choose the dishes they wanted to try to make the outing worthwhile. Most importantly, the airfare and hotel accommodations in Liani City, along with tickets and dining expenses, were all covered by Dongfang Yunyun. Having just received 20,000 star coins in scholarship before the holiday, Cui Yu was determined to treat Dongfang Yunyun and Xie Xiaohua to a grand meal. Unfortunately, Xie Qin had returned to the front lines before the summer vacation, making it rare for all 4 of them to dine together. As Xie Xiaohua began to tire from walking and the display menu became overwhelming and hunger began to set in, at Xie Xiaohua's persistent request, Dongfang Yunyun and Cui Yu decided, without hesitation, to go for a meal. The food building was indeed a large structure, but it essentially housed only one restaurant operated by the museum itself under the name Qianlian Cuisine. This restaurant had 38 floors, each with a different decor style, though the menu items remained the same. Different floors, however, had varying prices. In summary, eating the same dish in different environments with distinct plating and service meant different costs. Dongfang Yunyun was aware that her family was still in debt, with Xie Qin's Mecca still under loan. Given that Xie Xiaohua seemed to be a promising cadet for military school, future financial pressures would not be light. But having been raised in comfort, she was not inclined to squeeze into a lower floor's bustling food court. Ultimately, she chose the 27th floor, a mid-range garden restaurant setting. Although the lack of private dining rooms did not guarantee seclusion, the greenery helped ensure that diners at different tables would not disturb one another. Once they settled in, a petite, fairy-dressed waitress approached with the menu. The menu was indeed unique, echoing the ambience. An album bound in sheepskin with thick pages embedded with light screens. Each light screen corresponded to a region of Qianlian Star. This was also part of the seller's strategy, who would feel comfortable flipping through several screens without ordering anything. Surely not. Moreover, as an official planetary establishment, the restaurant did not produce a signature dish list that could lead to disputes. Instead, thousands of dishes were available for selection, with their order changing regularly, ensuring an incredibly fair process. Xie Xiaohua couldn't order food, but was naturally drawn to the little wings on the waitress's back, nervously wanting to touch them, yet hesitating, occasionally glancing up at the 3 adults, completely unaware that her furtive actions were well noticed. Anyone serving on this floor had a high emotional intelligence. Seeing the little customer fascinated by her wings, the waitress quickly began to promote. Right now it's our theme month for flower fairies on the 27th floor. If each guest spends at least 2,000 star coins, they receive a complimentary set of flower fairy-themed costumes, with many styles available for both adults and children. Xie Zaihua's eyes lit up instantly, her round dark eyes pleadingly darting between Cui Yu and Dongfang Yunyun, clearly seeking Dongfang Yunyun's approval. Cui Yu calculated that 2,000 each meant 6,000 total. Though it would sting a bit financially, it was manageable as she had taken on 2 clients during the summer. Dongfang Yunyun, who spent every day with Xie Xiaohua, was naturally not swayed by her little sister's pitiful act. Children were often captivated by colorful items, but educators have noted that indiscriminately fulfilling a child's material desires is not a good educational approach. Dongfang Yunyun had learned several ways to refuse Xie Zaihua's various requests, but did not voice them upon seeing Cui Yu's eager eyes. Cui Yu had made up her mind to let her wallet take a slight hit, tapping her fingers on the table, while softly asking Dongfang Yunyun, "Shall we indulge a bit more today?" Dongfang Yunyun thought Cui Yu was interested in the flower fairy costumes, and recalling Cui Yu's penchant for flamboyant attire, found this reasonable, thus readily agreed yes. "We can take whatever we don't finish back with us." Seeing her mother and sister reach an agreement, Xie Xiaohua beamed, and repeatedly murmured, "Love you, mama," and "Super love you, sister," delighting both ladies and making them feel that this meal was indeed worthwhile. The price on this floor averaged around 1,500 star coins per person. However, since Xie Xiaohua was so small, getting enough food for 3 people to total 6,000 proved to be quite the challenge. To minimize waste, they chose expensive dishes with smaller portions, opting for rare seafood, high-quality meats, and ingredients imported from the neighboring empire. Xie Xiaohua relished the treat and ate heartily, though a significant portion of the meal was still consumed by Cui Yu, who was in her growing years. As they approached the bill, the atmosphere became less harmonious. Cui Yu insisted on paying, while Dongfang Yunyun was adamant against it. Those who have exchanged pleasantries at the cash register know that vying to pay usually requires a few rounds of negotiation, but when both sides are equally determined and unconcerned about the small sum, it can lead to a stalemate. Neither party was willing to yield, and the waitress had no opportunity to intervene. In their excitement, their voices inadvertently rose, attracting several curious glances in the garden despite it being sparsely populated. Xie Xiaohua tugged at each of them, whispering, "Mommy, sister, can you keep it down? I feel a bit embarrassed." Upon hearing her daughter's words, Dongfang Yunyun found herself momentarily at a loss for words, but did not relent. A frown creased her brow as her voice softened, seemingly recalling something sad, though it carried a hint of theatricality. "Little Cui Yu, let me take this, or I will feel sad." With the word "sad" now uttered, Cui Yu lost her competitive edge. Who could have guessed that Dongfang Yunyun, a woman in her 50s, could play such a game with a frail middle school student? In a flash, the waitress swiftly swiped Dongfang Yunyun's bill of 6,327 star coins, and with a quiet command to her light brain, 3 similarly fairy-like waitresses emerged bearing velvet-covered trays with their complimentary costumes. Though the materials of these costumes were ordinary, their craftsmanship and design were commendable. Xie Xiaohua was delighted, and Dongfang Yunyun was similarly satisfied. As is well known, Dongfang Yunyun was a proactive person. Satisfied with the costumes and the beautiful environment, she would not waste the 6,000 star coin ticket she had just purchased. Upon learning that this floor had a dedicated dressing room for customers, she immediately led the 2 little ones to try on the flower fairy costumes, admiring them together and feeling utterly pleased. If only Xiaqin were here, Dongfang Yunyun mused, thinking of a male server in a flower fairy outfit, unable to resist recalling Xiaqin. Xiaqin had tanned quite a bit on the battlefield, and this male flower fairy costume would perfectly showcase his 8-pack abs, a striking image of a muscular flower fairy. During the photo session, Dongfang Yunyun was generous, Xie Xiaohua was excited, and Cui Yu pretended not to feel awkward. After completing the entire process, Dongfang Yunyun's vacation was about to end. Despite having 2 days left in the weekend, she had not planned any further activities. Cui Yu intended to see Dongfang Yunyun and Xie Xiaohua off at the station before returning to school, but Dongfang Yunyun gently held her back, hesitating, before finally saying, "Why don't you come back with us this week?" Cui Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly agreed. Dongfang Yunyun had always favored an encouraging style of education, and Cui Yu had been raised with a lot of freedom, whether it was choosing a school or major, spending holidays, or playing games. Dongfang Yunyun never intervened. Of course, she would not actively, strongly recommend anything, but would fully support whatever Cui Yu chose, never dampening her spirits. With Dongfang Yunyun's suggestion, Cui Yu couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Could it be that Xiaqin had met with an accident and she was being summoned to say her final goodbyes? She didn't dare to ask. The most concerning part was that they were even flying first class for their return. This was a serious issue. With the mecha loan still outstanding, how could they afford such extravagance? Was it possible that Xie had collateralized his mecha and no longer needed to repay the loan, hence the impulse to splurge? The more she thought about it, the more worried she became, envisioning Xie silently doing chores at home, Xie serving as an instructor at her school, the surprise and worry of Xie's mental upgrades, and each time he returned from the front lines, bringing home specialties and gifts for the family. When Xie Xiaohua looked up, she saw her mother and sister both lost in thought. Almost 5 years old, Xie Xiaohua was already displaying a lovely understanding of others. With her chubby little hands, she gently tugged at Cui Yu's slender fingers, tiptoeing to whisper to her, "Sister Mommy, why aren't you happy?" Cui Yu gazed at the innocent and carefree face before her, unsure how to articulate her concerns, finally forcing a smile and saying, "Sister is worried about not being able to take first place next semester." Of course, Xie Xiaohua knew her sister had ranked first across the planet this semester, and she couldn't have been prouder. Hearing that Cui Yu might not be first next month, she quickly shifted her focus. "You can't not be first. My sister is the best in the whole federation." Elevated to the ranks of the top student, Cui Yu chose not to correct the child's innocent words, ruffling her hair. "Then I must work hard, and you need to work hard too." As they coaxed Xie Xiaohua back to Baiyun City, Cui Yu felt a sense of novelty, given her infrequent experiences with children, though her patience waned as they neared home. The closer they got to the spacious apartment in Baiyun City, the more the thought of Xie having an accident lingered in her mind. When the hover taxi stopped at their home's window-side parking spot, Cui Yu anxiously followed Dongfang Yunyan out, almost forgetting about Xie Xiaohua, who needed to be carried down. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, suggesting that the household robot was busy. Thirsty, Cui Yu headed to the kitchen for a cup of water. "Back already? For lunch, I made your favorite cumin beef steak and preserved plum pork bones. Go wash your hands and have some water first." It was Xie alive and well, skillfully bustling around the counter in an apron. Cui Yu felt an even greater sense of apprehension. Why had she been called back so suddenly? What was the matter? On a stormy day, the skies were filled with flying cars while the streets below were choked with traffic, an unusual sight that failed to ignite any visible anxiety among pedestrians and drivers alike. The city's favorable welfare policies rendered tardiness on rainy days exempt from reprimand. Indeed, many people had the luxury of not needing to work today. However, as a bustling metropolis, Qianliangsing was home to a staggering population, and even with many staying home, the traffic congestion only worsened. Heavy rain was rare on Qianliangsing, but it played a crucial role in climate regulation. Excessive interference with temperature, precipitation, and ground humidity could lead to terrifying levels of humidity in the upper atmosphere. Without timely downpours, the safety of numerous flight paths would be compromised. As a city focused on interstellar connectivity, Liani had its transportation efficiency diminished, yet it bore the burden of increased rainfall responsibilities. Today, as per the plan, an extraordinary downpour was expected to last for a full 22 hours. Coincidentally, it was also the first day of school. Faced with the pivotal year of advancement, students wore neither the melancholic expression of a vacation abruptly ending nor the excitement of reuniting with classmates. They seemed instead to carry a newfound composure after a summer break. The teacher's office and the student classrooms were not housed in the same building. The teacher's quarters were small and dimly lit. Without the chirpy chatter of children, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Cui Yu silently took the elevator to the 302 office, where her homeroom teacher Jane Wang awaited her. Jane Wang was a retired officer in her 110th year, hailing from a distant star system with a name difficult to pronounce. Due to permanent psychic damage, she retired early from military service. Afterward, she chose to settle in the relatively prosperous Hylon star system, taking up the role of a mid-level teacher, where her wealth of experience as a homeroom teacher shone through. Her military background left no harsh marks upon her demeanor. Her movements and expressions radiated warmth and kindness, exuding an air of earnestness that would comfort any parent. She epitomized the ideal of a dependable middle-aged teacher. Cui Yu stood by Jane Wang's desk, feeling somewhat distracted, knowing well what the teacher was about to say. Since the peculiar behavior of Dongfang Yunyan and Xie had begun, she had felt a persistent twitch in her eyelids, a sensation that ceased only when the proverbial sword of Damocles finally fell. However, she was left with a lingering sense of dejection. Jane Wang had anticipated this moment. Contrary to her outwardly warm demeanor, she possessed a somewhat cold and detached nature. Her esteemed title of special teacher was earned through her exceptional teaching and management abilities, grounded in rationality and responsibility. "The situation has unfolded," Jane Wang said, "and the fortunate aspect is that you have just turned 14, granting you the rights to an independent account and military guardianship without being placed in a shelter." Consolation was not Jane Wang's forte. Cui Yu found herself unable to refute this. "You have excellent grades. Whether you choose to remain here or transfer to other esteemed schools, you will qualify for scholarships. Your living situation is entirely secure, Jane Wang continued with her analysis. That is true. Cui Yu could not argue, yet she remained uncertain about the true meaning behind her homeroom teacher's words. You should focus on your studies. If you need assistance in your academic life, feel free to reach out to me. Jane Wang's voice was soft. Though she had never raised a child and was typically stern with her students, there was an undeniable compassion in her treatment of Cui Yu, a girl who evoked pity in all who encountered her. Born from a retreating star, Cui Yu had faced malnutrition, human trafficking, and pestilence at a tender age. After a long journey to Qianliangsing, she was adopted by a kind-hearted family, only to find that her struggles were far from over. Her brief respite of 6 years was shattered as she faced the pivotal transition to higher education, once again rendered an orphan. The federal central government rarely issued sweeping decrees, especially those aimed at restrictions. However, the incident involving the Chixing was so egregious that it prompted a thorough investigation, revealing countless cases across every planet. This led to the issuance of a moratorium on adoption. Many families sought to adopt not out of affection for children or a desire to help the less fortunate, but rather to secure a free servant, disguising their ulterior motives with the guise of providing a nurturing environment. These adopted orphans were often fed the cheapest expired nutritional supplements while being pressured to achieve high scores and secure scholarships. Simultaneously, they were tasked with household chores and required to assist their biological siblings with their studies during vacations. These duties marked as their responsibility. More infuriatingly, this was not simply the result of a few malicious foster parents, but rather the emergence of a complete gray industry. Children in orphanages were lured under the pretense of free health checks to assess their intelligence and mental capabilities. Those deemed promising were targeted as merchandise by interested families who would proceed to adopt these children from the orphanages. However, what awaited the children was not a warm family, but rather a training camp designed to obliterate their cognitive abilities and willpower. The adopters, upon leaving the training camp, received compliant and pain-tolerant servants molded to perfection. Such training camps existed across all 23 planets surveyed. But the Federation was vast and the number of orphans was staggering. The government could not possibly accommodate all of them. Yet many kind-hearted individuals genuinely loved children unrelated by blood. What these children needed was a family, not merely the sustenance of an orphanage. Consequently, the adoption criteria tightened, leading to the termination of many existing adoptions. One such stipulation was that families with biological children younger than the adopted child and with an age gap of fewer than 10 years were disqualified. 10 years is not a long span. Many families with multiple children would choose to have at most one child within this decade to focus their love and attention. Those who truly cherished their children seldom opted to have multiple children close in age. Close-age siblings implied competition for family resources, which was not seen as a positive phenomenon. Over the past 200 years of breeding, the age gap between siblings had significantly widened, particularly in the past century, which had seen no wars or pressures on population. The age difference of 10 years somewhat ensured that the adopted orphans would have better access to living resources during their formative years. When Dongfang Yunyun adopted Cui Yu, she had no intention of having more children in the coming years. In her plans, by the time she had her next child, Cui Yu would likely have already graduated from university. Who could have predicted that adopting Cui Yu would bring her genuine happiness and instill in her the courage and anticipation to give birth? At that time, she thought that since the family wasn't lacking funds, adding another child wouldn't be a problem. Little did she know that such an abrupt and indisputable policy would arise. The central government's ultimatum fell at the end of August. Even though Dongfang Yunyun was responsible for this work in Beiyun City, she couldn't secure any leniency for herself or Cui Yu. Under the supervision of the government inspectors dispatched from the central authority, a simple operation within the information system successfully severed their ties to one another. All of their family's brain account numbers, bank card numbers, and social media accounts were randomly altered, all connections were deleted, and even their transfer information became irretrievable. From that day onward, Dongfang Yunyun and Xie could no longer visit Liani City for personal matters until Cui Yu graduated. After receiving the school's consolation grant, Cui Yu left Jane Wang's office. Returning to her dormitory, she found her bed covered in a thick layer of dust. Lin Beila's bed had already been removed, leaving only an iron frame that made the entire room feel even more spacious, allowing Cui Yu to pile her belongings without diminishing its emptiness. Since Lin Beila had suddenly disappeared, Dongfang Yunyun had flown in to accompany and comfort her. Now, with Dongfang Yunyun gone from her life, Lin Beila could no longer be there for her. Though she had many possessions to accompany her, including clothes in various sizes and snacks, bought by Dongfang Yunyun. They were perishable if left uneaten. There was just one family photo, a joyful capture from the 100 Flowers Festival with 4 smiling faces that could brighten anyone's day. Yet Cui Yu still felt it was insufficient. Before leaving, she returned all the living expenses Dongfang Yunyun had provided over the past 6 years. The amount was not substantial, and she wondered if Dongfang Yunyun would even notice after the transaction records were deleted. She was not a child in need of support, as she possessed the ability to earn her own money and had no intention of relying on Dongfang Yunyun. Yet she felt lost. It was as if a graffiti wall had suddenly been painted white, leaving her with an urge to draw something, but she had no idea how to proceed. Graduation years did not allow for idleness. The feeling of confusion often surfaced only to be suppressed by academic pressures. While her classmates posed no real threat in terms of grades, they were loud enough to be distracting. Cui Yu walked sluggishly on the track, having just completed a grueling 20,000-meter run. Many of her classmates had retreated to recovery pods. Even though she was skilled at running, her entire body felt somewhat drained. The sweat-soaked combat suit she had exchanged was now being carried by Xiaohei, who bore it stoically, while Xiao Bai lazily wobbled with a half-full bottle of energy drink. When her body was exhausted, her thoughts began to wander. The playground was actually quite noisy, with people passing by and speaking loudly. However, their words were completely drowned out, leaving only a low hum in her ears. So when she was tackled, she had no idea why she suddenly found herself airborne. The results of her training were evident as her muscle memory kicked in, allowing her to roll and land gracefully on the ground before turning to see what had transpired. Behind her, the white-haired boy awkwardly covered the ripped pants he had sustained from the tackle, looking woefully at Cui Yu, who was clearly not pleased. Who could have anticipated that Cui Yu, caught off guard, had actually been knocked down? Hot on his heels, the twins Yu Ling and Yu Yi acted in perfect unison, both struggling to contain their laughter, one dramatically helping Cui Yu up while the other stealthily filmed the incident. Both were dressed identically that day, making it near impossible to distinguish between them. Cui Yu had long since grown accustomed to their spontaneous appearances and shot a glare at the white-haired boy. Only you would be clever enough to pull this off. He scratched his head and grinned, seemingly oblivious to her sarcasm. Instead, he took it as a compliment. I didn't expect you to be so easy to tackle today. While Cui Yu's combat skills were average, she was known for her agility and penchant for surprise attacks. She never thought she would be successfully ambushed today. Initially embarrassed by his torn pants, the white-haired boy was now beaming with pride. Whenever the three appeared together, it signaled they had something to discuss with Cui Yu. Sometimes it was to flaunt Yu Ling's family's wealth and minerals, other times to showcase the white-haired boy's latest power records, or to challenge Cui Yu to a friendly duel. Occasionally, they would plead to be her best friends, or even share some unusual snacks that they insisted everyone try. Cui Yu had become accustomed to their whimsical appearances, like 3 playful cats that occasionally pawed at her. Today, their sudden arrival clearly indicated they wanted her attention. Cui Yu had sensed this for a while, and growing weary of their antics, allowed them to lead her to the cafeteria for bubble tea. Though Yu Ling often projected an aloof demeanor, she was not one to keep secrets. The moment Cui Yu fell silent, the twins would spill everything. As expected, Cui Yu began to gulp down her bubble tea with abandon, while the white-haired boy joined in, equally clueless about the unfolding conversation, prompting the twins to start fidgeting. The one with a high ponytail spoke up first. Do you know what important day it is today? Cui Yu quickly grasped that this was Yu Ling, who in her memory always spoke first, often with less tact. She shook her head, remaining silent and uninterested in any significance today might hold, only focused on her bubble tea. Yu Yi couldn't help but add sarcastically, is it really that delicious? You don't strike me as someone lacking in experience. Cui Yu nodded dully. It really is delicious, especially good. The materials available for interstellar humans were incredibly varied, with leisure beverages boasting numerous factions and countless flavors, all of which were continually evolving and innovating. Cui Yu, hailing from ancient Earth and having only experienced a few flavors of syrupy bubble tea, was utterly captivated. Yu Ling rolled her eyes. It's just bubble tea. You act as if it's the best thing ever. So dramatic. Yu Ling tapped her fingers against the table, her sparkling eyes fixed on Cui Yu, simmering with barely concealed irritation. Where are you going to high school? Cui Yu was at a loss, having never considered that question. She was not someone particularly fond of school. Yu Ling was not the type of person Cui Yu would usually interact with, or rather Cui Yu had outgrown the age where she could mingle with peers. While Yu Ling and Yu Yi were clever and quirky, they exhibited a childlike innocence that often clashed with Cui Yu's sensibilities. Their straightforwardness, asking questions simply out of curiosity, did not always sit well with her. Though their interactions occasionally irked Cui Yu, they also instilled a sense of comfort, prompting her to answer truthfully, I don't know. To her surprise, Yu Ling grew animated. That's great. Cui Yu was perplexed. What was so great about it? Noticing Cui Yu's confusion, Yu Ling became more excited, her already large eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, her golden hair shining like a bright light bulb. Cui Yu found it hard to maintain eye contact. Guess what day it is? Yu Ling circled back to the topic. Cui Yu wanted to say, I want guess, but she didn't want to spoil the moment. So she casually replied, your birthday. White-haired boy's birthday. The white-haired boy interjected, we celebrated my birthday last semester with a huge plate of chicken. Yu coldly added, the day before yesterday, we invited you to our birthday party next weekend. Cui Yu awkwardly wiped her mouth, which was not even dirty, and smiled nervously. I thought only birthdays were big days. Yu Ling exclaimed aloud, tch, finally unable to contain herself. My sister and I are going to Wuching Academy to study mecha design. We're going to become mecha masters. Yu Ling and Yu never referred to each other as sister or twin, simply using she. If someone asked who she was, they would say my twin sister, and if pressed about who was older, they would invite guesses. Seeing the exuberance on Yu Ling's face, glowing with excitement, even her shining golden hair seemed dim by comparison. Cui Yu was well aware that Wuching Academy was the best preparatory military school on Haixing, a private institution located in the Hylon star system, a hub for mecha engineers. Wuching's strongest program was mecha design, and each year numerous students successfully entered top-tier schools. As a private institution, it had substantial autonomy in its admissions. The academy operated on a unified examination mentor system, with 60% of students being selected based on performance in the entrance exam, while 40% secured spots through mentors before the exam granted direct admission. Students who took the exam were also assigned or could apply for mentors, dividing their time between lectures and hands-on experience in laboratories. Mentors wielded considerable power in admissions, leading to a phenomenon where some would seek to buy spots, creating a mixed bag of talent that could disrupt teaching quality. However, such students often came from families capable of providing substantial support. Training a mecha engineer required significant initial investment, and even those with average talent could produce decent work under favorable conditions. According to Yu Ling, they must have received invitations from mentors, allowing them to bypass entrance exams and focus solely on their future specialization for the next year without the pressure of academic advancement. Yu chimed in, her tone a bit more subdued. One of us will study heavy mechs, the other light mechs. White-haired boy is going with us to study heavy mecha combat piloting. Your agility and quick reflexes make you perfect for piloting light mechs. Want to join us? The white-haired boy nodded, eagerly proud of being included, knowing that his average grades would only get him a shot at Wuching through sheer luck. Thankfully, students from the mecha program could earn extra points for corresponding combat courses, meaning if Yu Ling and Yu succeeded, he would too. Is it really that simple for me to go? Cui Yu chuckled, finding the suggestion amusing. The comparison between Qianlian Preparatory Military School and Wuching Academy was akin to that between a small-town experimental high school and a top-tier university-affiliated school. Even being the top student in a small town did not guarantee entry into a prestigious institution. Just like back then, Xian Xinglan had to be the top student in his class and hold multiple leadership awards to pass through. Those with talent typically moved on to better schools right after graduation from their initial tier, and advancing to the next level after that proved far more challenging. Yu Ling beamed. As long as you're willing to be our light mecha combat partner, you can prioritize your admission. While Yu Yi's expression was less animated than Yu Ling, she added, we were chosen by our mentor due to our talent, not through our father's connections. Therefore, we can select our own combat partners. Hearing this, Yu Ling realized that Cui Yu might have thought they had bought their spots. Cui Yu's thoughts were rather negative. Cui Yu, are you going or not? Yu Ling's voice sharpened. Cui Yu hesitated, wanting to say yes. Agreeing to partner with Yu Ling and Yu would mean skipping a year in the mid-level program. If she focused on earning money during that year, she might even make a small fortune. However, this was not solely her decision. Yu Ling and Yu were looking for a partner, and agreeing meant choosing to switch to the combat program. Not to mention the potential complications of switching programs. If she went, she would have to specialize in light mecha combat. Moreover, accepting their invitation would carry a sense of responsibility. She would not only attend a military university, but also bind herself to Yu Ling and Yu's path. I'm not in the combat program, Cui Yu stated firmly. Her voice lacked conviction, and while her reasoning was sound, her heart still wavered. After all, claiming indifference to being accepted into a top school was impossible. But you're already strong enough. Transitioning to the combat program is simple. Plus, the physical requirements for light mechs are similar to those in non-combat programs. You can totally do this. Seeing that Cui Yu was unmoved, Yu Ling grew anxious. Yu and Yu Ling had scoured the entire combat program, and among the larger students, it was rare to find someone suitable for light mechs. Most of those leaning towards that direction were either unpleasant or unappealing. In the grand scheme, Cui Yu was the best candidate. Using a black hair tie on her left wrist, Yu tied her silky hair into a high ponytail, resting her chin on her hand, locking eyes with Cui Yu intently. Don't tell me you don't know that half of all light mech combat pilots in the Federation come from the combat program, and half from non-combat programs before university specialization. Cui Yu was well aware of this information, which Lin Bela had previously explained to her. Looking at Yu's earnest expression, Cui Yu firmly replied, "I want to work in logistics." Yu stared back for several seconds, finally conceding defeat. With her sister unable to sway Cui Yu, Yuling's face fell, her previously bright demeanor dimming to a pale hue, as she shot a glare at Cui Yu, drained of energy. Scenes. ID 1. Text. Cui Yu, resolute in her stance, declared, "I am small and frail, I am precisely suited for that role." ID 2. Text. Yuling scoffed, disinterested in countering Cui Yu's claims with her long-distance running accolades and her impressive record of minimal injuries in competitions. ID 3. Text. After 2 years of acquaintance, she had come to realize that Cui Yu was as stubborn as the shell of a bug, impervious to reasoning. Convincing her was as monumental a task as climbing the highest peak, and her well-meaning efforts were met with disdain. ID 4. Text. Cui Yu sensed Yuling's growing discontent, which was unmistakable, not due to any heightened sensitivity on her part, but rather because Yuling's breaths had become increasingly labored, as though she were on the verge of leaping up to confront her. ID 5. Text. Yet Cui Yu found herself unable to acquiesce. Her path ahead was uncertain, and she could not simply agree to venture into the unknown. ID 6. Text. The notion of piloting a mech or serving on the battlefield was indeed a prestigious and well-compensated vocation in this era, but as a child of peace she struggled to commit to a military life. ID 7. Text. Moreover, accustomed as she was to a life of comfort, she feared her inability to adapt to the regimented lifestyle of the military and the rigors of frontline duty. ID 8. Text. Yuling's breaths grew more fragmented, her gaze fixed on the table, as if she intended to bore a hole through it. ID 9. Text. Yu, sitting beneath the table, quietly tugged at her sister's hand, but Yuling resisted, prompting Yu to grip her tightly, refusing to let go. ID 10. Text. Cui Yu's heart skipped a beat as she observed the fierce expressions on the sisters' faces and the bewilderment of the white-haired boy, causing her a headache. ID 11. Text. Yuling was momentarily lost in thought when a cup of golden pumpkin bubble milkshake with a straw appeared before her own drink. ID 12. Text. Following the slender finger that pointed at the cup, she found a little girl with black twin tails, beaming with a charming smile, tilting her head. "Yuling, have a sip. If you don't, I'll feel awkward drinking it myself." ID 13. Text. Yuling's tears suddenly retracted, and she burst into laughter. It was impossible to resist, for Cui Yu's clumsiness was genuinely amusing. ID 14. Text. Upon returning to her empty dormitory that evening, Cui Yu collapsed onto her bed after a shower, sinking deeply into the mattress. ID 15. Text. This was an adjustable mattress that became firm and supportive at night, beneficial for her growing bones, yet softened during the day, offering supreme comfort. ID 16. Text. The cost surpassing the combined price of 2 luxury mattresses was justified by its utility, and Cui Yu decided to invest despite it being the result of a con from Uncle Haisheng, who had swindled 2 customers. ID 17. Text. But she wished decisions were as simple as an old man reading fortunes. ID 18. Text. Though half a year remained, she had to make a decision. Where would she complete the final 3 years of her compulsory education? Covers. Before making a decision, the old man must be taken seriously, as she needs to save some money for her future. Thus, in the desolate, dilapidated courtyard, yet another destined guest arrived. Coming, cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. The sound of persistent coughing echoed within, mingling with an unusual herbal aroma that invaded her nostrils, an unavoidable sensation that seemed to impede Yun Xiaoyan from stepping through the ancient worn door. But the torrential downpour behind her blocked her escape. She was an alien, only aware that Qianlian Star enjoyed perennial spring, unaware that it could also experience planned torrential rains. Yun Xiaoyan had come to Qianlian Star to visit relatives with her family. After finally securing half a day of free time, she had taken 2 public flying vehicles to travel from the east of the city to the west, only to find herself facing 3 more hours of intense rainfall. Since she had come this far, turning back now was not an option. Though only 17 and not yet an adult, she was a student in the elite single-soldier combat program at the Tianlanlan Military Academy, so she was no pushover. There was no way she would be sold off by an old man. However, the sound of that cough was truly terrifying. Who knew if he might die right in front of her? If he did, she certainly wouldn't be held responsible, would she? Nervously, Yun Xiaoyan peeked into Uncle Haisheng's small room and instantly regretted it. It was far too shabby. It hardly resembled the abode of a master, but rather that of a desperate old man pretending to be mystical, trying to trick anyone he could. She should never have listened to her younger cousin's advice to come here. Although her cousin came from a well-off family, he was still too young. What could a second-year student at the primary level have seen? It was clear he had been duped by a wily old trickster. Her expectations for the purpose of this visit had plummeted to rock bottom, yet the dry air inside compelled her to stay. Fortunately, Uncle Haisheng's fees were quite reasonable. It was just money spent to escape the rain. As Yun Xiaoyan slowly stepped into the room, she finally caught sight of the master her cousin revered so highly. Before her was a frail old man appearing both thin and small, with sagging skin on his arms, a deeply wrinkled face speckled with age spots, and an overall look of decrepitude, as if he lived in dire conditions. Yun Xiaoyan's heart swelled with compassion for the elderly. A moment ago, she had lamented the money she felt had been stolen from her, but now she had reconciled with herself, filled instead with pride for showing kindness to someone on the margins of society. Sitting across from Uncle Haisheng, she once again marveled at the man's diminutive stature. Perhaps her astonished expression was too evident, or maybe Uncle Haisheng had faced too many similar doubts. Either way, he forced a somewhat sinister smile and explained in a voice as creaky as an old bellows. "I am a pure-blooded person from the ancient Eastern Isles." Yun Xiaoyan was somewhat bewildered. Was he boasting about his lineage? What was an ancient Eastern Isle person? Was he claiming to descend from an ancient aristocracy? What was he trying to convey? Did he want to raise his fee? That would be quite underhanded. Seeing the 187 centimeters tall woman before him displaying a myriad of expressions, Uncle Haisheng took a deep breath, unable to suppress another series of coughs, and painfully squeezed his throat, each word carved from his throat like incisions. Ancient Eastern Isles people are born short but long-lived. I am 320 years old. Please take care, Yun Xiaoyan said, glancing at the steaming cup of tea on the table, wanting to offer it to Uncle Haisheng, but ultimately held back as they were still strangers. Uncle Haisheng, however, was quite self-aware, shakily grasping the cup of tea and drinking with an exaggerated slurp. Seeing him finally quenched, Yun Xiaoyan sighed in relief, feeling assured that Uncle Haisheng would not collapse right before her eyes. After finishing his drink, Uncle Haisheng set the cup back on the table. Yun Xiaoyan noticed that despite his dark-aged skin, Uncle Haisheng's nails were neatly trimmed and his outer clothing was clean and tidy, which elevated her impression of him yet another notch. If Cui Yu knew her thoughts, he would only comment silently that it wasn't Uncle Haisheng who had won her favor, but rather that Yun Xiaoyan's expectations were set far too low. Once his throat was soothed, Uncle Haisheng inquired what Yun Xiaoyan wanted to know. With her heart set on showing kindness, Yun Xiaoyan was indifferent to what was to be divined, prompting Uncle Haisheng to proceed with whatever he wished. This cannot be taken lightly. Uncle Haisheng frowned, appearing perplexed. Relationships, career, health, wealth, studies. Anything can be read, but it must not be taken lightly. Seeing Uncle Haisheng starting to cough again, Yun Xiaoyan felt a pang of sympathy and quickly replied, "I want to know about my studies, just my studies." Surely this Uncle Haisheng would say many flattering things, convincing her to willingly part with that 1,000 credits. It was said this was a charitable price. Uncle Haisheng, due to his illness, had decided to engage in charitable activities to accumulate merit, such as lowering his fees for fortune-telling, which was indeed quite charitable. Yun Xiaoyan suspected this was merely a facade. There was no way they could charge too much and still find unsuspecting victims. Her suspicion was correct. Uncle Haisheng's identity was riddled with loopholes, preventing him from widely promoting himself online, relying instead on word of mouth from forum members and clients. Moreover, to ensure his safety, Cui Yu would perform a reading for anyone wanting to book an appointment. If any risks were detected, she would refuse the job. Thus, after catering to a small circle of clients, expanding his clientele became increasingly difficult. Prices could only fall, and he had to earn enough to cover rent and living expenses. After dealing with Grandma Haiyue and Uncle Haisheng, Cui Yu realized her business faced significant challenges. The market was limited. This was unavoidable, but her services were too singular, her client volume too low, and her business was not thriving. Regardless, she decided to help this senior with her academic reading. Before her sat Yun Xiaoyan with well-defined muscles, wearing a white tank top that showcased her strong biceps and triceps. Her face was fair and small, with a sharp chin, delicate features, and a sweet smile that revealed a small canine tooth on the right side, exuding a vibe akin to a muscular Barbie. If such a person walked on Earth in the 21st century, no one would believe she was a high school student worried about her studies. Yet here such underage students were a dime a dozen, especially in military academies. Feeling Uncle Haisheng's gaze fixed on her face, Yun Xiaoyan awkwardly averted her eyes, allowing the dreadful silence to spread throughout the small room. Uncle Haixing, unable to maintain eye contact with Yun Xiaoyan, clicked his tongue in impatience, and with a hint of displeasure instructed, "Look at me, do not move." Divination requires assessing your appearance to interpret your fate. Yun Xiaoyan found it a bit strange of being stared at was uncomfortable. However, since Uncle Haixing only wanted to observe her face and not anything inappropriate, she felt there was no need to outright refuse or question him. She felt Uncle Haixing's gaze glide from her forehead to her eyes, holding that focus for a long while before traveling down to her nose and mouth, finally circling her entire face. Uncle Haixing's gaze was intense, but not scorching, rather it felt cold, causing Yun Xiaoyan to feel a chill, as if she were a corpse. Such a fortunate fate, Uncle Haixing muttered vaguely, and Yun Xiaoyan, keenly perceptive, felt a flicker of joy, quickly realizing the old man was likely a fraud, which slightly dampened her excitement. Determined not to fall for this swindle, she leaned back against her chair, attempting to engage. "Oh, please clarify." Her attitude was decidedly indifferent. Uncle Haixing paused, realizing she had underestimated him, but instead of getting angry, he maintained his displeased expression and began his analysis anew. "You were born into a relatively affluent family." Uncle Haixing spoke with confidence. Yun Xiaoyan expected something explosive to follow, but this. She responded somewhat incredulously, "That's obvious. I'm wearing FZN clothes." FZN was a luxury brand from Tianlong, targeting youthful fashion, and was generally unaffordable for most families. Uncle Haixing was clearly taken aback, gasping for breath, before continuing, "You are a military academy student, exceptionally gifted." Yun Xiaoyan nodded, squeezing her left bicep with her right hand. "Absolutely exceptional." "You are outgoing and sociable." Uncle Haixing suddenly quickened his speech. Yun Xiaoyan, sitting upright and serious, replied, "If I weren't outgoing, I wouldn't have traveled all this way to be here. Your academic performance is commendable. There are many military academy students like me with poor academic records. Without proper training, one could hardly maintain such perfect muscles and mental state. All your schools have been quite good." "What does good mean?" "Not bad, but not the best." "That range is quite broad." Yun Xiaoyan felt she was not being argumentative for the sake of it. She had already transferred the money. The old man was collecting his pay. There was no need for him to act mystical and try to deceive her. This was the first time Uncle Haixing encountered a client like this, who among those paying for fortune-telling didn't believe in it to some extent, who engaged in such nitpicking. What a waste of money. Today Uncle Haixing was determined to enlighten this young girl. He paused for a few seconds, then began to rattle off. "Ahem, you are the younger child in your family. Your parents are not in their first marriage. Your family has decent merit. There should be military personnel among your parents or siblings. You hail from a planet northwest of Qianlian Star. You likely have many friends, and do not confine yourself to peers. Your exam luck should be good, allowing you to perform exceptionally when it counts. Ahem, cough cough. Are you in a romantic relationship? The other party is. A girl older than you, perhaps a teacher-student romance, or a neighbor, or even an orthopedic relationship. Stop, stop, stop. That's enough. No need to delve into sensitive topics. Oh, let's return to the main subject, Grandpa." Yun Xiaoyan was grateful she hadn't taken a sip of water moments ago, otherwise she would have surely choked. How foolish she had been, thinking she was a kind-hearted high school student doing charity to aid a poor old trickster, only to find he was a true master lurking in plain sight, for reasons unknown. Having successfully stunned the young lady before him, Uncle Haixing appeared quite pleased with himself, his usual morose demeanor now replaced with a proud bearing. However, pride often precedes a fall. Soon Uncle Haixing struggled to catch his breath and began to cough violently, his face turning red. How embarrassing. Having displayed his prowess, Uncle Haixing wisely returned to the main subject, avoiding any more terrifying truths that would make Yun Xiaoyan want to flee, instead calmly beginning the reading. "You indeed have a fortunate fate, well suited for the career you have chosen. Thanks to your family's ample resources, your talents have not been wasted, and your path has been smooth. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should be able to attend the university of your choice. However, in places where geniuses gather, you will also face setbacks. If you can overcome them, your future will be bright. If not, you may fade into the crowd." Noticing Yun Xiaoyan's skeptical expression, Uncle Haixing's voice sharpened, a hoarse voice attempting to become strident easily cracks. "Setbacks. When you encounter them, you must be honest." Hearing the tearing sound reminiscent of an antique radio from an auction, Yun Xiaoyan nodded, eagerly ready to be honest. "Just say one word." 3. Yun Xiaoyan blurted out, as her journey from her hometown to her ideal university would require 3 leaps. "I am sorry, your third year will be quite difficult." Before Yun Xiaoyan could ask, Uncle Haixing quietly explained 3 is a number signifying twists and turns that also indicates continuity. This will be a crucial juncture in your life where your abilities and character will undergo transformation, influencing your future path. The written form of 3 is an open figure, asymmetrical. This implies that what you believe you deserve and what once came easily to you does not truly belong to you. You must avoid being half-hearted and focus on your own path. Know your purpose and do not be dazzled by the superficial world. Yun Xiaoyan felt he was speaking in cliches, but the seriousness in the old man's words compelled her to remember them. Before she left, Uncle Haixing called out to her. The torrential rain outside had stopped sunlight once again illuminating the earth. Against the light, Yun Xiaoyan's hair styled in a Qilin-like topknot revealed some uneven strands. Whenever she was puzzled, she couldn't help but tilt her head, a gesture of earnest listening. Yui coughed. Have grown up in an environment that is too safe. Words can deceive, images can deceive, and the heart's feelings can deceive. You must explore a diverse world to expand your knowledge and wisdom. Ahem, once you become wise, you will find it harder to be deceived. Yun Xiaoyan was the last guest of Uncle Haixing. After that occasion, Cui Yu never received another booking from Uncle Haixing, as she became busy with other matters and soon graduated. It was hot and sunny. This was the summer vacation, so the heat and sun were to be expected. The sunlight had transformed into a dazzling white, and the greenery of the trees was strikingly vivid. The scorching rays of summer cast patches of shadow and coolness on the greenery. These were the colors and shadows of summer, as if one could don a pair of sunglasses and be transported back to the old campus nestled in the memories of everyone. It had been a long time since Cui Yu had felt such heat. When she awoke in this body, she found herself on the planet CT-124, formerly known as Frost Deer Star, a place that was quite cold, as its name suggested. The climate there was characterized by frost formed from splashed water, and before the ecological collapse and depletion of resources, that aquamarine planet was famous for raising unicorn yaks growing rich from fur and meat. In contrast, Cui Yu had arrived at Qianlian Star, where climate intervention had established a spring-like environment year-round devoid of extreme cold or heat. The existence of winter and summer vacations was merely to align with the Federation. Such days could easily make time slip away without a trace, yet they were undeniably comfortable. However, on this planet she had just arrived at, it was a bit excessively hot. Cui Yu wiped the sweat from her forehead, her hand becoming drenched. Feeling slightly nauseous, she flicked the sweat off her hand onto the ground, then quickly rubbed the still damp palms against the fabric of her waist to dry them. Finally, spotting a gentleman sunbathing ahead, she hurriedly slung her backpack over her shoulder and ran towards him, holding her sun umbrella. Her back was already soaked with sweat, so she propped the umbrella up with her right hand, while wedging her left hand between her back and backpack to create a small gap, which provided crucial cooling relief. Just as she finished wiping the sweat, it trickled down again and coincidentally dripped into her eye, causing a stinging sensation. Not daring to wipe with her dirty hands, she squinted one eye and quickened her pace. The man sunbathing was bronzed, exuding a rich, nutty scent reminiscent of a chocolate bar filled with nuts. Cui Yu guessed this must be the aroma of tanning oil. He lay on a picnic mat, completely nude, a towel draped over his rear, seemingly oblivious to the heat on his stomach and back, not the least bit concerned that a sudden gust of wind might whisk away his modesty. "Hey there." "Hello," Cui Yu called out from the side, not too loudly, hoping to rouse him. She thought if he didn't awaken, she might need to raise her voice. A sleeping person shouldn't be left to roast in the sun. As she moved closer, preparing to speak, the gentleman opened his eyes and raised his head. "You're blocking my sun, miss." This was quite a handsome young man, appearing to be in his youth, meaning he looked under 150 years old, likely not a student, and Cui Yu suspected he was staff. "Excuse me, could you tell me where the registration office for the Azure Blue Academy is?" Upon hearing her inquiry, the sunbather abruptly propped himself up. The narrow towel slipped slightly, revealing a painfully white patch of skin on his rear. You pervert, Cui Yu exclaimed in shock. Clearly the gentleman didn't understand why she was so startled. After a brief pause, he obediently pulled up the towel to cover himself, then fished out a wrinkled pair of swim trunks from under his belly, awkwardly slipping them on as he stood. Once upright, he glanced left and right, only to find sand on both sides. "Where's my workstation?" Following this sunbathing teacher Ma, Cui Yu trudged under the scorching sun for quite a while, finally locating a broken table and chairs in a shaded sand pit adorned with a large banner reading 7th Registration Office. Ma Jinjing scratched his head. The weather forecast said there would be wind. Watching Ma Jinjing struggle to assemble the furniture, Cui Yu began to question whether she had chosen the right advanced school. Was this institution professional? Was it legitimate? Were the teachers normal? The school Cui Yu chose was called Azure Blue Academy, a private institution located on Panlon Star. Unlike the preparatory military academy on Qianlian Star, this was a comprehensive preparatory school with both a main campus and a military department, grand in scale and affluent. Panlon Star was a vacation planet appearing from satellite images like a massive blue sesame cake, with these sesames representing various islands. The islands made up the entirety of the land, and Azure Blue Academy was situated on one of these clusters owned by Azure Group, the largest construction and hotel management company in the High Blue Star system. Azure Blue Academy only admitted advanced students, which meant all students came from recruiting rather than direct admission. To enhance the school's competitiveness and brand recognition, Azure Blue Academy employed a rather straightforward method of luring top teachers and students: money. The school's premium facilities need not be elaborated upon. Generous scholarships, festive gifts, free study tours during winter and summer vacations, and even custom-tailored uniforms by fashion masters were all part of the package. Various enticing tricks abounded, attracting many excellent students, yet there remained a lack of top-tier talents, those capable of representing the school in advanced academic and military competitions to secure a top 3 position in the Federation. In recent years, Azure Group's profits had seen considerable growth, with many residents from neighboring systems choosing to vacation in the hotels under Azure's banner. However, for the ambitious chairman, merely the planets in the High Blue Star system and nearby areas were insufficient. She desired the entire human civilization to recognize the name of Azure Group. Thus, the recent enrollment incentives were nothing short of enticing. Even those who wouldn't consider Azure Blue Academy as their target school were aware of these rewarding policies. Top talents from military academies lacked inferior mental capabilities. This time, the chairperson of Azure Group specifically established additional enrollment rewards. Students with a mental strength rating of A or above would be provided with luxurious single-room hotel accommodations, exempt from tuition and lodging fees, a free alien study tour every year, and a mecha match to their mental strength during their studies, with priority employment at Azure Group upon graduation or retirement. Cui Yu found it hard to resist such temptations, so she enrolled without hesitation. The registration day for Azure Blue Academy was set for early August, and Cui Yu arrived early, not wanting to spend an extra month on rent or squeeze into the government orphanage dormitories. She preferred to enjoy her luxurious single-room hotel accommodation. Ma Jingjing muttered, "I can't believe someone actually came at this time." And after operating a few things on his light brain, he verified Cui Yu's information successfully and began searching for a printer. In the endless yellow sand, where could his office printer be? Cui Yu followed Ma Jingjing in search of the printer. Both stumbled over something, the culprit being the beach umbrella that had fallen and gotten buried in the sand. Azure Blue Academy had provided each welcoming teacher with ample supplies. For instance, Ma Jingjing, who chose to work outdoors, had a stock of tables, chairs, sun umbrellas, printers, cooling mats, and small fans, among other items. He had set everything up early, but unable to resist the temptation of sunbathing, he had inadvertently dozed off, waking to find Cui Yu and the bare expanse of sand behind her. By the time they finally found the printer, Cui Yu felt so hot that her sweat felt cool against her skin. She wouldn't be dehydrated, would she? Cui Yu panicked again. After receiving the printed material guide, Cui Yu noticed 3 fingerprints appearing on the paper as soon as she touched it. Seeing this, Ma Jingjing hurriedly offered to send her an electronic version. If an electronic version could be sent, why spend so long searching for a printer? Cui Yu didn't understand, nor did she wish to understand. She was only concerned about her fate over the next 3 years, feeling that something was off about this school. Once the registration process was completed, Cui Yu looked at the banner stating 7th Registration Office and questioned, "Is our school particularly large? Why are there so many registration offices?" Ma Jingjing looked at her in surprise. "What makes you think that? Who told you the 7th Registration Office is the 7th one?" Cui Yu was bewildered. Such a naive student. 7th refers to this island being called 7th Island. Ma Jingjing chuckled, his bright white teeth contrasting sharply with his bronzed skin. Only then did Cui Yu realize that Azure Blue Academy, backed by a major financial group, had the entire Gemini archipelago as private property. The largest and most orderly twin island served as the main campus of Azure Blue Academy, while the other islands were open as tourist attractions and residential areas. 7th Island was one of these, serving as a natural sunbathing ground where many students would come by boat or hovercar to soak up the sun on weekends. Aside from 7th Island, there were also Yami Island, known for its culinary delights, Xiaoying Island, which sold shell products, and Runyue Island, famous for its natural hot springs, among others. All the islands belonged to Azure Group, and consumption on those islands enjoyed internal discounts. Azure Blue Academy students could enjoy an 88 discount with their campus cards, while alumni could benefit from a lifelong 95 discount. Truly pervasive marketing. No wonder it had grown so large. To facilitate impoverished, gifted students' participation in diverse extracurricular activities and enjoy the various benefits provided by Azure Group, the chairman had thoughtfully equipped them with single-seat mini hovercars. These were indeed small, akin to interstellar versions of Wuling Hongguang mini vehicles. While they only served for transportation, they spared students the expense of purchasing one themselves. Following Ma Jinjing's instructions, Cui Yu located the shuttle point on 7th Island, a lounge where yachts from the campus would pick up newcomers every night at 8 p.m. New students without campus cards could not travel to Twin Island on their own. Besides Cui Yu, only 3 other freshmen arrived on the first day of registration, all from the main campus. The shuttle yacht operated quickly, and Cui Yu hardly got to enjoy the air conditioning before she had to disembark. After stepping off the yacht, the 2 groups of students parted ways, not even exchanging names. On one side was an elite educational institution, while on the other was a military academy focused on achieving results. Apart from sharing the same school name, there were hardly any commonalities. Cui Yu, clearly an outsider, felt the disdain of the local wealthy students from Panlon Star. Twin Island, the main campus of Azure Blue Academy, derived its name from its symmetry. Viewed from above, it resembled an infinity symbol, with the shortest connection in the center measuring only 200 meters. The school was divided according to the island's natural terrain, with the northern section housing the main campus and the southern section the military department. Each side had its own access restrictions, making it impossible to cross into the other's campus, although a library was built in the middle that both sides had access to. Thus, students from both sides had ways to share resources. Perhaps due to their prolonged engagement in the tourism industry, Azure Blue Academy felt less like a school of the high-tech era and more akin to a quaint nature-themed resort. The buildings were low, with simple lines adorned with many thatched roofs for decoration. Even the maps along the paths were crafted in a hand-drawn paper style, exuding a childlike charm. Standing at the school gate, gazing at this hand-drawn map, Cui Yu suddenly discovered that besides luxurious single rooms, there were also villa-style dormitories and private courtyard-style accommodations. She was quite certain that neither the enrollment brochure nor the benefits documentation had mentioned such configurations. So who was getting the better deal here? Her confusion did not linger for long, as upon arriving at her dormitory to collect her materials, she quickly stumbled upon an important document. Azure Blue Academy Military Department Life, Reward, and Punishment Manual. 1. All students will follow a points-based system for learning and living, which can be used to purchase rare materials and enhance their learning experiences. 2. Points can be earned through excellent grades, completing bounty tasks, and participating in competitions. Conversely, points will be deducted for subpar performance, skipping classes, and other negative behaviors. 27. Accommodation exchange rates: upgrade to a quarter villa 30 points month, upgrade to an independent courtyard 50 points month, upgrade to a yacht by the island 80 points month. 49. Custom design services by renowned mecha designers: design only B grade 2000500 point session, A grade 800 02000 point session, A grade and above negotiable. 102. Special item exchanges: dinner with Chairman Su hosted by Su 10,000 points, a tour of Chairman Su's treasure trove 12,000 points, graduation certificate with Chairman Su's autograph 1,000 points. After reading this manual, Cui Yu felt that everything was about to change. The school she attended may not be entirely legitimate. How was it that the private school she had previously attended was so different from this one? On this island, points were currency. With points, one could enjoy life to the fullest, whether in terms of material rewards or exemptions from classes, all of which could be obtained. However, without points, one would have to attend classes obediently. In essence, to earn points simply meant to achieve results. The better the results, the more points one would accumulate. For instance, a top score in a subject rewarded 50 points, representing the school's participation in advanced competitions, could directly add 1,000 points, and securing a ranking could yield up to 50,000 points. Conversely, points could be deducted at every turn. Being late for class would incur point deductions, skipping classes, failing exams, poor classroom performance, and fighting would also result in point penalties. Furthermore, the school even regulated the hours for self-study and personal training. Failure to meet these hours would also result in deductions, not to mention penalties for imbalanced diets or staying up late. Meritocracy is truly problematic. As Cui Yu grumbled about the school's overly utilitarian rules, she comfortably sank into the cloud-like sofa in her dormitory and began playing with her light brain. With such ample space, perhaps it was time to consider purchasing a holographic gaming pod. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 2 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Tuck in your legs a bit over there. The last time she heard this command was during high school exercises, and now she found herself back in high school. This command seemed to come with a drowsiness buff. Upon hearing it, one would feel their waist unable to bend and their arms incapable of straightening, as if they were mere noodles devoid of strength. However, once the exercises were replaced with training, there was no allowance for weakness. The high jump machine rolled endlessly like an escalator, yet jumping on it proved to be no easy feat. Its speed would fluctuate suddenly, and even a moment's distraction could lead to severe consequences. Each step's height varied, but all exceeded at least 1 meter. A group of students bounced around on the high jump machine like frogs. Occasionally someone would thud to the ground. They were all military academy students, and their falls were quite skilled. None had suffered serious injuries yet, but a trip to the medical bay was inevitable. Even if one twisted an ankle or scraped a knee, just 10 minutes of treatment would allow them to return to training. There were no breaks during military training, but feigning an injury to sneak off to the medical bay was not a wise choice. The instructors, who also served as their homeroom teachers, would keep track of their mistakes in each activity. Exceeding the set number meant points would be deducted. Points. Before they even had any points, they were losing them. How could one even spend points like this? Many shared the same grievances. While heading to the cafeteria, a burly student in front of Cui Yu complained that the instructors only knew how to jump and seemed to enjoy making their lives difficult. The lean boy next to him nodded in agreement. Exactly. Not everyone has a frog spirit. Most people can't handle this intensity of jumping. Seeing the burly boy's confusion, Cui Yu mischievously added fuel to the fire. Exactly. His own spirit is a rock frog with no consideration for us students with other spirits. It's terrible. My spirit is special. What about you guys? Exchanging knowing glances with Cui Yu, the lean boy gave a friendly signal. Mine is a tiger-striped climbing plant with green leaves and purple stripes. The burly boy, unsure how the conversation had turned to this, felt he needed to keep up and quickly interjected, "Mine's a polar bear." Cui Yu nodded, and indeed this person looked quite pale. She wondered whether a polar bear would be nice to touch. If only spirits could control their size, a palm-sized polar bear would surely be adorable. With this unexpected acquaintance, the trio naturally ended up sitting at the same table. The tall boy specialized in mecha single soldier combat, majoring in heavy mecha combat, named by Anxai. The leaner one was from the command department and was called Li Hua. Cui Yu jokingly asked by Anxai if he received many letters in English every day, and to her surprise, Li Hua actually recognized the joke. He had even self-studied Old English, claiming that a good commander's mind must be active, and learning languages is one way to sharpen one's thinking skills. Both Bai Anxai and Li Hua came from impoverished planets in remote star systems and were mid-level students. According to them, they were the most distinguished students cultivated from their entire planet. Their planet had a very low educational standard, so their principal personally helped them gather information. Among schools that offered benefits for outstanding students, the Azure Academy provided free accommodation and tuition, as well as an annual round-trip spaceship ticket, which is why they were sent here. The wealth of the Hylon star system is truly well-deserved. The spaceship we took from Qianlian star, which is already considered a rather impoverished planet in the Hylon star system, is more prosperous than the most bustling areas of our home city. Li Hua was quite satisfied with this place and adapted well. When he learned that Cui Yu had enrolled in the logistics department, which was considered the most marginal, Li Hua looked at her with wise eyes. You really know how to choose. The logistics department offers great value. The military academy scholarships are significantly higher, and you can transfer to a regular university from there. Cui Yu blushed and smiled modestly. Actually, I didn't choose it specifically. I wanted to study information technology or something similar, as I am very interested in that area. Li Hua, evidently well-read, responded. Over 100 years ago, the military academy offered that major, but it no longer exists. Regardless, cutting-edge technology will always collaborate with the military, so it's not entirely a career change. It's all for the future of humanity. Cui Yu felt a sense of respect. The Azure Academy's cafeteria offered a wide variety of dishes at reasonable prices, completely covered by the monthly meal subsidies from the school. However, everyone was honest and balanced their meals, always mindful of the point deduction rules and not daring to skip meals. After finishing their meal, the three of them decided to head to the Point Hall to see the excitement. The Point Hall was located on the first and second floors of the physical training building, with neon-like reward boards displaying points arranged in a staggered layout, an oddly designed, yet sensorially stimulating sight. Students were easily attracted by the dazzling points displayed above and would often lament their inadequacy, spurred by frustration, to head upstairs for physical training. This arrangement was a blatant strategy. Everything was designed to encourage them to train more proactively. Point reward tasks could only be viewed and accepted in the Point Hall, so during breaks this place was always bustling with people. Right now, with new students arriving, it was particularly lively. Groups of students clustered around various bulletin boards, pointing and discussing. Cui Yu and her companions first approached the largest board, which had only a few scattered people. Freshmen just arrived, right? This is our permanent task board. No need to specifically accept tasks. It doesn't count against your quota. Just complete them, and you can exchange them for points here. For example, have you heard of the game First Battlefield? Developed by the military, all military academy students play it to simulate warfare. If you rank in the top 1,000 in the warfare competition, you can earn points each season. If you clear 50 levels in the solo challenge, there are also point rewards. And there's this. Participating in the monthly arena competition and placing will earn points as well. The arena doesn't differentiate by major. Different majors have different rules. Also, standing in front of this board was a senior girl clad in heavy-duty clothing and wearing a matching stylish hat with the school's emblem embroidered on it. Cui Yu initially thought the hat served merely a stylistic purpose, but upon closer inspection realized it was part of their designer uniform. No wonder school uniform wasn't enforced, everyone looked quite fashionable in their matching outfits. Are you working, senior? Is this job worth points? Cui Yu asked curiously. Naturally. The short-haired senior gave her an appreciative look, but such positions are only available during orientation week. Everyone scrambles for them. I was second in the entire department last semester and managed to snag this simple and interesting job with high points. It turned out that even securing a job required good grades. Indeed, points always seemed to flow toward those who already had plenty. The short-haired senior proceeded to introduce a series of daily point-earning methods and then pointed to the area with the most people. That side has highly rewarding tasks. Such tasks count against your quota, and each student can accept up to 3 tasks at a time. However, once accepted, they cannot be withdrawn. If you fail to complete your quota, it will be permanently unavailable. Some tasks are time-limited or quantity-limited. Sometimes you need to be quick and precise, while avoiding selecting tasks beyond your capabilities to prevent wasting your quota. Accepting tasks is crucial. For instance, if you secure first place in a high-level league for the school, those who accepted the task can earn 200 points, while those who didn't will only receive 200. After all, everyone must be responsible for their choices, but for those with ample resources, not giving a point to Sudong would seem unfair. The trio squeezed into the area with the most people. Yang Sai, being such a large fellow, hesitated to push forward, while the lean Li Hua deftly led them to the front row, allowing them to see everything clearly. The most striking was the high-level League Galaxy Team Champion, worth 200 points, followed by the first Battlefield Season Top 200, worth 100 points, and the develop a new mecha material named after the Academy, worth 180 points. Every major had corresponding tasks. As long as they were achievable, there was no fear of lacking points. Even if most people couldn't accomplish them, it didn't stop many from lingering in front of this God's list, hoping to bask in the glow of the elite. The rest of the boards were far less appealing. For instance, self-studying a subject and passing an exam with a score of 80 earned only 15 points, and helping to adjust the parameters of a public mecha earned just 1 point. These could only be described as meager point-earning opportunities for improving one's life. In fact, even a quarter of the 30 points needed for a villa was out of reach. To truly thrive, one must earn hundreds or thousands of points, which could not be achieved through casual labor alone. Another method of acquiring points was through point transfer. Those with money could buy from others or exchange in various ways. For outstanding impoverished students, selling points was also a great way to earn money. Based on supply and demand, the typical exchange rate for 1 point fluctuated between 100,000 200 star coins. In other words, a league championship equated to a starting value of 20 million. How long would it take her to calculate that? Indeed, the platform mattered more than hard work. Cui Yu couldn't contain her excitement for Li Hua, and by Yang Sai, who truly came from impoverished backgrounds, their excitement was even more palpable. After all, who would want to leave their home star system to study alone if they were not genuinely poor? In their hometown, the average annual income was less than 300 star coins. Here, even earning 200 points while working on mecha adjustments that earned only 1 point each could yield over 100 star coins in a month by sacrificing all their leisure time. Though it was tough, the effort expended over a month could equate to half a year of grueling work for an adult back home. We can't focus on working part-time, Li Hua suddenly stated decisively. We need to prioritize our studies. Compared to the future, this money is trivial. Having a child with psychic abilities in a poor family was akin to winning the lottery. Their invaluable gift, which was rare and precious, should be nurtured and cherished rather than squandered on menial labor. If we want to earn points, we must participate in competitions and aim for championships to earn substantial points. Do you think winning a championship is as cheap as nutrient liquid? You're mistaken. A student behind them cast a disdainful glance at Li Hua, sneering. Coming from a small place, you've clearly never seen much. This is the Hylon star system, not your impoverished backwater planet. The top of a garbage star is nothing here, and you dare to aim for a galaxy championship. You can't even make it onto the school team. Li Hua was momentarily taken aback by the attack, unsure how to respond. He never expected his words would be overheard by the table next to them, nor did he anticipate such maliciousness from a stranger. Their planet was poor, but everyone was poor, making it less harsh. He grew up cherished by elders and admired by peers, This was the first time he faced such inexplicable hostility from a stranger, and he had no way to retort because he indeed came from a small place and had yet to integrate into this affluent and novel school. Bayangsai, though not particularly bright and often meek, felt a surge of indignation seeing his childhood friend bullied this way. He clenched his fists ready to confront this unpleasant person. Makin, observing the larger Bayangsai, showed no sign of fear. Rather, he appeared even more dismissive, just a useless brute with no brains. Do you think being big and muscular makes you important? It's shameful to associate with someone as simple-minded as you. Bayangsai's face flushed with anger, and the momentum he had built up to confront Makin quickly dissipated. He desperately wanted to prove himself, yet he wasn't sure how to gauge his worth in this place. He feared causing trouble and embarrassing his hometown. A slender, icy hand pressed down on his clenched fist. Li Hua calmed his childhood friend with a gesture signaling, "I'm not angry, don't worry." Their submissive demeanor only pleased the senior, who already looked down on them. However, he clearly did not understand the meaning of restraint, insisting on looking down from his lofty position. "I thought you two had some spirit. As expected, you're just useless." Bayangsai's fists tightened once more. Li Hua had to exert a bit of force to keep him restrained. Makin cast a scornful glance at the two ignorant students daring to dream of a league championship, seeing the large boy bow his head in submission, and felt a sense of satisfaction. In his peripheral vision, the girl who had been standing behind suddenly darted in front of him, smiling brightly while looking at him with admiration. "That senior must be an elite of our school team." Makin looked at her sideways for a few seconds before condescendingly nodding. "Naturally, I'm a corps soldier." "That's incredible. You must have brought glory to our school." "I can't believe I don't even know your name. How could you tell me?" Under the gaze of a pretty petite girl filled with admiration, Makin's temper softened slightly. However, when he heard Cui Yu's words, he fell utterly silent. Last year, they barely made it to the top 8, finishing last, and not even reaching the finals. At this moment, he had no desire to reveal his name to Cui Yu. "Li Hua, what just happened?" Bayangsai asked in shock. "He just got a call and walked away." Li Hua marveled, looking at Cui Yu with admiration. "Cui, you're a wise person, using softness to overcome hardness. Truly impressive." Cui Yu was baffled. "What do you mean? Why did he leave without saying anything?" "I wasn't done asking." Rude guy. The three exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Under the osmanthus tree petals drifting amidst the fragrance, the bell, signaling the end of evening, training, rang long and distant, resonating in every breeze that swept through the campus. The new students felt the fatigue of the day dissipate, their spirits lightening. The midday interlude had not dampened the spirits of the three young boys, but had successfully influenced their understanding. Li Hua, as an excellent reserve commander, quickly regained his composure after the awkward incident, demonstrating the qualities expected of a commander. This situation isn't simple. Although Bayangsai and Cui Yu were unsure about the complexities involved, they nodded seriously in response to Li Hua's earnest demeanor. "That senior is a member of the school team. Given our academy's emphasis on performance and honor, they wouldn't allow any random person on the team. This means he most likely achieved his position through genuine ability. He looks quite impressive in his outfit, indicating he likely comes from a well-off background. Yet he chose our school, known for its good benefits, over top-tier schools like Tianlan and Wuqi. This suggests he probably couldn't get into those schools. A person who couldn't enter a top school, yet surpassed a large number of students who could have gone to elite institutions, but chose our school for its benefits, representing us in competitions, indicates that our school indeed has a significant gap compared to the elite schools, and there are problems with the education here." Bayangsai and Cui Yu understood this point, realizing it was a critique of their school, and thus nodded solemnly. "I suddenly realized that at its core this is still a private academy for the elite," Cui Yu couldn't help but exclaim. In her previous life, she attended a prestigious school that also prepared students for college entrance exams, accepting impoverished and outstanding repeat students. However, most impoverished students struggled to adapt to their environment, ultimately losing their initial academic advantages. This could be the negative impact of the environment on individuals. Li Hua and Bayangsai's planet did not have the concept of nobility or noble schools, but it was easy to understand that such places were where wealthy children gathered, focusing on connections rather than academics. While Bayangsai found it hard to grasp the underlying issues, the astute Li Hua was able to piece things together. Li Hua looked at his seemingly not-so-bright childhood friend, and then at his new friend Cui Yu, who was studying alone as an orphan. "We must represent our school in competitions and achieve good standings." This time Li Hua spoke with determination. As impoverished students, whether one called it ambition or pride or the desire not to be constrained by their environment, they had already taken steady steps from distant remote mountains to reach this point. Now they would use it as a starting point to strive for greater heights. At that time, no one would look down on him, nor would they disdain his hometown. Makin's words and actions solidified Li Hua's determination, but Cui Yu would not allow herself to be insulted without a fight. Of course, she would record the incident and report it. The disciplinary notice regarding Makin soon appeared on the bulletin board, indicating a deduction of 30 points, a significant penalty that demonstrated the school's stance. Although it was a prestigious school, the military academy's nature ensured that conflicts and discrimination based on wealth were not the main narrative. Instead, conflicts often arose from disparities in ability. Even so, during the mecha practical classes, many students still felt the implicit pressure stemming from economic inequality. While some were still trying out the various standard mechas provided by the school to see which suited them best, others effortlessly pulled out their custom-designed mechas. Some students might possess both talent and driving skills, yet much of the pressure came not from ability, but from psychology. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves to focus on their studies and make the most of the school's resources, it was difficult not to feel disheartened when seeing their classmates dazzling and impressive mechas, or when witnessing them gulp down high-grade performance boosters without hesitation after rigorous training. They were merely 15 or 16-year-old children, once the pride of their respective communities. Fortunately, with an A in mental strength, Cui Yu was eligible to apply for the school's custom high-grade mecha. Otherwise, she would struggle to cope with the overwhelming array of attractive mechas. However, her nightmare began after she passed her mecha class with flying colors. I watched the finals of the league. The logistics specialists of the top 4 teams possess strong support and evasion capabilities akin to mobile auxiliary units. Their mecha driving skills are typically exceptional, otherwise they would be the first targets when they hit the stage. Once the logistics specialist falters, the entire team is doomed. Li Hua, with dark circles under his eyes, made it difficult for Cui Yu to dismiss his words. Li Hua continued to press on. You are the most promising candidate for the school team. From an academic perspective, you are truly gifted, as competition for logistics specialists is minimal. Cui Yu understood. The logistics specialists at their school had likely always been subpar. This was an unfortunate reality. When they first met, Li Hua had casually remarked that Cui Yu had chosen a good major, but he had not been entirely sincere. In fact, it was unnecessary for him to say anything. Even Bai Angsai, who was all brawn and no brains, knew that the logistics department was not a viable option. In their hometown, there was no such department, for only the aristocracy pursued this major. Logistics specialists did not engage in combat. They were similar to military medics, except military medics went to the battlefield to rescue and transport the wounded, while logistics specialists went to manage supplies. Since they did not participate in combat, they naturally did not earn substantial military merit. This was a respectable, honorable, and safe profession, but one that was difficult to transcend class barriers. Incompetent logistics specialists graduated only to face unemployment. If the military did not hire them, they mostly returned to their family businesses. Those with greater capabilities, even if they entered the military, had to navigate complex paths regarding which unit they were assigned to, what battlefield they would manage, and how they would be evaluated or promoted, none of which were clear-cut. Those with family backgrounds became logistics specialists to build connections within the military for their family's benefit. Those without such backgrounds ended up wasting their lives on the fringes of the battlefield. No one aspiring to rise above poverty or transcend their class would choose to become a logistics specialist. The Yuelon Academy was a prestigious institution, but besides Cui Yu, the other logistics students were typical second-generation heirs who would not inherit family businesses. They often had older siblings designated as family successors, while they were sent to military school to study logistics with the goal of entering the military after graduation to expand their family's influence. If they did not perform well, they would go to ordinary universities after high school, with their family's support. Repeating 2 years of study, or even retaking compulsory education, was not an issue. Cui Yu finally understood why, apart from her, everyone in her class had mechas. It felt like she had inadvertently stumbled into the realm of the wealthy. But Li Hua had swayed her. If she had been contemplating switching to an ordinary university after 3 years of half-hearted effort, now she was genuinely intrigued by the prospect of competing in the league. Her classmates were not particularly ambitious second-generation wealthy kids. Those who were ambitious had already transferred to other schools. If she did not at least try for a little competition in such a small pool, she would feel a sense of guilt akin to ignoring a windfall from the heavens. Especially after learning that members of the school team could dine for free at the luxurious 5th-floor cafeteria and live in grand villas. Thus her life became challenging. Li Hua could achieve the top rank on the entire planet not solely due to his mental strength. Every night, he practiced mecha driving in the simulation training room, and when he felt exhausted, the 3 of them would watch past competition footage together, including recordings from other star systems. As a support commander, Li Hua not only had to practice with them, but also had to independently compile their training data and gather various intelligence. Each day began with work. If not for the fear of losing points for staying up late, he would hardly want to sleep at all. Cui Yu was unsure how she had unwittingly found herself on this peculiar journey with the two of them, but now that it had come to this, there was little she could do. Li Hua and Bai Angsai clearly considered her a close teammate, and she could not bring herself to hurt the innocent young men's feelings. Bai Angsai, who hailed from a poor background, adapted well to this training rhythm. To change their fate and potentially alter the fate of their hometown, hard work was necessary in addition to any divine talent. When he was in school back home, the only mecha available was a medium-sized model discarded from the front lines 70 years ago, which he and Li Hua took turns practicing on. Now he finally had access to a heavy-duty mecha that suited him. With each day of practice, he felt a better synergy with the mecha, and the monotonous training tasks became increasingly manageable. The effectiveness of their training filled him with joy. Cui Yu, however, was not having the same luck. She held no particular preference for mechas, as she had tried both light and medium models, and they were all just okay. Everyone had to settle on a specific type of mecha, but Li Hua's understanding of mechas was insufficient, so Cui Yu had no choice but to seek guidance from a teacher. She approached Ma Jinjin. Ma Jinjin could afford to bask in the sun with pay, not because he was particularly brave or well-connected, but because he was skilled, a mecha design master personally recruited by Director Su. Ma Jinjin was laid back, indulging in video games, sleeping, and tanning. It would take him 10 years to create a complete mecha at his pace, but his renowned work made him notable. The Golden Sand, a medium-sized mecha dominant on sandy beaches, adaptable to 3 levels of mental strength A, B, and C, and one of the primary military mechas in active service. When he created the Golden Sand, he was only 30, a true prodigy. Unfortunately, his tendency to be lazy meant he did not take apprentices or accept private commissions, settling instead as a basic mecha design course instructor at Wuching Preparatory Military Academy, lured by Director Su with an extended vacation and a beachside estate on 7th Island. Director Su set up an incentive program if Ma Jinjin could create another piece like the Golden Sand and name it Yuelon No. 1. He would be granted ownership of 7th Island. To date, Ma Jinjin had yet to produce Yuelon No. 1. Technically, he hadn't even begun. Why would he need an entire island for such a small piece of sand? Director Su was simply too wealthy, thinking he could dangle an island to pressure Ma Jinjin into designing mechas, while in reality, he was perfectly content with his life. Since Ma Jinjin spent half the year on vacation and appeared at unpredictable times, it took Cui Yu 8 days to finally catch him. This time, Ma Jinjin returned to school not to teach, but to retrieve his favorite large pineapple beach shorts from his office to soak up some sun. For several days, Cui Yu had calculated when she might find Ma Jinjin. When she sensed a slight chance, she kept a close watch on his office and successfully caught him after lunch. Looking at the student before him, Ma Jinjin recognized her immediately. She was the only newcomer on his first day of duty, seemingly an orphan from Qianlian Star with commendable grades. What stood out most was that this student had chosen logistics, a major not typically embraced by ambitious youth, nor one suitable for ordinary individuals. This student likely had her own distinct considerations. Ma Jinjin had no interest in her personal choice, but was curious as to why she suddenly sought him out. Surely, she wasn't trying to leverage their student-teacher relationship to commission a mecha. Ma Jinjin was not swayed by money, nor was he inclined to pity the weak. He would never accept any obscure requests. Cui Yu had no idea of Ma Jinjin's internal musings. Had she known, she would have thanked him for imagining her as someone with substantial wealth. Ma Jinjin had the looks typical of a rich second generation from the West Coast, appearing to be the type who was wealthy, but lacked brains, indulging in lowbrow pleasures and causing trouble, yet his true self was quite the opposite. He came from a middle-class family, but exhibited exceptional talent as a mecha engineer from a young age with no vices to speak of. After achieving success, he became increasingly lazy, although he adhered to professional ethics. Whenever a student approached him with questions about mecha knowledge, he would earnestly respond, eager to avoid misleading the next generation. Truly the master of mechas, Ma Jinjin's thought process always began with altering the mecha. If you find that standard light mechas lack output and medium mechas lack agility, why not find a compromise? A high-output light mecha can be customized, or you might consider modifying a medium mecha by converting 1 or 2 weapon or defense slots into power slots, or overall, selecting low-density materials to reduce weight and increase speed. As he spoke, Ma Jinjin could not help but introduce some innovative mecha structures and new materials, but then he felt something was off and cautiously regarded Cui Yu. You're not trying to lead me into designing a mecha for you step by step, are you? I don't take commissions, you know. I'm just a teacher. Cui Yu sighed heavily. Teacher Jin, I really don't have money. Ma Jinjin did not correct her form of address, but folded his large pineapple beach shorts into his yellow crystal space ring. He then produced a small chip and tapped it against Cui Yu's light brain. This is my notebook from when I was a mecha specialist in the school team. You can refer to it. Cui Yu gratefully accepted. That night, the three of them unusually skipped the training room. It was well known they sat cross-legged on the grass under the starry sky, their heights decreasing in a comical sequence resembling a signal bar from the back. Having received the senior's secret manual from teacher Ma Jingjin Cui, Yu naturally wanted to share it with Li Hua, and by Angsai primarily, because she genuinely could not comprehend it. Every word was familiar, but she could not grasp the sentences. The bizarre materials described felt absurdly detached from reality, and the methods of handling them were too far-fetched, completely overturning Cui Yu's understanding of physics and chemistry. She felt as though these notions were childlike nonsense. When she first stumbled upon a mecha introductory tutorial in the beginner stage and shared this viewpoint with Lin Bela and Xian Xingze, both local academic elites agreed. Mecha studies inherently require talent, Xian Xingze, looking pudgy and honest, said dismissively. Lin Bela, who consistently advocated that hard work could compensate for lack of talent, nodded in agreement while pursing her lips. This is undoubtedly a field of innate talent. 90% of people cannot comprehend it at all. Among the remaining 10%, only half to 1% out of 100 finds it as simple and clear as addition and subtraction. Cui Yu and Xian Xingze were part of that 90%, while Lin Bela was among the 99% and the 10%, so she did not wish to make mecha studies her goal. Lin Bela believed her efforts could reach the level requiring innate talent, whereas Cui Yu's lack of talent would simply hold her back. Li Hua, like Lin Bela, was also someone who could only grasp the concepts vaguely but found them difficult to understand. Perhaps it would take significant effort and sacrifice to become an ordinary mecha specialist. He explained this to Cui Yu as follows. An ordinary mecha specialist is someone who adheres strictly to convention and lacks innovative ability. If you hand them materials and components, they can repair a mecha, but if they don't have matching parts and materials, they are at a loss. You can ask them to design a mecha, they can imitate a master's work to create something that looks similar and functions adequately, but the details in material selection and refinement will never be optimal. If there are no surprises, it's bound to be subpar. Conversely, a talented mecha specialist is not constrained by frameworks, materials, or formulas. They can produce remarkable creations with any materials, possessing an innate understanding of various materials that allows them to manipulate them in the most suitable way and deploy them where they will be most effective. As an absolute genius, Ma Jingjin would never attempt to explain technical details to those lacking talent. It would be a waste of time and might come off as arrogance. Thus, what he shared with Cui Yu were concepts easier to grasp at a macro level. How to implement them depended on the skill of the mecha specialist she sought out, and it had nothing to do with him, nor should she trouble him. Li Hua, aware of Cui Yu's ignorance regarding mecha knowledge, did not overestimate himself. He was only a beginner in self-study. Of course, he did not pursue this knowledge to become a mecha specialist, but because an excellent commander must possess mecha knowledge. He recommended that Cui Yu seek help on mecha forums, where many aspiring mecha engineers were still in school. As students, their minds were clear and their fees were lower than those of established mecha specialists of the same caliber. Especially for innovative modifications, professional mecha specialists in society might increase their prices due to complexity, but aspiring engineers still in their studies were more likely to seize the opportunity for innovation even if they wouldn't earn much from it. Cui Yu understood college students had historically been diligent and responsible, often serving as inexpensive, even free labor. After discussing Cui Yu's issues, they turned to Li Hua's concerns. Commanders, after all, think ahead, and while they had yet to master the basics of mecha driving, Li Hua was already contemplating the schoolmates they would face in competition. Li Hua was at a disadvantage. He was not an outgoing person who loved organizing things. In his mind, as long as they worked hard and purposefully aimed toward qualifying for competitions, they could represent the school, and winning would be a secondary goal. However, after years of study, he understood that assuming was not advisable. Every plan needed to be researched for feasibility and success probability, which led to new questions. It was not that Li Hua was overly ambitious. He would reflect on his abilities when faced with contempt, so how could he be arrogant? However, he truly looked down upon the academy's team, including Mackin, who had previously insulted him and was now a key player on the team. If he truly joined the team, he was not optimistic about their chances of winning. In his words, the root of the team was rotten and the foundation had not been laid properly. While it wasn't hopeless, he, a frail freshman from a poor star, had no means to salvage it. The school, backed by the Yuelon Group and enjoying Director Su's attention, had ample resources which were not only sufficient, but also of high quality, not lagging behind even those in the capital star. But the downside lay in Director Su's indulgence. Director Su was generous with benefits, and for students qualifying for the team, his attitude was one of absolute provision. Access to high-grade mechas, top-notch performance boosters, and living arrangements were all optimized, clearly signaling that they need not worry about anything but improving their grades. As a businessman, Director Su could only offer the sincerity of a merchant, lacking the pedagogical finesse of an educator. Under such an all-encompassing guidance, the exceptional students in the elite circle strove to join the team, with the wealthy pouring resources into their training, while the less fortunate focused on maximizing their performance through boosters. This environment disrupted the grounded, steady approach to improvement. They depended on boosters to maintain training status and relied on enhanced equipment to elevate their skills, eroding the innate talent and drive they once had. The most detrimental aspect was the competition for resources within the team. Yes, competition. While it was true that Director Su provided generous resources, not all types of resources could be continuously supplied by his financial power. For instance, the limited spots for short-term training in the capital star newly developed mecha materials from military research institutes, and the time and attention of the chief coach from the Longing Legion. Moreover, good resources, no matter how abundant, would always be insufficient. Like money, no one would ever think they had too much, and there was no such thing as an endless supply. Even an ample supply is limited, and rational investment, it cannot satisfy everyone's desires. Director Su was a businessman, not a philanthropist or a fool. The accumulation of resources made it difficult for those already slightly stronger than others to be surpassed by students without resources, but their dependence on resources also meant they would struggle to break through after rapid advancement, and even increased investment would not resolve the issue. This school had a comfortable atmosphere and humane regulations, yet producing results was a hard truth. We should abandon the idea of joining the school team. It is unlikely that a few first-year students can take on the main roles, while bypassing experienced upperclassmen with competition experience. Our goal should be to find like-minded partners and form our own team to register for competitions independently. The advantage of being part of a school team that had won 3 consecutive championships was that they could qualify directly for the top 8 in future competitions without enduring the exhausting internal elimination rounds and finals. However, if they lacked the capability to even enter the top 8, how could they secure a ranking? Li Hua felt it was merely a bit exhausting, which was manageable. Of course, Li Hua did not explicitly mention that the team's situation was also grim. Although they had received direct entry into the top 8 thanks to the championships led by Yi Yunxiao and several cohorts, if the team failed to reach the final 4 for 5 consecutive years, they would lose their direct qualification. Li Hua understood that if their team failed to reach the top 4 again, it would mean disaster. He did not want to be dragged down by it. He had to form his own team. When he spoke of like-minded partners, Li Hua's eyes brightened. He was an idealist. Pursuing his ideals, he had realized seemingly impossible goals one after another, and believed that being with those who shared similar goals could create endless possibilities. I'll follow your lead, by Yang Sai said. Though he could not fully grasp Li Hua's analysis, he knew that listening to Li Hua was always the right choice. Cui Yu felt Li Hua's seriousness, a seriousness that made her feel ashamed. She had grown up in a relatively peaceful era, had not endured much hardship, and had not cultivated many lofty aspirations. In many commonplace situations, discussing seemingly unrealistic grand ideals felt embarrassing. Yet when Li Hua expressed himself so openly and earnestly, she realized that it was not shameful to talk about ideals and strive toward them. If there are no better candidates, count me in. But do you have any leads on other positions yet? Cui Yu did not know why she felt a deep-seated trust in Li Hua, but she still wanted to be cautious. The high-level league involved small team combat exercises requiring 1 commander, 3 main mecha warriors, not specialized, 1 support, and 1 logistics specialist. As mecha specialists were still too inexperienced in the preparatory phase, they did not participate in competitions. Could Li Hua assemble a reliable team? Perhaps it was selfish, but she believed Li Hua was trustworthy. However, if he could not find teammates that convinced her, she would not want to waste time helping him chase his ideals. Scenes. ID 1. Content. Cui Yu was surprised by her own intuition, feeling an inexplicable trust in Li Hua. Despite this, she was determined to remain cautious, knowing that trust had to be earned over time. She observed Li Hua as he meticulously laid out his thoughts, his brow furrowed in concentration, and she wondered if his confidence could translate into action. ID 2. Content. As he spoke of team formations and individual capabilities, she noted the intensity in his eyes. The high-level league demanded not just skill, but synergy among teammates, and Li Hua was keenly aware of this. He analyzed potential candidates, weighing their strengths and weaknesses with a strategist's mindset. ID 3. Content. His mention of specific names stirred something in her. Each name was tied to a reputation, a history, and she couldn't help but feel the weight of their potential. It was not just about filling positions, it was about crafting a cohesive unit that could excel under pressure. ID 4. Content. Li Hua continued, for the supporting role we need someone with a commanding presence like Zhang Hongqiu or Bei Ling. Both hail from affluent backgrounds, which might complicate invitations. However, their abilities could be crucial for our strategy. His voice was steady, yet she could sense the burden of responsibility he carried. ID 5. Content. The conversation flowed seamlessly, and Cui Yu found herself engrossed in the dynamics of team assembly. Yet a fleeting doubt crept in. Could they truly forge a winning team? The pressure to succeed loomed over them, and she silently questioned whether they could withstand the trials ahead. ID 6. Content. As Li Hua detailed the requirements for a balanced squad, he paused, glancing at the expressions of his companions. We still need 2 primary combatants and 1 auxiliary unit, he asserted. I have my sights on Yin Yufei, a prodigious student known for his agility and prowess in lightweight mechs. ID 7. Content. Cui Yu felt a mix of admiration and apprehension. Each decision could tip the scales of success or failure. She considered the stakes, the weight of their choices pressing upon her. Would they be able to find the right individuals to turn Li Hua's vision into reality? Covers. Li Hua's team was still being hastily assembled, and as the end of September approached, the sun blazed down upon Shuangxing Island, which marked the season for harvesting sea flowers. Sea flowers thrive in various marine environments and are rich in protein and dietary fiber. They represent a nightmare that coastal children can't escape, no matter how they scrunch their faces and squint their eyes, yet they are also a nutritional staple that many honest adults consume daily. This ingredient is one of the key components of basic nutritional solutions. It resembles a thick-petaled flower, crisp and resilient when chewed, though unfortunately lacking in flavor. There are countless cooking methods available on the market: braised, cold, tossed, grilled with sauce, steamed, or braised in juice. Any preparation is acceptable. When sea flowers are in season, conversation at the dining table diminishes significantly, as everyone is too busy chewing. Cooking is often a pursuit of simplicity, where chefs aim to provide diners with the most exquisite taste experience using straightforward ingredients and presentations. From the ancient days of boiled cabbage at state banquets to the present-day boiled sea flowers in school canteens, this philosophy remains. The 5th floor of the canteen was designed like a high-end private dining establishment, with each room spacious and private. Aside from the team's reserved dining room adorned with the school emblem, the rest were open for booking, catering to students with the means and need for such spaces. Today, Cui Yu and her companions were dining in a small private room with a minimum spend of 2,000 star coins. You've really lost a lot of weight, Cui Yu remarked, unable to recognize the sharp-jawed figure before her. It was well known that light colors can make one appear heavier, and light-colored hair often lends a worn, oversized appearance to one's face. Yet now, having grown taller and slimmer, Qianxingze with his golden hair no longer resembled the chubby boy he once was. In just 3 years, Qianxingze seemed to have transformed entirely. The baby fat was gone, revealing a narrow face with a sharply defined jawline. While traces of his previous features remained, his aura and physique hinted at a different person altogether. Perhaps Cui Yu had glimpsed him at school, or perhaps she hadn't. Regardless, if not for Li Hua informing her that Qianxingze was also at this school, she would never have associated the solitary, swift-moving, golden-haired figure with the once plump and cocky boy she remembered. Faced with Cui Yu's continuously perplexed gaze, Qianxingze accepted it with grace. He smiled and nodded at her, his eyes reflecting a mix of pride and calm politeness. 3 years apart had seemingly rendered him more distant, his smile edged with awkwardness. Yet recalling they were childhood friends, he sought to bridge the silence. Back in the day, it was you who kept shouting about wanting to lose weight. I never thought I'd be the first to slim down. Though he intended it as a joke, the lack of his usual brash tone rendered it akin to an elderly person reminiscing about their youth. How had Qianxingze become so world-weary? Cui Yu didn't remember ever proclaiming a desire to lose weight, but it hardly mattered. What mattered was that despite his youthful visage, Qianxingze's nostalgic tone felt oddly out of place, causing Cui Yu to shudder. Is it too cold in here? The once self-centered young master had unexpectedly morphed into a considerate gentleman, which left Cui Yu feeling a tad disoriented. No, 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 she waved her hands dismissively, eyeing Qianxingze inquisitively, as if trying to discern whether something sinister had taken over him. Unfortunately, from his appearance, he still resembled the prosperous Qianxingze she had once known. He had merely grown into a somewhat unfamiliar and peculiar version of himself. This lad had indeed matured from a round cherubic child. He had blossomed into a strikingly handsome young man during puberty. No wonder he seemed destined for fortune. Seeing Cui Yu's steady gaze, Qianxingze grew a bit anxious, unconsciously rubbing the napkin in his hand, unable to meet her gaze, as he quietly confessed. I wasn't a good friend back then. There were some issues at school, and I didn't promptly update you and Bella. But I didn't want to reach out. I just couldn't get in touch. Your light brain account showed as non-existent. His excitement grew as he spoke, his hands gripping the table as he looked intently at Cui Yu, resembling a remorseful puppy awaiting its owner's judgment. Cui Yu sensed he was being truthful and felt a bit embarrassed, as it was clear Qianxingze remembered her previous light brain account, while she had no recollection of it whatsoever. Come on, Who remembers a 30-digit string of jumbled numbers? Just remembering one's own was hard enough. The central government had done an excellent job maintaining confidentiality. Dongfang Yunyun initially thought they had simply taken Cui Yu away to prevent her foster parents from seeing her, who would have guessed they had even deleted her account. After deletion, a confidentiality agreement had to be signed prohibiting anyone from revealing the matter during the confidentiality period. Thus, even Dongfang Yunyun, who had overseen this work, was unable to learn of it in advance. Had she known earlier, she would have certainly left a contact for Cui Yu as a distant relative. It didn't matter whether Cui Yu wanted to find her, she merely hoped that if Cui Yu did wish to reach out she could. The deletion of Qian Xingze was purely accidental. Logically, only Dongfang Yunyun's family and acquainted friends would face forced deletion of contact information. However, this social butterfly Qian Xingze had unknowingly added Dongfang Yunyun as a light-brain friend, and due to the idiot detection system deeming them mutual friends, he was inadvertently deleted as well. Cui Yu had been baffled for quite some time, only realizing the situation during one of her birthdays spent alone. On her birthday before entering middle school, Dongfang Yunyun had gifted her a particularly extravagant cake from Qianxiang Ji, claiming it was a birthday present from Qian Xingze. Cui Yu had assumed that Qian Xingze had sent it to her home in Beiyun City, and Dongfang Yunyun merely collected it for her, nothing more. Later she understood that the dopamine-rich, aesthetically pleasing humanoid cake that resembled her own dress must have been personally ordered by Qian Xingze, who had consulted Dongfang Yunyun about her preferences and gone to great lengths to customize it for her. The once self-centered young master was in truth thoughtful, but shy about demonstrating his attentiveness to his friends. Cui Yu could even envision the little chubby golden-haired Qian Xingze seriously requesting Dongfang Yunyun to keep their discussions confidential, as if revealing such matters would be embarrassing. Thankfully, we're classmates again, she said, not lingering on past grievances, and choosing not to question why Qian Xingze, who had ascended to the higher ranks, was now at the Blue Academy. She was perceptive enough. Transitioning from a top-tier school to a less prestigious noble institution surely indicated something had gone awry. Cunning as she was, she didn't have the habit of poking at painful subjects. Qian Xingze, already feeling guilty about their past disconnection, became even more remorseful upon realizing that Cui Yu didn't intend to hold it against him. When he learned that Cui Yu sought him out to invite him to join the team for the league, he hastily agreed, though afterward, he hesitated, feeling a pang of regret. I'm afraid I might hold you back. After all, I'm only in a class mentalist, and my physical talents are just average. Qian Xingze had matured. The brash attitude of, I am the best in the world, was nowhere to be found. He appeared much more composed now. Cui Yu, accustomed to his boastful demeanor, found his current self almost a bit pitiful. Looking at the high-quality tailored clothing Qian Xingze wore, Cui Yu felt something was off. Cui Yu, you're still too kind. Don't pity your impoverished self, oh, pity the wealthy young master instead. What level of skill Qian Xingze had, Cui Yu had no idea. But regardless of his actual prowess, if Li Hua specifically said he was capable, then he surely was. Qian Xingze, confused, asked, who is Li Hua? He didn't recall knowing anyone named Li Hua. He is a promising top-notch prospective commander with an eye for exceptional talent, Cui Yu assured him, emphasizing she had no intention of boasting, she was merely praising the illustrious Li Hua. Realizing that Cui Yu's invitation was not merely an act of kindness from an old friend, Qian Xingze felt relieved and readily agreed, insisting on treating her to this meal. Cui Yu gladly accepted, pleased to save some money, and shared the good news with Li Hua. She had successfully invited Qian Xingze. Moreover, the financial backing of the wealthy young master would certainly help. If the team needed funds, he might even consider being a sponsoring investor. As the meal concluded, the waiter conveniently presented 2 desserts as a complimentary treat. In elegant glass dessert bowls, the presentation resembled a seaside beach. The sky blue layer was a sweet and tangy fruit jam, while the white layer mimicked frothy waves made from a common deer milk. The sandy texture was akin to fine crumbs likely made from some type of cookie, and the shells scattered across the beach were crafted from chocolate. Although the overall sweetness was somewhat overwhelming, the visually appealing dish was quite delightful. Descending from the 5th floor of the canteen designed like a high-end restaurant, Cui Yu found herself slightly disoriented as she faced the sprawling campus. Before parting ways, Qian Xingze remarked that the Barberton bull ribs they had just enjoyed were incredibly delicious and suggested inviting Lin Bella to join them next time, knowing she loved beef and would surely appreciate it. To Qian Xingze, finding Cui Yu felt akin to locating Lin Bella. It was unfortunate, however, that Lin Bella likely wasn't at this school. Seizing the opportunity, Cui Yu finally shared with Qian Xingze that it was too late. He couldn't invite Lin Bella because she too had gone missing. Qian Xingze's expression suggested he wanted to slap himself. Cui Yu found it amusing, yet she kindly consoled him. After all, no one wished for such outcomes, and no one could resist fate. To still think of each other after parting was already a rarity. Bidding farewell to Qian Xingze, who was headed to the library to do research, Cui Yu walked back to her dorm. In a good mood, she chose to take a stroll along the beach that bordered the school. The beach featured open sand volleyball courts and various club recruitment posters. Since club activities didn't offer any point rewards, participation was minimal, attracting only those with genuine passion. Consequently, the senior students responsible for recruitment were not overly enthusiastic. After all, those who were meant to come would naturally do so. There was no need to solicit those who weren't truly interested. Unlike the climate-controlled sea breeze of Qian, Lianxing, the winds of Shuangxing Island were noticeably sharper and more robust, creating a distinct resistance while walking along the beach. It felt peculiar, yet not unpleasant. Due to the ongoing heat, the volleyball courts were empty, but many individuals were seated in meditation or practicing stances, sweat pouring down, darkening the sand beneath them. At a glance, the scene resembled an ancient cultivation sanctuary rather than a military academy of the interstellar age. Cui Yu recalled Li Hua mentioning that many individuals from the eastern extreme galaxy enjoyed such arduous training to sharpen their physical skills. They trained rigorously in the summer and winter, deliberately seeking out harsh environments to temper their bodies and strengthen their will. Their diets emphasized natural balance, moderation, and resistance to indulgence, focusing solely on unlocking their potential and surpassing limits. Their target institution wasn't the consistently top-ranking military academy, but rather the Sanjiu Academy, located on Ziwei Star. Though named an academy, it functioned as a highly unique military school, with unconventional course arrangements, semester lengths, and teaching models. Opinions on its educational quality varied widely, yet it was universally acknowledged as a challenging yet powerful institution. Cui Yu cast a respectful glance at the senior students engaged in this grueling training, but watching them made her feel hot, prompting her to quicken her pace, deciding it was best to return sooner. Upon returning to her dorm, she noticed a new package displayed in the storage box at the entrance. Inputting the password, she retrieved the access card stored within. This card allowed unrestricted movement within the Gemini Islands for a year, was unmarked, and featured no tracking capabilities. The pass was designed like a blue crystal card, one side showcasing the logo of the Azure Group, and the other displaying the emblem of the Azure Academy, serving as a creative memento issued by the school to its students. With this pass, Cui Yu could freely traverse between different islands and move up and down Shuangxing Island without relying on the school shuttle services. By lightly tapping the pass against her light brain, she received an automatic transmission of the island guide and discount coupons, complete with details about each island's specialties and maps. Her account also gained several coupons, including a hot spring experience voucher and shopping discounts. Apart from the complimentary hot spring experience, the others had spending thresholds. This indicated that the school encouraged students to enrich their extracurricular lives, although it could also be a tactic to boost consumer spending. Everyone knew that Su Dong was a savvy businessman. Cui Yu wasn't the only student to receive the access pass. Every student had received one. However, with so many businesses willing to sponsor, not every pass came with the same set of coupons. For example, Bai Angzi had been fortunate enough to receive a no-threshold 5,000 star coin voucher for a premium ingredient supermarket, which he promptly shared with his friend Li Hua. They decided that since they couldn't finish all the food by themselves, they might as well organize a team-building outing to use it for a picnic. Indeed, during the time Cui Yu reconnected with Qian Xingze and discussed a meeting time, Li Hua had efficiently contacted all potential team members and compiled an initial roster demonstrating remarkable efficiency, characteristic of high-energy individuals. Of course, not everything progressed as planned. For instance, the two support players Li Hua had initially targeted both unhesitatingly declined his invitation. Zhang Hongqiu and Bei Ling were arguably the strongest supporters at this level, and both had a common goal to become the new school team support. The previous school team supporters were now in their third year, necessitating a new selection. Compared to still forming grassroots teams, they both favored the school team. Meanwhile, the process of inviting solo fighters went surprisingly smoothly, as Yin Yufei, Su Yinxiao, and Qian Xingze agreed without much hesitation. Partly because there was only one medium-sized solo fighter spot available on the school team this year, and partly because Su Yinxiao and Qian Xingze had existing connections. One had a poor relationship with Zhang Hongqiu, while the other was on good terms with Cui Yu. Of course, it was essential not to miss out on excellent and compatible teammates, but registering for the competition required precise positioning and a detailed personnel list. For instance, the support position necessitated the use of light or medium mechs equipped with support units. Similarly, the logistics soldier position required a combination of attack and defense units not exceeding 3, with at least 3 transport units in a medium-light mech. Operating mechs with different unit compositions was entirely different. It wasn't as simple as a solo fighter learning a few support techniques to fulfill that role. Would Su Yanxiao and Qian Xingze be willing to serve as substitutes for one another? If not, how would they choose? Inviting everyone had not only clashed with positions, but also left gaps, causing Li Hua to feel a bit uneasy. Then I'll switch to the support department, Qian Xingze declared while fiddling with a piece of lamb chop. The lamb chop sizzled as the grill left diamond-shaped marks, the fat crackling and flames dancing like tiny stars reflecting brightly in Qian Xingze's amber eyes. Noting the confusion among the others, he reiterated, "Anyway, it doesn't matter which major I pursue, so the best solution is for me to transfer to the support department. Children raised by the sea fear neither water nor sunlight." A little girl with sun-kissed skin zipped past on the street wearing a short-sleeved dress stitched from scraps of fabric. With every step, the hem of her dress bobbed up and down, revealing the stark contrast of her tanned thighs. In her hand, she tightly clutched a 5-star coin. She was the daughter of the tailor shop at No. 13 Lonlin Street, on a mission to spend her newly received pocket money on the recently popular colorful cloud candy on Holland Street. The candy vendor was a traveling merchant who sold sweets across the islands of the Panlon Star. She was all alone, rumored to have lost her family amid the ravages of war. Over a century ago, she began selling candy on Panlon Star. The last time she passed by Little Duck Island was over 80 years ago, when the war was drawing to a close. Little Duck Island, still undeveloped, had become a refuge for many who had lost their homes. The vendor felt pity for their plight and decided to sell candy to bring them a bit of joy. When the little girl named Ni near reached the front of the line for the cloud candy, the silver coin in her hand was already damp with sweat. She carefully placed the coin into the bamboo basket held by the vendor, rubbing her small hands together as she waited for her candy, quietly wishing it would be a big one. Moments later, with a cloud candy that was larger than her own head in hand, Ni near ran off joyfully. She wanted to leap into the air, but feared jostling the fluffy treat, so she bent low and scampered away like a little spider. Gazing up at the vibrant clouds in the sky and down at her colorful candy, savoring the sweet taste on her tongue, Ni near felt as though she were floating among the clouds in pure bliss. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly strong fragrance jolted her back to reality, making the candy in her hand seem less sweet. Where was that delightful scent coming from? I was intrigued. Unbeknownst to her, just a short distance away, a group of 6, Cui Yu and her friends, were happily preparing a meal at the camping area on Little Duck Island's beach. A lucky voucher drawn by Angsai had provided them with all the ingredients for their feast, exhausting a 5,000-unit coupon. It must be said that the vendor was quite astute. Although the coupon was substantial, it had defined limits for different areas, compelling the group to scour every corner of the store. Yet there were no complaints, for this store was simply delightful. The fruits and vegetables were fresh and glistening, the meats enticingly fresh, and the layout was meticulously organized with sections arranged in a gradient of colors that provided a feast for the eyes and catered to those with obsessive tendencies. Throughout the aisles there were also samples to taste, with staff members in soft yellow aprons, each warm and welcoming, making the food appear irresistibly inviting. By the end of their shopping spree, the cashier recognized Angsai as the lucky one who had drawn the best coupon, praising his fortune while gifting the group an assortment of spices from various regions. Li Hua and Angsai, experiencing a high-end supermarket for the first time, were left speechless, vowing to work harder and earn more money to bring their families here for groceries. Meanwhile, the already well-off Qian Xingze and Su Yanxiao were enamored with the store, planning to become regulars. Food enthusiast Yin Yufei noted several unfamiliar ingredients and jotted them down, eager to taste each one. After wandering the supermarket, the 6 of them transitioned from strangers to chattering friends, and by the time they settled around the barbecue grill at the beach, the atmosphere was lively. As the conversation flowed, the topic naturally turned to their small team. In truth, their team was quite rudimentary. They were all fresh students, and specialized training had yet to begin, with no assistance sought. As for funding, the school had no support policies for private teams, so they had to find solutions themselves. The most awkward issue was that their team had some difficulty with role assignments. Without an assistant, it was inevitable that one of the 2 light mecha pilots would need to step back. Li Hua considered himself quite self-aware. He would never shirk his responsibilities, but also wouldn't overstep boundaries by making decisions for others. Each of these mecha pilots was exceptionally talented, deserving of his respect, and he would not presume to rank them or advise anyone to withdraw. Taking advantage of Angsai's invitation for a barbecue, he suggested they openly discuss their predicament, believing that even if the outcome was less than ideal, at least they would enjoy good food together. To his surprise, rather than the anticipated silence Qian Xingze casually mentioned, he would just switch majors. This led to an unexpected silence. The others stared blankly, while Qian Xingze maintained his cool demeanor, casually flipping the meat on the grill as if he had just made a simple suggestion. Li Hua had considered having the two light mecha pilots challenge each other to choose one to be the lead, or perhaps someone would willingly take on the role of a substitute. He even thought about designing a dual lead strategy if it came to that. He never expected Qian Xingze to propose switching to the assistant role, thereby resolving both the surplus of pilots and the lack of assistants. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Qian Xingze assumed they were worried about his capabilities and sincerely explained, "If needed, I can show you my mid-level transcript. With my mid-level course selections and grades, I could easily get into either the mid-level mecha pilot assistant or logistics programs." Li Hua immediately blushed, hurriedly clarifying, No, that's not what I meant. I know you're strong in every aspect." Cui Yu understood that Li Hua's hesitation stemmed not from doubting Qian Xingze's abilities, but rather from concern for their team dynamics. As a bridge between both sides, she felt a sense of responsibility and affection, playfully tapping Qian Xingze on the head. "A bow, go back, and let Qian say something human." Qian Xingze's composed and polite demeanor faltered for a moment, and he lightly scoffed, casting a dismissive look at Cui Yu. Li Hua had never imagined things would become so simple. The surprise was overwhelming. He took both of Qian Xingze's hands earnestly. "Good brother. You really need to think this through. You can't be too selfless. This concerns your future." Qian Xingze, feeling the warmth of a newfound friendship, lost his aloofness and returned to the kind, clear-eyed student he was. He focused intently on Li Hua, a commander reputed to have a brilliant future and a keen eye for talent, his tone firm and serious. "I'm serious. I have no strong attachment to being a pilot. I simply signed up because there were many applicants for that role. Being an assistant is also good. As long as the transfer process at school goes smoothly, everything will be fine." Cui Yu remarked, "No wonder you signed up for mid-level mecha pilot. Being in the top 3 in a crowded major must feel much better than being in a sparsely populated one." Li Hua feigned seriousness, looking at Cui. "You don't speculate about our loyal and reliable teammate." With that, Li Hua continued to hold Qian Xingze's hands, as if they were long-lost loved ones reunited, nodding earnestly, nearly on the verge of tears. It was Bai Angsai who noticed the meat was on the verge of burning and swiftly handed it over to Li Hua, interrupting Li Hua's heartfelt expression of gratitude. Seeing that they were finally about to eat, Yin Yufei, who had been watching eagerly from the sidelines, finally sighed in relief. He had been overwhelmed by the aroma and felt he might burst if he didn't eat soon. The group, all young military academy students in the midst of their growth spurts, dove into the meal with gusto. In the military academy, there was no tradition of prioritizing the needs of female students. Everyone ate according to their ability, chopsticks and skewers dancing in the air like martial artists in a fierce competition. The dishes rotated in and out, and soon everyone was satisfied, feeling at ease enough to allow their spirit bodies to roam free. Cui Yu hadn't seen a bow in 3 years, and whether it was her imagination or not, she felt a bow's tiny gems sparkled even more. With experience, she predicted a bow's movements and successfully captured him, unable to resist, giving him a gentle squeeze. Having not been doted on in 3 years, a bow was clearly unaccustomed to it, struggling for a moment before resigning himself to her affection. "Hey now, a bow, little a bow, soft and golden, my little treasure." Seeing the two of them enjoying their time together, a bewildered snow leopard peeked out from behind its round head and worried expression accentuated by its distinctive brow. "Big snow leopard." Cui Yu gasped in admiration, then grabbed the snow leopard's left front paw to prevent it from leaving, pushing it down gently to rub its soft belly, relishing the delightful sensation. The neglected Abao immediately leapt back onto Qian Xingze's shoulder, chirping in protest at Cui Yu, clearly displeased with her affection for the other creature. The snow leopard stood affectionately nudging Cui Yu's palm with its head before walking a few steps to stand beside Qian Xingze, licking Abao's nose with its small barbed tongue. Abao appeared stunned, while Yin Yufei also seemed taken aback, realizing that this plump snow leopard was indeed his spirit beast. Thus, the other disgruntled creature, a plump and grumpy-looking pangolin, must belong to Su Yanxiao. Su Yanxiao was strikingly beautiful, and who would expect her spirit beast to be a feisty pangolin, its bright eyes vigilantly patrolling the group of foolish humans as if ready to leap into action at any moment. Surrounded by a tangle of climbing vines, this gathering resembled a cozy gathering akin to an Animal Crossing festival, with 2 familiar judge pins flitting about like street kids, bustling without a clear purpose. After their indulgent feast, the self-proclaimed civilized 6 diligently disposed of their trash in the bin, rubbing their bellies as they strolled along the beach. The sun of the blue sea star system was a soft pinkish purple, yet that did not mean the light here was of the same hue. The various planets of the Federation employed light filtering technology to ensure that 80% of the sunlight seen on the ground resembled what humanity observed back on their home planet. As the sun began to set, perhaps due to the aging of the light filtering equipment, it revealed a pinkish-purple twilight reminiscent of a fairy tale world. Completely awestruck by this unprecedented sight, everyone stood in silence, while Cui Yu quickly pulled out her light brain to capture the moment. The beauty of the scene was enough to make one's mind spin. However, as a capable reserve commander, one couldn't allow distraction for too long. This isn't right. Li Hua quickly recognized something was off with the sunlight. It wasn't the colorful glow they expected. Instead, it revealed the true nature of this sun, which should not be visible. The deployment of light filtering and early warning systems had always been extensive, enveloping every inch of land and sea in the Federation. How could there be such significant light leakage? Before he could ponder further, a shriek pierced the air, mixed with furious shouts. Their acute senses quickly identified the direction of the commotion. Within moments, they reached the epicenter of the incident. It was an ordinary primary preparatory school, and on this Sunday evening, students were returning to school. Some children were bidding farewell to their parents while carrying milk and snacks. Others were humming songs and swaying their heads as they walked alone. Some were being dragged away by their parents, clearly reluctant to return to school. And still others were gazing up in wonder at the unusual radiant sunlight. All emotions were abruptly extinguished by the sudden appearance of the insectoid creatures. Giant cockroaches and bizarre fragrant caterpillars materialized at the school gate. Starving, they immediately began attacking the nearest humans. It was instinct for parents to protect their children. Those fortunate enough to escape ran frantically, while those less fortunate urged their children to flee. If a child was threatened by the insectoids, parents would risk everything to save them, even if the cockroach towered over 2 meters. When Cui Yu and her friends arrived, a man was frantically stabbing at a short, lecherous caterpillar with a folding military knife. Just as Cui Yu and Qianxingzi recognized it as a soft-scent caterpillar, Mr. Fei Deng's painstakingly designed educational demonstration came to fruition. "Stop!" shouted a panicked Qianxingzi. "Hold your breath!" cried Cui Yu, realizing it was too late. The blade sliced through the caterpillar's delicate skin, and in an instant, an overwhelming fragrance enveloped the square, causing the smaller children to start fainting and foaming at the mouth. Li Hua made a quick decision: get in the mechas. "Cui Yu, you take the freshmen's by you take Xingzi's. Su Jie, let me join you." With no time to hesitate, they all complied, entering the mecha cabins where they could finally breathe freely. Suddenly alone in the cramped mecha cabin with a senior he barely knew, Yin Yufei felt awkward and lost focus, hovering aimlessly in the air. "Watch out!" Cui Yu cried as a sweeping double ponytail nearly struck her. The massive cockroach was terrifying, flying at incredible speed while spraying out strange webs. Finally snapping back to reality, Yin Yufei maneuvered his dragonfly-type mecha with agility, dodging and positioning himself behind one of the cockroaches. Noticing he was capable of independent operation, Cui Yu quickly began issuing alerts, this time specifically mentioning the presence of 2 soft-scent caterpillars, urgently requesting isolation boxes for containment. While waiting, the 6 didn't remain idle. Su Yanxiao boldly confronted the largest cockroach. Her primary weapon was a large silver-glinted red blade, which, due to its fusion with the shell of a flame cockroach, significantly reduced its effectiveness against this foe. Yet Su Jie believed that sheer force could yield miracles. The more times she struck, the better. Meanwhile, Li Hua couldn't stop her, instead manually maneuvering a lightning gun to disrupt the flame cockroach's movement, facilitating her strikes. The reason for interference rather than outright attack was that Li Hua was not particularly skilled in shooting. He had never taken a mecha shooting course and had only seen old-fashioned handguns, making this a crash course for him. Meanwhile, Qianxingzi was not as reckless. The mecha he was piloting was a birthday gift from his elders years ago, equipped with top-notch safety and defense. Thus, he had the courage to rescue those in danger beneath the legs of the flame cockroach, ensuring that such a tragedy would not repeat itself. Just moments prior, a young boy had been cleaved in half by the cockroach's front limb, his lower body devoured, while the upper half was scorched by its salivary web. Once all the living children at the school gate successfully evacuated, the 3 mechas synchronously expanded outward, forming an encirclement that trapped the 5 insectoids in a confined space at the school gate, preventing their escape. The remaining task was to await military personnel to handle the situation. The military personnel had thoroughly cleared the battlefield, leaving not a single snow crystal behind. The devastation caused by the insect plague on human society was unavoidable. The deceased were sent to funeral homes, the injured to hospitals, and all individuals within a 200-meter radius at the time of the incident were required to undergo examination in the medical pods. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, with only the remnants of dark bloodstains and the charred, pockmarked ground bearing witness to the horrors that had transpired, confirming that it was no mere illusion. This was the 3rd time Cui Yu had encountered an insect plague. Once again facing the insect race, she sat high atop her mech, navigating through the chaos with agility as she surveyed the grotesque monsters below, feeling an exhilarating sense of invincibility. So this was the power of the mech. By the time the 6 of them completed their examinations and returned to campus, night had descended. Having just experienced the insect plague, even though none of them were physically harmed, the sight of lively children just moments before their brutal demise left a lingering sorrow and dread within them. The sorrow stemmed from a human's natural grief over the loss of their peers, while the dread arose from fears of what could have happened had they not gone on that picnic to Little Duck Island, or had they not brought their mechs for convenience. Of course, the greatest fear remained that even with the mechs it might have been futile. Fortunately, the number of insects had not been great, and their combat capabilities were questionable. They were easily subdued by magnetic energy. Despite their lack of technical skill and coordination, they had effectively contained the battlefield and prevented further escalation. What a disgrace. We didn't even kill a single insect. Just thinking about it makes me want to hide in shame. Su Yanxiu exclaimed, her laughter fading into silence. She had been distracted along the way not because of the heaviness in her heart, but due to the frustration of not performing well. Yet her passionate outburst had sufficiently comforted her companions, and as the polite and friendly class commander Li Hua offered a dry consolation. We're only first-year students, but we'll get better in a few years. By then, Sister Su will definitely be able to take down an insect with one strike. Su Yanxiu frowned at this. We are meant to be exceptional individuals, and being this inexperienced as first years is simply unacceptable. Just last summer, those guys from Capital Star interned with the Longing Legion, and I heard they could slay one insect with a single blow. The current military academy students from the Nangong family also formed a team to assist at the Shuerong defense line. And here I am. I missed out on all of it because I had to undergo surgery for a hole in my butt. Damn it. Su Yanxiu continued lamenting her misfortune until they reached the school gate, only to fall silent upon seeing something unsightly. A tall girl in a red training uniform and a short-haired girl in a deep blue uniform were loitering at the entrance, their drifting gazes locking onto Su Yanxiu. Unable to resist rolling her eyes, Su Yanxiu tried to act as if she hadn't seen the two obstacles and attempted to enter the school, but the short-haired girl stepped in front of her group, blocking their path. Cui Yu noticed Li Hua's odd expression as if he recognized them, but the typically polite Li Hua did not greet them. Su Lu, is this your ragtag group? Weren't you aiming for the league championship? Why are you wandering the streets at night? Don't tell me you're skipping school under the pretense of teamwork. The tall girl feigned a coy demeanor, her smug smile barely contained. Su Yanxiu's expression shifted from one of disgust to utter disbelief. Unmoved by their provocations, she directly targeted their weakest point. What are you doing here? Sister Luli said you were advancing to the higher levels in the Hylon Star system. I thought you, like your sister, had gone to Tianlan. Do you dislike Tianlan? Your standards seem awfully high. The tall girl, exasperated, retorted, aren't you here too? What do you mean by that? Su Yanxiu closed one eye and wiggled her right index finger. We're different, you know what I mean. She then playfully winked at her, and the scene was almost charming had it not been for their earlier exchange regarding hair accessories. The tall girl left in a huff, and Su Yanxiu turned her gaze left and right. Li Hua's face bore the expression of someone who thought, oh, what just happened? I really want to know, but I dare not ask. I must find a way to discreetly inquire. Yin Yufei, on the other hand, looked as pale as a sheep, practically begging for mercy with the look on his face. As a magnanimous, generous, and unafraid of gossip kind of girl, Su Yanxiu was more than willing to satisfy her friend's curiosity. The girl with her just now is my nemesis Zhang Hongqiu, and you must know Biling, right? Li Hua nodded. He had been outright rejected by those two. Not only had they refused him, but they also mocked his team as a ragtag group, and to make matters worse, they called him a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. He didn't even like that sort of thing. Seeing Su Yanxiu also at odds with them, Li Hua's brows relaxed, eager to learn how she had offended Su Yanxiu. Su Yanxiu was unafraid of airing her family's dirty laundry. Sister Luli, I mentioned, is Zhang Hongqiu's half-sister. They share the same father, but have only an 8-month age difference. You know what that means, right? Bai Angsai shook his head, confused. Li Hua sighed, lamenting the decline of societal morals. Yin Yufei lowered his head, shocked, realizing this might be illegal. Qian Xingze, hailing from a wealthy family, was also aware of the inner turmoil within elite households and was astonished to find Su Yanxiu, such a principled person, nodding in approval. So you disapprove of interlopers and their offspring, hence your poor relationship. Cui Yu followed Qian Xingze's lead, praising, wow, Sister Su truly detests evil. Su Yanxiu suddenly turned to Qian Xingze, then back to her, much like an elder on the subway, looking at a mobile phone. How could you think that? I don't care about the emotional entanglements of the previous generation. As an impartial outsider, I must say both of them are legitimate children. My relationship with Zhang Hongqiu is poor for objective reasons. Her sister Zhang Luli is actually my aunt's daughter. Helping family over outsiders is a traditional virtue of humanity. The subjective reason is that we often wear the same style, and being compared continuously is truly annoying. Zhang Hongqiu was skilled at pleasing elders and adept at handling relationships with those heirs, a talent Su Yanxiu could not match. But if she faced a lot of criticism for this, and Zhang Hongqiu not only refused to stand by her, but also joined the elders in mocking her, that was a different matter altogether. Everyone, truly such sincerity was unpretentious. After team-building activities, preparations for the competition would commence early. To enhance their skills, the 6 of them collectively chose the course, Integration with the Spirit Entity, this semester based on Li Hua's planning. This course had no exams. The rigid requirements for completion were to meet one of 2 standards. One was to achieve a half-hour integration with the Spirit Entity, and the other was to control a mech in combat while in an integrated state for 5 minutes. As for grading, it was purely based on the duration of integration or the combat system's evaluation, making it very objective and fair. For Su Yanxiu, who came from a prominent family, she had been instructed in Spirit Entity integration since awakening, making this course essentially a waste of time. However, this class could greatly showcase her talents, so how could it not be considered a good course? Su Yanxiu's Spirit Entity was a honey badger, and after integration her appearance changed as well. Her original hair color, a deep burgundy, was now transformed, tied up in a high ponytail. She appeared both fierce and beautiful, but now her long hair billowed in the air, taking on the colors of her Spirit Entity, grayish-white on top and dark brown underneath, giving her the look of a sorceress gone rogue. Qianxingzi, a studious type, had already privately studied Spirit Entity integration and had no desire to stand out in class. This was very unlike him, but at that moment he genuinely had no intention of drawing attention. But he couldn't help it, he was indeed quite eye-catching. His 2 large rounded golden ears were fluffy, resembling a noble lattice fan. The previously handsome young man now appeared rather juvenile, looking adorably innocent. That wasn't all. The treasure-seeking mouse brought its own wealth buff. His pants remained intact, but his shirt had transformed into a gem vest reminiscent of a certain character. While the character's vest revealed a round belly, it was particularly cute. Qianxingzi, facing this cursed garment, without buttons or zippers that couldn't be removed or covered, had to constantly engage his abdominal muscles to display the smooth contours of his six-pack. If he relaxed, his soft belly would be exposed, which was utterly humiliating. Cui Yu finally understood why Qianxingzi had chosen to wear such ostentatious military trousers and high boots to class. This elaborate military uniform matched his gem vest rather well. The young master's burden remained as heavy as ever. "Can I touch your ears?" Cui Yu's eyes sparkled as she reached out. Qianxingzi swiftly dodged, bouncing back. "You can touch a bow, but not me. My furry ears are for my mom and my future wife and kids only. You're not allowed to harass me." Cui Yu, regretfully withdrawing her hand, realized that while she could pet the fluff, she didn't want the responsibility that came with it. Catching a glimpse of Yen Yufei nearby, Cui Yu mischievously approached him, rubbing her hands together wickedly. The snow leopard's ears were small but adorably patterned in black and white, twitching cutely, and the long tail swayed enticingly behind her, as if inviting her to stroke it. As Cui Yu leaned in, Yen Yufei's snow leopard ears flattened in panic. However, the cautious second-year student, a mid-level second-year, and a high-level fourth-year aiming for top universities, was not skilled at refusing a senior like Cui Yu, who was both harmless and endearingly cute. Just as Cui Yu was about to touch the ears, those adorable plump ears vanished with a pop, and the previously swaying tail became stiff. The integration state could not be maintained. With a wistful sigh, Cui Yu withdrew her hand. Yen Yufei lowered his head, a hint of blush on his cheeks, as he said softly, "Senior, next time, I'll let Banban out for you to pet. A Banban is very easy to pet." Banban was the name he had given his Spirit Entity. Cui Yu gladly accepted this compensation. Though unsure if the forced fruit would be sweet, seeing the younger student nearly crumble, she wouldn't press him. Petting fluff is all about mutual willingness after all. Not all Spirit Entities would bring their owners furry ears after integration. For instance, Bayangsai, who after integration turned his hair white, but had no ears at all, left Cui Yu quite disappointed. Bayangsai was so easygoing, if he had furry ears he certainly wouldn't mind her petting them. Noticing Cui Yu's disappointment, Su Yanxiu, as the team's older sister, felt a sudden sense of responsibility. Cui Yu appeared malnourished, and seeing her unable to touch furry ears was simply too pitiful. She couldn't bear to see her cute friend cry. So she took Cui Yu's hand and placed it on her own head. After downing a bottle of mental energy nurturing agent, she focused her mental energy, finally sprouting a pair of small black furry ears. "Hurry, touch them. This isn't my normal integration form. I can only hold it for a few seconds." The honey badger's ears were naturally small, so the ears Su Yanxiu conjured were also tiny, sitting atop her grayish-white hair, resembling a cheap imitation Disney headband, which added a humorous touch. It was Cui Yu's first time meeting someone so warmly inviting her to touch their fluff. Unable to refuse such enthusiasm, she only withdrew her hand once Su Yanxio's ears disappeared. Meanwhile, Li Hua had been waiting with his green eyes eager for some time. His short hair, dyed dark green with purple highlights, glowed with a purple light forming his integration appearance. It was said that when he became emotionally agitated he would shed leaves, but evidently, he was quite stable at that moment, showing no signs of it, as his vibrant green eyes fixed on Cui Yu brimming with unyielding authority. "Cui Yu, why haven't you transformed yet?" It was a devil's whisper. Cui Yu. Of course, she couldn't transform yet. The teacher explained in simple terms that integrating with the spirit entity was akin to linking mental energy with the mech. Once you found the sensation, it would be easy. Something like, you must fight alongside your spirit entity, immerse yourself in the spirit domain, imagine what you look like after integration. But finding that feeling was rather elusive, she couldn't grasp it at all. After struggling for a long time, Cui Yu felt like she should have succeeded by now, but she still hadn't transformed. Was it because Xiao He and Xiao Bai were malfunctioning? Sensing her thoughts, Xiao He and Xiao Bai bowed apologetically, indicating it was not their fault, but rather Cui Yu's issue. Many students who had chosen this course in the first semester were well prepared, which made Cui Yu, who showed no urgency and lacked a foundation, stand out like a sore thumb. The teacher was drawn over observing the two innocent sticks that seemed afraid of being punished, momentarily contemplating their warm and cold auras before tentatively suggesting. Multiple spirit entities are indeed rare, especially those with inconsistent attributes. Would you like to try integrating with one of them? The teacher was merely speculating. She was a postdoctoral researcher at the Capital University's Spirit Entity Research Institute. She had come to teach here out of financial necessity, since the benefits provided by the Azure Group for talent placement were exceptional. Typically, she conducted research in the lab and taught a class each week, making her more of a scholar than a teacher. Thus, some of the concepts she proposed might seem disconnected from reality. But Cui Yu felt she had encountered a genius. She had immediately identified the conflicting attributes of Xiao He and Xiao Bai and suggested what appeared to be a reasonable solution. Recalling how in the past she had followed Dongfang Yunyun to Omaida and conducted a multitude of tests to arrive at constructive suggestions, Cui Yu couldn't help but agree with Dongfang Yunyun's assertion that she should attend military school, where truly exceptional individuals abound. Due to the teacher's extra attention, many classmates began to gather around Cui Yu, who had yet to succeed in even a single integration thus far. Cui Yu thought, "Oh dear, this situation is rather embarrassing. Fortunately, I have a strong sense of insensitivity. If it were someone like Qian Xingze, he would be mortified." Cui Yu focus. Li Hua couldn't help but remind her. While Cui Yu was unfazed, he felt a bit awkward for her. Cui Yu gave him a reassuring look, and thus, under the watchful eyes of everyone, she began. Angels. This is the angel that the ancient Westerners reference daily. OMG, it turns out that the angels in ancient Western mythology truly exist. This was the inner reflection of Su Yanxiao and many teachers and students present. Duo Xiaoya. Thanks for the invitation, but not including me. I think she's just like that. Her warm white twin tails made her skin appear as tender as a peach, and her golden eyes were extraordinarily pure with long eyelashes that opened and closed like an angel spreading its wings. Most astonishingly, Cui Yu's outfit had not changed in style, but the fabric had transformed into a metallic, gleaming white, and the metal fittings on her attire had morphed into a matte light gold. It looked exceedingly expensive. She hardly seemed human. How could a human be so clean and pure? Initially, one thought that angels were just whimsical fabrications of the uncultured ancient Westerners, but it turned out they truly existed. What surprised many students even more was how stunningly cool this complete transformation was. Those who merely shifted the shape of individual organs or even just changed hair color looked on with envious admiration. Unfortunately, the angel only lasted less than 10 seconds before the black-haired, black-eyed Cui Yu collapsed like a puddle of mud in the center of the classroom. While the others remained in shock, Qian Xingze, who had not even glanced at her, quickly caught her, preventing her from falling awkwardly. Faced with Cui Yu's fading expression, which seemed to say, "I knew you cared about me the most, bro," alongside her trusting and satisfied gaze, Qian Xingze felt a chill run down his spine. Duo Xiaoya. Honestly, I was just worried she'd knock her teeth out. After all, teeth can't regenerate, and no matter how good the dentures are, they can't compare to the originals. The teacher soon realized that Cui Yu had overexerted her mental energy and promptly arranged for Su Yanxiao to place her into the multifunctional healing pod in the classroom for a quick recovery of her depleted mental domain. The awkward postdoctoral fellow scratched his head and sheepishly explained to the still conscious classmates. Integration consumes a lot of mental energy. The more intricate and complete the integration, the greater the energy gained, but also the greater the consumption of mental energy. In the end, everyone needs to find their standard integration model, which ideally restores the natural posture of the spirit while avoiding mental exhaustion. This is akin to a wizard in a game needing to manage their mana. The more powerful the skill, the more mana it consumes, and once the mana runs out, one can only wait for death. Hence, the most advocated method is to ensure that the mana consumption rate equals the mana recovery rate, maximizing skill usage without depletion. Cui Yu simply overexerted herself. She could have merely changed her eyes, or perhaps her eyes and hair, but instead she attempted a full angel transformation and could not withstand it, ending up needing to lie down in the pod. Cui Yu managed to sustain the transformation for only 10 seconds, but ended up resting in the healing pod for 20 minutes. Li Hua was quite worried, but the teacher remained unfazed, stating that this was a normal phenomenon. As one becomes increasingly adept at integration and mental energy control, the duration of sustainment would also lengthen. Qian Xingze, however, was curious about whether he could make his ears disappear. Of course, that was not possible. Ears and vests are quintessential characteristics of the treasure-seeking mouse, so whenever Qian Xingze integrates his spirit, he would inevitably have large furry ears and a gem-studded vest. Of course, with a bit more effort, he could also produce a pair of shorts and shiny shoes like Abao. Duo Xiaoya. Never mind, sometimes being lazy is an important life experience. The first thing Cui Yu did upon waking was inquire about her appearance after integration. Those brief 10 seconds were too fleeting. She had been too dizzy and the onlookers were too busy marveling to take out their light brains to capture a photo. Like the angels the ancient Westerners talked about, hair like clouds, eyes like golden gems, a vast expanse of whiteness. Everyone had their say, leaving Cui Yu perplexed. However, Xiao, by puffing her chest with pride, was floating on cloud 9 from the compliments. To discover her integrated form after class, Cui Yu dragged Duo Xiaoya to the entrance of the healing room and asked him to help record a video. This time she managed to last for 13 seconds. In Qian Xingze's footage, during the first 5 seconds Cui Yu posed and twirled, but in the latter part, she dashed towards the healing pod, her legs leaving a blur, excitement radiating beyond the screen. Since Cui Yu wouldn't be coming out anytime soon, Qian Xingze sent the video to her and turned to leave. Once Cui Yu regained her strength, she lay in the healing pod admiring her own splendid appearance. I am so adorably charming. Look at this perfect face, this silky white hair, these sparkling eyes. This transformation could easily mesmerize any opponent. But alas, the duration was far too short. I've heard that continuous practice can extend the duration. If I could maintain it for 18 hours, wouldn't that be akin to a permanent skin? Lying weakly in the healing pod, Cui Yu mused about her beautiful visions, growing more convinced of their feasibility. Soon the students frequently attending classes at Hygiene Building noticed a petite, agile sister who, despite her frail condition, always managed to secure the latest and best signal healing pod. Basically, aside from class breaks, Cui Yu spent most of her time in the healing pod, even napping while soaking. It should be noted that the healing pod could cause a strong discomfort due to energy impacts for healthy individuals with abundant mental energy, leading to one conclusion. This was a very weak student. Even Qian Xingze and Li Hua could only find her in the healing room unless they made prior appointments. Fortunately, Director Su is generous and provides free healing and medical care for all students. Otherwise this girl would spend a fortune just lying in the healing pod. Li Hua couldn't help but murmur to Bai Angsai during lunch. Bai Angsai calculated based on his thoughts that each healing pod was roughly 5 million, and the healing liquid required for half an hour would cost 15 to 20 star coins, generally priced at 1 star coin per minute. Considering Cui Yu's frequent usage, perhaps we should also lie down, or it seems more profitable than selling points. Bai Angsai thought he had a brilliant idea. Li Hua, stop overthinking and just follow my lead. Alright. 13 seconds, 20 seconds, half a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. When Cui Yu finally managed to sustain her spirit integration for 10 minutes, she wouldn't need to spend all her time in the healing pod. According to the postdoctoral teacher's analysis, Cui Yu's integration might not allow for much choice, thus only usable as a trump card. What kind of trump card? That would be dependent on her understanding. Skills are partly based on others' experiences and largely on one's own insight. Leading the way was still Su Yanxiao. Her spirit integration fully showcased the characteristics of a honey badger, providing not only speed and explosive power, but also poison resistance, making her akin to an enhanced warrior. This was the most basic yet useful trait for a solitary fighter. Cui Yu hadn't even chosen her mech properly. Li Hua was beginning to doubt his initial judgment from the beginning of the semester. What had clouded his judgment to make him think Cui Yu was an optimistic, diligent student? It's fate, Cui Yu declared earnestly. You better check your records. Li Hua's eyes were nearly bulging. Okay, Cui Yu playfully spoke in an ancient English only Li Hua could understand and obediently began to search for information under his supervision. She logged onto the mech forum provided by Ma Jinjing. The forum kindly featured a section titled Beginners Consumers, catering to those unfamiliar with technical jargon and module structures. Curiosity-driven questions from outsiders, while varied, boiled down to a few categories, resulting in continued discussions on some pinned old threads. For instance, there was a comprehensive post discussing the selection and definition of different types of mechs that addressed Cui Yu's interests. The detailed summary written 20 years ago was compiled by a kind-hearted user named Crewcut Little Bad, offering a very reader-friendly guide for laypersons. Mech classifications, light, medium, and heavy, are not defined by size or absolute weight, but by design logic and the distribution of core modules. Light mechs are intended for agility, focusing on reconnaissance, surprise assassinations, and quick maneuvers requiring high sensitivity and speed, while demanding less in terms of firepower and damage absorption. Typically, light mechs are lighter and have multiple power units installed. Medium mechs serve as the primary type on the battlefield, designed for a balance of offense and defense with stable output and strong endurance. They are the most common and versatile mechs, making them easier to operate at their limits. Heavy mechs are designed to absorb damage and control battlefield zones, creating favorable conditions for light and medium mechs to output effectively. Generally, they have strong defensive capabilities and only 1 to 2 output units, often relying on heavy melee weapons or cannons that deliver high but infrequent damage and lack flexibility. The type classification of mechs is based on the number of payload units rather than absolute weight. A mech, aside from its interior, can possess 89 payload units categorized into 5 types: power, defense, attack, transport, and auxiliary. Mechs with no less than 3 defense units are classified as heavy, those with no less than 3 power units are light, and the rest are medium. The mech usage rights granted by the school include modification permissions, albeit requiring reporting and restoration before graduation, so major overhauls, like changing the entire mech shell, are off the table. Changing configuration units, which is costly, is also not feasible, thus Cui Yu's options were quite limited. Cui Yu browsed through several posts, all of which were organized by the same kind-hearted mech engineer named Crewcut Little Bad from 20 years ago, or even earlier. In summary, modifying someone else's mech was far less cost-effective than designing one's own. Oh, it's better to customize early than late, and he even left his contact information for custom mech work. Cui Yu, thanks for the invite, but I can't afford custom work. Li Hua, then hurry up and pick your welfare mech. Li Hua and Bai Angsai had already chosen their mechs. Li Hua opted for a camouflage-colored medium mech named Green Flower, as his name pronounced in their hometown dialect sounded like green flower, so he chose to respect the fate. Bai Angsai selected a silver heavy mech named Frostfall, with the simple reason that its primary weapon was his favorite, a meteor hammer. Having finished browsing the forum and realizing she couldn't afford a custom mech, even if she sold herself, Cui Yu decided to hasten her choice to avoid Li Hua's incessant nagging. Li Hua was skeptical of her efficiency. If she was really that efficient, how could she have not decided on this matter throughout the semester, but resolve it in half a morning? Thus, the ever-strict Commander Li, accompanied by Left Guardian Bai Angsai and the temporarily captured Right Guardian Yan Yufei, escorted the uncooperative and inefficient student Cui Yu to the mech building to select a mech. Untrusted, Cui Yu scratched her head, reflecting for 0.2 seconds on whether she had been too excessive, concluding that she hadn't. It was just Li Hua's impatience that was excessive. Tisk impatience is indeed a flaw. Mech building. This is the tallest building on Twin Island, designed in a cylindrical shape, surrounded by transparent escalators with mechs displayed in glass cases throughout. Upon entering the hall, Cui Yu was mesmerized. She had long known that mechs were extremely captivating, a jewel forged from the union of aesthetics and technology, but being in the mech building brought an intense visual impact. On the first floor, a row of 5 mechs stood prominently at the entrance, and Cui Yu was quickly drawn to the one in the center. Its dark rose-pink gradient to deep black shine, its sleek design, and the beautiful twin guns. It seemed tailor-made for her. Cui Yu exclaimed, "I want this one." The next instant, her mouth was covered by Li Hua. Covered so tightly it felt like he wanted to smother her. Cui Yu glared at him. Li Hua, exasperated like a worried father, had no choice but to explain to the stubborn child. "This is Senior Yi Yun Chaos, first mech Blood Rose, which is now preserved." Preserved? Was it broken? Cui Yu graciously replied, "No problem if it's broken, just fix it. I'm willing to pay for it." Li Hua went frantic. "This is a spiritual legacy left by Senior Yi Yun Chao. Many would be willing to have it." "Who do you think you are?" Cui Yu finally grasped the crux. Senior Yi Yun Chao. Who is he? Is what he left behind significant? Bai Angsai cast a sympathetic glance at Cui Yu. Li had always claimed to be dim-witted, but it turned out Cui Yu was even worse. Poor girl, she didn't even know who Yi Yun Chao was. Even Yan Yufei, serving as a backdrop, couldn't help but shoot a disapproving look at Cui Yu. pleased that Yi Yunxiao, a miracle of the common people, the pride of the Eastern Pole system, a milestone in the league. This was indeed the first time Cui Yu had heard of the name Yi Yunxiao. Yi Yunxiao, male 36 years old, currently a major in the Thorn Legion. He came from a poor family in the Eastern Pole system, possesses great mental energy, and came to Blue Sky Academy on a scholarship. Entering the school team in his first year, he led the team as captain to victory through the elimination rounds, winning the championship and propelling Blue Sky Academy from a small school funded by entrepreneurs to briefly outshine the top-ranked Celestial Academy globally. After graduating from the preparatory stage, he accepted an offer from the Sea Blue Military Academy for a high scholarship and led them to 2 major league championships. Upon graduating from university, he declined offers from the most powerful Longing Legion, choosing instead to join the Thorn Legion, which at the time was desperate for talent, but focused more on training female officers. At the Rose defense line, he began as a soldier, accumulating numerous military achievements, and became a major at the young age of 37 due solely to his personal strength. It's worth noting that the last time Blue Sky Academy won the Major League Championship and the last time Sea Blue Military Academy won the Major League was during Yi Yunxiao's cohort. Thus, after his graduation, the welfare mech he used was preserved by Director Su, prominently displayed in the heart of the mech building's first floor. The introduction plaque was succinct and clear. A-class medium mech Blood Rose. Features twin guns, high mobility, stunning harvest. Source: secondhand auction, seller unknown. Previous holders 1. Alan felt, a mech soldier from the 21st cohort, sacrificed at the Tide defense line 2. Chun Huixing, a mech soldier from the 37th cohort, sacrificed at the Hill defense line. 43. Yi Yunxiao, a mech soldier from the 113th cohort, currently a major in the Thorn Legion. The mech is now preserved, the heroic spirit remains, the glory is eternal. So Yi Yunxiao was such a groundbreaking figure. It seemed nearly impossible to acquire this mech. Cui Yu accepted the reality. Blood Rose was out of the question. The nearby clunky turtle mech looked decent. The emerald turtle-shaped mech appeared incredibly sturdy and resilient, which was her favorite type. Li Hua gave her a no when to stop. Look. Oh no, Cui Yu realized that one was also preserved. This entire row was. For things she was destined not to own. Cui Yu lost interest, even her satisfaction with Blood Rose dimmed. In truth, she had scanned the entire area and found nothing comparable to Blood Rose, but she wouldn't admit that she was still captivated by Yi Yunxiao's mech. Finally, when her eyes began to glaze over, and she felt the need to use the restroom, Cui Yu's gaze brightened. It was a chubby light mech, with a small pointed beak, bead-like eyes, and a round plump body. This was a long-tailed tit. Cui Yu is the third owner of the light mech known as Jiu. The number of individuals opting for light mechs is already limited, and Jiu, with its unconventional design, is not widely chosen. However, Jiu perfectly meets Cui Yu's requirements. It is capable of combat, visually appealing, and does not require significant modifications. Jiu features 2 attack units, a bird-like beak at the front, which is actually a variable caliber gun, and a sharp metal tail feather at the back, which can fold into a large blade or spread out like a fan. The transformation of these weapons demands high standards in material selection and welding techniques, otherwise the end product would only be a conceptual dual form, rendering both shapes impractical. Despite its limited demand, Jiu enjoys notable popularity. This trend is not exclusive to Jiu, as mechs with unusual designs such as the toad mech, beetle mech, and jellyfish mech also attract considerable attention. When Cui Yu chose Jiu, numerous students who had been following the mech online received notifications, prompting a flurry of chatter in the campus forum. Breaking news: a first-year logistics major has chosen Jiu, who our school's comedic talents live on. 1L, front row eyes glued. 2L, no way right. It's almost finals. How can anyone still be choosing mechs? 17L, frontline report. Several first years came to pick mechs. This is the departing figure of our younger peers. Image. 18L, that twin-tailed girl looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere. 19L, familiar one. It feels like I just saw her not long ago. 20L, she resembles that petite logistics girl. It makes sense she'd choose Jiu. 21L, which petite girl? How come after internships no one can keep up with the school's new memes? 22L, the one who always hogs the healing capsules and hygiene building. 23L, be nice, she's just small. Her combat performance dominates the logistics department. 24L, no wonder she chose Jiu. She seems just like Jiu, adorably identical. Unaware that her choice of mech had become a minor news story, Cui Yu initially thought it was Li Hua who leaked the information when her teammates expressed interest in visiting her mech. But with Jiu being so charming, she had nothing to fear. When the 6 of them showcased their mechs in the training room, the scene was quite spectacular. Yet Cui Yu noticed something was off. Duo, why does your mech change color? Cui Yu had forgotten what Qian Xing's mech looked like, having only seen it once, but she vaguely remembered it being in a rich, vibrant color, definitely not the light, ethereal aquamarine before her. This blue thing did not seem like Qian Xing's at all. Even if Qian Duo Duo was engraved on it, Cui Yu could only think that it was something done by someone secretly admiring Duo Duo. After all, Duo Duo was quite likable with good looks, a decent background, and a personality that had mostly shaken off his past issues. But to suggest this was Qian Xing's choice seemed to Cui Yu a complete violation of Duo Duo's aesthetic. It had no opulence at all. Qian Xing's puzzled replied, "What's wrong? I had to choose a new mech because I changed my major, didn't I? This color looks good, doesn't it?" Cui Yu's mind was racing with newly chosen. No wonder changing majors was discussed so casually. Apparently customizing a new mech was as simple as breathing. Damn rich people. Why couldn't they share some of that wealth with her? Cui. As fellow science Su Yanxiao was also somewhat shocked. Customizing a mech could easily cost upwards of 100 million, especially with such urgent customization requiring additional materials. Even her family, which was quite prosperous, wouldn't dare spend like that. What was Duo Duo's surname again? Was it Jean? Or Fu? Are there any prominent families in the Hey Blue Star system with the surname Fu? Su Yanxiao was overthinking it. Qian Xing's family wasn't exactly aristocratic or a prestigious clan. They were merely a family that had become very wealthy after selling pastries for hundreds of years. The reason for their extravagant lifestyle stemmed from the fact that they had nearly always been single children. Single children were always overnurtured. After confirming the mech that would accompany them for the next 2 years, they uploaded their mech data to the first battlefield. As a game developed by the military, the first battlefield resembles an online training simulator. By uploading mech data, pilots can train in a holographic simulation pod, as if they were piloting in reality, achieving training goals more efficiently and economically. Driving a mech in real life wastes energy, causes wear and tear, and could damage the training grounds, making it prohibitively expensive. Consequently, the vast majority choose to practice in holographic pods, safe in the knowledge that the military backs the game and there's no risk of data leaks. To act in the game, the first step is to create a character. Character creation isn't mandatory, as an obscurity, even appearing in one's true form, wouldn't draw recognition. Even if someone recognized you, how could they tell if it was a coincidence or your actual face? However, just in case, there's always the chance of running into someone familiar. Although nothing serious would happen, the thought alone was uncomfortable, so character creation was still the way to go. Biangsai hoped he would look smarter, so he created a fair-skinned version of Li Hua and donned a pair of black-framed glasses, reportedly quite popular online lately, dubbed high-intelligence accessories. Li Hua lamented that his only regret was his lack of physical prowess and strength, so he crafted a darker-skinned version of Biangsai, taller than the original with a scar on his face. Qian Xing's suddenly seemed to go off the rails, and Cui Yu suspected he might have been possessed, completely abandoning his previously ostentatious style in favor of a more refreshing look. The silver-haired, single-eyed boy appeared particularly clear and delicate, with lips as pink as if coated in lip gloss, dressed in a navy shirt and white shorts that left everyone perplexed. Qian Xing's deciphered Cui Yu's expression and instantly became irate. He approached Cui Yu, eager to see what remarkable appearance this guy had created, which led him to look down on his carefully designed island sunshine boy meant to disarm potential real-life adversaries. Upon seeing it, Qian Xing's eyes widened. "How did you create that?" he exclaimed, astonished. Cui Yu hurriedly pushed him away. "Jealous that I'm better looking than you? No copying allowed." At the mention of good-looking, Su Yanxiao's radar naturally activated, and she leaned in closer to Cui Yu's face, unable to suppress her awe. "Wow, you're really handsome." Before them floated the image of a strikingly handsome young man. His hair was black, but his eyes were an amber hue with intricate patterns. His sharply defined face bore a warm smile, and when he grinned, shallow dimples appeared, making time seem to slow. Su Yanxiao was nearly drooling over the beauty, while Qian Xing's pointed incredulously, "Why did you turn into a guy?" Cui Yu smirked. "Character creation is for disguising, right? What could be simpler or more efficient than changing gender?" Before submitting her character data, Yan Yufei was inspired and deleted her earlier creation of a balding, bearded brute, transforming it into a green-haired, freckled, Western-looking teenager with curly hair. Duo Duo looked on, speechless. "Bro, you've been corrupted by that Cui girl." This Cui girl appeared innocent and clever, but any cleverness she showed was merely the overflow of her small stature manifesting as mischievous ideas. Su Yanxiao, seeing Yan Yufei join in, immediately got excited. She had previously participated in the first battlefield, with her character resembling her real-life self, just a bit different. However, altering models required real star currency, but with a wave of her hand she decided to change. Thus, the previously alluring Chi Pao beauty morphed into a leather-clad young man sporting a spiky red hairstyle, decked out in a plethora of gemstone chains and sunglasses, with oversized gemstone rings on every finger. Cui Yu leaned closer to Qianxingzi. I thought you liked this kind of thing. I didn't expect Su Jie to beat you to it. Duo. Get lost. You're ruining my reputation. Cui Yu bewildered replied, Oh. Isn't our duo always fond of gaudy shiny things? Su Yinxiao overhearing took it seriously. As the eldest sister in the group, she was exceptionally generous. If you like that style, I can change to something else. I feel inspiration coming on. Qianxingzi quickly assured Su Yinxiao really no need, and then jumped up to chase Cui Yu. Cui Yu shouted duo is hitting me, and then hid behind Su Yinxiao while making a face at Qianxingzi. Li Hua also popped his head over saying he'd be happy to play the chick if they were going to play eagle and chicks by Angsai could join as the big chick. The youthful antics always seemed inexplicable, and the bonds of friendship grew deeper with each shared laugh. Later, whenever they reminisced about their carefree days, those familiar faces would always flash in their minds. Youth is unafraid of the arduous road ahead. They only long to grow up quickly. At this moment on the Rose defense line on Loistar, the weather was exceptionally pleasant. Not too hot, not too cold, and not too sunny. Clouds intertwined like threads, creating a sky resembling tie-dye. A group of women in training uniforms was busily moving about on the ground. Their team had drawn a 3-day break, and not much could be accomplished in those 3 days. Self-training felt somewhat forced, while staying in the dormitory was too depressing, and leaving Loistar was too hasty. Thus, they decided to engage in an enjoyable activity at the back of the camp, planting flowers. Before being ravaged by the insectoid invasion, Loistar had been a vibrant agricultural planet renowned for cultivating a type of purplish red rose. The incursion of the insectoids had polluted the land, turning it into a retreat star. The consequences of land contaminated by insect toxins were far worse than those of damaged resources. The latter might only lead to low economic returns, while the former could cause toxic residues to cling to the land, even posing a radiation risk to individuals with lower mental fortitude. The original inhabitants of Loistar were forcibly relocated to other planets to seek new opportunities, with no civilians permitted to remain, while the Thorns Legion chose to stay in isolation. The most effective way to restore the land is through laboratory purification, but the costs are exorbitant. Purifying just 100 grams of contaminated land could cost tens of thousands of star coins. No one would be willing to pay that price for mere flower planting land. However, there are always alternative methods. The original crops of the land can also revitalize it. Though more challenging and slower, they devote daily time and effort to this barren planet with plenty of time and energy to spare. When they retire, future generations can carry on. There will always be a new batch of recruits. When they arrive, the lonely camp will be accompanied by roses. They dug holes, fetched water, and only the captain and vice-captain had the privilege of safeguarding the precious rose seeds. After the pit's passed inspection, the captain would personally sprinkle the seeds, carefully supervised by the vice-captain, as they filled the holes with soil. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, and when mealtime arrived, they took out their mechs, which housed not the convenient rations and nutritional liquids for combat, but fresh vegetables, ample meat, a dazzling array of seasonings, as well as barbecue grills and copper hot pots. Captain, these flowers won't be ruined by the barbecue smoke, will they? A new recruit asked, raising her hand. The captain scoffed at her. These flowers are tough. Otherwise, the academy wouldn't have been willing to give us the seeds. Just wait. When we've dealt with the insectoids, Loistar will once again be a sea of purplish red. Everyone will be able to pluck a bunch of roses as trophies. While approve it. Cheers erupted below. What is the purplish red Loistar rose like? Does it smell sweet? They had only seen pictures sent from the academy, which displayed flowers in brilliant colors with many layers of petals and sparse thorns. Beyond that, they knew nothing. As night fell, the temperature dropped. The new recruit pondered over how to keep the soil where the seeds were planted warm, fearing that the seedlings might freeze before sprouting. However, the vice-captain sent her back to her mech. When this was still a residential city, the temperature variations between day and night were much greater, and the flowers thrived just fine. Don't worry so much to get some rest. Fearing she wouldn't obey, the vice-captain added sternly, today is just warm-up. Tomorrow we'll plant 3 times as much as today. If you don't build up your stamina, you'll fall behind. The new recruit nodded in trepidation and quickly darted back into her mech. The cockpit seat could be transformed into a small bed. It was a pity her mech was too basic to allow for a shower inside. In the stillness of the deep night, silence enveloped the surroundings. The vice-captain had just finished a long video call with her partner, who was stationed 2 star systems away, and had placed her drained light brain on the dashboard to charge. As she lay in her relatively spacious bed, finally managing to tuck her blanket perfectly, a loud knock, knock, knock on the cabin door startled her. Opening the door revealed a disheveled face sporting a messy hairstyle. Coincidentally, it was someone she had encountered not long ago whom she had stopped from covering the land with blankets. The vice captain wanted to tell her to leave. The young girl was flustered, gesticulating wildly, but she managed to convey her message. Vice Captain, urgent news from Base 3. The insectoids are launching a massive invasion. The defense line is on the verge of collapse. The Rose defense line spans 3 planets: Winter Star, Loi Star, and Flying Fish Star. Guarding the Rose defense line is the Thorn Legion, which has established 47 garrison points across these 3 planets, each manned by a separate military unit. Currently, the problem lies in 3 adjacent garrison points on Loi Star, where an explosive emergence of the insect race has overwhelmed the station troops, who are desperately sending out distress signals to nearby garrison units for assistance. If all 3 adjacent garrison points fall, the entire planet will be at risk of losing control. Should the insect race not be expelled in time, the entire defense line could be compromised at any moment. The frontline military situation reached the hands of the Legion commander, who was in a meeting far away on the capital star. The commander of the Thorn Legion, General Shan Xingyi, a 197-year-old 7-star general of the Federation, was engaged in a fierce debate over issues such as should we artificially define gender ratios for new recruits, and should we change the system for filling out job preferences for military academy graduates. The Thorn Legion was established to honor the countless volunteer women who sacrificed their flesh and lives for humanity during desperate times, symbolizing a path through thorns to the heavens. Among the officers with the rank of Major General and above in the Thorn Legion, women make up an impressive 90. Top female military academy graduates have always regarded the Thorn Legion as their first choice. However, ever since Yi Yunqiao joined the Thorn Legion, countless of his young admirers have fervently followed in their idol's footsteps, also choosing the Thorn Legion as their first choice. Although the Thorn Legion has set tiered conditions for recruitment, preventing the indiscriminate gathering of all outstanding graduates, top talents, excellent individual fighters, and average fighters are still subjected to a rigorous selection process before other legions can pick from the remaining candidates. Even the Longyin Legion, which protects the capital star system, has lost promising recruits to the Thorn Legion, causing the Legion commander's long-held frustrations to finally erupt during this high-level military meeting. With a smug expression, Shan Xingyi waved dismissively. Everyone, our Legion has never defined promotion standards based on gender. We won't argue against the misinformation spread outside. Don't you all know this? Do you need to feign ignorance? The high proportion of women in the Thorn Legion's leadership is due to the fact that 80 of our warriors are female, and nearly 90 of female warriors possess level or higher mental strength. We do not overlook any talents. Take Yi Yunqiao, for instance. Despite being male of commoner descent and graduating from the least represented Haibai Military Academy among our 6 alumni, he has still thrived in our Legion based on his abilities. Can any of your legions guarantee such a thing? Shan Xingyi spoke clearly and authoritatively, observing the unflinching expressions on the faces around him and internally scoffing at their feigned ignorance as he continued his onslaught. When it comes to recruitment, we never reject outstanding talent, nor do we excessively fish for recruits. We have always recruited according to the talent gaps at various levels. According to our military's own statistics, the recruitment rates of elite graduates from the 6 major academies across the 8 legions are basically equal. To claim that the Thorn Legion is cherry-picking is simply a gross misunderstanding. Shan Xingyi has always advocated that one should not initiate conflicts unless provoked. Having finally been attacked verbally, he was enjoying the opportunity to retaliate when suddenly the high-frequency sound of his light brain interrupted him. His speech was cut short and his train of thought derailed. When discussing matters with others, the worst disruption is having one's rhythm disturbed. Just as Shan Xingyi was about to question who was so undisciplined as to leave their light brain unmuted during a meeting, he choked on his own saliva and was relieved he hadn't voiced his question. The blaring light brain was inexplicably his own. How could he have forgotten to mute it? He was, after all, the most rule-abiding official in the Federation. Considering another unlikely possibility, he hurriedly opened his light brain, abandoning the calm demeanor he had maintained just moments before. The most dreaded situation had indeed occurred. Shan Xingyi inadvertently activated the public broadcast. On the other end was his longtime deputy, now a 5-star General Pei Siyun. Pei Siyun's typically expressionless face displayed signs of fatigue and anxiety. Upon seeing the background of the meeting room, he promptly saluted and reported more formally. General, 1 hour ago, garrison points 3, 4, and 5 on Loi Star simultaneously faced a surge of insects, and the troops stationed there are unable to withstand the onslaught. Currently, we have drawn 1/3 of the forces from other garrison points on Loi Star for reinforcement, but it is still estimated to be insufficient. Given the current trend, these 3 garrison points will fall within 150 hours. Other garrison points are also showing an increase in insect activity, but have not yet formed a surge. This urgent message struck like lightning. Instead of focusing on the situation at the row's defense line, the Legion commanders began contacting their subordinates to check for any signs of a surge on their own defensive lines. Understanding their thoughts, Shan Xingyi allowed them to confirm their situations while he delved into more detailed battle reports with his deputy. As he listened, Shan Xingyi frowned. It seemed that the insect race had specifically targeted these garrison points, determined to breach his defense. When had the insect race evolved to possess strategic thinking? How strange. After everyone confirmed their situations, the marshal cleared his throat and began organizing a discussion. Shan Xingyi sighed inwardly. Under these circumstances, he had no choice but to seek external assistance. However, would it truly be easy to enlist help? The frontline situation had little impact on the students still in preparatory schools. For instance, the students at Blue Academy viewed the distant events at the northern frontline as mere trending news on the Star Network, far removed from their daily lives. What they cared about most was points. As the semester drew to a close, Blue Academy was eerily quiet, with students divided into three main categories. 1. Those who had slacked off all semester and were now cramming in training rooms or libraries to avoid failing. 2. Those who felt no pressure but wanted to earn more points, frantically boosting their combat power in first battlefield for point exchanges. 3. Those who chose not to study or earn points, opting instead for a holiday outside the academy. Cui Yu belonged to the second category. She was grinding through insect levels in first battlefield to familiarize herself with mech combat. After studying her major, she discovered that being a logistics officer was a safe job, yet high-level league logistics officers faced considerable risks. The primary task of a logistics officer in competitions is to survive until the later stages of the match. As logistics officers are considered civilian personnel, most students studying logistics lack combat capabilities, which is not particularly concerning since they operate from the rear on the battlefield. However, in competitions, they are often targeted as early breakthroughs. Once the two sides engage, targeting logistics officers first is an unspoken rule. Thus, in high-level competitions, most logistics officers operate independently, taking extra caution even when transporting supplies, lest they be focused down and eliminated in seconds, which would jeopardize their team's resources. A logistics officer operating alone in competitions must evade both the enemy's main force and the deployed insects. Therefore, any team that makes it to the Final Four must have a logistics officer capable of surviving independently against the insect race. What could Cui Yu do? She could only go all out. To match her appearance with the northern long-tailed shrike, her weapon was limited to a gun situated only at the tip of her beak. However, the round bird head afforded design flexibility, resulting in a gun that could change calibers, allowing it to fire charged light beams or accommodate various types of ammunition, such as tranquilizer darts, smoke bombs, gas bombs, and magnetic rounds. After testing these in custom mode, Cui Yu charged ahead. The first level presented a single insect, small and squat, resembling the watermelon bug commonly seen in childhood, scientifically known as the pill bug. As the large pill bug waddled toward Cui Yu, she leaped in her mech, creating a distance of over 10 meters. If the 80-year-old Cui Xiaoyu had possessed such jumping ability, she would never have been chased into a corner by that mantis. The mech jumps required almost no cooldown time, and by the time the large pill bug approached again, Cui Yu simply leaped away. "You can't reach me." Cui Yu was thrilled. These small insects were nothing more than trivial. Realizing that these little bugs were merely cannon fodder, Cui Yu began observing its weaknesses. Her conclusion was that this creature had weaknesses in abundance. Cui Yu attempted to attack the large pill bug with her light gun. The next second, the large pill bug exploded. "You have been defeated." Cui Yu felt dizzy with anger, but she understood that this creature could not be attacked recklessly. In the second round, she refrained from carelessly firing her gun, and instead jumped and dodged while contemplating how to deal with it. 3 minutes later, it suddenly charged at her and exploded. "Cui Yu, I swear I dodged that." "You have been defeated." Cui Yu tried again. "You have been defeated. You have been defeated. You have been defeated." Looking up at the words level 1A, Cui Yu began to question her life. Come on, shouldn't the first level have a beginner's tutorial? Suddenly an idea struck Cui Yu, and she exited the game, going to the player forum. Her small hands searched, and indeed, she found a guide. The first 50 levels of the insect-killing adventure were fixed, so some players had recorded guides. Unlocking the complete guide for the first 50 levels cost only 5-star coins, which was quite affordable. Cui Yu generously purchased it, and then settled back into the holographic pod to watch. The player who recorded the video seemed determined to teach everyone, narrating as he cleared the levels from a first-person perspective. For the first level, the bug with many stripes is called the mutated pill bug, colloquially known as the watermelon bomb. Its characteristic is that it explodes at the slightest provocation. Even without any triggering event, it can detonate, a purely sacrificial explosive. While its damage radius isn't significant, they appear in large numbers on the battlefield. To defeat it, the key is to land a fatal blow without triggering an explosion. Many have tried using light guns or cold weapons, both of which can provoke an explosive reaction. The Insect Research Institute has long provided an anatomical analysis. There is a protrusion at the center of the 13th segment, which serves as its breathing hole. Use a fine light beam to strike that breathing hole accurately. See, it's a dead bug now. This player opted for continuous gameplay, and by the time Cui Yu finished watching the videos for all 50 levels, her holographic pod issued a health reminder stating she had focused for too long and needed to get up and move around. Cui Yu agreed it was time to get some exercise, fearing the onset of hemorrhoids. Although in this era treating hemorrhoids involved minimally invasive painless surgery, she was still apprehensive. Thus, she obediently went outside to perform a set of chickadee takeoff, the second set of National Elementary School broadcast gymnastics. Then she dove back into the holographic pod. Awake in hunting time. Armed with the gameplay guide, Cui Yu discovered that killing insects was no different from slicing through vegetables. So easy. Having grasped the first 50 levels, Cui Yu felt she was brimming with skills and strength. No wonder they say the highest salaries in the military actually go to the researchers in the academy. It is their research that ensures smooth combat on the battlefield, and they truly deserve it. After finishing 50 levels, there were no more guides available. Because beyond 50 levels, randomness increased significantly and the difficulty escalated. Cui Yu didn't want to let the specter of defeat on level 51 diminish her current enthusiasm, so she decisively exited the game to first redeem her points with her record from the first 50 levels. At that moment, Qianxingzi also emerged from the holographic pod. It was his first experience with the holographic simulation chamber, and he had ignored several health reminders during his session. Now feeling utterly drained, he had no choice but to step outside for fresh air. The same thing had happened to several others. First-time users of the holographic pod, especially those with a level mental strength, found 4 hours to be the limit before they risked fainting. The four pale-faced individuals exchanged glances with the relaxed Cui Yu, while Cui Yu radiated with vitality. Cui Yu suddenly stumbled, leaning against Cui Yu for support, her expression weak. "Cui Yu, I'm so tired, I need to pet something fluffy to feel better." Cui Yu waved her hand to summon a honey badger, grabbing it by the scruff and placing it in Cui Yu's hands. "Easy, Cui Yu spoils you." Rubbing the not-so-soft solid fluff in her hands, Cui Yu felt somewhat content. After touching it herself, she discovered that the white and black fur of the flathead badger felt quite different. What a marvelous little fluffball. Li Hua wouldn't let his team members indulge in distraction. Moreover, openly engaging with others' spiritual entities in a public classroom, even though this term isn't used in the same context everyone understands, was simply uncouth. Li Hua gestured and sighed at the declining morals of society. Seeing this little commander, who was prone to explosive reactions, at a loss while observing her spiritual entity's enjoyment, Cui Yu hurriedly issued a disclaimer: "I managed to get through 56 levels today, exceeding my mission." Cui Yu had already surpassed 30 levels, so reaching 56 levels was a breeze for her. Bai Angsai cast an envious glance her way, scratching his head. "I seem to have fallen behind, only reaching 20-something levels. Qianxingzi, I reached 41. If not for my mental strength giving out, I could have easily hit 50. Yan Yufei nodded. "I'm at 41 too, stuck on the soft fragrance bug level, practicing my swordsmanship a lot." It couldn't be helped. The soft fragrance bug had 2 short legs, making timing and angles crucial for a successful strike. Li Hua was very pleased with this. All his teammates displayed a strong sense of progress. He himself was at 39 levels, which satisfied him, as he was a commander, a mental laborer, and a 2-level gap with a professional soldier was perfectly acceptable. But he wondered why Bai had gotten stuck. Bai as a soldier was quite capable. Not having time to ponder Bai's problem, Li Hua turned his attention to the excited Cui Yu nearby. Cui Yu attempted to smile shyly, but failed, beaming widely with joy clearly evident on her face. I just finished 50 levels." Li Hua's eyes widened in surprise, as if they were about to pop out. Cui Yu felt elated, but maintained a facade of composure, though her smile was hard to suppress. Actually, I'm not that impressive. I bought a guide for 5-star coins and followed it exactly to clear the levels, so it's nothing special." Bai Angsai's large round eyes widened like light bulbs. "What guide?" "There's a guide." Li Hua sighed in relief. Bai wasn't incompetent. She simply hadn't thought to look for a guide first. Bai could manage to pass 20-something levels on her own, proving to be a born nemesis against the insect race. Duodua, on the other hand, seemed disheartened. "Are you saying that watching the guide made it easier?" Cui Yu looked at him, raising her chin in curiosity, as if asking, "Otherwise, what did you expect?" Duo felt a wave of self-doubt wash over him. Partly because he felt defeated by being outdone, and partly regretting giving Cui Yu an opportunity to show off. Cui Yu is at my fault for being too outstanding. Having completed her tasks according to plan in the afternoon, Cui Yu decided not to continue grinding through levels in the evening. She had just searched and found that there were no detailed guides after the 50 levels. The secret to maintaining a good mood is not to invite unnecessary troubles before their time. Today was Friday. The task was already completed. She wouldn't add extra training. Instead, she wanted to visit Cat Island for a popular cat buffet. As she reached the school gate, she brushed past a pair of good friends who looked particularly close. The boy proudly held up a grass-woven puppy. This is my lucky charm for a successful exam, and it looks just like my spiritual entity. It'll grant me the power to pass, without failing, all for just 5,000 star coins. Much more reliable than that 2,000 star coin charm you bought last time. That didn't help at all. Cui Yu, did she hear that correctly? Is money really that easy to make for students here? Cui Yu chose to spend her delightful Friday evening on the relatively secluded Cat Island among the Gemini Isles. As the name suggests, Cat Island is a paradise for cats. Here one can find numerous snoozing felines along with communal cat beds, litter boxes, and feeding stations. All stray cats that appear in human residential areas on the island are sterilized, resulting in a population that is exceptionally plump. The islanders also enjoy donning clothes adorned with cat motifs, regardless of age or gender. Many sport hats with colorful cat ears. Even the public transport tickets on the island are shaped like cat paws. On the eastern side of the island lies an undeveloped natural forest home to countless wild animals, including feral cats that relish their wild freedom. However, if they venture too close to humans, they may find it difficult to return to their natural habitat, as it is challenging for sterilized cats to reintegrate into wild populations. Amidst the cats lounging in the streets and alleys, there are also many human spiritual entities. At a glance, these entities resemble actual cats, but they neither eat nor excrete and can vanish into thin air. The island government has urged for many years against allowing these cat-like spirits to roam freely outside, but to no avail. How could one claim that spirit belongs to them? What if their spirit happens to be a cow-patterned cat, and just moments ago one such cow-patterned cat vanished? But how can they prove it disappeared rather than that they simply imagined it? Even if it truly vanished, how could one prove that no other person's spirit is also a cow-patterned cat? In any case, watching passers-by argue with civil enforcers over such matters can be quite entertaining. Unfortunately, this amusement is something Cui Yu must savor alone, as none of her teammates share her fondness for cats. Qian Sheng's spirit is a mouse, so naturally he has no affinity for cats. Li Hua's spirit is a wall-climbing gecko, which also doesn't particularly like cats, those nimble creatures that dash across rooftops. Baiong's preferences follow Li Hua's lead, while Su Jia harbors a dislike for cats due to a childhood spat with a wild cat that she lost. As for Yin Yufei, the younger student, despite having a large cat as his spirit, he looks down on other cats. It seems that behind his big expressive eyes there lurks an unexpected prejudice. Cui Yu's initiative for a team-building excursion to Cat Island was ultimately thwarted, leaving her to immerse herself in the feline wonderland alone. Today she planned to visit a cat-themed buffet restaurant called Little Cow is the chef. The owner is a spayed cow-patterned cat resembling the famous black cat sheriff, and the restaurant's agent and chef is its human caretaker, a purebred individual. The sheriff owner lounged at the front desk, one leg crossed, licking its fur, while scrutinizing each customer with a serious expression. Only those acknowledged by the cat may enter. This buffet operates on a menu ordering basis, with each dish served in 2-bite portions. Diners must finish one dish before ordering the next, strictly prohibiting waste, yet the service is remarkably swift. "I hope these aren't pre-prepared or mass-produced dishes," a customer whispered to her companion. Her companion shook her head. "It shouldn't be. I heard the chef's spirit is an octopus." "But won't the cats eat that?" "I heard it's a durian-flavored octopus. Cats will." Their conversation left Cui Yu with the lingering impression that her dishes bore a hint of durian. The restaurant accommodates only 30 diners per meal, yet it buzzes with activity. Each dish is served in rapid succession, with every diner assisted by 2 cat delivery robots. During peak hunger, 60 cat robots scurry across the restaurant, creating a dazzling spectacle. The visual chaos primarily arises from these robots, all styled after cow-patterned cats, forming a constantly shifting mass like a dynamic QR code. After finishing her meal, Cui Yu couldn't help but smack her lips. The food was quite delicious, but at 1,388 star coins per person it felt a tad expensive. If only her teammates had joined her, they could have shared a picnic with the cats instead of her splurging on this trendy restaurant. Regrettably, one cannot force those who dislike cats into a cat-centric world. Her journey on Cat Island was destined to be solitary, along with the compensatory spending that came with that loneliness. After settling her bill, Cui Yu lamented once more about the steep prices here, recalling a certain grass-woven puppy, priced at 5,000 star coins. She swore to the heavens that she felt no energy emanating from that puppy. That classmate must have been duped. Could a mere clump of raffia impart knowledge and skills into one's mind and body? Even the cow-patterned cat owner would know that was impossible. Cui Yu then wandered into a handmade craft shop on Cat Island. She was taken aback by the prices: $10.88 for a cat head canvas bag, $15.99 for handcrafted kitten fur flip-flops, and $28.88 for a hand-collaged seashell cat painting. Not to mention these were not even bespoke items. It seemed absurd to charge so much. The shopkeeper, clearly uninterested in young customers with empty pockets, mumbled, "These are handmade," before burying himself in his knitting. Cui Yu glanced at the pet sweaters hanging on the wall, their stitches uneven, yet they dared to price one at $1,200. Then she witnessed a kind-faced customer purchase a $1,200 sweater to gift to a stray cat at the shop's entrance. The grateful stray rewarded the customer with a generous rub against their leg. Another customer clad in beach shorts bought kitten fur flip-flops and headed towards the beach. Unwilling to be discouraged, Cui Yu spotted a cart selling cotton candy, which here was called cloud candy. She approached to buy one. This was handmade cloud candy priced at only 5-star coins. Now that was a reasonable price. After enjoying the delicious yet slightly too sweet cloud candy, Cui Yu drove her mini two-seater flying car to another small island. This was a humble island named Kong Kong Island, not overly commercialized with few tourists. It seemed unremarkable, so Cui Yu chose a handmade cookie shop. At the checkout was a fellow student from her school. The sweet-smiling shop assistant scanned her classmate's student card and handed it back with both hands. "You are an outstanding student of the Azure Academy, the future of the Federation. Our shop offers an additional 10% discount on top of the student crystal card discount, totaling 432 star coins." Cui Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. A small bag of cookies weighed at least a pound, and even after 2 discounts, it still cost over 400. Is money really that easy to make? Indeed, money seemed to flow easily here, at least in this context. Cui Yu knew this was a tourist planet and was aware of the school's benefits, but her understanding of the planetary economy was rather limited. Had she paid closer attention, she would have realized that Panlon Star, solely reliant on tourism, boasted the 3rd largest economy in the entire star system. Only behind the core planet Tianlon, where the central government resides, and Shui Lan, home to the largest producer of mental healing agents. This was undoubtedly a wealthy planet focusing on high-end tourism and vacation business among many tourist destinations. Residents of wealthy planets may not necessarily live well due to high costs of living, but labor here is certainly more expensive compared to other planets. Handmade goods, particularly those with unique designs, are even pricier. Yet there are buyers willing to pay. For instance, her classmates, aside from those like her, who were scholarship students from humble backgrounds, were mostly well-off individuals. Those without money who can't secure scholarships simply cannot afford to attend Azure Academy. Wealthy families are genuinely keen on sending their aspiring military children to Azure Academy, not because it ranks particularly high, but because for over a century Azure Academy has maintained a student mortality rate of 0. This data might seem surreal, yet it is indeed true. While many students perish due to intense training or during practical combat exercises, Azure Academy has chosen to allow students to manage their own training intensity, opting for more instructors and mercenaries to ensure student safety. Even in wartime, the school has done an excellent job of protecting its children. So my choice of school is quite extraordinary. Cui Yu marveled at how the Su family approached education with a philanthropic mindset, while secretly resolving to seize this golden opportunity for profit. Of course, making money requires leaving the campus. History, after all, tends to repeat itself. Cui Yu pulled an all-nighter intending to breach the school's surveillance system. However, when she finally succeeded, she discovered a major problem when looking out the window. She had worked for nothing. The school is an island. Leaving campus meant traveling from one island to another. Cui Yu glanced at her flying car. It was a basic model, compact and cute, but during the day it shimmered, and at night it glowed. She had chosen this color for its flashy appeal, but now she felt she had been overly ambitious. Even if she could escape the school's security without triggering an alarm, there was no way she could brazenly fly her car from school to elsewhere. Once she did that, whether by day or night, she would be the brightest star in the sky. Yet if she truly needed to get out, there were still options. Flying wasn't necessary, as she could swim. Cui Yu calculated the time it would take to swim to the nearest small island and fell silent. But Cui Yu would never concede defeat. Given the property prices and cost of living near Azure Academy, combined with the high acceptance of handmade trinkets among vacationers and students, it was akin to placing a Sichuan chef in the heart of London with all meals provided. No financial pressure whatsoever. If that chef couldn't earn money to support their family back home, it would be a complete waste of resources and a tragic squandering of talent. Cui Yu could not allow such a shocking situation to occur. Wasn't it simply about unique handmade crafts? Wasn't it about lucky little trinkets? She was perfectly capable. Who said that Gemini Island's unique transportation talismans couldn't become the next big sensation? Cui Yu resolved that since she couldn't go out herself, she would hire someone to sell her talismans. As the new semester began, word spread among the students about a newly opened shop. This shop was located on the popular holiday destination Starry Island, and no one knew exactly when it had opened. The bustling commercial landscape of Starry Island was so chaotic that the addition of one more shop was hardly noticeable. Moreover, with many once popular stores quietly closing their doors each day and numerous ambitious entrepreneurs establishing their own ventures, the island was a constant hub of change. Running a business on Starry Island was no small feat. High rent, fierce competition, and a clientele with sky-high expectations presented endless challenges. Any shop that failed to find its footing in the market would soon struggle to cover losses and be forced to shut down. Initially, those who noticed this new establishment assumed the owner was merely foolishly creating bizarre handmade products, slapping on exorbitant price tags with the intent to fleece unsuspecting customers, a classic recipe for failure. However, it gradually became apparent that this was not the case. The shop, named Wang Shu, featured dim lighting illuminated only by a central yellow orb referred to by the staff as the moonlight lamp. Though the moonlight lamp cast a soft glow, it provided a clear and pleasant ambience for browsing items in the shop. The merchandise was sparse, showcasing hand-painted talisman cards. One side displayed incomprehensible hand-drawn patterns, possibly obscure characters, while the other featured beautiful landscape oil paintings. The labels indicated a wide variety of talisman cards, including Luck Talisman, Digestive Aid Talisman, Negative Energy Repel Talisman, Stay Gorgeous, while Staying Up Talisman, Peaceful Sleep Talisman, and Efficient Learning Talisman, covering many common needs, generally priced between 100 to 300 star coins. In contrast, the items displayed in the glass cabinets on the walls were much more expensive. A few stones intricately woven into beautiful bracelets or necklaces commanded prices starting from 10,000 star coins, making the intention to exploit glaringly obvious. Some customers felt compelled to shout at the owner to wake up. After all, even handmade stone bracelets should not be priced at tens of thousands. The owner even claimed these were magical bracelets. Was this a flight of fancy or a venture into fraud? Regardless, many unfortunate customers, having been duped repeatedly, did not believe these items had any real utility. Countless handcrafted products claimed to promise no failing grades, improved luck, and successful confessions, and students had fallen for such scams before. Though their wallets could endure, the feeling of being taken for a fool was undeniably unpleasant. Nevertheless, even after numerous deceptions, there remained believers in the existence of mystical powers willing to pay for novelty and attractive designs. For instance, among the students of Azure Academy, who had some financial means and a sense of trust and wonder towards the unknown world, one particular unnamed student from the conducting department, after struggling with insomnia for days, decided to try his luck by spending 2 star coins on a peaceful sleep talisman and was genuinely rewarded with sweet slumber. He subsequently became a devoted fan of Wang Shu. Many sleep aids on the market carried some side effects. For example, one might wake up feeling sluggish or have difficulty concentrating or find themselves too deeply asleep to respond to external stimuli. Furthermore, some products could lead to dependency, making insomnia worse after discontinuation. For the average person, these side effects might seem insignificant, but for a conducting student whose work demands intense concentration, the difference was stark. Thus, a sleep aid without side effects was worth the 200 star coins, essentially the cost of a night in a hotel. He soon discovered that this was not a one-time use product. Keeping the talisman under his pillow, he enjoyed restful sleep for a full 2 weeks. It was only on the 16th or 17th day that he noticed a significant decrease in effectiveness, which was still much cheaper than high-end sleep supplements. Conductors often possess an inquisitive nature, so despite the talisman's decreased efficacy, he became curious to explore its limits. After using it for 20 days, the peaceful sleep talisman turned gray and crumbled at a mere touch. This must be genuine mystical power. After it broke, he abstained from using it for several days and found his insomnia returned to the state it had been before he acquired the talisman. While it could not cure his insomnia, it did not worsen his condition or increase the threshold for falling asleep once discontinued. Thus, he returned to purchase more peaceful sleep talismans as regular supplies and also acquired the newly released Focus Talisman. The peaceful sleep talisman remained just as effective, and he indeed felt the Focus Talisman helped him concentrate better, but after short bursts of heightened mental energy, he needed to rest his mind. In summary, while the focus talisman did not enhance overall cognitive capacity, it effectively facilitated bursts of concentrated thought. Finally, this perpetually sleep-deprived conductor found restful slumber, and his complexion improved considerably. Previously a recluse consumed by studies, he began to enjoy outdoor activities, prompting classmates and friends to speculate that he was in love. Upon inquiry, they discovered he had simply acquired genuine mystical supplies. Once again, students at Azure Academy were not strapped for cash. Whether or not they believed in the conductor's legendary experience, they were willing to spend to try it out. At most, they could experiment with the ones of his zero-star coin digestive aid talismans. As those who had long struggled with constipation began to find regular relief, those who had previously suffered from dark circles due to late nights no longer bore the signs, and those who tended to get distracted suddenly found themselves completing entire assignments in one go. Wang Shu quickly gained popularity. The staff at Wang Shu was a girl named Eileen, only a few years older than the students. Even in the wealthiest places, there are those who struggle financially. Eileen's parents were ocean waste cleaners on Starry Island. Though their income was above the Interstellar average, the high cost of living on Starry Island left them living paycheck to paycheck. After giving birth to Eileen at over 200 years of age, her parents both passed away before she reached adulthood. With average grades and D-level mental capacity, Eileen did not pursue higher education after losing her parents. Instead, like many others, she became one of the countless cleaners along the shore after completing her compulsory education. Due to her honest demeanor, Eileen was known for her efficiency in collecting waste at sea, earning her praise and tips. Thus, she caught the eye of Wang Shu's discerning owner, who hired her to manage the shop entirely, only visiting once or twice a month to restock. The peculiar aspect was that the owner, due to their unique circumstances, could not present themselves. Eileen handled everything from renting the premises to assuming legal responsibilities. Initially, Eileen worried that the owner's business might fail. As a native of Starry Island, she had seen too many such shops selling odd expensive items. While some might enter out of curiosity, few would be willing to pay for something deemed useless, leading to a forced closure and an embarrassed exit from Starry Island. What had the owner said? That her products were different, and that she possessed a unique ability to create extraordinary items. Eileen was unsure whether this was the truth or mere salesmanship, like many merchants. Her willingness to be employed stemmed from the owner's promise that she wouldn't need to sell anything. She only needed to manage the shop, keep it tidy, and handle transactions. The salary offered was akin to her earnings from collecting waste, but being able to sit indoors and work until closing was far more appealing than spending every day at sea. With a mix of skepticism and hope, Eileen became Wang Shu's first and only employee. To this day, Eileen remains grateful for her past work in waste collection that led to her discovery by the owner, for her courage in facing a new job, and of course for her mysterious employer. Because the owner was indeed right, her products were truly different from those of the merchant class, possessing a mystical quality. This distinction not only attracted returning customers, but also new clients brought in by loyal patrons, leading to a significant increase in Eileen's income from sales commissions. In such a commercialized environment, once business took off, it would attract more foot traffic. New travelers hearing about the quality of the items from returning customers would not leave empty-handed regardless of their beliefs. To maintain an air of mystery, the owner Cui Yu typically refrained from asking Eileen about the shop's details and avoided discussing the now thriving establishment with others. Until one day, dang 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 dang, Sister Sue had an impressive figure clad in shorts and a fitted top that showcased her long, powerful legs, toned muscles, and an ample bosom. Her long arms and fingers lent her an air of confidence and health. Sister Sue smiled as she handed out a stack of talismans. She generously distributed one to each person. Then she pulled out another stack and continued the process, ensuring everyone received 4 talismans. Cui Yu recognized them immediately. These were the new seasonal series from Wang Shu, including the Peaceful Sleep Talisman, Focus Talisman, Appetite Talisman, and Mood Uplifting Talisman. This was, of course, a new sales strategy. Selling the talismans as if they were collectible cards would undoubtedly entice customers, especially those drawn to attractive designs, and there were always eager buyers willing to purchase a complete set. Cui Yu was taken aback to discover Sister Sue was precisely this type of buyer. Feeling a pang of guilt, Cui Yu did not want to profit off her teammates' purchases. However, she also couldn't bring herself to confess in front of all her teammates that Wang Shu was actually her shop. That felt too strange. Sister Sue remained oblivious to Cui Yu's internal struggle, enthusiastically promoting her recent favorite, Wang Shu's talisman cards. These are the super popular talisman cards from Wang Shu. Each set comes with a display box, which I took for you all. Oh, everyone gets a share of the talismans. Sister Sue was generous to a fault, hardly even mentioning the prices. Of course, her ample pocket money was one reason. The main reason was that the display boxes were simply too beautiful. Sister Su wanted several to showcase her previously hoarded talismans. Cui Yu was utterly stunned. Wasn't this akin to the starry version of buying a case for a pearl? Cui Yu felt her entrepreneurial instincts were still underdeveloped. Should she consider ordering custom card albums, display boxes, or limited edition card bricks? Wasn't she in the business of mysticism? Why did it feel like she was inadvertently getting into blind box sales? As a shrewd merchant who had profited from Sister Su's purchases, Cui Yu felt her conscience greatly troubled. While contemplating how to make it up to Sister Su, she couldn't help but leap forward and hug her. Sister Su, you're just the best. From her vantage point, she could rest her chin on Sister Su's soft shoulder, and shyly peeking at the dignified Sister Su, Cui Yu couldn't help but timidly say, "Sister, you smell so good." Sister Su, puzzled, lifted her arm to sniff, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Nonetheless, if the logistics girl liked it, then she could indulge her. Sister Su appreciated the soft, friendly logistics girl. Li Hua could no longer tolerate Cui Yu's sycophantic behavior. As the well-informed conductor, he had heard of Wang Shu, but did not know much about it. Such non-essential luxury consumption, which carried an element of entertainment, was not within his purview. However, he understood that these were luxury items, and he couldn't comfortably accept benefits without merit. Sister Su, confused, asked, "What do you mean, you have no merit?" Li Hua was equally bewildered. He and Sister Su were not particularly close, and their interactions were based solely on their newly formed team. What merit could he possibly have with her? Surely he hadn't dreamt of playing first battlefield with Sister Su during his sleep. Laughing at the absurdity, he even thought about wanting Sister Su to help him score points in his dreams. Sister Su looked at this weak, unassuming conductor who had done much, yet seemed oblivious to his own contributions, and felt a twinge of sympathy. Just being the team leader is a significant merit. Li Hua, on guard, responded, "Huh? Sister Su, when exactly did I become the team leader?" Cui Yu interjected. "Li Hua, you rallied our entire team together. If you're not the leader, who is?" Yin Yufei chimed in. "Yes, Cui Shuesheng has a point." Qian Xingzi added, "The team leader can't be me, I joined last." Bai Angzi exclaimed, "Oldly, being the team leader suits you." Li Hua, "Right, I'm the team leader." Li Hua resigned himself to fate. Sister Su crossed her arms and leaned closer to Li Hua. She was about 3 inches taller and wore platform shoes, which typically would create an imposing aura, but the sincerity in her eyes mitigated that effect. "I joined your team, not just to avoid working with that person, and more importantly, I have great faith in your team." Sister Su boasted, "I've always aimed for a ranking in the league." At this moment, her tone was much softer than her usual exuberance, which unsettled Li Hua. Coming from a remote hometown to the affluent and bustling Blue Star, from sharing a malfunctioning mecha with all its quirks to owning a personal A-class mecha after 3 years, from merely catching glimpses of the high league's thrilling moments on screen to forming his own battle team, everything had unfolded seamlessly, almost too unreal. Li Hua feared that one day he might awaken to the harsh crowing of roosters, greeted by Angzi knocking on his door to join him for morning runs in the fields preparing for school selection on another planet. He feared it was all just a fantasy. Sister Su was typically carefree. She was wealthy and lived life to the fullest, not the studious type. Her reason for joining the team was simply a dislike for someone. Yet in this moment, she earnestly expressed her trust in his abilities. At that moment, Li Hua felt his life was no longer adrift in the clouds or suspended in space. His destiny was in his own hands. The usually composed Li Hua suddenly appeared stunned, and even the perceptive Sister Su sensed something was amiss. Had she said something that struck a nerve? Why did Li Hua look like he was on the verge of tears? Sister Su could not tolerate anyone crying. Frowning slightly with a hint of awkwardness, she raised her voice to halt him. "What's with that expression? I'm telling you, just take it, it's for your benefit. Don't let this trivial matter hinder our overall progress. My goal is to be number 1. Cui Yu was taken aback. So the teammates were all this ambitious. She suddenly felt out of place, and realizing that she should make an important statement, she slapped Li Hua on the back, producing a resounding thud. "Oldly, stand tall. We all believe you can lead us to glory." Yin Yufei added, "We all believe in the captain." Bai Angzi chimed in, "Li Hua, we are headed for glory." Qian Xingzi. Li Hua's eyes glistened, but a smile tugged at his lips. All right, let's keep a low profile. The school team can still secure a spot in the top 8. Let's aim for first in the entire star system, and then fight for that top 8 slot." The school team might as well be surnamed Chao. As Li Hua mentioned the school team, they stumbled upon the very people Sister Su disliked, the school team members. Zhan Hongxiu always appeared when they were at their least dignified. The last time, they had barely made it before the school's curfew, and this time Li Hua's eyes were red on the verge of tears. However, this time Zhan Hongxiu was not just accompanied by her usual sidekick Bei Ling, but also a tall, handsome boy who seemed reluctant to follow her. Yet immersed in her excitement, Zhan Hongxiu was oblivious to the discomfort of her companion. Recently, the school team had undergone a transformation. Zhang Hongqiu and Bei Ling, the top two from the support department, had expressed their desire to join the school team, with Zhang Hongqiu aiming for a starting position and Bei Ling as a substitute facing little resistance in becoming members. Though she had previously viewed the school team as an easy win, receiving official approval from the school still brought her immense satisfaction. Even if the school wasn't the top tier, and even if competition in the support department was relatively low, being a member of the school team meant being among the best across all disciplines, a title that filled her with pride. If previously Zhang Hongqiu had merely engaged in minor squabbles with Sister Su due to personal grievances, now that she was a school team member, she hardly cared for the trivial disputes, feeling she had left Sister Su far behind. Sister Su, with her class talent, had somehow fallen so low. So this is the small team you chose over the school team? Zhang Hongqiu scoffed, her disdain evident. A timid, emotional conductor, a dim-witted and cowardly soldier, a latecomer for support, a logistics girl with peculiar taste for choosing Cui Yu. Sister Su, is this your taste? Your way of slacking off is incredibly unbecoming. Cui Yu bristled at her words, feeling insulted that her Cui Yu was used as an insult. Sister Su, who had grown up playfully sparring with Zhang Hongqiu, now felt that engaging in such childish banter was a waste of expression. Why hadn't she noticed how unreasonable Zhang Hongqiu was before? None of this concerns you. Uninterested in the opinions of the unimportant Sister Su, dismissed her. Zhang Hongqiu, feeling snubbed, shrugged it off. Well, I hope you make it to the top 8. Well, I wouldn't want to run into you on the competition stage. I'd feel rather regretful. Had her tone not been so sarcastic, it might have seemed like a genuine wish. Sister Su sneered, you won't have to feel regret. As their conversation faltered, Sister Su wished to return to her teammates and their newly rented villa for some training in the holographic simulation chamber, but things did not go smoothly. Su Kaiwen lingered in the background, recognizing this was his final opportunity as Sister Su attempted to leave. After pondering for some time, he finally found a perfect entry point. Cui Yu is in your team. Then I want to join too. I can be a substitute for Cui Yu. Cui Yu noticed Sister Su's expression shift from impatience to one of exasperation, evidently recognizing this guy. The next moment revealed the answer. Cousin Su, I genuinely want to join your team. I want to be teammates with Cui Yu. Even if I can't play, I'd be more than happy. Surely you won't turn me down, right? Oh, where did this impudent fellow come from? Oh, he was Sister Su's cousin. Yet inexplicably, Sister Su seemed quite taken by this line of reasoning. She hesitated and then looked at Li Hua, seeking his opinion. This was clearly a question directed at Li Hua. Su Kaiwen quickly disregarded his cousin and stared at Li Hua with hopeful eyes. This young brother seemed gentle and unassuming, yet he was rumored to have a strong influence on the decisive Sister Su. He was truly not to be underestimated. Li Hua struggled with the idea of rejection, or rather he was not good at denying someone's request. So he almost mechanically nodded in response. Su Kaiwen's face broke into a beaming smile in an instant. Unlike Qian Xing's aloofness, Li Hua's gentility, or by Angzi's robust build, Su Kaiwen was the epitome of a cheerful sunny boy. His fair skin might evoke images of a swimmer, yet in comparison to the many robust soldiers around him, he was merely of average build. His bright smile could easily endear him to others, and with Li Hua's approval, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he still wasn't entirely clear on what position Su Kaiwen would take. Interestingly, Bai Angzi was unusually enthusiastic. Kaiwen, then we'll be teammates from now on. Scenes. ID 1. Content. Li Hua raised an eyebrow, recognizing Bai Angzi's name, which indicated he was a heavy mech soldier. In the face of this new competitor, it was unclear whether Bai Angzi was genuinely unaware of the threat Su Kaiwen posed to his starting position, or if he simply did not care. Regardless, witnessing a fellow classmate he admired from the same specialty joining his team must have brought him immense joy. ID 2. Content. Su Kaiwen enthusiastically chimed in yes, yes, before casting an apologetic glance at Zhang Hongqiu, who stood nearby, with no opportunity to interject. Cousin Hong, I found my team. I won't be joining you for the selection event since I wouldn't make the school team anyway. He finished with a flirtatious wink. ID 3. Content. Cui Yu, who was listening from the side, was left in utter disbelief. Another cousin? What is going on? Both Su Jie and Zhang Hongqiu were Su Kaiwen's cousins, yet Su Jie had no familial ties to Zhang Hongqiu. The two were half-sisters through different mothers. It was a convoluted family tree reminiscent of the chaotic noble relationships of medieval Europe, utterly perplexing. ID 4. Content. What could Zhang Hongqiu say? She could force a cow to drink, but could not make it spit out water from another source. Changing her earlier triumphant demeanor, she could only watch as Su Kaiwen eagerly followed Su Yanxiao and the others, struggling to maintain her facade of a smile. ID 5. Content. Su Kaiwen trailed them all the way to the entrance of the villa rented by Cui Yu and the others. Su Yanxiao shot him an irritated glance. Are you still here? Su Kaiwen's expression reflected a sense of betrayal, as if he could not believe the acceptance he had just received was insincere. ID 6. Content. What is your deal? Su Yanxiao asked, exasperated. While she was indeed Su Kaiwen's cousin, their relationship was far from intimate. They were essentially strangers. Seeing her impatience, Su Kaiwen quickly shifted from his earlier playful demeanor to a serious one, though the rapid change suggested an underlying defensiveness. ID 7. Content. Sister, please understand I initially didn't want to be dragged into the school team selection. This wasn't a lack of ambition on his part. The school team had no shortage of heavy mech soldiers this year. If he followed Zhang Hongqiu and Bei Ling, the only two support roles, and Zhang expressed a desire to fight alongside him, he could at least secure a position as a substitute. ID 8. Content. Who knew when he might be called to the field, potentially causing the original starter to sit on the bench? Su Kaiwen understood his own limitations. Despite having class mental power, his combat talent was average at best. If he were to actually compete, it could lead to embarrassment and unfairly take someone else's spot. ID 9. Content. Why can't Cousin Hong understand that being on the school team isn't always an honor or a good thing? He thought. Joining the school team could also result in publicly embarrassing oneself. But you don't have a substitute here, do you? Su Yanxiao pressed. ID 10. Content. I, Su Kaiwen, have 3 mechs. Any substitute would do, and my lack of skill wouldn't affect any of my teammates' starting positions, he argued. If you're not up to par, why should we keep you? Su Yanxiao countered, increasingly baffled by this distant cousin's behavior, which seemed to contradict his usual refined demeanor. ID 11. Content. Su Kaiwen faltered. I also have money. I can be a sponsor. Covers. After the formation of the team, the next step was the registration phase. The league's preliminaries began accepting applications every March. From March to June, each planet held internal elimination rounds. Apart from the 6 school teams that secured spots in the top 8, all other school teams and amateur squads had to earn their entry into the intergalactic competition through this process. In late July, the top 2 teams from each planet would travel to Tianlan Star's training base for an intensive month-long training session, during which they would select a team to compete in the top 8 competition. Li Hua had long since prepared the registration materials, but after the sudden addition of Su Kaiwen, he made a few modifications before submitting them. The team's name, 7 Flowers on One Vine, was a suggestion from Cui Yu, who strongly advocated for it, while Su Yanxiao offered her enthusiastic support. The others simply chuckled in silence, and Li Hua went along with it. Cui Yu was particularly pleased, insisting that the name had classical cultural significance originating from a well-known literary classic from their home planet called Halua. Li Hua found it rather unrefined, but that was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that Su Kaiwen had rented the grandest and most luxurious villa for them. As a substitute and sponsor, Su Kaiwen originally intended to customize a mech for each team member, but after Su Yanxiao playfully chastised him for that idea, he reluctantly used all his points to rent the villa. A sponsor must have a sponsor's flair, Su Kaiwen declared proudly. The luxurious villa was not solitary. There were only 3 in total, one of which was permanently assigned to the school team. Thus, they became neighbors with Zhang Hongqiu. The commotion caused by the 7 moving was not insignificant, and Zhang Hongqiu also came to their doorstep to watch the spectacle. This time she arrived alone, without Bei Ling, dressed in casual homewear, lazily observing her new neighbors coming and going. Kaiwen, do you need my help with the moving? Not being able to join Su Yanxiao and Su Kaiwen on the school team had left Zhang Hongqiu feeling a bit disgruntled lately. But there was little she could do about it. At least she had made the team and was headed straight for the top 8. This was how she comforted herself. Even if they weren't teammates, Su Kaiwen remained very important to her, and Zhang Hongqiu still hoped to maintain a good relationship. Of course not. I'm strong and mighty, Su Kaiwen replied, shouldering a cumbersome bed frame that couldn't fit into his spatial device as he moved it through the door. Feeling slightly embarrassed by Su Kaiwen's outright rejection, Zhang Hongqiu turned to Su Yanxiao. Miss Su, do you need any help? Su Yanxiao didn't bother to acknowledge her. Even Cui Yu showed her some pity. Why would she ask someone who clearly disliked her? If she had asked someone else, she might have received a polite refusal instead of this humiliation from Su Yanxiao. Cui Yu glanced at the visibly distressed Zhang Hongqiu and thought to himself that despite her flaws, Zhang Hongqiu was truly beautiful. Su Yanxiao often remarked that they resembled each other because both were strikingly gorgeous. However, they looked nothing alike. Zhang Hongqiu had fuller lips and fairer skin, giving her a somewhat naive appearance. I want her to help me move, Cui Yu exclaimed. Zhang Hongqiu secretly sighed in relief. Thankfully, that little shorty had the sense to offer help, otherwise she would have surely faced ridicule from Su Yanxiao. From then on, she'd try her best not to mock that little shorty's mech. If Cui Yu had the ability to read minds, knowing Zhang Hongqiu referred to her as Little Shorty, he would have immediately dismissed her as a misguided fool. Zhang Hongqiu was indeed genuinely helping despite the initial intentions. The layout of the school team's villa was quite similar to theirs, but as it had been occupied by the team for decades without any vacancies, it was filled with belongings. For the new members, moving in felt like stepping into someone else's home, requiring some time to adjust. Zhang Hongqiu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for this group. They could all live together in a spacious, empty villa, arranging everything according to their own preferences. As she pondered, Zhang Hongqiu reminded herself not to overthink it. She was a member of the school team and was directly qualified for the top 8. While Zhang Hongqiu worked alone, Su Yanxiao pulled Cui Yu aside, her expression serious. "Why are you dealing with her?" Zhang Hongqiu wasn't particularly bad, nor could she be deemed good, but she had an annoying innocence and failed to realize how unlikable she was, believing herself to be quite impressive. Previously, Su Yanxiao had enjoyed their little skirmishes, relishing the moments when she left Zhang Hongqiu speechless, but she was no longer the same Su Yanxiao. Now she had dreams and teammates. She had no time to entertain Zhang Hongqiu anymore. Cui Yu scratched his head, grinning innocently. "Sister Su, I have so much stuff to move, and Zhang is just being kind, wanting to help." Seeing Cui Yu's endearing, clueless demeanor made Su Yanxiao's expression turn serious. "She's not genuinely kind. Be cautious and don't believe everything you hear. Next time you need anything, just call me. I'll help you." Cui Yu nodded, seemingly understanding. "Then I'll ask Sister Su for help next time. Sister Su, you're so kind. I really like you." As he spoke, he rubbed his head against Su Yanxiao's neck affectionately. "Sister Su, how delightful." Zhang Hongqiu's visit to the neighboring villa wasn't discreet. Who would have thought she initially planned to come and throw shade, but ended up doing hard work instead? From the balcony of the neighboring villa, one could see the scene in their yard, with Zhang Hongqiu in her vibrant red silk homeware blending in among them. She was quite conspicuous. Maiken held a shimmering goblet filled with the latest flavor of mental energy rejuvenator, a matcha lime blend, the green liquid trickling past his dark red lips. The mysterious amalgamation of sour and bitter flavors assaulted his taste buds mercilessly. Maiken contemplated tossing the cup aside, but remembered its price, setting it back down instead. The nerve of this new auxiliary. What was she doing? Helping that ragtag bunch move their things? Had she lost her mind? Maiken rinsed his mouth, the mouthwash mingling with the lingering sour bitterness to create an odd, albeit tolerable flavor. He frowned, recalling the sight of that bright red figure earlier, growing increasingly irritated. He needed to keep this auxiliary in check. Zhang Hongqiu questioned her own sanity. Why did that little shorty have so much stuff? And it was all jumbled up, making it difficult to handle. What was she trying to build in her little pigsty? She shouldn't have gone next door. Instead of deepening her bond with her cousin Kaiwan, she ended up being treated like a pack mule by this impoverished little shorty. Her newly bought clothes were getting dirty. As she bit her lip in frustration while carrying the items, Maiken descended like an angel. Was the senior here to help her? Zhang Hongqiu couldn't help but feel hopeful. However, as Maiken looked at her disheveled appearance, his disdain only grew. His brows furrowed, creating an expression that could crush a fly. His voice was sharp, reminiscent of a novice playing the violin. What are you doing with such undignified work? This is filthy and disgraceful for the school team. Zhang Hongqiu had expected the senior to lend a hand, but Maiken's harsh reprimand immediately ignited her anger. How could this guy born with a silver spoon speak so disdainfully? What are you saying? You certainly lack the grace of a gentleman. It's quite despicable. How could she, the daughter of a prominent family, bring shame upon herself? She was working hard, fostering camaraderie and assisting those who needed help. What was this lofty senior thinking? Why didn't he lend a hand? He was clearly trying to avoid work, using his sharp tongue to belittle her. How utterly ridiculous. She had thought he was a competent individual. Show some respect. I am your senior and a predecessor on the school team. Ignorance will have its consequences. Maiken despised spoiled heiresses who looked down on others due to their privileged backgrounds. It was laughable. Who hadn't been a noble at some point? Why did this junior dare question his lack of decorum? Zhang Hongqiu equally despised such condescending elders. This guy was far less attractive than Zhang Luli, yet he acted even more superior. She could tolerate Zhang Luli because she was pitiable without her mother around, but she wouldn't stand for this average individual looking down on her. Ridiculous. Is being older something to be proud of? Have you become so smug? You're nothing but a logical absurdity. After all, as a cherished daughter of a prestigious family, even her insults lacked any real profanity. Zhang Hongqiu regretted not spending more time online, as she wished she could verbally spar with this old senior and leave him speechless. Even with a distant relationship, Zhang Hongqiu was still Su Kaiwan's cousin and Su Yanxiao's sister. For a stranger like Maiken to insult and threaten her so brazenly was simply intolerable. Maiken had previously clashed with Li Hua and the others. Now with Zhang Hongxiu arguing with him, they could temporarily align as allies. Thus Li Hua along with Bai Angsai stepped forward to prevent any extreme actions from Maiken. A single fighter's combat ability surpassed that of an auxiliary. If he ambushed Zhang Hongqiu in their yard, chaos would ensue. Seeing a group gather, Maiken didn't recognize the leading boy and girl, but their new and high-quality attire along with the mech necklaces glimmering around their necks clearly marked them as wealthy second-generation heirs. The few beside them were familiar faces hailing from remote areas. Connecting the dots with his teammates' mention of a civilian team next door, he quickly discerned their identities. He wasn't intimidated. If anything, he looked down on them even more. So you're the ones competing in the league. A ragtag bunch thinks they can form a team. The league has really lowered its standards. Do you have any idea how tough the auditions are? Don't get eliminated right off the bat. Please don't go around claiming you represent Weilon Academy. We can't afford to have our school's reputation tarnished by you. This sentiment echoed in the minds of everyone present, a shared disbelief at how someone could be so rude as to come to another's yard and spew such nonsense. Yet they couldn't simply drive him away, which made them feel somewhat guilty. Their silence to Maiken appeared as if he had struck a nerve, leaving him with nothing to retort. Maiken's family had noble roots with both industries and merits, but due to many sacrifices at the front lines and failed investments, the family had dwindled in numbers and wealth. He looked down on the poor, believing their state was due to a lack of effort. He also scorned the nobility, viewing them as cold-blooded and frivolous, squandering their family's legacy as if it were personal merit. Their entry into the military academy was merely to flaunt their inherited prowess. Standing tall, Maiken, alone facing away from the door, let his unpleasant remarks flow forth, casting a shadow upon his originally charming appearance. The doorbell suddenly rang, followed by a familiar face peeking through the ornate metallic gate. Everyone recognized this figure, the dean of political education, who recited commendations and criticisms during the monthly school assembly. The spirit entity resembling a steel-toothed white rabbit revealed its prominent teeth, clearly delighted. Is this Bai Angsai and his competition team? This is a banner sent to you by the residents of Little Duck Island. Your points and accolades are on their way. Why is everyone being so modest about their good deeds? If it weren't for the gratitude from Little Duck Island, the school wouldn't even know you were out here doing good on the weekend. Ha 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 ha. You've made me laugh until I can't breathe. Does anyone remember Maiken's expression just now? Ha ha ha. Cui Yu covered her mouth and said, he clearly came to take a dump in public, but it looks like he's just eaten something foul. Su Yan laughed and quickly tapped her on the head. Don't say such harsh truths too openly. What if he hasn't gone far and hears it? He'll be furious. Su Kaiwan was also quite amused. He had impulsively decided to join another cousin instead of following one to the school team, thinking it would be 7 flowers on a single vine. Little did he know he would end up receiving an award for bravery. Why did the director of political education just mention Bai Aozi's team? Of course it was because Cui Yu and her 5 companions had helped out during the recent insect disaster without leaving their names. However, the school that was affected was diagonally opposite to Bai Aozi's, where the ingredient store had hit the jackpot, and the staff had such a strong impression of that lucky big guy that they could deduce who the Good Samaritan was. At that time, Maiken was furiously expressing his views. He believed that the league should be a place for elite military academy students to hone their skills and learn from each other, not a spectacle for attention. Wealthy second-generation kids should just enjoy their lives, while those from smaller places should focus on their studies to bridge the gap. A couple of restless souls were truly nauseating. Then the director of political education suddenly appeared. He carried a banner of commendation. The recipients of thanks were Bai Aozi's team, acknowledged for their quick action in suppressing the insect threat, preventing further casualties. Seeing the person he looked down upon receive praise and actually contribute to helping ordinary people made Maiken feel like a chicken whose throat had been seized. He stubbornly listened to the director's lengthy praises, and only after the director left did he slink away in embarrassment. Whether this experience would teach him a lesson to control his tongue remained uncertain. Actually, he ended up this way by accident. Su Kaiwan seemed to have a much deeper understanding of Maiken. Everyone sympathizes with his family, so they tolerate him and mostly ignore him. At home, he is quite respectful, so his family has no idea that he has such a foul mouth. And Maiken, how should I put it? Although he's quite annoying, he has been volunteering at the front lines every summer and winter break since he was in junior high. The number of bugs he has killed adds up significantly. Maiken's name sounds quite Western, but his surname is indeed MC. The MC family could be described as a lineage of martyrs. In the final brutal battle over 80 years ago, every member of the MC family who served was sacrificed, including Maiken's father, 2 brothers, and 3 sisters. McKin was born through high-tech, means using his father's reproductive cells left behind during his life. After peace was restored, McKin's mother would have a child roughly every 20 years. His surviving siblings like him also enlisted and are now serving on different fronts. McKin's mother had to raise children while sustaining a few mediocre businesses. Perhaps the MC family truly lacked business acumen, how everyone was busy to the point of exhaustion and the results were merely acceptable. With a neglectful mother and outside tolerances due to the family's history of loyalty, McKin's mindset became utterly warped. He developed an abnormal worldview at a young age which under various indulgences became unshakable. For instance, he believed that exterminating insects was the rightful pursuit of humanity and anything less was hedonism and cowardice. He thought the nobility were the most hypocritical and that poor people were simply unambitious. Why did those aristocrats who usually associated with his family not lend a hand when his ancestors sacrificed themselves for the Federation and their family business suffered significant blows? Why could his mother, lacking business talent, maintain the family business through hard work while poor people merely complained about their fate? His twisted logic was backed by reasoning which he held as a guiding principle. Cui Yu was also at a loss for words. Actually, when his family faced difficulties, everyone did help, but their family really just can't get anything right. Whatever they invest goes wrong, and they can't be lifted back up. Li Hua, as a target of discrimination, would not be swayed by McKin's twisted reasoning. He remained clear-headed. Let this guy visit my and Bai's hometown. Oh, anyone with eyes would never say such things. When he first arrived at school, Li Hua was concerned about feeling inferior, but after a semester, he felt no such way. Perhaps it was easy for others to come to the same school, but he had to put in relentless effort. Now he stood on the same platform with students from these affluent planets. In any case, the mood that McKin almost spoiled was beautifully soothed by the banner of commendation. As the director of political education stated, the banner from the Duck Island community and the thank you letter from the Duck Island government were merely the first steps. The recognition at the school assembly, the team's reward of 3,000 points, the bonus from Duck Island, and the principal's commendation. That was 3,000 points. If you earned points by adjusting the parameters of a mech, it would take grinding down your fingerprints to accumulate that many. Aside from their pockets being fuller, the biggest change was their team becoming popular. With the school's public acknowledgement, 7 flowers on a single vine suddenly leaped into everyone's view, transforming from a grassroots team into a league team recognized and commended by the school. Curious individuals began to dig deeper and discovered that this team was not as grassroots as imagined. Commanded by Li Hua, a gifted student recruited from another galaxy with an A level of mental strength who ranked first in the previous semester. Light mech pilot Su Yan laughed, one of the 3 prodigies admitted through the 24 program, also with a mental strength. Medium mech pilot Bai Aozi, who came alongside Li Hua, held an A-level mental strength and was said to possess absolute power comparable to the military's heavy mech pilots. Support role Qian Xingza, also A-level mental strength, graduated from Tian Lan Lan, recruited as a gifted student into the medium mech pilot program, transferred to support last semester, finishing 3rd in the grade. Logistics specialist Cui Yu, a mental strength and exceptional student recruited from abroad, ranked 1st in her major. Substitute member Cui Yu. The onlookers were shocked. That was Cui Yu. The school heartthrob level character whose grades were merely average but whose mental strength was a solid S had garnered plenty of attention since entering school, and he was willing to be a substitute. This team must be incredibly powerful. Some even wagered that this team might be stronger than the school team. There were analyses of what 7 flowers on a single vine meant, suggesting they aimed to break into the top 7, while also taking a jab at the school team's consecutive years of finishing last among the top 8. If the school team continued like this for another 2 years, they would lose their guaranteed spot in the top 8. Seeing this post, Li Hua was also greatly shocked. Cui Yu, you're actually the top of your grade. Seeing his astonished expression, Cui Yu's eyes widened with fury. Damn it, Li Hua, who do you think you're looking down on? Cui Yu only realized how lackadaisical the logistics department was after joining E. She had simply studied casually, and yet somehow ended up first. Since her classmates were so lackadaisical, she unintentionally took the top spot, which Cui Yu didn't consider a matter worth boasting about. But Li Hua clearly disagreed. He believed his judgment was excellent, having early on befriended the most outstanding logistics specialist in his grade and recruited her into their group. Given how you usually eat, drink, and play, I hadn't paid much attention to your academic performance since I was focused on league information. I didn't expect you to be working so hard. Ooh, I've misjudged you. Facing Li Hua's sincere gaze, Cui Yu graciously waved her hand. I don't blame you. But it's truly commendable that you finally discovered my diligent and serious qualities. Li Hua wondered if it was just his illusion. Oh, why did Cui Yu seem to be smiling, yet the words she spoke sounded less than pleasant? Shortly after registration came the Interstellar competition. The first round of matches was an elimination round held online. Teams competed in pairs leading to a winner's group and a loser's group. Winners remained in the winner's group, while losers dropped down to the loser's group. If a team in the loser's group won, they stayed there, while a loss meant immediate elimination. This continued until 6 teams remained in the winner's group and 2 in the loser's group, at which point the second round, the final showdown, would be held offline, where 8 teams would compete for 2 training spots. This was also why they needed to move into a big villa. Although the villa consumed points, it was well-equipped with 8 holographic chambers, 2 healing chambers, a large training room, and a dedicated mech maintenance room, allowing the whole team to train together without needing to fight for public chamber space in the library. They could also freely develop additional advanced functions for the holographic chambers without worrying about affecting others. The 7 of them lay down in the holographic simulation chamber, while Su Kaiwan watched from the sidelines and the others participated in the match. This was their first match. The competition system was a module from the first battlefield. After selecting their team and verifying their identities, the 6 found themselves in a virtual preparation room. Through a frosted glass pane, they could vaguely see the 6 figures opposite them, with the glass reading 7 flowers on a single vine, Lonlin Street, Advanced Preparatory Military Academy Representative Team. Opposite them was a school team. A joke circulated in the league forums that if you were to start from scratch in the league, you would find that the toughest opponents were not the famous strong teams, but the obscure mysterious school teams. Renowned teams generally had fixed and well-known styles and strategies. Even if you couldn't win, targeted responses could lead to prolonged standoffs. But these mysterious school teams were different. Their tactics were unpredictable, often reflecting their coach's style. They might not always win, but they could unexpectedly pull you down with them. This was their first match. Despite having watched numerous videos and devised multiple strategies beforehand, facing completely unknown opponents still filled them with trepidation. This match took place on a desert map modeled after the sandy planet Mian Sha in the Minion star system. The sand on Mian Sha was pearly white, and prolonged exposure could easily cause snow blindness. The fine grains of sand could cause significant wear on mechs during intense combat. Fortunately, the cockpits were fitted with light filters to prevent glare, but none of the mechs had built-in dust seals, so Cui Yu had to quickly find dust seals and ensure everyone was equipped by the first supply run. As soon as they entered the arena, Cui Yu split off from the main group. This was their devised strategy. Cui Yu would focus on survival in the early stages, securing a round of supplies before joining the main group with the materials during the second round. Cui Yu's single-line mission was not easy either. The supplies were not neatly stored in warehouses, but scattered across temporary supply points on the arena, requiring a logistics specialist to collect them. Cui Yu first went to the nearest supply point, a 2-star supply point. There she successfully obtained 10 energy blocks for the light gun and 1 bottle of antifreeze. While not much, the dust seals were completely absent, as she had her eye on a few larger supply points, planning to scout them out. She approached a 4-star supply point marked on the map, feeling that it contained what she most needed. However, she remained cautiously observant. It was common for the main offensive group to ambush isolated logistics specialists near supply points, and she couldn't afford to be that easy target. The wind did not exist. The air was eerily still. Everything around was a blinding white. So white that nothing could be concealed. Was there really an ambush? Target spotted. All 6 members of the opposing team are at supply point number 7. The main group is preparing to attack. A logistics specialist boldly gathers supplies. Receiving Li Hua's command, Cui Yu let out a heavy sigh of relief. The supply point existed in the form of tents, and mechs couldn't enter. She had to disembark and carry the supplies herself. As soon as she stepped out of the mech, she shivered from the cold. Was this the designated winter mode? It was freezing outside the mech. This was a large supply point stocked with a wide variety of supplies. Upon entering with her logistics specialist ID card, Cui Yu first searched for dust seals. As part of the logistics specialist assessment, none of the supplies had labels or instructions requiring on-site identification. Previously, someone from the capital galaxy had mistaken a dissolving agent from the Eastern Pole galaxy for a nutritional liquid, incapacitating their entire team. Cui Yu rummaged through the shelves, recognizing various common supplies was a prerequisite for every logistics specialist. She finally discerned the correct dust seal from 2 suspicious bottles. Dust seals, a crucial strategic resource, were all taken without leaving any for the opponents. For nutritional liquids, she grabbed 6 bottles of the most familiar kind, the ones the school was selling. Surely, she wouldn't mistake those. Mech temperature regulating patches, how come there were only 3? She pocketed them all. After sweeping through, Cui Yu also replenished a large box of energy ammunition and was about to start packing. Logistics specialist, you can take a break. The team voice chat had its downsides. Communication privileges were entirely controlled by the commander, so she couldn't even voice chat while working. What a stingy Li Hua. But what did take a break mean? Did it mean to stay put and not move, or did it mean she should return to the mech and take a nap? Not hearing her teammates' voices was painful, but soon the pain dissipated. Golden fireworks erupted in front of her eyes. These weren't real fireworks, but unique holographic displays generated for each user celebrating their Woneo-faken victories. Did they win already? Huh, what did I even do? Don't I need the dust seals anymore? Hey, turns out she really didn't need them. Even after a resounding victory, the debriefing session still took place. Lonlin Street Advanced Preparatory Military Academy. Li Hua presented the information he had just compiled to everyone. This was an ordinary advanced preparatory military academy. There were no restrictions on mental strength for enrollment, and the highest mental strength among the students was B, and they were preparing for medical school. Among the 6 who came to compete, 2 were B level and 4 were C level. No wonder they were eliminated in an instant. The gap in mental strength was glaringly obvious. Combined with reaction time mech levels and operational abilities being 1 level lower was already significant, and being 2 levels lower rendered them utterly powerless. Seeing the excited expressions on everyone's faces, Li Hua cleared his throat twice, mercilessly dousing their enthusiasm with cold water. Today we won easily against a lower-level team. Next time we face an alls lineup, isn't it only natural that we'll lose? Tisk, the commander's brain and mouth were indeed sharp, making it impossible for others to retort. Li Hua glanced at the 6 blank faces, and Su Kaiwan, who was spinning around with the energy of a silly dog, feeling a surge of frustration. Do all solo pilots only grow muscles and not brains? Knocking on the screen, Li Hua pulled up a God Save view map, replaying the Lonlin Street team's movements. It was clear to see that they had all rushed straight for the largest supply point without hesitation from the start. However, this white desert map made it extremely hard to conceal movements, and they quickly became apparent to Li Hua, who then played them like whack-a-mole, facing minimal resistance. Had Li Hua not been uncertain of the opponent's strength and not launched an all-out attack at the beginning, the match could have ended even faster. Li Hua sighed lightly. The resource-gathering strategy when in a disadvantaged position is a high-risk gamble that focuses on snatching scarce resources and then surviving. The outcome of the match, of course, was not solely determined by combat, otherwise it would lack competitive charm. There were 2 ways to win in high-level leagues. One was to eliminate all opposing members, and the other was that after an hour of competition, an egg platform would spawn at a location roughly equidistant from both teams. It would hold a fragile bird egg, and whoever successfully transported the egg intact to their commander's cockpit would win. To prevent both sides from avoiding confrontation, the competition employed a bug force mechanism to push teams toward the center of the map. This meant that while you couldn't be defeated by your opponent, you could be defeated by the bugs, and bugs could gift victory to your opponent. The resource-gathering tactic involved developing a method to evade the bugs, entirely focusing on avoiding battles, hoarding resources that could counteract the pressure of the map, and wishing for the bugs to consume or even defeat the opposing team, thereby increasing the chances of victory. They were just slightly less gifted, but they hadn't given up on winning. It was just that their paths to victory were too limited. Li Hua looked at the team immersed in victory and the silly dog that had gnawed off half of his slipper, feeling a new wave of frustration. Dismissed. Take a break. The high-stakes elimination matches of the Interplanetary League were in full swing. Some competitors enjoyed a hot streak, achieving victory after victory, while others stumbled at the outset, facing immediate elimination. A few managed to secure a narrow defeat, proceeding with caution in the losers bracket. Then there were those who placed their fate in the hands of divine intervention. Where's the goods? In a shadowy alley, a red-haired boy with a flying broomstick gripped a fluorescent green stick between his teeth. With one hand tucked into his pocket and the other in his clothing, he pressed the frail watermelon-haired young boy against the wall, his lips pursed in inquiry. From the young boy's perspective, he could see a prominent scar about 3 centimeters long etched across the left cheek of the red-haired boy. A wound that could scab over in 5 minutes in a medical pod had been allowed to heal naturally, leaving the young boy puzzled. Didn't he fear the intrusion of bacteria? Confronted by those sharp, menacing phoenix-like eyes, the watermelon-haired boy couldn't help but trembled, tightening his grip on the strap of his bag. It's here. The red-haired boy chuckled softly, inhaling deeply as he savored the kiwi-flavored candy, biting down on the transparent tube and mumbling indistinctly, hurry up and hand it over. The watermelon-haired boy gripped his bag even tighter, shaking his head vigorously like a rattling drum. No way. Seeing the red-haired boy ready to explode, he quickly added, pay first, then I'll deliver. The red-haired boy smacked his thigh and transferred 100 star coins to him. Come on, I need to rush back to the cafeteria to grab some food. The watermelon-haired boy cast a wary glance at him, burying his head in his backpack and rummaging until he produced 2 cards. Here are the Red Mech Edition Lucky Charms. The store only has 2 left, and they're all here. Receiving the much-coveted mysterious tokens from Panlon star Qi Xiao examined the 2 thin cards closely, noticing one bore signs of having been pressed. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no. How careless of this little buyer. If this happens again, he would definitely haggle." These 2 cards were the seasonal limited Lucky Charms from Wang Shu, featuring 7 designs: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple mech battle illustrations. The exquisite artistry vividly depicted the mechs in battle, showcasing their splendor to such a degree that even those indifferent to mechs found it hard to resist, especially those cadets whose mechs resembled the designs. Each card was sold separately, and upon release, they sparked a frenzy, but due to their limited nature, the quantity available was scarce. Originally priced at 300 star coins each, they had soared to 800 star coins on the market, with demand far exceeding supply. Qi Xiao managed to secure the 2 cards for 100 star coins thanks to the fact that the little buyer had once been bullied and he had stepped in to help. Many customers remarked that the design of the charm cards had improved over time, but their scarcity led to price hikes. This was inevitable. Cui Yu was not a professional artist. Despite her attempts to utilize aesthetic color schemes on social media, she had exhausted her inventory. However, she refused to be daunted by simple challenges. Though she couldn't draw, she could still commission work. The spark of inspiration came to her while browsing a forum for mech engineers, where she fortuitously encountered a suitable collaborator. This individual, a poor elementary school student with the ID Qingqing, will be a mech engineer, couldn't afford any mech materials, and had never conducted an experiment, merely theorizing on paper. His concept sketches were often ridiculed on the forum as fanciful. Yet even the harshest critiques ended with a note, "But your designs are truly beautiful." A genius artist hindered by the lofty ideals of mech engineering. This young artist often posted elementary school memes and replied twice daily to forum friends, "If you think my work is good, could you donate 10 star coins for me to buy some nutritional supplements?" It seemed he was so impoverished that even nutritional supplements were a luxury. Cui Yu inadvertently envisioned her own past self before encountering Dongfang Yunyun. As a benevolent, compassionate, and aesthetic individual with noble moral principles, Cui Yu could not bear to see a future mech engineer deprived of basic sustenance. Thus, she generously commissioned 7 illustrations, purchasing the copyright for 300 star coins each. Qingqing was undoubtedly grateful, wanting to recognize Cui Yu as a father figure through the internet. After being declined, he remained undeterred, producing 7 impressive designs within 2 days that left the patron in awe, attempting to secure a long-term funding relationship. Although he ultimately did not gain a father figure, he did receive an additional 200 star coins and tips. Cui Yu discovered that his artwork truly deserved it. In the 21st century, wouldn't such pieces fetch 5 figures and have a 6-month waiting list? Furthermore, Qingqing was a polite and diligent individual. Upon receiving the tip, he merely expressed his gratitude. That very night, he gifted Cui Yu a promotional poster featuring 7 mechs. Cui Yu thought to herself, Cui will never misjudge a person. True to form, once this series launched, Wang Shu's customer traffic surged. As for why demand outstripped supply, it was not due to Cui Yu employing scarcity marketing, rather it was because her production capacity was limited. In her previous life, she had not excelled in drawing charms. She had never mastered talismans for exorcism, clairvoyance, or truth-telling, those that seemed impressive and were steeped in traditional mysticism. The other charms she had learned, such as those for radiance, restful sleep, or preventing digestive issues, were all minor affairs, and even in her past life, she struggled to execute them flawlessly. However, in this life, she possessed a judge's pen and mental energy. Little Black and Little White could autonomously draw charms quickly without tiring their hands. Yet this consumed mental energy. With classes, physical training, and practicing in the holographic pod, she already felt overwhelmed. If she added drawing charms, it would completely drain her. She often fell asleep, clutching unfinished charm cards. Earning money was tough, exceedingly tough. Qi Xiao was not the only one seeking a buyer. In fact, although buyers raised prices and disrupted the market, they genuinely helped Wang Shu enhance its visibility. What was the hottest trend? Items sold at outrageous prices by scalpers were the most sought after. Even those uninterested felt compelled to learn a thing or two about such items, lest they stand on the sidelines like outcasts during conversations. Those who successfully purchased the seasonal limited mech charm cards mostly hailed from Tianlon Star and other planets in the Hylon Star system, benefiting from proximity. If they couldn't get the seasonal limited items, surely they could still acquire regular charm cards. Thus, one by one, cards adorned with mysterious designs made their way from Panlon Star, traveling via starships and spacecraft, quietly resting in packages, books, and custom card bricks, heading to every corner of the Federation. Some listed them on local secondhand platforms hoping to profit as third-party vendors, the others snapped photos and shared them on social media, showing off their trendy finds. Yet others cautiously tested the cards for the rumored mystical effects, and still others. Old Guan. Quickly find that ancient tome passed down in your family. I think I might understand what those chaotic patterns on it mean. In the journey of the talismans, Cui Yu remained blissfully unaware of the chain reactions her talismans had triggered. Even if she had known, she would merely have played the role of a fleeting classical scholar, clapping her hands in delight, exclaiming, "How wonderful," and then reveling in the outcome. Her primary focus was still on giving her all alongside her teammates in the competition. In the second match, 7 flowers on a vine found themselves matched against a team called the 3rd Elite School Team of Guangwan City. The opponents launched an aggressive attack, but were quickly defeated, prompting Cui Yu to witness a dazzling display of blue jellyfish fireworks. In the third match, they faced a grassroots team named Every Chance Counts, whose forces had been halved by the insectoids and were then captured in a net. This time, Cui Yu beheld the beauty of silver snowflake fireworks. In the fourth match, perhaps luck was truly on their side. The opponents they encountered in the earlier rounds were all of mediocre skill and spirit. Li Hua had tirelessly dug up all the elite teams with SCLAS players across the galaxy. If a team lacked SCLAS teammates, they could afford to be less cautious and launch bold assaults. Li Hua's modest effort was complemented by Cui Yu's substantial contribution. As an exceptional youth, kind-hearted, considerate, and beloved by classmates, Cui Yu could no longer bear to see Li Hua struggling beneath the weight of dark circles that even repair fluid couldn't remedy. Seeing him diligently searching for information across various sites, she felt a wave of compassion and decided to write a web-scraping script for him, significantly reducing his workload. At that moment, Li Hua looked at Cui Yu with the pride and joy of a father witnessing his children grow wise and responsible. "You have such skills. I'm deeply moved, Cui Yu. You're truly amazing. I'm at a loss for how to sincerely praise you." Cui Yu thought there was no need for such overwhelming gratitude. Why could someone, despite having neither a charming appearance nor personality, manage to make others feel so flustered? However, Li Hua remained oblivious to any faults in himself, brimming with enthusiasm and believing he could analyze even more information. The sense of data in hand, the certainty of victory, was utterly intoxicating for a commander. To raise the stakes for himself and the team, and to maintain their fervor, Li Hua decided to rotate Su Kaiwan into the match this week. Although Su Kaiwan spent his days idly, yet cheerfully, repeatedly emphasizing that he was a substitute due to lacking a sponsor position, Li Hua, as an ambitious individual, treated his benefactor's words as mere excuses. Su Kaiwan initially replaced Bai Anxai according to his original role. Cui Yu thought Bai Anxai was truly a remarkable person. Remarkable in the sense that he seemed almost not human. No offense was intended to Bai Anxai. He appeared to possess little in the way of strong emotions or desires devoid of selfishness. He wouldn't feel upset about Su Kaiwan taking his place, nor would he be overjoyed about having more free time due to fewer matches. When Li Hua instructed him to step down, he nodded without objection. When Li Hua suggested he train in the basement strength training area, he nodded again. Cui Yu wickedly wondered if Bai Anxai would also nod if Li Hua asked him to eat the notoriously stinky green shrimp canned food and then promptly indulge himself. Bai Anxai didn't mind his temporary absence from the match, and when Li Hua firmly invited Su Kaiwan, he didn't hesitate to comply. He fully trusted Li Hua's judgment. Trust is a virtue that every excellent sponsor should possess. Moreover, he was not disinterested in the competition, or rather he had a condition that caused his SCLAS abilities to underperform, and he didn't want to hinder his teammates. Now that he had a chance to play, his eagerness was written all over his face, ready to dominate the competition and wreak havoc. How thrilling! The 6 of them gathered in the preparation room, facing a team known as the Blue Mini Tornado, a grassroots team with no available information online, and Li Hua had no recollection of them. Thus, Li Hua chose to handle the situation cautiously, opting for a defensive strategy. Cui Yu followed his lead, avoiding the central supply points of the arena, and instead scavenging 4 or 5 supply points near their initial base, ensuring safety. Around the 40-minute mark, they encountered their first wave of insectoids. Li Hua quickly identified them as a wave of class insectoids easily conquerable due to their lack of combat prowess. As a high emotional intelligence commander, he decided to let the newly entering sponsor take the lead, allowing him to accumulate valuable combat experience. Su Kaiwan complied, not acting recklessly, fully adhering to Li Hua's instructions. He initiated with laser fire suppression, then coordinated with his teammates to eliminate each foe systematically. Qian Xingze required no guidance. As soon as Li Hua outlined the battle strategy, he perfectly timed his strikes and buffs. Support roles challenge the most when it comes to psychic skills. For instance, the previous champion of the University League from the first military school of the capital star had a rather ordinary feline spirit, a common ginger cat. Do not underestimate the humble ginger cat. The skills developed by this feline support laid a solid foundation for the team's victories, often turning the tide. His ultimate move, swallowing mountains and rivers, could absorb 70 of the team's damage and convert incoming energy beams, making the ginger cat a formidable asset. Qianxing's treasure-seeking mouse had a well-known skill called treasure hunt. This skill is quite mystical. For instance, there was a domineering CEO whose treasure-seeking mouse could pinpoint the most lucrative contracts. Conversely, a hapless university girl also possessing a treasure-seeking mouse consistently bought subpar products under its guidance and received exorbitant compensation for her troubles. Like the time she purchased a faulty power bank which exploded, leading to her receiving full medical reimbursement along with a hefty sum of star coins, though her delightful summer was now spent in a medical pod. While the treasure hunt skill had limited battlefield utility, Qianxing's was not particularly keen on being a logistics specialist. Sometimes a Bao would attempt to guide them on the battlefield, but Qianxing's himself was hesitant to trust it. After all, what treasure could possibly be greater than S-level mechas or high-tier insectoids with rare materials? To complement the support function, Qianxing's developed skills for a Bao that completely ignored treasure hunt, focusing instead on the mouse aspect. As is well known, mice as rodents possess teeth that continuously grow, allowing them to gnaw through various materials. Qianxing's took inspiration from this and developed an imaginative skill, using psychic energy to create teeth, transforming high-tier materials into replaceable blades to arm his teammates' weapons. For instance, Su Yangxiu's main weapon was a pair of curved blades, one forged from Zish gold from the mineral cloud system, and the other crafted from the shells of a class insectoid, giant red cockroaches, and the scales of wax moths. Together, they offered both resilience and corrosiveness, albeit lacking in delayed damage. To counter this, Qianxing's could use his psychic energy to simulate the silk of a silkworm, temporarily endowing the Zish gold blade with explosive properties. However, the limitation was significant. He could only simulate a select few materials that matched the treasure-seeking mouse's attributes, and he had personally encountered, yet it was still a valuable form of assistance. Cui Yu believed Qianxing's was being too modest. Oh, what did valuable assistance even mean? This was practically a game-breaking ability. The moving arsenal that was Qianxing's was indeed impressive. Yet such big moves drained a lot of psychic energy, so he typically resembled a lone mecha soldier. Su Kaiwen, on the other hand, had fewer concerns. His psychic spirit was particularly distinct, making skill development effortless. His spirit was a Siberian sled dog, a husky characterized by two main traits: a small appetite and boundless energy. A small appetite, utilizing psychic energy to operate laser guns, conserves energy, ensuring he never runs low. Boundless energy, he could charge headlong into the fray, accelerating and powering through naturally learning methods to dismantle insectoids and opposing mechas. As it happened, while facing simple class insectoids, he didn't even need several teammates. He charged and firing at will, rendering the insectoids utterly immobilized. Cui Yu, who was not muted from team voice chat, was incredibly envious. They looked like they were having so much fun. Meanwhile, she was scurrying about, scavenging supplies like some ungraceful rogue, utterly lacking in the suave charm she longed for. How enviable. Garlic bird, why did she have to choose a water specialization? She didn't envy the lone soldier at all. Not one bit. In truth, she did have some jealousy, but in the face of war, Cui Yu instinctively wanted to evade it. This was a perspective shaped in peacetime. Even after facing 3 insectoid disasters, she still felt that war was distant from her. Listening to her teammates battle over voice chat was intensely exhilarating. Su Kaiwen's husky battle technique truly created a thrilling atmosphere. As the time approached the 1-hour mark, with Su Kaiwen having showcased his abilities to satisfaction, the egg acquisition phase officially commenced. Li Hua's calculating prowess was formidable. He quickly solved the system's puzzle and obtained the coordinates for the egg spawning location. The 5 main players dashed towards the newly spawned egg location, and Cui Yu received orders to converge there, preparing to supply resources at a moment's notice. However, how strange. Why is the egg location so far? Cui Yu immediately sensed something was amiss. Surely after an hour the opponents couldn't still be lingering at the edge of the arena. Or did they have some miraculous strategy? Li Hua recalculated, confirming that he hadn't erred, but he too found Cui Yu's observation valid. This egg location was far too skewed towards the opposing camp. Yin Yufei piloted a lightweight mecha to the forefront, first locating a nearby ambush spot close to the egg spawning location. As everyone knew, eggs were extremely fragile, mechas couldn't even graze them. To retrieve an egg it required human hands, but once outside the mecha and within the enemy's attack range, one would be at their mercy. Thus reconnaissance and ambush were paramount, They couldn't allow the enemy to smoothly acquire the egg, nor be sniped while attempting to do so. Once in position, Su Yanxiao stood ready to join the battle at any moment. Su Kaiwen approached the egg point, and Qian Xingze and Li Hua held back, observing the broader situation from a high vantage point, ready to snipe. Yin Yufei's lightweight mecha retracted its wings and activated detection mode, striving to locate the hidden positions of the opponents. That's auto, I can't find them. Did they obtain a hidden device? Cui Yu quickly realized that Yin Yufei's detector was a metal detector, but hidden devices could evade detection. I just found a psychic wave detector at the supply point. Do you need it? Yes, approach quietly to your 7 o'clock position and hand me the detector. Li Hua, being closer to Cui Yu, made the exchange without drawing attention. Cui Yu halted her mecha in a nearby thicket, quietly passing the detector through a small opening in Li Hua's mecha. After equipping it on his own mecha and conducting a wide scan, Li Hua fell silent. It only detected our psychic waves. We cannot rule out the possibility that the opponents are not nearby. It was also possible that the opponents had devices to shield psychic waves, but it was unlikely that all 6 mechas could be equipped with such rare items. Even in a simulated network battle, deploying 6 psychic wave shields in the supply area was improbable. Complete silence would only occur if the opposing team was entirely comprised of glass mechas with built-in shields. If that were the case, their chances of victory would be slim. Shall we take a gamble? What does a Bao suggest? Li Hua, although skeptical of a Bao's guidance, knew that the treasure-seeking mouse had an unparalleled sensitivity to treasures beyond doubt. Qian Xing's aside, what else can a Bao do? It always wants to grab the egg. Li Hua, are you suggesting we let a Bao retrieve the egg? He had never considered this. Since the psychic spirit was tangible and the egg was fragile, everyone assumed that only humans could retrieve it. However, unlike cats and dogs, the treasure-seeking mouse had delicate little hands. Moreover, a psychic spirit could retract from attacks, posing less risk than a human descending. Exactly. Qian Xingze felt foolish for not realizing this sooner. A Bao's greatest trait was its ability to walk upright. Cui Yu, confused, scratched her head. Weren't you all suggesting a Bao retrieve the eggs before? Please, sometimes when Qian Xingze brought her pastries, it was a Bao who delivered them. How could she forget a Bao at such a crucial moment? Wasn't Li Hua supposed to be the brilliant mind? My oversight. Li Hua always dared to take responsibility. It's my fault for not reminding you, Qian Xingze lamented, believing he should have thought of this sooner. Cui Yu couldn't bear to see Qian Xingze wallowing in guilt, and took the blame. It's my fault. I've always had a Bao help me with things, and I should have thought of that first. Well, it's not too late now. Let's send a Bao. Li Hua quickly halted the blame game. Why were they all self-flagellating when they hadn't lost? Qian Xingze parked his mecha, concentrating fully on directing a Bao to retrieve the egg. The little mouse, clad in a dazzling vest, darted out like a ray of colorful light, heading towards the crystalline and resplendent egg on the pedestal. Finally, a Bao could touch the beautiful egg. How delightful. Everything went remarkably smoothly. Reluctantly, a Bao placed the egg into Li Hua's mecha. Oh no, the beautiful egg that hadn't even warmed in its embrace was no longer a Bao's. Thankfully, a Bao had sneakily given it a little kiss just before. This time the fireworks mirrored the lemon-yellow hue of the egg. Upon exiting the match, Li Hua was left speechless. It was just too absurd. The opponents disconnected. In the aftermath of battle, an unexpected message flashed across the communication screen. Sorry, we unexpectedly disconnected. The team left behind, adorned with a vine bearing 7 blossoms, felt an odd sense of unease despite their victory. Li Hua revisited the recorded match and found that the opposing team had collectively dropped out mere meters into the arena. While it's possible to reconnect before entering the arena, once inside there's no way back. Anxiously, Li Hua checked the network settings of his villa and the holographic chamber, relieved to confirm double security before sitting upright again. Should we consider a third layer of security? Perhaps add a wired connection or have multiple network cards from different carriers for our quantum brains. He mused aloud, receiving no response. He continued to ponder. Why did we lose connection? It's quite alarming. Qian Xingze, witnessing Li Hua's restless pacing, couldn't help but chime in. Every carrier's star network has multiple safeguards. Disconnections are usually intentional. For instance, someone might activate a high-power jamming device or cut the network power. Qian Xingze knew well it was likely one of these tricks. Though initially bewildered, Li Hua quickly pieced it together. This is a civilian team. They might have a school team or students from different schools teaming up in a dedicated holographic chamber, renting a private room for the competition. Without exclusive holographic chambers and training rooms, envious rivals or ill-intentioned individuals could easily sabotage the match. After all, the Star Network is remarkably secure. How could it fail right as the competition commenced? Why did this disconnection happen? Li Hua lamented again. Indeed, why did they disconnect? Su Kaiwen echoed his sentiments, his husky Demao gnawing at a table leg nearby, making a ruckus with its incessant chewing. After a few bites, Demao circled around the gnawed leg, his tail flicking in annoyance. Su Kaiwen seized the dog, vigorously rubbing its face until it bore an even more astute expression, weeping softly. Demao, can you imagine? The opponents dropped out, and my participation means nothing. Putting you in the game would yield the same result. Who could fathom it? One moment lost in the thrill of his own prowess, the next realizing the opponent hadn't participated at all. It was utterly deflating. Irritated, Su Kaiwen playfully licked Demao's nose, prompting a cacophony of howls from the bewildered dog. Cui Yu, having witnessed the bizarre scene, thought it strange. The thought that the dog being licked was actually Su Kaiwen's mental embodiment only intensified the peculiarity. Being a good person, Cui Yu couldn't remain indifferent while a poor dog suffered. As someone once commended for bravery, she muttered, "Let me take him," as she carefully extracted Demao from Su Kaiwen's grasp, wiping its nose clean before starting to pet it from head to tail. What a glossy and smooth dog. And it hadn't even relieved itself. Good dog, good dog. The financial backer could not experience the joy of winning, so Li Hua was determined to make amends. In the next match, Su Kaiwen was once again called to the field. This was their 10th match, pitted against a team from Anqing Yigao, which Li Hua recalled as an Alice school team, posing little threat. Eager to secure 10 consecutive wins for his investment, Su Kaiwen was ready to prove himself. He was an class player, and even amidst his affliction performed at an A-class level. With his cousin, the formidable class player, they were bound to be unstoppable. Familiar screens flashed as 6 players were deployed into the arena. This time the map was a forest dense with various coniferous trees and clusters of low shrubs and ferns, with frozen lakes framing the view of distant snow-capped mountains, an undeniably frigid locale. The forest map favored stealth, allowing the sounds of wildlife and thick foliage to effectively conceal human presence. Their team's strategy was 3-21. Cui Yu would scout alone for supplies, not straying too far from the main group for support, while Yin Yufei and Qian Xingze would lead the charge, adapting to the situation, leaving the remaining 3 to advance, stealthily emphasizing surprise. As the rounds progressed, it became evident that the insectoid enemies were appearing earlier and in greater numbers. In the forest, they were harder to detect, yet Qian Xingze's leading role allowed him to channel some mental energy into a bough, making it easier to spot the insects. After all, insectoid corpses were treasures, and a bough would get excited at the mere scent. 15 minutes into the match, a bough perked up its large ears, and Qian Xingze, noticing its alertness, immediately contacted Yin Yufei through the team's communication. "Xiao Fei, pay attention to the left, there might be insects." "Roger that." Yin Yufei was quick to respond, focusing on the movements in the left foreground. Rustle, rustle. It was difficult to discern whether the sound was from the wind or insects, but he hurriedly reported back. "What's the environment like around you?" Qian Xingze hesitated, observing. "We're crossing a large patch of low shrubs with pink leaves soft to the touch, and the ground is solid." Li Hua pondered for a moment, recalling something about pink leaves that nagged at his memory. Why couldn't he place it? Frustratingly, he sensed he should remember. Without needing further description from Qian Xingze, images of clusters of pink circular leaves flooded his mind, as if they had just appeared before him, perhaps studied in a book yesterday. But what were these leaves? Why did they evoke such a strong yet indistinct memory? Intuition warned him of danger. "Withdraw from this area, stay away from the pink shrubs," Li Hua commanded decisively. "I see a type of plant that could be used for traps ahead," Yin Yufei remarked, instinctively stepping forward to grasp some with his mechanical arm. Cui Yu, having sensed a protest against solo operations, tuned into the team's voice chat and detected something off with Yin Yufei's tone. He was focused intently on observing the environment. While scrutinizing the supply points nearby, Cui Yu formed a quick hand gesture. "Xiao Di, have you withdrawn?" she asked, suddenly breaking the silence. "On it. It's too late." As Qian Xingze uttered the warning, Li Hua suddenly recalled a hypnosis science video he had watched while lounging with VR goggles. The pink shrub was countless ants. Giant ants, this is dangerous. Yin Yufei's voice turned frantic. Upon hearing this, Qian Xingze instinctively moved to assist Yin Yufei's escape. "Run, duo. Cui Yu yelled, knowing Qian Xingze would immediately rush to help his teammate, just as he always did when she mentioned needing something during her menstrual cycle. His reflexive need to assist was evident. Qian Xingze hesitated for a second, but ultimately chose to rescue Yin Yufei, who was ensnared in the plant's web. "That's a honey-headed ant. How many can you see? Regardless, both of you need to run." Li Hua's memory finally clicked. As Li Hua led Su Yanxiao and Su Kaiwen toward Qian Xingze, he quickly relayed the information to them. Honey-headed ants are a collective insectoid species. Individually they're class, but when gathered they form an class threat. The shrubs harden ground, and ants are all part of it. The pink shrubs can dull your reflexes, making time feel slower. The honey-headed ant has a gland that secretes toxic honey, so be careful. Use magnetic pulses for suppression and retreat quickly. I went too deep. A duo is helping me. Yin Yufei responded, struggling to break free from the resilient vines. Fortunately, with Qiansheng's help, Yin Yufei managed to escape. The bad news was that they were both trapped in the center of the pink shrubs, stirring the honey-headed ants into action. Yin Yufei immediately switched his mech to sprint mode, quickly forging a path, while Qiansheng's followed closely, reminding Li Hua, "It's endless here. I could see the distant cedar trees a moment ago, but now all I see are these pink masses." Honey-headed ants are not difficult to deal with, but they require overwhelming firepower and timely detoxification. Their current firepower was insufficient, and the sheer number of ants was staggering. Running was their best option. Yin Yufei and Qiansheng's fled without hesitation, but the honey-headed ants pursued closely behind. Logistics: what energy supplies do we have for our blasters? Cui Yu replied immediately, 5 boxes of magnetic energy rounds, 20 boxes of cold light rounds, and 12 boxes of explosive rounds. Li Hua rubbed his temples, feeling the pressure. Not enough. We need to distance ourselves from the honey-headed ant swarm. Regroup at my marked coordinates for the first resupply, then head to supply point 5 as a team. The early and substantial emergence of insectoids indicated either the map's inherent difficulty or a spike in challenge for this match. The honey-headed ants, having spotted their prey, were relentless, following closely behind, creating a scene of pink foliage in rapid motion. They moved at a measured pace, just as Yin Yufei thought he could shake them off. Another wave of pink would suddenly appear in his line of sight, leading to another chaotic escape. From a distance, Li Hua could see Yin Yufei and Qiansheng's along with the pursuing mass of pink. Clearly, escape was not an option. They had unwittingly disturbed a dormant hive of honey-headed ants. With just over an hour until the match concluded, they needed to exit the combat decoding area swiftly to prevent their opponents from seizing the egg, or they would lose. I told you to retreat quickly. What are you stalling for? If you had left earlier, we wouldn't have attracted any of this. Regret washed over Li Hua. Had he been too gentle in his tone, leading Yin Yufei to disregard his command and delve deeper into reconnaissance. Silence lingered for a moment before Yin Yufei's timid voice broke through. "I'm sorry, Senior. I was too careless. I thought it would be simple. Simple. This is a competition and a battlefield. Everything can cost you your life. Were you so comfortable in the simulation chamber, knowing we could afford to lose in the winner's bracket, that you ignored orders?" His words were harsh, but Li Hua was filled with frustration. From when he issued the command to when Yin Yufei announced being trapped, a full 2 minutes had passed. Those 2 minutes were critical, the window in which the honey-headed ants awoke. Even when they sensed something was amiss, there was still an opportunity to avoid danger. Yet due to such a basic error, the entire team found themselves cornered. "It's final, let's give it our all." Su Kaiwan, eager to engage, was poised for action. Even faced with the financial backer, Li Hua struggled to maintain his composure. "Don't be naive. The poison from the honey-headed ants isn't something you can ignore. If they target us, there's no avoiding mech damage or casualties. Glass insectoids weren't something that could be brushed aside with a single glass like Su Yanxiao. She was still a minor, her physical and mental faculties not fully developed. Her customized mech designed to avoid overload was merely while glass insectoids represented the pinnacle of combat power. Li Hua felt defeated. Hearing his ragged breaths, Cui Yu sensed the gravity of their situation. As the logistics officer, it was often frustrating to see teammates in peril, while she could only tally supplies, unable to rush in and slap the opponents. Yet she understood that her role was to safeguard supplies and be the team's steadfast support. She couldn't afford to run amok. Neither could Li Hua let his mind wander. "Oldly, follow me." Deep breath. Inhale, exhale. Li Hua's frustration began to wane. Cui Yu continued her soothing incantation, and unbeknownst to them, she merged with Xiao by her voice now infused with mental energy. "The match is fair. This is a match, not a battlefield. We must win." For reasons unknown, her oddly phrased words pierced through Li Hua's mind, igniting a flicker of excitement and hope within him. This was a match, not a battlefield. Even if he longed to confront the infuriating honey-headed ants, Li Hua understood his purpose in that moment. Their objective was victory. It was all a simulation, mere data. Li Hua chanted inwardly. In the next moment, the commanding voice emerged, steady and resolute. "I apologize for my earlier outburst. Now, everyone, don't linger in battle. Use magnetic pulses first, then explosives. Attack while retreating towards 11 o'clock if our goal is to escape." Su Jiekaiwan fire. In an instant, Su Yanxiao and Su Kaiwan unleashed a barrage of bullets from their mechs, while Li Hua kept a watchful eye targeting any threats that approached. They needed to halt the relentless swarm of tiny adversaries. Compared to larger insectoids, these smaller foes were often trickier to eliminate, their weaknesses were elusive. Kaiwen used the corrosive cannon. On it, Su Kaiwen was itching to fire, having been held back from using his cannon for too long. Now he aimed at the repulsive mass with eager anticipation. Perhaps the saying "fight poison with poison" held some truth, as the corrosive cannon erupted, creating a toxic trail that seemed to deter the honey-headed ants, slowing their pursuit. Last round of magnetic suppression. Don't worry about Yin Yufei and Duo. Fire until we exhaust our energy, then retreat to the logistics officer's position at full speed. Li Hua shouted. Duo, leave it to us. Cui Yu's voice was laden with implications. The cacophony of gunfire eventually subsided into silence. Though ragged, they had finally escaped. In a final act of desperation, Qianxingzi chose to merge with his mental embodiment, wielding his secondary weapon, a long whip, channeling all his energy into it. He extended the whip, ensnaring every non-human entity he could reach, risking his mech and life to buy his teammates time to escape. Though Yin Yufei managed to withdraw, his mech sustained severe damage. Light mechs were inherently fragile, and they had been too late to recognize the honey-headed ant's threat. The front of Yin Yufei's mech was now beyond recognition from corrosion. In reality, repairs would cost a fortune. However, in the simulator it mattered little. As long as the critical components weren't compromised, the mech could still function. Duo he. Even after escaping the honey-headed ants, Yin Yufei felt an unsettling sensation, as if ants were crawling over him. This was their first casualty. Even knowing it was a simulation, seeing Qianxingzi's mech drift further away and hearing the system announce, teammate Qianxingzi Kia, as his icon faded from the voice chat, brought a sharp pang of loss. Duo sacrificed himself. We must win. Let's focus on resupplying and finding the egg. Li Hua's tone was chillingly resolute, devoid of visible anger. An hour and 17 minutes had passed since the match began. The six-member team finally regrouped at the edge of a seemingly safe lake, where Cui Yu hastily allocated supplies among her 5 teammates. Li Hua was immersed in decoding the egg spawn location. In previous matches, they would start decoding at the 1-hour mark, but this time, they had been delayed by 17 minutes, fueling Li Hua's anxiety. He could only hope their opponents were similarly hindered by the insectoids. Those who faced such pressures understand that an unsteady mindset can cloud judgment. Typically, Li Hua could decode in 10 to 15 minutes, but now after 15 minutes of grappling with 3 divergent coordinates, he felt stuck. Cui Yu was restless. Couldn't the financial backer's grand mech be seen spinning in place? The financial backer's experience in this competition was paramount. Li Hua, usually clever and insightful, was faltering in front of the financial backer. Listening to Li Hua's grinding teeth, Cui Yu felt as if she might shatter. A commander bears the weight of the entire match's outcome on their shoulders, and Cui Yu finally comprehended that sentiment. Li Hua was under immense stress. His tendency to pore over each victory for an extended period indicated that he never took success for granted. He approached every match as if it were the decisive battle. Even though the previous match had seen their opponents disconnect, Li Hua had still meticulously reviewed the footage, analyzed the map, and scrutinized his chosen routes, treating every question as a challenging puzzle. The burden of the team's success should not rest solely on him. Cui Yu quietly extended her hand, beginning to calculate. The little flapping wings followed her movements. With clarity in her mind, Cui Yu decided to share it. Commander, my sixth sense is particularly acute. I believe the egg is to the northwest. That was the extent of her assistance. The decision-making pressure still lay with Li Hua. Li Hua's mind raced, repeating Cui Yu's words, northwest, as he aligned them with one of the 3 potential coordinates. Suddenly it felt indisputably correct. He sent the coordinates to his team members. 1 hour and 48 minutes had elapsed since the match began. The distance to the target coordinates was approximately 31 minutes. Racing against time, Li Hua urged his team to speed toward the egg spawn location. Our resources are insufficient. We must make a trip to supply point 5. As the logistics officer, Cui Yu felt obligated to remind them. Though the resupplied resources were adequate, they were only enough for 1 wave of suppression. They needed to replenish at the larger supply point 5 nearby, or they risked annihilation if they encountered another wave of insectoids. We don't have time. Li Hua quickly regained his composure. If we go to supply point 5 first, there's a 90% chance our opponents will seize the egg before we arrive. Cui Yu recognized his hesitation and understood his concerns. Yet if they encountered insectoids en route, or if they arrived only to find their opponents had already secured the egg, or if they did catch up but lacked enough resources to compete, they would find themselves in a hopeless scenario. Li Hua would surely blame himself. He felt a pang of sympathy for him. We've got the fastest runner in Shaodi, but let him head to the egg spawn location first. If the opponents aim for the egg, he can destroy it and return to meet us. If they haven't taken the egg, he can lie in wait. If he arrives, and they've already secured it, then going now would be pointless. Cui Yu's tone brooked no argument, resetting Li Hua's focus. You're right, Shao Di, head to the egg spawn location. The rest of us will speed to supply point 5 fully loaded. After assigning his orders, Li Hua finally exhaled, but there was no time to waste as they set off once more. Cui Yu, I'm grateful to have you today, Li Hua spoke sincerely. Absolutely. I didn't dare to mention it earlier, but when I saw the little flapping wings move, I instantly thought of the sixth sense. Su Yanxiao chimed in excitedly. Cui Yu chuckled, stay humble, stay humble. It's a folk remedy from my hometown called finger counting. Just a little finger motion brings mysterious guidance. Su Kaiwan couldn't resist interjecting. I know. That's ancient Huaxiao medicine. Cui Yu, how did it veer into a discussion of traditional Chinese medicine? All right, we're almost at supply point 5, prepare to work, Li Hua reminded them. Meanwhile, detached from the main force, the speed advantage of the light mech was evident. Traveling at maximum speed, it took merely 17 minutes to reach the vicinity of the egg spawn location. Scenes. ID 1. Content. In the heat of the moment, Yin Yufei had no time to report to anyone. The command from the opposing team had already been issued, and they were in the process of retrieving the egg. He felt a pang of embarrassment as he recalled that his shooting lessons had nearly resulted in a failing grade. Yet there was no room for self-consciousness now. Oh, if he hesitated any longer, the egg would surely be taken. ID 2. Content. Yin Yufei hastily activated his light gun, but his first shot went awry. He tried again, and once more it missed the target. Panic surged within him as he exclaimed, why is the egg so small? The sound of gunfire and shouts echoed through their communication channel, alerting the team member, who was coolly gathering supplies, that the enemy had indeed arrived early. Fortunately, they had allowed Yin Yufei to take the lead, otherwise they would have lost. ID 3. Content. Stay steady no matter what, we must not let them take the egg, Li Hua said, finding a strange sense of calm amidst the chaos, although his pace in sorting through supplies quickened. As long as the enemy could not secure the egg, their combat effectiveness would be on par with that of their opponents. ID 4. Content. Resolute, Yin Yufei switched to a rapid-fire mode, convinced that a barrage of light bullets would surely strike the egg. As his shots impacted, the opposing commander hesitated to advance, but the other competitors were already tracing Yin Yufei's position based on the bullet trajectories. He was forced to move and shoot simultaneously. ID 5. Content. If worse comes to worst, let's take down the enemy egg retriever first, Cui Yu suggested while preparing her mech. Yet she was acutely aware that these were not mere insects, they were human opponents, albeit without mechs. Yin Yufei pretended not to hear her insistence, focusing instead on firing at the luminous white egg. ID 6. Content. Follow Cui Yu's lead, Li Hua commanded. The enemy commander, sensing the threat, withdrew to the mech bay before attempting to retrieve the egg, aiming to avoid casualties. Just as Yin Yufei's chaotic barrage of light bullets finally struck the egg and obliterated it, the opposing team pinpointed his location, unleashing a volley of shots from various angles. ID 7. Content. Fortunately, Yin Yufei had not adjusted his speed settings, allowing him to evade this onslaught. They've discovered me. Where do I run? I'm going to die. Can we withstand any more losses, Captain? He cried, feeling surrounded by enemies on all sides. ID 8. Content. You have only one option: run fast, avoid being hit, and hold on until we arrive. Cui Yu shouted, fearing that if Yin Yufei faltered, Li Hua would be merciless in their debriefing. As a mere logistics officer, she was truly fraught with worry. She could only hope her junior could endure this ordeal. Covers. Yin Yufei was on the brink of collapse. He swore he had exerted himself to the utmost, evading the majority of attacks, while maintaining a relatively safe distance from his opponents. Yet his mech could no longer withstand the strain. The ambush laid by the honey ant had taken its toll. His already damaged mech was slowly corroding, reaching a critical connection point. As a result, despite being able to pilot it normally, it could not endure a few more hits. Although he was swift, the opposing lightweight mechs were hot on his tail. With the recurrent scrapes from stray bullets and the relentless pursuit of the enemy's light mech, even with a low hit rate, his mech eventually succumbed and went dark. The team's support had yet to arrive, and with his mech completely inoperable, an enemy projectile surged towards him, bringing with it a wave of searing heat. Also, this is how it feels to be blown up in a holographic world, Yin Yufei thought, belatedly realizing. He gazed at the darkened surroundings, took a moment to collect himself, and then withdrew from the battlefield to spectate. Cui Yu was mercilessly mocking him. Speaking of juniors, my dear, Cui has awakened some buried memories. I once heard that in ancient Eastern Japan there existed a type of man called a Chahan who would approach and harass beautiful women, feigning an inability to control his hands and feet. Yin Yufei instinctively sensed this referred to very bad people, but as he recalled this was his own public trial, fear gripped him. I had thought that such bizarre genes had vanished from humanity during the Great Migration, but it seems they have mutated anew. When they see a beautiful woman, they are rooted to the spot, and our little Yan Yufei, when he sees novel flowers and plants, is equally transfixed. If you ask him, he'll insist that the flowers and plants must help him, such a sentimental little boy, truly unmanageable. Yan Yufei thought, stop the insults please, Ew, I can't bear to face anyone now. However, Cui Yu evidently still had more to say. She adjusted her posture lazily and continued her tirade. I wonder if anyone has heard of a legend from ancient Western civilization. The ancient Westerners were particularly concerned with a woman's chastity. Su Yan laughed, interrupting, Sister, what do you mean by a woman's chastity? Wasn't it the case that ancient people didn't allow women to date multiple partners? I know this, those ancient folks were just backward. Cui Yu shook her head, not entirely. The ancients believed that a chaste and pure woman must not have any intimate contact with the opposite sex before marriage, and even after marriage, regardless of her husband's fate, she must not engage with other men. Li Hua couldn't help but exclaim, no way. I thought our backward little planet was already quite archaic, considering we have to pay taxes for delayed childbirth. I never expected the ancients to be so absurd. Cui Yu appreciated Li Hua's perspective, shaking her head knowingly. Thus the ancient West was frightening. Their religion worshipped a male deity. To maintain his divinity and supreme status, they did not grant him a complete family, but instead allowed a pure maiden to conceive through divine intervention and give birth to a god. Su Kaiwan was astounded. Why does that confer supreme status? What can a girl with nothing offer her son in terms of status? Cui Yu clicked her tongue. You wouldn't understand. The ancients had short lifespans. Much of their lives were spent within their families. At that time, men held the power. Fathers were often the invisible kings of the household. Thus, without a father, there was no one to exert pressure from above. How could someone with a father possess their own authority? Mothers, however, were often selfless nurturers filled with love. Su Yan also found it surprising, so the maiden bore the child. Cui Yu nodded. This kind-hearted maiden gave birth to this divinely bestowed child and raised him to adulthood. Because her son was revered as a god, she was honored as the Holy Mother. Later, the ancients used the term Holy Mother to describe those who were kind and self-sacrificing, dedicating their flesh and blood to strangers. Friends, among us we have a great Holy Mother. Yan Yufei felt a chill run down his spine. As expected, the inevitable had come to pass. Although he indeed deserved to be scolded, why couldn't Sister Cui just straightforwardly berate him? Worried that our dilapidated mech might harm the defenseless and gentle commander, our little Yan Yufei selflessly allowing the opponent to return to safety, how noble of him. Proclaimed as the first Holy Mother of Panlon Star. Cui Yu made no effort to conceal her intentions, and after her declaration, she looked around the mech, calling out loudly, Yan Yufei, you better be listening because every word I'm saying is directed at you. Yan Yufei felt what was Sister Cui is absolutely right. He believed that attacking a mech without one was indeed dishonorable, yet he had not expected the enemy would come forth without hesitation to gang up on him. How utterly devoid of chivalry. They were simply not good people. But hadn't Sister Cui previously portrayed a gentle and lovely persona compared to Su Jie? Why had she suddenly turned so fearsome? Yan Yufei's online execution was interrupted as Cui Yu and her trio finally reached his lifeless form. The 5 opponents did not leave after successfully eliminating Yan Yufei. Instead, they scavenged the resources on his mech and were preparing to depart when they spotted 4 figures racing towards them from afar, riding on a vine adorned with 7 blooming flowers. Upon witnessing this, the 5 mechs immediately revved into action, ready to retreat. They're heading for supplies. Stop them. Li Hua reacted promptly. At this time, the outer insect swarm was contracting inward, and aside from contacting the logistics team, there were no other possibilities for running outward. The casually chatting group immediately tensed up, entering combat mode. With a numerical disadvantage, they needed to prevent the enemy from regrouping and resupplying, unsure if they could win against a larger force. In an instant, the pursuit commenced, with the once helpless 7 flowers on a vine now becoming the aggressors. The nearest enemy lightweight mech realized something was amiss and quickly accelerated in an attempt to avoid a direct confrontation. However, it was clear that Li Hua would not miss this most advantageous opportunity to strike and allow the enemy to bolster their strength. The 4 members of 7 flowers on a vine relentlessly pursued, while the enemy commander quickly regained composure. The 7 flowers on a vine only had 4 members, and they had just lost a lightweight mech, was one of their auxiliary mechs, also a single troop. Their side had not received resupplies, and the enemy's delayed arrival suggested they might have been caught up fighting the insect horde. If they continued to evade battle, the enemy would not yield, and once their mech's energy was depleted, surrender would be inevitable. If they fought, they could at least go down together, and their remaining logistics team could endure to win in the end. Moreover, if a drawn-out battle ensued, they were not without means of resupply. Once she grasped the crux, the enemy's 5 mechs suddenly turned to engage. Their movements were remarkably synchronized, indicative of a highly cohesive and efficient team. This was the first time Cui Yu and her friends faced a situation where they might lose. Yin Yufei's absence rendered their standard single-troop combat system ineffective. Although Cui Yu piloted a lightweight mech, her firepower and agility were insufficient to replace Yin Yufei's role as the stealthy assassin. Logistics assist the auxiliary in creating output opportunities. The 3 of us will provide main firepower, Li Hua instructed. Li Hua's mech had decent firepower, making him a viable backup, yet this frail auxiliary commander had to transform into an offensive type to meet the team's needs. His understanding of their previous training system was no less than that of the 3 single troops. Kaiwan forced them into position. Su Kaiwan did press, but not thoroughly. Su Jie attacked the enemy's medium mech. Su Yan's large sword changed direction, abruptly striking the opposing medium mech, but clearly lacking in power. As Li Hua unleashed a barrage of energy blasts against the enemy's lightweight mech, he struggled to keep track of the battlefield's dynamics, feeling overwhelmed. Being at the center of the battle made it difficult to grasp the larger picture. Furthermore, his command could not be fully realized without the presence of all units. An enemy heavy mech struck fiercely, disrupting Su Kaiwan's positioning. Li Hua was forced to retreat as Su Yan struggled to maintain her stance. Despite being in strength single troop, the concentrated fire from the enemy made it nearly impossible for her to hold her ground against 3 opponents. Cui Yu was also doing her best to assist Su Jie in fending off the enemy, but her projectiles were ill-suited for long-range sniping, and her combat skills fell short against direct confrontation. Despite having 2 strength single troops on their side, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Their formation was in disarray, while the enemies remained intact, executing a methodical attack on the 7 flowers on a vine according to their commander's orders. The enemy commander was aware of the pressure from their dwindling ammunition. Their current strategy was to win quickly or perish together. Their lightweight and medium mechs targeted Su Yan, while the medium mech and auxiliary hindered support from others attempting to break through one by one. Even as Li Hua's mind raced, he understood that he could not allow them to succeed. But with 2 single troops missing on their side, Li Hua was uncertain what other strategies might be more suitable aside from chaotic group fighting. The fierce battle stirred up a flurry of fallen leaves, and Cui Yu cast a glance at Li Hua's green mech. The camouflage color was merely a decorative style in this era, and though the mech housed a slender figure, Cui Yu knew he was not lacking in strength. Let's go, Unknown Commander. I'll help Su Jie cut the battlefield. Trust me, I can hold on until Su Jie comes to rescue me. There was little time for Li Hua to ponder or hesitate. Everyone maintain unknown combat. Ensure you stick to your opponents. Logistics, hold on until we can assist you. The dynamics of the battle shifted once more. Unknown combat minimized the requirements for coordination and formation. Cui Yu executed a swift maneuver to isolate the enemy's lightweight mech from Su Yan, while Su Kaiwan boldly charged in, successfully restraining the enemy's heavy mech wielding a large hammer. The battlefield was effectively segmented. Faced with a single opponent and an auxiliary, Cui Yu felt the weight of professional restraint. Even though the enemy's mental acuity did not match hers after nearly a year of combat, training, their battle awareness and skill far surpassed her own. Cui Yu could only dodge, yet she still took a few hits. Caught up in evasion, she struggled to find a suitable opportunity to counterattack. Cui Yu realized this approach was unsustainable. In terms of confrontation, her lack of combat training made it difficult to withstand a professional single troop for long. No wonder university leagues did not allow logistics units to participate. Their presence held little significance. But the situation was urgent. She needed to survive a little longer. At the very least, she could not continue to be passively beaten. In moments of anxiety, Cui Yu had a habit of biting her fingers. Wait, could she somehow predict the enemy's movements? This feeling resembles the instinctive panic one experiences while playing a game upon spotting an enemy, causing them to frantically hit the skill key that lights up. The muzzle had already fired, leaving only a fading shadow while the flaps whirred like electric fans. Unable to increase her output, Cui Yu unconsciously relied on her somewhat idle brain to calculate some metaphysical elements. Then she fainted. Had she ever calculated this fast in her previous life? Could it be that her mental acuity had increased? Regardless, Cui Yu realized she had become stronger. Her dodging had become instinctive. Even a momentary anticipation made her movements appear effortless. Though she couldn't defeat her 2 opponents directly, they were unable to best her due to her slippery maneuvers. And she was a logistics specialist. Do they not understand the value of a logistics specialist entering the battlefield? Being a logistics specialist meant she had the highest ammunition supply on the field. Who could outlast her? The opposing infantry and commander had recognized this. From team battles to unknown encounters, they were more than willing to engage. 5 against 4, they would first let the light infantry and support take care of the logistics specialist, turning it into 5 against 3, a guaranteed win. Clearly, their unknown strategy was to quickly eliminate Cui Yu, this seemingly weak logistics specialist, thereby freeing their light mech infantry and support to gang up on Su Yanxiao. However, when their light infantry and support could not break through Cui Yu's defenses, the situation became dire. It was evident that Su Yanxiao, as the peak combat power on the field, rendered the opposing medium infantry helpless. Defeat was merely a matter of time. They certainly would not sit idly by. With a swift movement, the opposing medium infantry slipped past Su Yanxiao's great sword and charged toward Cui Yu with a massive electric drill. Cui Yu, 3 against 1, and they were targeting her, a civilian. Where was the martial ethics? Don't come any closer. Cui Yu felt as if the enemy had set an elaborate trap around her, but she was now a part-time little celestial master, pro version. The intent behind such a speedy attack was entirely transparent to her discerning eyes. Hey, dodged it. You can't get to me. Su Yanxiao, of course, could not stand by and allow them to bully their weak logistics specialist, so she rushed to provide support, and the two began a 2v3 battle. Once again, the old issue arose. Cui Yu's output was insufficient, and cooperation with Su Yanxiao was nearly non-existent. Even though Su Yanxiao was incredibly valiant, quickly defeating the enemy remained a challenge. It's okay, they don't have as much ammunition as we do, or we can outlast them. After enduring a frustrating stint, Su Yanxiao had come to a realization. But their logistics specialist seems to be coming over. Cui Yu's keen eyes spotted unusual activity from afar. It was unclear what decision the opponents had made to allow their lurking logistics specialist to join the fray. Less than 10 seconds after her remark, the opposing logistics specialist suddenly appeared. Their mech only had a light gun as an offensive unit, but it boasted formidable defenses sticking to them like a piece of taffy. Cui Yu finally understood why the opposing logistics specialist had joined the battlefield. Clearly, their mech was highly specialized for logistics tailored specifically for the League. In addition to adapting the offensive and defensive units to match the low combat capabilities of a civilian, this mech had an abundance of carrying units and featured a specially designed auxiliary structure. This structure was rather peculiar. It was an elastic, retractable tube capable of transporting small volumes of supplies, and correspondingly, the opposing team's mech had a small opening designed for reception. The peculiarity of this structure lay in its ineffectiveness on the actual battlefield. On the battlefield, large-scale operations and orderly resupply were the norms, maximizing operational efficiency. But this was a competition where logistics specialists like Cui Yu and the vast majority of logistics personnel typically survived early on and played a secondary support role later on by dodging and weaving. This team's logistics specialist was different. They opted for high defense and low output, ready to resupply at any moment. It was hard to say whether this strategy was stable, but for now the 7 flowers on one vine were certainly being countered. With the opposing logistics specialist's entry, Cui Yu and her team faced an escalating disadvantage in personnel, yet their material advantage was starting to level out. Personnel loss meant not just a decrease in overall combat power, but also that their formation could no longer function effectively. Su Yanxiao, as the main output, should have been able to simply slaughter aimlessly. Su Kaiwen would control the enemy's positioning, while Yin Yufei would be responsible for breaking through defenses. However, now Su Yanxiao had to abandon her reckless output strategy and find a suitable opportunity for attack. I'll try integrated combat with the spirit body, Su Yanxiao declared after several ineffective slashes, which either missed entirely or struck the opposing logistics specialist's reinforced shell, causing her to grow increasingly agitated. For the first-year students, integrated combat with the spirit body was somewhat beyond their capabilities. Their mental domains were still slowly developing, and this form of combat presented a significant challenge. Su Yanxiao was not negotiating. Li Hua remained silent. He couldn't bear to see another personnel loss, especially one as critical as Su Yanxiao, yet he had no idea what better plans existed. As soon as Su Yanxiao finished speaking, Cui Yu sensed a strong energy fluctuation through the 2 layers of mech armor. Immediately afterwards, Su Yanxiao's blade aura sharpened, and the speed of her strikes intensified. The combat power boost from integration was visibly apparent. Yet simultaneous integrated combat consumed mental energy, and Li Hua had no idea how long Su Yanxiao could sustain it. If she couldn't quickly defeat the enemy, another personnel loss would spell their total defeat. Cui Yu helped Su Jie. Li Hua decided to take a gamble, trusting that Su Jie could handle it, and hoping for a swift resolution. Li Hua had considered many scenarios, those involving personnel loss and those spiraling into despair, but theory never matched the instantaneous changes of actual combat. His numerous plans had proven overly idealistic and textbook founded on data and mental energy levels that didn't guarantee success. His teammates and opponents were not actors with exceptional skills. Victory or defeat hinged on trust. I can also try integrated combat with a boost. Cui Yu raised her hand. Mech materials possess both mental energy conduction properties and external resistance. Without integration, the strength of the mental energy could not adequately support teammates within the mech cabin. Cui Yu had never practiced integrated combat with mental energy, nor had she tried it in the simulation chamber. She was now forced to rely on instinct. Even if she couldn't help much, it shouldn't backfire right. Outside the mech, snow began to fall. From tiny white snowflakes, it gradually thickened, covering twigs and fallen leaves in a layer of white veil, while the mech's energy consumption began to rise. It turned out this was no forest map, but a rarely encountered extreme cold map they had never trained on. The heavy snowfall clouded everyone's thoughts. Faced with the unknown, panic was inevitable, and the more it continued, the harder it became to sustain. Everyone who can integrate do so. Those who can't don't conserve ammunition or energy. We'll make a push in 10 minutes. They were betting on being able to output maximum force to suppress the enemy. If they lost the gamble, it would confirm they were indeed outclassed. The fluctuations of mental energy surged one after another, and all four opted for integrated combat. They were all in. Cui Yu integrated with Xiao by instantly feeling an increase in mental energy consumption, while a vibrant life force enveloped her entirely. In the cockpit, where no one else could see, the girl with golden white hair shimmered, appearing like a deity who had mistakenly wandered into the mortal realm. But the next moment, that beautiful image vanished. Cui Yu found herself scratching her head once again. Now that she was integrated, how would she fight? How could this life force transformed from mental energy assist her teammates? Cui Yu longed to mimic ancient martial arts dramas, transmitting internal energy to others from a distance, but she was merely dabbling in metaphysics, not cultivating immortality, as she simply lacked the technique. She tried to envision her mental energy as tentacles reaching out to convey energy to Su Jie, but it simply wouldn't coalesce. The energy concentration depicted in fantasy novels was either fake, or perhaps she just wasn't skilled enough. Looking around, Cui Yu conceived what she thought was a brilliant idea. She recalled that during their recent resource gathering they had exhausted the usable supplies, but noticing there was still space in the mech, she had taken a box of colorful slime bullets that were said to be quite expensive for celebrations, intending to use them after a grand victory to shoot them everywhere. It was rumored that these celebratory bullets contained components infused with mental energy to lift spirits and naturally had mental energy conduction properties. After integrating with the spirit body, mental energy transformed from a mysterious existence somewhere in her mind into lines she could grasp in her hands, becoming tangible, though she couldn't control it on a large scale. Cui Yu tentatively stuffed her mental body into the slime bullet and was pleasantly surprised to find it seemed to work. The bullet emitted a faint pearlescent glow, a manifestation of Xiao Bai's spirit energy. What a perfect batch of slime bullets. Loading them into the same caliber magazine of Cui Yu began to fire. Her first target was Li Hua. He appeared to possess the weakest combat ability, even less than Qian Xingzi, so even if his combat ability was negatively impacted, it wouldn't affect his command. The bright red slime stuck tightly to the camo green mech, appearing almost impossible to remove. Li Hua felt his spirits lift. Whether it was psychological or not, he sensed a refreshing surge flooding his fatigued mind, and his previously heavy body suddenly felt light and comfortable. Cui Yu, it works. It really works. Li Hua reignited his hope for victory. With his affirmation, Cui Yu quickly continued firing crafting bullets as she shot yellow, blue, white, and a rainbow of colors. Each slime bullet landed on her teammates' mechs, especially aiming at Su Jie, watching as the entire team's combat power suddenly reignited. To the opponents, it probably looked like they had suddenly started celebrating, launching celebratory fireworks, opening champagne midway. Was this a provocation? This was definitely a provocation. While provoking their opponents, they fought even more fiercely, displaying a complete lack of decorum. The two sides were locked in an intense struggle when Cui Yu accidentally fired a purple slime that veered off course and struck one of the opposing light infantry mechs. What was meant to be a swift demise for the small mech at Su Kaiwan's hands suddenly enabled it to evade, moving faster just for a moment. Li Hua, watch your aim, Cui Yu. Cui Yu smiled awkwardly. It was fine when the enemy and ally were clearly defined, but now they were all leaving afterimages. She couldn't shoot accurately. She needed slime missiles to precisely locate her teammates. Feeling her mental domain beginning to wane, Cui Yu hurriedly resumed crafting slime bullets. Sensing she was close enough, she quickly exited the integrated state, notifying Li Hua, who immediately grasped her intent and commanded all teammates to step back toward Cui Yu's direction to facilitate her slime shots. Stop them. Their celebratory bullets have boosting effects. The opposing commander was no fool, who after such a lengthy engagement, he certainly recognized the uniqueness of those bullets and attempted to disrupt their movements. But it was too late as Cui Yu only had one chance to fire. The strain in her mental domain made it nearly impossible to control the mech. That sensation of being on the brink of losing control drove her to hastily cover her teammates with the entire volley of slime. How much she could cover each teammate was no longer up for her to think about or control. She felt like a volunteer soldier in a heavy machine gun battle against small enemies, wishing she could be just a little faster. She didn't even know if she had successfully fired all the slime bullets she painstakingly crafted. Exhaustion of mental energy meant she would automatically withdraw from the competition. All that remained was trust. Yet Cui Yu couldn't even spectate as she fell into a deep sleep within the simulation cabin. Cui Yu slept as if the world had been extinguished and then rekindled. She had no recollection of when or by whom she had been placed into the healing pod. She suspected Su Jie had intervened. First, because Su Jie was the sort of person who helped others. Second, because she had a faint memory of being dragged dazed from the healing pod only to be deposited immediately into a combined wash and care chamber. If it had not been Su Jie, who else would have undressed her and bathed her? Such an act would have been unthinkably intimate, almost indecorous. She could even still catch a lingering scent of something fragrant. Undoubtedly Su Jie's luxury body lotion imported from the capital. When the wash cycle finished, Cui Yu woke fully. She stepped from the chamber refreshed, only to find the others absent from the common areas. Not vanished exactly. Everyone else lay scattered through the villa's various pods and booths, some bathing, some healing, some gaming. She logged into First Battlefield to check the match record for their team and discovered they had won again. 10 consecutive victories. They were still in the winner's bracket. So formidable, she thought, and felt a swell of pride. Because she had not witnessed the final moments, having been honorably sacrificed earlier, Cui Yu watched the replay with avid attention. When her avatar, having fired the last slime projectile with every ounce of strength, collapsed, a fragile heroic silhouette, she inhaled sharply, her ears thudded with adrenaline, and she was unexpectedly moved. Who would have believed that this tearful, valiant combatant had once failed to win even an excellence award during military training in a past life? How far she had come. As her teammates erupted, their spirits ignited and fed into the fight. Like kindled coal, she felt warmth at her core and tearfully proud. Especially Su Jie, reckless and decisive, she severed the enemy's supply conduit before anyone could react and eliminated their logistics officer in one stroke. It was dazzlingly bold. Kaiwan too had embraced a fatal charge, striking a medium combat mech as a human missile. The blast's aftershock carried off their support. Li Hua's mech was the first to be destroyed, yet with a rasping voice he commanded until his final breath. Little Cui's offering was sorcery beyond measure. Whether it was the desperation of imminent defeat, the miraculous bonus in Cui Yu's final projectile, or the fuel her death poured into their resolve, the last 3 teammates fought like men possessed. Each took on 2 opponents, and as if on stimulants, eked out a narrow, miraculous victory. By the end, only Su Jie was left standing. It was hard to say whether a high-end 9-digit coin mech had pushed them through, but Su Jie lived to close the match, single-handedly securing a game they nearly lost. Cui Yu finished the replay hungry for someone to share the rush with. Su Jie and Kaiwan were still bathing. The junior was in a healing pod. Duo was in ranked rescue matches with Bye Bye. So, she went searching for Li Hua. He was nowhere in the room's training hall or conference room. Odd for him. Li Hua was the archetypal tech obsessive. Since enlisting, he had become a fierce technophile whose spare hours belonged to research and drills alone. She sent Xiao He and Xiao Bai out to help look. She found Li Hua in the rear garden of the villa. A high-level empathic observer could distinguish subtle threads of activity through the clamor outdoors. Kaiwan, their patron, was in the wash chamber, cleaning himself. Li Hua was out back, washing the spirit form of Kaiwan's husky Damao. Spirits, as it turned out, could be bathed. Li Hua wielded a drop-shaped bristle brush and a pink bath foam. Cui Yu recognized the brand from Qianxing's toiletries and dipped and scrubbed Damao's fur in methodical strokes. The dog stood placidly, neck arched in indulgent enjoyment, and would occasionally twist to coax Li Hua to linger over a particular patch. The foam left neat pink streaks. Cui Yu suspected Qianxing's might have been a generous contributor to the canine's grooming supplies. Li Hua could not have failed to notice her approach, yet he did not look up or speak. He simply continued to scrub until his arms ached. When he finally turned the hose on Damao and rinsed him with practiced motions, stroking and scratching to soothe the dog's frantic shakes, he stepped back quickly once the rinsing was done. Damao, unable to restrain himself any longer, flung his coat like a geyser and sprayed Cui Yu across the face. Dogs dry by shaking, their powerful. Li Hua said, his voice a little hoarse. Yes, Cui Yu replied, unsure what else to say. She sensed he did not want to talk about the match, so she did not press it. Li Hua met her eyes then and said, "You did well today. Rest early." "Okay," she answered and went upstairs. Her room occupied the third floor, chosen because she was the smallest of the team, and they thought sunlight might help her grow. It had a terrace overlooking the garden, where Li Hua was still tending the dog. Damao, nearly dry, received an almost obsessive toweling. Li Hua had sourced a new towel patterned with cartoon dogs and was drying each strand of fur with meticulous patience. The late sun slanted across a green lawn whose blades gleamed dark. Li Hua's long, elegant fingers passed over Damao's moving head, the dog's blue eyes like a narrow creek slicing through the grass. It was a beautiful tableau if only Li Hua were not so withdrawn. Cui Yu closed the balcony door softly and drew the blackout curtains. Under the mild white lamp, she could not tell day from night, which pleased her. Daytime belonged to study and work, night to sleep. The near night filled with lamplight was hers alone, a justifiable excuse to stay up late. Her abundant spirit energy kept her too alert for drills or study. She clicked through a racing game she had already mastered and felt a familiar slight ennui. Then she checked the report messages Eileen had left about her burgeoning business empire, and smiled. Business was indeed auspicious. Plain hand-drawn prints sold modestly, but anything labeled limited edition sold out instantly. Eileen's replies all included the refrain. Countless customers impatiently awaited the next limited drop. There were buyers who practically waved coins at her, begging for more. What a blessing. Excited at the prospect of profit, Cui Yu resolved to release new desirable designs quickly. Her last hit had been an artist online called Qingqing. Qingqing's style clearly resonated with their target clientele. Cui Yu decided to secure Qingqing as an exclusive artist. Their exchange was straightforward. Qingqing eagerly agreed to be an exclusive contract artist and even asked about base salary and contract length. Cui Yu's initial offer, 5,000 star coins a month and at least 10 illustrations covering card patterns, shop graphics posters with modest performance-based bonuses not to exceed another 5,000. Seemed meager to her in retrospect, yet Qingqing wanted a 10-year commitment. Cui Yu was astonished at such eager servility. Qingqing professed steadfast loyalty. Contracts in their era could be signed under aliases. Only if disputes escalated to a court would identities be revealed. Qingqing lay slumped in an abandoned basement as Wen Yao she downed an expired nutrient vial and then with trembling hands strapped on an antiquated optical brain module to verify her identity. Once authenticated, the name Qingqing appeared as the contractor's signature. Wen Yao shivered at the residual sweetness of the nutrient and after a moment of hesitation tapped out the final messages. Qingqing asked if the first month's pay could be advanced. Cui Yu's brows rose. Was Qingqing so strapped for cash? Since the contract stood, Qingqing was now a subordinate artist. Cui Yu thought back to how her grandmother treated new hires at her paper offering shop and decided to be generous. She would refurbish the outer room, provide clothing, give monthly pocket money, and occasionally treat her to dinner or a day off. Qingqing might not even live on the same planet, so many of those comforts would have to wait, but an advance was simple enough. On principle, good employers paid on the first of the month. Cui Yu transferred 20,000 star coins without hesitation. She instructed Qingqing to buy paints or a new electronic drawing tablet and pledged to cover further expenses. Qingqing responded with effusive gratitude and promises of great work. Buoyed by having two long-term collaborators, Cui Yu felt like a legitimate future entrepreneur. The finished board layouts would take time, and her spirit energy pulsed with need to be spent. She had purchased a color printing press with the right images. She could print on special cardstock and have Xiao He and Xiao Bai begin inking the other side. She scrolled the Visual Federation site and found a striking photograph of a snow wolf. Unlike Damao's sagacious bulk, the wolf was lean, every sinew taut with wildness. The photographer Chen Yue appeared to be a lover of untamed landscapes, his gallery populated by flowers, lakes, playful monkeys, and butterflies. No people, no cities. His work had an airless quality. They could be anywhere or anywhen. Caught by the raw force of the natural world, Cui Yu conceived a nature series. She contacted the photographer under her shop persona Wangshu Wenchuan, a Fuan identity that sounded both entrepreneurial and artistic. Chen Yu replied politely, but hesitated, saying he did not know whether his photos suited her products. She persisted, arguing that his images could offer solace to city dwellers who seldom entered the wild. That appeal touched him. After a pause, he agreed on condition that his watermark be preserved on the corner of each print. Cui Yu welcomed the stipulation. She pledged to ask Qingqing to leave a small mark in her own corner so that the product became a curated IP collection, beneficial for customer retention and brand identity. Negotiations moved quickly, payment transferred, the licensing contract signed, and production was ready to begin. For the first batch, she selected 8 images, 4 butterflies and 4 predators, classifying them under a new masterful light and shadow series intended to appeal to mature, discerning buyers Pricing would be premium, reflecting the collection's refinement. With a stack of blank cards printed, Cui Yu set Xiao He and Xiao Bai to work drawing the charms. Though echoes of a spirit form should reflect their owner's consciousness, the two little spirits were distinct. Xiao Bai was restless, flitting about and poking Xiao He, while Xiao He preferred to sit still and occasionally rub against Cui Yu to reassure her of its presence. During work, Xiao He kept Xiao Bai in line with a stern prod whenever it attempted to slack off. Satisfied that they were industrious, Cui Yu returned to her room, lay down, and prepared to sleep. Experience had taught her that once Xiao He and Xiao Bai expended her spirit energy, she would sink into a profound slumber. The pile of cards would undoubtedly exhaust her reserves. It was an elegant plan for restful sleep. Her expectation held true. Soon she dozed, but not into an undisturbed, dreamless night. She fell into a procession of vivid, uncanny dreams. She dreamed first of a vast palace. Call it a palace, it was immense, luxurious, a labyrinth of pavilions stretching out of sight. It was neither purely Eastern nor Western, neither antiquated nor overtly technological, but opulent in a way that bespoke a wealthy clan's country estate. Servants circulated in uniform, their faces indistinct. Their voices were low and muffled, so that Cui Yu could not catch a word. Every time she tried to draw near and listen, they slipped away or vanished. She followed one servant, who wore a purple jade bracelet, through a small garden that resembled a Suzhou courtyard. Though the garden was charming and oddly familiar, as if she had visited in another life, her feet obeyed the bracelet's wearer and hurried after her through a succession of little courtyards. Suddenly, she found herself alone in a courtyard fit for habitation, empty of both staff and masters. She stepped through a doorway, and the scene shifted again. Another courtyard, at its center a lemon tree heavy with unripe fruit. Beyond that, a new courtyard contained a shallow pool with a few slender white fish. The next gate was locked. Muffled inside, she heard the piercing cry of an infant. Only then did she notice how strangely sound behaved earlier. The previous courtyards had been unnaturally silent. She called out softly at first, and then louder, thinking that the crying baby must mean someone nearby to let her out. "Is anyone here?" She cried louder, and then louder, until her voice came back to her alone. No answer followed. The infant's wail continued, brutal and wrenching, a sound that made the hairs on her skin rise. Hearing it, her chest tightened until a physical ache began to undercut her composure. Though it was a baby who cried, Cui Yu felt her own eyes sting, as if she too might break into sobs. The pain in her heart became intolerable, and she fled to the next courtyard. It was a courtyard she knew, her grandmother's paper offering shop, a Turum Siyuan, not far from the Forbidden City. Scenes. ID 1. Text. The lacquer on the compound gate looked freshly applied, gleaming even under the night. Cui Yu glimpsed a silhouette, nimble, taller than her grandmother. Thief, she thought, heart-lurching. Her grandmother was old. If she confronted a burly intruder, what then? Panic propelled her. She resolved to barge in and seize the shadow breath. Quick limbs coiled for action, imagining the worst and feeling a child's fierce, culpable duty to protect the frail elder and ashamed. ID 2. Text. She shouted, "Don't move." I already called the police, and then heard a clear female voice murmur that staying frozen would not suffice. The injunction landed dizzily in her ears. "If you don't get up, you'll miss the captain's review." Cui Yu forced her eyes open, muscles stiff and incredulous, expecting confrontation, and found instead Su Yanxiao assembling a comically modest breakfast, an awkward smile playing on her face, as if the night's alarm were an inconvenient domestic joke. ID 3. Text. Su Yanxiao chuckled and explained that Damao had worried herself that Cui Yu might be trapped and had forced the door. No central smart lock to override, no attendant key, just brute force and a large affectionate canine. Cui Yu blinked at the lock, puzzled and oddly grateful. Calls had gone unanswered, messages unread, a cascade of neglect that felt stranger than any break-in. In that half-light, ordinary explanation sat alongside a peculiar softness. She had been unnaturally unreachable. ID 4. Text. She could not fathom how she had slept so long, the darkness of it so absolute. A vision lingered at the edges of her mind, strolling through some affluent household's corridors and impossibly stepping into her grandmother's paper offering shop. Paper lanterns, bundles of joss money, the scent of ink and incense. The dream had been absurd and intimate. It left behind a small, aching homesickness. She wondered with the tremulous guilt of a child whether her father and grandmother were well. ID 5. Text. She had promised herself in a private penance to kneel at her mother's grave and had not managed to go before she, supposedly, died in her sleep. The thought pricked like a bramble. She pleaded silently that her mother would not resent the omission. Lost among these anxieties, a warm, hairy head thrust into her lap, Damao, all earnest eyes and wagging tongue. Cui Yu softened, ruffling fur, scolding the dog with mock severity that barely masked gratitude. ID 6. Text. There was little time for indulgence. Cui Yu hurried through ablutions and dressing practical motions practiced like ritual. When she drew back the curtains, a flood of gilded light poured into the room and transformed the drab interior into something generous and visible. The breakfast automaton offered its predictable menu: toast, fried egg, a blended vegetable fruit nectar. She consumed the meal with mechanical efficiency, then darted toward the conference room, anxiety quickened by the knowledge of the morning's mandatory review. ID 7. Text. Who could have guessed that when Li Hua summoned the team for a debrief the previous night, she had already slipped into sleep and slept until after 9. It was Zu's intervention that salvaged her punctuality, thanks to that she arrived in time for the 10 o'clock assembly. Li Hua's presence was peculiar. Cui Yu thought of a gecko, an animal clinging to surfaces, yet in his somnolent aura he resembled a weary panda, an image both indulgent and disquieting. ID 8. Text. Dark hollows rimmed his eyes like permanent badges of exertion, veins of red webbing the whites. Exhaustion had ingrained a sudden and unwelcome gravitas into his countenance, aging him by decades. The white shirt hung on him, as if recalling a schoolmaster's authority. For a moment one might imagine him lecturing geometry rather than adjudicating virtual skirmishes. Cui Yu worried inwardly. Modern medicine and youth had kept him functioning, but the strain threatened to exact a ruthless toll. ID 9. Text. When everyone had assembled, Li Hua began the debrief with clinical precision. The exhilaration of 10 successive victories had not brightened his mood. Instead, the near collapse they had barely weathered settled like a shadow behind him. His demeanor remained austere and exacting, and the team responded with disciplined gravity. No jesting, no casual banter. Each person attentive, as if before an exacting tutor. Yin Yufei sat in the corner, eyes averted, shame folded into his posture. Li Hua cleared his throat. Covers. Li Hua had indeed put in a great deal of effort. The battle recordings, originally intact, were now filled with his annotations and reedits. He magnified critical moments, slowed down pivotal scenes, and laid bare the minor mistakes of each individual for all to see, illustrating just how immature their combat strategies were. In this instance, it's clear something is amiss. Yin Yufei and Qian Xingzi are still advancing towards the honey ants without any caution. Here you've received the evacuation order, yet you squandered a full 2 minutes from the moment you received it to the time you began to act. This allowed the honey ants to regroup, leading to an inextricable situation. Over here all of us were slow to gather supplies, lacking any sense of urgency, which resulted in not being able to support Yin Yufei effectively. In this scenario, Yin Yufei failed to launch an attack on the enemy commander while in ambush, displaying confusion, and his shooting lacked precision. It's essential to practice more. Without Yin Yufei's interference, Kai Wenming evidently struggled to maintain the front line, appearing tentative in his positioning. Brother Kai, as a heavy mecha soldier, you should be an immovable fortress when you stand your ground. Why do you behave as if you were a fragile support unit? Sister Zu's performance was exceptional, with the highest output on the field. The recurring issue is her tendency to get carried away. Once lured by the heavily defended logistics unit of the enemy, she forgets that the real threat lies with their heavy mecha soldier, which could have been dealt with much earlier. Cui Yu, your shooting skills were previously not a concern, but now they must be honed. Your abilities are invaluable, akin to a secondary support, yet your accuracy is woefully inadequate. If you miss, it risks granting the enemy an advantage, which is unacceptable. Your positioning also lacks agility. As a light mecha, you shouldn't stand still under fire. Close combat practice is imperative. Duo, you made virtually no mistakes, and were the most compliant with commands. Unfortunately, you sacrificed yourself too early, and the timing of your attempt to save Yin Yufei was questionable. Li Hua called up various data tables from the battlefield. Your output, support, and damage absorption are all below par. You need to refine your skills further and improve your intensity. Your abilities are formidable weapons, but opportunities to utilize them have been scarce. We need to devise a method that maintains your endurance while maximizing the efficiency of your skills and mental energy. Li Hua's words were tactful, yet Qian Xingzi, with his complex thoughts, nodded humbly while thinking of his spiritual entity, the treasure-seeking mouse. The treasure-seeking mouse was a highly popular spiritual entity, especially among business families. Possessing such a mouse equated to a natural talent for prosperity in business. Even a class variant had notable representatives in the industry. For instance, the former labor king, Miss Meisting, worked her way through 3 giant corporations before achieving financial freedom and enjoying life, all while earning a handsome salary. Another example is Mr. and Yuan, the Deputy Minister of Commerce, who implemented several effective policies to promote interstellar trade, yielding impressive results and substantial profits for government capital. However, this was a military academy, not a place driven by profit and wealth. The treasure-seeking mouse had potent inherent abilities but did not align with military needs, rendering it somewhat ineffective. Qianxingzi did not wish to express how much effort he had put into his studies and competitions, nor did he want to explain the additional training he had undertaken. At this moment, he had to admit that he might indeed lack a bit of the innate talent required of a soldier. His attempts to downplay his shortcomings were not very convincing. Li Hua, still grappling with his own lingering feelings of inadequacy, immediately empathized. Duo, don't worry. Among us, you are the most stable and reliable. You haven't made any mistakes, and that is more valuable than anything. This was genuinely from Li Hua's heart. Qianxingzi, who appeared somewhat pretentious and burdened with the airs of a young master, was actually dependable and serious, willing to put in the effort and think critically. Indeed, if I could perform at your level of consistency, I'd wake up smiling from dreams. Su Kaiwen patting Qianxingzi on the shoulder. If their seats weren't so far apart, he would have embraced him as a close brother. Being addressed as young master by the wealthy sponsor left Qianxingzi feeling a bit awkward, but it undeniably relieved some of the pressure he had been feeling. Nonetheless, he resolved to work diligently to unleash his full potential, to live up to the experience of being in military school and the unwavering trust of his friends. You are truly exceptional, Li Hua concluded. But then he shifted his tone and the atmosphere grew tense again. Especially for Yan Yufei, who had made a significant mistake, felt the tightening in his skin, sensing that the captain was about to turn his ire towards him. The one who performed the worst is actually me. I owe everyone an apology. As Li Hua deeply bowed, he startled the entire table. Before anyone could offer him comfort, he began to recite a self-criticism, like a rapid-fire barrage, giving no one a chance to interject. My first mistake was underestimating the enemy. I relaxed because their mental strength was only a class, which led to a lack of urgency in my command. This complacency affected everyone's combat state. In truth, every opponent we faced had a winning streak, whether in strength or luck. They were formidable. I fixated solely on superficial strength comparisons and completely overlooked this obvious truth. My second mistake was an unstable mindset. Perhaps everyone noticed, but graciously kept quiet. When our team was at a disadvantage, whether facing the Zerg or competitors, I became visibly flustered. My command precision suffered. Unable to consider each teammate, I could only give vague orders which diminished their execution. I need to be candid with everyone who on the battlefield I experienced several moments of mental blankness and sluggish responses, which delayed our decoding efforts. Last night, I underwent tests and found no signs of anxiety disorders or neurological issues, and my endocrine levels were normal, so my poor performance was simply due to a lapse in mentality. I will intensify my training and adjust accordingly. My third mistake was inadequate preparation. I thought I had devised several tactical systems, but on the battlefield situations changed rapidly and my plans couldn't perfectly align with reality. This led to slow, indecisive decisions when faced with unforeseen circumstances. In short, I simply lacked experience and practice. As a commander, being complacent is a grave error. I will extensively study different tactical layouts. It may take time to accumulate knowledge, but I promise to expedite this process. Please continue to trust me. Li Hua will not disappoint. My fourth mistake was not caring enough for everyone. Kaiwen's poor performance, Yan Yufei's shooting weaknesses, Su Jie being lured away, ultimately stemmed from my failure to adjust commands according to each person's combat style in real time. I've been a presumptuous commander, thinking that merely issuing commands sufficed. But everyone is human, my teammates, not machines. It is precisely your individual styles that drew me in and defined our team's character, yet I failed to utilize that positively, leading to a misalignment between command objectives and actual outcomes. That was my dereliction of duty. I will also follow up on everyone's training and develop the most suitable training schemes for each individual. My fifth mistake was. Li Hua's words were forceful and resonant, while the others felt a chill run down their spines. They hadn't fully shaken off their morning drowsiness, and suddenly the atmosphere turned so serious. It was genuinely nerve-wracking. As the financial backer of the team, Su Kaiwen mustered his courage to interrupt as Li Hua paused to swallow. Not at all, Captain. You've done remarkably well. Li Hua either choked or had a scratchy throat. Perhaps he was moved. He managed to stammer out a few words. Thank you, truly. This startled Su Kaiwen. Was this the captain's gratitude? Why did it feel reminiscent of the time he accompanied his mother to a poverty-stricken planet to donate supplies? Cui Yu, unable to suppress her discomfort at the emotional scene, interrupted. Li Hua, are you crying? Li Hua turned his head awkwardly towards the sky, but his eyes were dry. Oh, it was just a bit of a sting. Cui Yu, you're shooting. You're shooting. We need to intensify your training. Yan Yufei, feeling uncomfortable as Li Hua omitted direct criticism of him, wished for a scolding to alleviate his previous fears. Captain, I really made many mistakes yesterday. Li Hua immediately turned his gaze sharp, fixing on him. Of course you made many mistakes. Ignoring commands is a fundamental issue, but Li Hua felt more that he was at fault. If a commander's words go unheeded by the team, then it is undoubtedly a flaw in the command. He had erred in having won too easily in the past, growing complacent. He had erred by not pointing out the delay in following commands for the first time. Everyone had their faults, but in Yin Yufei's case the errors snowballed, nearly costing them the match. Hearing him speak, the others felt both moved and reflective. Moved by having such a commendable captain. Reflective of the belief that they were already exceptional, only to realize they still had various issues to address. Li Hua's overnight effort was not in vain. In addition to reviewing the videos, Li